Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook, Glorious God Throne, chapter 21 to 60. Glorious God Throne. 1,772 words. The cries of children, the pleas of women, and the violent roars of men were mixed together to form a special symphony. For the neighbors in this building, this had become a must-listen track after every meal. Ever since the young boss who was once praised by everyone as a young talent failed in business and owed a huge debt, he would make such a noise at home every day while drowning his sorrows in alcohol. At first, they thought about persuading him, and even the police were alarmed several times. But with the woman's repeated sentence "I'm fine" and the man's repeated defense "it's just a family dispute, mind your own business," the neighbors gradually lost patience, and the police no longer came to the door. Upstairs and downstairs, they still ate, watched TV, and did homework as usual, treating the sound in their ears as special background music. Separated by a wall, they seemed to live in two different worlds. Only the elderly sighed a few times, day by day, "Why can't this life be lived well?" Or sighed, "Old Wang is confused, his wife is also soft-eared and unclear, it's just hard for the child." Ah, who says it's not? The 402 household, discussed behind their backs by the neighbors, were filled with a strong and pungent smell of alcohol at this time. Broken wine bottle fragments were everywhere. The electric fan kicked over on the ground was leaning against the cabinet door, and the shattered vase, a few withered flowers leaned out, the withered petals were dyed red by the blood on the ground. "Stop crying, no crying." With a roar from the man like an explosion, a stool was kicked out directly, narrowly missing the crying boy. His tender arm was directly bruised. The boy's crying stopped abruptly, his little face turned pale with fright, and he began to hiccup breathlessly. The woman who was paralyzed on the ground crawled forward a few steps, shielding the trembling boy behind her. She tried to soften her voice, "Don't be like this, you're scaring the child. He doesn't understand, he woke you up, I'll teach him properly." Bang! Another empty wine bottle was smashed on the ground. Splashing fragments scraped a bloodstain on the woman's face. She just instinctively leaned back to dodge, not caring about the injury on her face. Similar injuries, she had too many on her body already. The kid doesn't understand? He's 7 years old and still doesn't understand? The man's irritable roar echoed throughout the room. "I work hard every day to entertain and do business. You can't even manage a child at home. What use are you?" With every word he said, he spewed out a breath of alcohol. His flushed face was like an angry bull, pointing at the woman and cursing. "Prodigal woman, a star of death for the whole family. My parents were right when they told me not to marry you, it's you who ruined my fortune. You can't do anything, you only know how to spend money. Now that my business has failed, are you planning to run away with some wild man?" The room fell into a suffocating silence. The woman lowered her head and did not retort. She wanted to say that it was the man who had promised to support her and let her live without worry. She also wanted to say that she was now trying to save every penny for the family, and she wanted to say that there was no need to worry about those men who had pursued her would still like her as she was now, because even she didn't like herself. But past experience told her that retorting was useless. Choosing silence might let the other party vent their anger earlier, and after he got drunk, he might forget about it after sleeping. Endure it again. Just endure it a little longer. The woman still held a faint hope in her heart. He was just hit by the failure of his business. Sooner or later, he would return to his former self. He would become the good man who loved his wife and children again. How much he used to love her. Just endure it a little longer, endure it again. But the man was relentless. He roared, "Speak!" accompanied by another sound of a wine bottle shattering. The little boy huddled on the ground shuddered violently. He mustered the courage to raise his head. "Mom didn't waste money, and she didn't find a wild man. I didn't mean to wake you up. Mom said you didn't eat, and let me call you to eat." His voice was small, but very clear. As he spoke, he sneakily glanced at the dining table not far away, swallowing his saliva. A table full of food was just sitting there, untouched. For the man in front of them, they had already missed mealtime. But the man who was in a rage and just wanted to vent his emotions didn't want to hear any explanation, from beginning to end. He just needed an excuse to vent. In the boy's terrified gaze, he stepped forward and flipped the table. "Eat, eat, eat, I tell you to eat. Like a pig, only knows how to eat. When you grow up, you'll still be a useless waste." Still not relieved, he lifted his foot and kicked towards the two of them. The woman tried her best to shield the child under her, silently enduring. The boy was dodging and crying silently with his mouth covered. If this room was a small kingdom, then at this moment, this man who had failed and was incompetent outside was the king who ruled the entire kingdom. When he was angry, the sky of the kingdom was filled with lightning and thunder, a typhoon passed, and the entire kingdom had to undergo a baptism of storm and rain. His subjects could only bow their heads and bear all this. No one dared to stand up to overthrow his rule. Until a rhythmic knock on the door broke everything. The man didn't want to pay attention, but the knocking sound rang again, as if it would not give up without opening the door. "Who's meddling again?" The angry man walked through the living room, his figure disappearing around the entrance. The mother and son curled up on the ground finally got a moment of relaxation. They got up from the ground, their eyes occasionally looking towards the entrance, like a pair of frightened birds. "Mom, let's go." The boy tugged at his mother's skirt, suddenly speaking. His eyes were hopeful. He shook the skirt. "When he gets drunk, let's run away together, okay?" The woman turned her head back in astonishment, looking at her son. But the boy's eyes were very serious. He said in a childish voice, "Mom, are you worried that you can't afford to raise me? I can beg for money, I can pick up trash to support you. Let's run away together. We don't have to worry about being beaten by bad dad anymore." The woman's lips trembled, unable to speak. "Mom, don't wait for good dad anymore. Now he is bad dad. Good dad will never come back." The boy's clear eyes seemed to see through all her thoughts. In these eyes, some of her persistence and her heart finally collapsed. She gritted her teeth. "Okay, Mom will take you away." The boy suddenly smiled. His curved eyes were so bright, it was a brightness that the woman hadn't seen for a long time. This made her finally firm her resolve. She looked at the entrance that was still quiet. She pushed the boy. "You go back to the room first, go to bed and sleep, I'll go and see." The woman bravely walked towards the door. She guessed it should be a kind neighbor who had held back the man. Such things had happened before, but once the person left, the man would vent more anger on her and the child. She hoped to prevent this as much as possible. Walking through the entrance, the woman with scars on her face tried to show a smile. But the smile froze the next second. She stared blankly at the man lying on the ground. He looked like he had fallen asleep after getting angry every time, but this time, a black umbrella tip pierced his heart, and blood gushed out. A hand pulled the umbrella tip out of his heart, gently propped it on the ground, and blood immediately bloomed on the ground. The woman's eyes followed the black umbrella, and finally, she looked up blankly, looking at the blond man standing in front of the man's body, slowly shaking off the last drop of blood. His movements were as elegant and understated as if he had just finished a meal and was wiping every bit of oil from the corners of his mouth. There was an aura of indifference about him. "Ah!" The woman, who had finally reacted, let out a short scream. The sound had just started when it was frozen by a glance from the man. He raised a finger to his lips. "Shush! Madam, please keep quiet. It's not polite to treat a guest who has braved the heavy rain and traveled a long distance in such a manner." The curve of the man's smile was as perfect as a mannequin's. The woman's teeth were chattering. She knew how terrifying this man, who could silently deal with her husband, was. At least, he was not someone she could resist. But the emotions that surged in her heart at that moment made her blurt out. "Did you kill him? Did you kill him?" The brutal king was finally overthrown by an even more brutal outsider, and the weak subjects finally showed some backbone. Interesting. Kay lowered his head and looked at her. His gaze was like a biologist observing a newly discovered species. It was as if he wanted to dissect her flesh, dismantle her entire structure for careful observation, making one's hair stand on end. "You don't hate the man who made you live in hell every day, but instead, you hate me who indirectly saved you from hell? Even though that was not my intention." He laughed playfully and suddenly raised the umbrella in his hand. "Ah!" The woman instinctively crouched down and covered her head. "Don't kill me." The courage she had just mustered up disappeared in an instant. "We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome." Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,271 words. She suddenly remembered a rumor that had been circulating in Yuanyang City for some time. A serial killer who appeared in the rainy night, like a ghost, leaving no trace, and no one had ever seen his true face. At least those who had seen him were already dead. Could the man in front of her be the ghost from the rumors? Am I going to die? Tap, tap, tap. The bloodstained tip of the umbrella slowly tapped on the woman's shoulder 3 times, like the Grim Reaper knocking on the door, each tap making her shudder uncontrollably. Yet, he seemed to enjoy toying with people, watching them panic, fearful and anxious. Humans are truly fascinating creatures. With a perfect curve of a smile that sent chills down one's spine still hanging on his lips, Kay sighed lightly, his tone sincere, "Don't worry, madam. I'm not some evil guest." He spoke as if the corpse on the ground wasn't his doing. It was a complete mockery of the dead's right to speak. The woman chose to remain silent. All along, she had been dealing with brutal oppression with a submissive and patient attitude. As long as you're not as ruthless and merciless as the gentleman lying on the ground, an outsider who accidentally came to this strange city, homeless in the middle of the night, cold and hungry, just wanting to find a place to rest, what bad intentions could he have? A quarter of an hour later, Kay sat at the dining table, sharing a late dinner with 2 other people. Although the food in the living room was overturned by the man, the woman, who had experience with this, had already prepared some in the kitchen. The woman ate without tasting, her eyes constantly darting to the man sitting across from her, and her son who was happily eating. They seemed to get along very harmoniously, as if he was a real guest visiting. This made her even more panicked. She didn't know what this man wanted to do. The unknown was always the most terrifying. The fear that lurked in her heart turned into a shadow, almost swallowing her. The boy, however, seemed to have no such worries. He asked curiously, "Are you the magic hero sent to rescue me from my bad dad? Why did you come so late?" The magic hero was a superhero-style protagonist in a popular animation that had been popular in Yao Country a few years ago. He also had golden half-length hair, which looked a bit like Kay. This association left Kay stunned for a moment. He smiled, "I suppose so. Now there's no bad dad, only a quiet good dad." The boy couldn't help but retort, "No, he's a bad dad. But the dad who died is a good dad." The 2 of them were like 2 children trying to convince each other over a trivial topic, but the topic they were arguing about gave off a chilling indifference. It was as if what had died was not a person, but an ant, a flower, an insignificant little thing. The woman watched the scene in horror, as if she had stumbled into a deep, eerie nightmare from which she couldn't wake up. She wanted to scream, to resist, to wave her fists and drive this devil away, but her body seemed to be suppressed by some force, and she couldn't even lift a finger. Until the end, she saw the man stand up and put a hand on the boy's head. The woman's limp body finally found strength, and she instinctively stood up, as if it wasn't a hand, but the claw of an evil god, about to twist off the boy's head in the next moment. Kay patted the small head under his hand, which felt good to the touch, but his gaze was fixed on the woman's panicked eyes, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. For a child, hating his parents is a cruel thing. They should have taught him to love. He lowered his head to meet a pair of innocent and clear pupils. "So, forget about the bad dad. You just need to know that the dad who died will always be your good dad." As he said this, Kay gently stroked the soft hair. His action was gentle, but his tone was the opposite of cold. "From now on, you can hate me as much as you want." As he spoke, he casually retreated backwards. Standing at the entrance, Kay suddenly smiled slightly, and the suddenly opened black umbrella covered his upper face, along with those eyes that blended gentleness and coldness. The heavy rain had stopped, and sporadic rain threads drifted in from the open door gap, bringing a faint cool breeze. The man's tone was gentle and deep, like the end of a dance party. "Well then, thank you for your hospitality, see you again if fate allows." It was still the apartment on the 2nd floor of the old city area, and it was still that familiar old hardshell notebook. The young man sitting in front of the window turned to a new page. Wang, 33 years old, a jobless vagrant who failed in business. Garbage classification. His soul essence has already rotted, long emitting the breath of a half-buried living dead. The entire building centered on his location 402 is his radiation range. The perverted pleasure he got from hurting and abusing the cubs made a certain high school student who happened to move next door suffer from insomnia every night, being washed by his twisted and stinky mental fluctuations, as if living in a garbage dump every day. Finally couldn't help but turn into a good citizen and dial the police phone, but the garbage did not disappear, and the pollution became even more serious. It prompted a certain innocent high school student who was victimized to have to find another place to live, and finally found the old city area where the amount of garbage was scarce and could be cleaned up quickly. But for the sake of the neighbors who used to have a comfortable environment, the garbage should be cleaned up. Hashtag maintaining harmonious neighborhood relations is everyone's responsibility. Hashtag. I.e. skillfully wrote down the 3 words, cleaned up square root. In the past half month or so, it was the longest rainy season in Yuanyang City, and it was also a great opportunity for K to appear. He would almost equip the "Ghost in the Rainy Night" card every day, go out to clean up a piece of garbage, and after intermittent efforts, he had already emptied 1/4 of this notebook. I.e., who was broad-minded and never held grudges, cleaned up the garbage only to protect the environment without any selfishness. He thought that the Environmental Protection Association of Yuanyang City should award him a medal, recognizing him as the city's environmental ambassador, to commend his outstanding contribution to the environmental sanitation of the entire Yuanyang City. Of course, he who does good deeds without leaving a name would choose to refuse, smiley face. I.e. closed the notebook and deftly twirled the pen. He suddenly had an idea and blinked. Speaking of which, if this notebook falls into someone else's hands, my identity as the black hand behind the scenes wouldn't be exposed, would it? It seems I need to find someone to take the blame. Saying this, I opened the Puppet Master card in the card slot, found the Shadow Council seen in the detailed column under the card, and selected the Council item column. As a blank special scene card, the current Shadow Council was just an empty shell, but Bai could add everything needed to build an organization himself, whether it was recruited personnel or other items and tools. Do you choose to bind this item with the Shadow Council? Above the hardshell notebook, the system prompt appeared. After Bai confirmed his choice, the text changed again. Successfully bound to the Shadow Council, adapting. Item, Puppet Master's Mysterious Diary. Description: a mysterious diary written by the mysterious Puppet Master himself, said to record secrets known only to him, as well as the Puppet Master's unspeakable ambitions and goals. Can continue to upgrade and synthesize, becoming an extraordinary item. What do you mean by unspeakable ambitions and goals? That small-minded Bai protested, arguing, it's clearly a green, healthy, and environmentally friendly ideal. Saying this, he sighed, indeed. I shouldn't have expected that a system that only speculates maliciously could understand this kind of realm that rises to the level of protecting the world. System. After routinely outputting 2 opposing principles in nature technique to the system, Bai felt comfortable. His attention was also pulled back. As the hardshell notebook disappeared in a burst of light and was collected into the scene where the Shadow Council was located as a bound item, Bai couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. In this way, whether it's what has already happened in the past or what is about to happen in the future, all things are done by the Puppet Master. He quickly shifted the blame to his own alias, and I am just an ordinary high school student. As for why this time the cleanup plan was executed by K, and not the Puppet Master himself? Isn't the Puppet Master supposed to hide behind the scenes, giving others motivation and controlling their actions? If one had a little understanding of K, by deliberately releasing clues to attract his target to those pieces of garbage, wouldn't this also be very consistent with the character settings of the 2 cards? As for what the clues are, who cares, anyway, as long as Bai says there are, K won't come out to refute. Is this the legendary I control my alias behind the scenes to control another alias? In this wave, Bai stands in the atmosphere. While Bai was still pitting himself overnight, the Yuanyang City Public Security Bureau was brightly lit all night, everyone was working overtime, and even the rest time couldn't be squeezed out. In the past half month, there have been 10 consecutive murders in Yuanyang City, and all the victims' wounds were exactly the same, suspected to be stabbed by the same weapon. This was undoubtedly a serial murder case. But so far, no one had been able to witness the murderer's trace, and no trace could be found in all the cameras. Even if the police station wanted to suppress the news, it would be impossible in this information age. With the reports from various media, the internet had been in an uproar, and panic had spread throughout Yuanyang City. The pressure on the police station was imaginable. They had almost interrogated everyone who appeared near the scene during that time period. The massive amount of work made everyone work overtime, and they lost a handful of hair. But there were still no decisive clues. The murderer was like a ghost, suddenly appearing in the world, and then suddenly disappearing, coming without a trace, and leaving without a trace. Could he really fly to the sky and escape? The only thing that can be confirmed now is that all the cases happened on rainy nights. On those 5 days when nothing happened, it didn't rain at night. Is this just a simple coincidence? Someone knocked on the dossier and began to diverge in thinking. Does the murderer himself have a preference for rainy nights? Or does his killing method only provide him with conditions on rainy nights? Or is the murderer's identity special, and he can only travel on rainy nights? Or is it that his way of leaving the scene is different from others, and the rainy night can just cover up his traces? Thinking of this, listening to the patter of rain outside the window, everyone couldn't help but feel irritable. According to the experience of the past half-month, today was obviously another day when the murderer was going to commit a crime. Even if they were prepared in advance and specifically sent police to patrol in various areas, reminding citizens to be careful, they did not know the identity of the murderer, nor did they know his motive for killing, and they could not narrow down his scope of killing. In the entire city, a general warning of #be careful of serial killers on rainy nights # was obviously not enough to keep everyone out of danger. This made everyone discussing the case hang their hearts. In addition, looking at the location of the victim's wounds and the lack of resistance traces, either they trust the murderer very much and are not on guard, or the murderer is very powerful and has the ability to subdue them with one hit. The approximate height is. And this person is quite confident in himself. They tried to piece together all the clues to catch this rampant serial killer as soon as possible and give all the citizens of Yuanyang City a stable environment. Just then, there was an urgent ring of the phone, and soon, a cry of surprise came from the police station. There's been another incident. The meeting room exploded all at once. This time, there was a survivor at the scene. They not only saw the true face of the murderer with their own eyes, but also had dinner with him. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 3020 words. #Yuanyang City shocked by a rainy night killer #. #11 people killed in half a month #. The youngest victim was not yet 18, his parents were only children, they cried overnight and knelt down to beg the police to punish the murderer #. A family of 3 lost their pillar overnight, the widow and orphan had no source of income and could hardly survive #. Beware of the rainy night. The devil is in action #. After a night of heavy rain, the air was extremely fresh. It was a rare sunny day. Bai was awakened by the sunlight coming in from the window. He lay on the bed without moving, looking at the ceiling for half a minute, then he recovered from the power outage state and sat up straight. He yawned and casually picked up the phone on the bedside table. A series of message notifications immediately filled the screen. Several major news clients were full of shocking headlines. This was almost the norm during this period. In the past half-month, the reports on the murder case have been escalating, from #a man was killed at home late at night, the police are investigating #, to #a minor boy was tragically killed in a bar, who is to blame #, to #the serial killer is committing crimes crazily, the list of victims adds one more #. The reports on the rainy night serial murder case were becoming more and more numerous, and the news content was becoming more and more serious. As the police were unable to solve the case for a long time, the murderer became more and more crazy in committing crimes. The impact of this serial murder case was no longer limited to Yuanyang City, but began to spread outwards. Until now, various reports on the hashtag Yuanyang City Rainy Night Murder Case hashtag have completely occupied the homepages of major news clients, even stealing the heat from the entertainment circle stars. The mysterious Rainy Night Killer had become a top streamer in such a peculiar way, fire all over the network. As the puppeteer behind all this, Bai Yi just glanced at it and put the phone aside. His sleepy expression didn't change at all, just like seeing the news that the price of pork had risen again. It seems that the legend degree is going to rise again. A happy thought flashed by, he lazily yawned, rubbing his teary eyes to wash up. At this moment, there was a heated discussion on the internet. It's crazy, this murderer is killing like crazy. I see the victims are old people, minors, men, women, high achievers, unemployed vagrants. The murderer really carries out the attitude of treating all people equally, regardless of age. Is this the so-called equality of all beings? Goddamn equality of all beings. The psychological quality of the person above is really strong. Now still in the mood to joke, the more the murderer kills like this, the more dangerous we all are. You this fool didn't think that you might also become one of the equal beings? To be honest, I'm panicking right now. It's over, it's over. I've been afraid to go out on rainy days during this period, and I'm also afraid to order takeout and have the delivery guy come to my door. I don't know how to cook, and I've been hungry several times. Now it's a sunny day and I just want to go out and treat myself, but I start to have a stomachache. It's over, it's over. If I can't cook, do I deserve to live? The experience of the person above fully illustrates how important it is to master a skill in order to stand in this society. I've already taken a night train to leave Yuanyang City, wish you all good luck. People from other places can only wish everyone in Yuanyang City good luck. Everyone was discussing. If everyone could still have a melon-eating mentality at the beginning of a few days, then as time went by, as the case increased, the comments that were relaxed and joking a few days ago had already been suppressed, and what was left was only deep anxiety, worry, and fear. To be honest, this serial murder case is really too scary. I found out for the first time that Yuanyang City is so dangerous. The murderer is really crazy, inexplicably attacking innocent ordinary people. What kind of antisocial is this? I hope the police can solve the case as soon as possible and catch this perverted murderer. At Yuanyang City Public Security Bureau. +1. Our whole family is scared. Even my little sister who is in kindergarten has temporarily taken leave and returned home. We have also stored enough rice and grain, preparing to stay at home honestly before the case is solved. If you don't know, you would think that the end of the world has come, and there are zombies walking around outside now. Have you seen the video collection of interviews with the victims' families on the internet? It's too miserable, really too miserable. Especially that couple who lost their son and cried at the door of the police station. They just killed their only son, who was still a minor. The murderer is really inhuman. He killed so many people, even the death penalty is not enough to relieve the hatred. Just flip through the various news clients, similar arguments are endless. This feeling of having a murderer lurking around and appearing at any time made many people almost sleepless at night. The internet had become the best channel for everyone to vent their emotions. And just at this time, a news media observer that always liked to take a different path suddenly released a video with the text hashtag unveiling the secrets behind the Rainy Night serial murder case, taking you to deeply explore the murderer's motive hashtag. As a news media that was very good at tracking hotspots, observer often found blind spots that others didn't notice in a different way, and then used them as gimmicks to attract attention. But most of the time, the news it publishes was related to the entertainment circle. Who made the stars in the entertainment circle have high attention, and any controversial news could attract traffic. This time, it actually got involved in social news? Netizens only thought it was a hot topic, but thinking that the observer always found some explosive points that others didn't notice, they still clicked on the news curiously. As a result, as soon as the video was clicked, everyone was really shocked. The first thing that appeared was a beautiful young woman. She was waving her arms angrily in front of the camera, and her whole person looked very excited. This disgusting guy deserves to die. Do you think I will sympathize with him? I have never seen such a cheap person. The subtitles on the side were timely: Miss Lou, the tenant downstairs of the victim Joe is her landlord. And the woman in the camera had already cursed a series of muted words angrily. Do you know? I found a total of 18 miniature cameras in the house I rented, 5 in the bathroom, 5 in the bedroom, and 8 in the living room and other places. With these cameras, this guy can voyeur me 24 hours a day without any dead ends. When she said this, she showed an extremely disgusting expression on her face. I always knew that the cheap man had some ideas about me, always squinting. If it wasn't for him being the landlord, I would have been unbearable. I didn't expect him to be so wretched and low. Seeing the woman in the video start to curse wildly again, the host's voice sounded in time. When we interviewed the people around the victim Joe, the tenant Miss Lou was very emotional and has decided to find another place to live. It is reported that on the day of the crime, the police found a computer running in Joe's room and found a large number of indecent photos and videos on the computer, all of which came from female tenants who had once rented a house from Wang. The 11 female tenants involved have been successively notified by the police station to summon. After learning about this, they all expressed great anger and requested the police to destroy all indecent videos and photos. Accompanied by the host's voice, more girls' voices appeared in the camera. Most people did not show their faces, but just listening to the voice can feel their shock and anger. This. WC. As long as I think about the fact that there are cameras everywhere in my house, and someone is staring at me at the other end no matter what I do, I get goosebumps. Especially when I think about the other end being a disgusting greasy wolf. My scalp is exploding. The lady is really unlucky, she actually encountered such a disgusting pervert. I suddenly don't sympathize with this guy at all. When I think about him peeping in the dark, being found by the perverted killer, I inexplicably feel very happy. What's going on? This pervert is particularly disgusting. Even if he is caught, he will not be severely punished, but he can always disgust you. Maybe he will become more and more courageous in the future. The murderer is doing justice, eliminating hidden dangers in advance. Some girls who were too deeply involved had already started to explode. But there were also more people who felt. Although this is the case, it's not a capital crime, right? I also think that killing is too much. These things are not enough to directly cost a life, right? To pay with a life like this, the price is too high. Bah! The life of a scum is just so worthless. Just as the comments were about to start arguing, there were also other people expressing their confusion. What's there to argue about? The one who was killed is a scum. It doesn't mean that the murderer is acting for the heavens, it just happens that there is a morally corrupt guy among the victims. However, similar remarks were soon slapped in the face by the subsequent video. From the video, it could be seen that Observer indeed made full preparations. They interviewed every person who knew each victim, including relatives, neighbors, classmates, and other people who had contact with them. One face after another that had been mosaicked appeared in front of the camera. Zhang Yao was killed? What can I think? Of course, it's good that he was killed. He deserved it. Do you want me, who was forced by him to drink urine, to sympathize with his death? I'm more than happy. That's a bully. No one in our school wasn't afraid of him. He almost stabbed a classmate to death. Later I heard that he went to a juvenile detention center. I didn't expect that he was just released and was stabbed to death by someone. This is retribution. Yes, at that time he stabbed me 34 times. I was rescued in the hospital for several days before I survived, but one leg was lame. Want to ask my thoughts? I want to express my gratitude to the unknown murderer. He saved more people in advance. Yes, my meaning is, that guy won't repent, he will only continue to do evil. I heard that his parents' hair has turned white? Oh, they deserve it. When their son almost stabbed me to death, they didn't react like this. Xiao 20? I regret her death. But I'm not familiar with her. She used to spread rumors about another girl in school many times, forcing the girl to almost commit suicide. After the incident was exposed, everyone alienated her. I really didn't expect that she would be killed. I hope she goes all the way. Yes, I know about Xiao Wang's situation. Who doesn't know about the commotion when the police car pulled up downstairs yesterday? No, I didn't hear the commotion, and I didn't see the murderer. Because that night Xiao Wang was beating his wife and children again, his house was making a fuss. Everyone thought it was the same as usual. Who could guess that the murderer actually went to his house? Yes, Xiao Wang beats people at home every day. Who in our building doesn't know? There were 2 times when he almost beat someone to death. The police have come many times. As the carefully edited videos played one after another, everyone became active again after a moment of silence. I never expected, it's actually like this? A voyeuristic pervert, a juvenile offender who stabbed someone 34 times, a girl who maliciously spread rumors and slandered others, a domestic violence scum who beat his wife and children. A total of 11 people, there isn't even one slightly innocent one? Are these kinds of people worth sympathizing with? Think about the news before. What about a family of 3 losing their pillar? What about the parents of an underage only child being killed overnight? Is this editor writing news with his feet? Especially that juvenile offender, he has done all the bad things. If I gave birth to such a troublesome son, I would have been ashamed and hanged him and then hanged myself, still crying there? The level of video editing in these segments was too high. Everyone watched all the way down, their hearts were jumping out of fire, their emotions were gradually rising, they just felt that they were not good things at all. But after calming down, many people also put forward different opinions. The ones that were top to the top were these few. The victims are not guilty of death. Although the murderer chose to kill, it is too cruel, but it can be understood, probably a person who pursues justice too much and goes the wrong way. All I can say is, I hope the murderer can stop in time and choose to surrender. The juvenile offender has already gone through the education of the juvenile detention center. Why doesn't he have the chance to start over? Although the domestic violence man is hateful, can his wife and children accept that he was killed by someone? As for voyeurism, spreading rumors, these kinds of behaviors, it can only be said that the victims are not decent. They should be educated by the police, not directly deprived of their lives. Except for the legal authorities, no individual has the right to privately execute and deprive others of their lives. We can't demand perfect victims. In any case, the victims themselves have problems. It is not the reason for the murderer to kill them. The murderer is seriously trampling on our social order and laws and regulations. He is simply crazy and inhuman. He must be caught as soon as possible, otherwise there will be more victims. God damn it, we can't demand perfect victims. This is not just imperfect, it's clearly a pile of mud. These scum and losers, death is not a pity. Anyway, I supported 12 points. The most popular comments obviously represent the 3 attitudes of the people. Regardless, when everyone had confirmed that the murderer was not killing indiscriminately, but had a certain selection range, the previous atmosphere of panic dissipated. The unknown was the most terrifying. When they discovered that this murderer seemed to be executing justice, those ordinary people who hadn't done anything wrong were no longer worried. For a time, the discussion about this mysterious serial killer gradually shifted from its original direction. Everyone began to discuss whether his actions were right or wrong. Some strongly opposed, some thought it was too radical, but there were also a portion of people who showed strong support and admiration for him. While the internet was buzzing with heated discussions, the Yuanyang City Public Security Bureau had been busy all night, finally catching a breather. As everyone was taking a break, drinking water, and eating to replenish their energy, someone on their phone came across related news and also saw the debates among netizens. What justice or injustice? Talking about justice while taking the law into one's own hands? After a dumbfounded laugh, this person shared it with other colleagues and frowned. But, is it really okay for us to let the observers spread these kinds of videos? Won't this mislead the public to side with the murderer on public opinion? Li Fufeng walked in from outside and also saw the video. He saw through the mystery at a glance and couldn't help but shake his head. There's no way around it. This case has already caused panic throughout the city. The most important thing now is to stabilize the public. Even though releasing this content might give the murderer some support in public opinion, I don't agree that the murderer's actions are just. But if the public thinks the murderer is just and will only target the scum, this will undoubtedly give them a great psychological comfort. He put the dossier that was tucked under his arm on the table. In short, the best way to quell all this turmoil is to catch the murderer as soon as possible. Because he was on patrol outside last night, he didn't have time to rush back to participate in the latest case progress. He had to flip through the dossier he had just fetched while asking. I heard that a victim's family member had seen the murderer's face and even had a meal with the murderer. Are the testimonies here? As he spoke, Li Fufeng's gaze fell on the text record in front of him. Then, he suddenly froze. Medium build, golden semi-long hair, wearing a black trench coat, the murder weapon is a black umbrella. This description seems familiar? We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2068 words. Ever since he got drunk and entered the Erie Hotel, and escaped death from the hands of a psychopathic killer, Han Shan had been having nightmares almost every night. Because his call to the police had been fruitless, he was afraid that the psychopath would come looking for him, so he didn't dare to go to the bar where he usually hung out. Not long after, the serial killings on rainy nights occurred. When he learned that one of the murders had taken place at the Tianhai bar where he used to frequent, Han Shan immediately felt a sense of relief, exclaiming that he was lucky. But he, who had been trying his best to keep a low profile, never expected that during this period, he, who had been as honest as could be, would actually be summoned to the police station one day. His first reaction was to protest his innocence, almost raising both his hands and feet. I didn't do anything. Cough cough. Li Fufeng was speechless at his skilled and decisive reaction. No one is accusing you of doing anything. Han Shan, who had almost squatted down on the spot just now, immediately regained his composure, a diligent smile appearing on his face. Then, officer, you are looking for me because... Li Fufeng gestured for him to sit down across from him and pushed a piece of paper on the table towards him. You first look at this. This person, do you recognize him? On the soft white paper was a printed color photo. The man in the photo had a face that could make most girls lose their minds, with soft golden semi-long hair casually scattered, and deep emerald pupils as deep as ink. This, Han Shan's voice involuntarily trembled. The smile that had just filled his face also froze. It was like seeing the most terrifying and horrifying existence in the world, like reawakening the shadow that had been looming over his heart like a nightmare. He could hardly imagine how he managed to utter such a difficult and terrified voice. This is that person. That psychopath, devil. It's him. A hand gently patted his shoulder a few times. Li Fufeng stood up and comforted, calm down, calm down. This is the police station, you don't have to worry. Han Shan's mood indeed calmed down again. Coming back to his senses from his loss of composure, he seemed to realize something and immediately asked excitedly, could it be that the police have already caught this guy, and you want me to be a witness? Li Fufeng shook his head with a bitter smile. I'm afraid we can't fulfill your wish for now, but as long as you are willing to cooperate, perhaps this goal can be achieved soon. This is also the reason why we brought you here. As he spoke, he pointed at the photo. Are you sure this is the person? Absolutely no mistake? Seeing his serious expression, Han Shan couldn't help but be infected. He carefully examined the photo, and after a while, he concluded. It's not exactly the same, but at least it's 90% similar. His eyebrows were immediately furrowed in confusion. This is a photo synthesized by a computer based on the testimony of witnesses. Of course it can't be exactly the same as the person. After Li Fufeng explained, he concluded, it seems that the person you encountered back then was this person, the murderer of the serial killings on rainy nights. In Han Shan's incredulous gaze, he spoke softly, I need you to recount what happened that day, and try not to leave out any details. The murderer had appeared before? Upon learning of the new clue discovered by Li Fufeng, the Yuanyang City Public Security Bureau was shocked. They could hardly believe that they had once brushed past such a dangerous person. Who would believe the absurd fantasy of a drunkard after getting drunk? Especially when there was no evidence to support it. Even now, there were people who dared not believe it. I still have a sample of that unidentified blood. Li Fufeng took the initiative to speak. Through DNA testing, this drop of blood cannot match anyone in the national DNA database. Perhaps it can serve as a special piece of evidence. Everyone fell into contemplation. If that drunkard hadn't lied, and hadn't hallucinated, he had indeed inadvertently entered the murder scene that day. Then, based on the existing clues and timeline, it is very likely that it was the first case committed by the killer in Yuanyang City. What's more, that hotel might be the first place the killer stayed after arriving in Yuanyang City. This is undoubtedly a crucial clue. Perhaps it is an important factor that will help everyone crack the case and catch the killer. But the biggest problem now is: where is the inn? Where did the inn go? How could such a large inn disappear just like that? In all the years of handling cases, they had only heard of bodies disappearing and evidence being destroyed, but they had never heard of the crime scene disappearing overnight. Plus, during this period of tracking and investigation, no matter what, they couldn't find any trace of this serial killer. The other party seemed to come without a trace and go without a trace, or even fly to the sky and escape to the ground. This made the whole thing even more mysterious and inexplicable. It's not possible that the drunkard was bought off by the killer, playing tricks in front of us so long in advance, just to make everyone admire him now, right? A young policeman joked, "That would be so boring." The others also laughed along. If a drunkard could have such good acting skills and deceive so many people's eyes, he could have changed his career and entered the entertainment industry a long time ago. Despite the seemingly joking words, everyone's expressions became serious in unison, realizing the difficulty of the case. No matter what, they had to give it their all. Everyone started to take action. About the analysis group of the Rainy Night Killer, integrate all existing clues to establish his personality model, and try to predict his hiding range and next action trajectory. 3 other action groups, be ready to search the city at any time. Others, pay attention to places like train stations and airports to prevent the final suspect from choosing to flee. And this case has already reached the heavens and attracted the attention of the cabinet. If we can't solve it as soon as possible, the imperial capital might send a special task force to investigate. Can a living person evaporate from the world? After the meeting was dismissed, Li Fufeng fell into a brainstorm and couldn't extricate himself. Even at noon when he got off work, he was still thinking while walking. When he came to his senses, he found that he had unknowingly walked to a familiar place. The narrow and long alley, the old wall was full of moss and scratches, and a small section had already collapsed slightly. Li Fufeng's hand couldn't help but brush over the collapsed wall. In Han Shan's testimony, that non-existent inn appeared here. This was the most bizarre and mysterious place in the whole case. It's also a point that couldn't be explained no matter what. It made all of Han Shan's words become unbelievable nonsense. But Li Fufeng's intuition told him that no matter how unbelievable it was, it could very well be the truth. The rough texture of the uneven surface came from his fingertips, and Li Fufeng's thoughts were flying, as if he was back on that night. Late at night, cold rain, a drunkard rushing on his way, and a mysterious inn appearing in the freezing rain. He seemed to really see the stumbling drunkard pushing open the door, encountering blood all over the floor, and meeting a pair of gentle, smiling eyes, feeling a chill in an instant. With the immersive simulation fantasy in his mind, at a certain moment, Li Fufeng seemed to suddenly see such an old-fashioned small inn in front of him, with the smell of blood floating from his nose through the still unsealed door. He was suddenly taken aback. Years of training instinct made him reach out subconsciously. But the next second, when he looked again, the fleeting illusion in front of him disappeared, and what appeared in his sight was still the old wall that had collapsed to section. He frowned all at once, talking to himself. Could it really be a hallucination caused by too much mental stress? No, absolutely not. The next moment, Li Fufeng gave the answer himself. He spread his palm, and there was a bit of powder left in the crevices of his nails, which he had just scraped off the hotel wall. Li Fufeng's expression cracked, and the materialistic worldview he had cultivated over the years also cracked along with it. It seemed that something incredible had happened. It seems that something incredible has happened. At the same time, Bai Yi spread his palm. A delicate card appeared in his palm, and at the top of the card, there was a progress bar that was already more than half full. Ghost in the Rainy Night. Legend degree, 71%. Just now, when he found that the legend degree had skyrocketed, Bai Yi couldn't help but try to materialize the blood-colored inn scene. Because this scene template in his settings was not like the flower shop that was located in the interlayer space and could be connected to any place at any time, so trying again would only appear in the original place. Even if it was just a momentary materialization, Bai Yi could perceive the changes brought about by the rise in the legend degree. Everything became more real. When the legend degree reached 100, would the illusory scenes in the nightmare fragment copy really become real? When Bai Yi cancelled the manifestation, he suddenly reacted. Just now, was there a person in that place? This thought flashed through his mind and was thrown behind him. It doesn't matter, it's just for sending legend degrees. As for that poor guy who suffered such a hallucination shock, whether he would doubt life and then go to the mental hospital for a check. That was none of his business. He took out the puppeteer's mysterious diary. According to the continuous observation during this period, Bai Yi could confirm that as long as he continued to leave various thoughts on it, as the thoughts he wrote down were realized one by one, the quality of this diary would slowly improve. Perhaps this is also a way to accumulate legend degrees? Maybe he could fantasize a bit. Maybe in the future this diary would be upgraded to have a bug-level ability where everything written on it will come true or have a high probability of coming true? Bai Yi picked up the pen and began to perfect his script setting. At a certain moment, two unrelated spacetimes had a strange overlap, and the serial killer K, who happened to be in the abnormal node of the space overlap, Blood In, accidentally came to this strange world after killing. He, who knew nothing about this, played with a guy who had accidentally entered, and stepped out of the inn, and when he found that the outside environment had changed and realized that there was a problem, he found that the hotel behind him had disappeared, and the originally overlapping two spacetimes had returned to unrelated states. And he became the only and biggest victim in this spacetime overlap accident. After taking some time to accept his current situation and understand the situation of this world, this executioner who was keen on killing and blood, couldn't help but start to move. What he didn't know was that there were other worldly guests who had come to this world earlier than him before this, and his appearance had attracted the attention of the other party and became part of the plan. Will this ruthless and black-hearted man, who has played with many wicked people, eventually be played with? Or is it to say, the counterattack will come? We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabYVMvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,281 words. Mental condition assessment passed, no abnormalities. There are no traces of drug influence, nor any signs of drunkenness. After testing, his mind is very clear now, there is absolutely no problem with his mental state. His logical thinking ability is even stronger than most people. You are asking me to treat such a normal person with the attitude of treating severe mental patients? A young man in a white coat with silver-rimmed glasses on his nose spoke in a cold tone. His already overly cold face that was hard to approach became even more serious. This is really unnecessary and a waste of time. Especially a waste of my time. The faces of everyone present were a bit awkward, but everyone knew how high the IQ of the man in front of them was, how low his EQ was, how talented he was, and how difficult he was to get along with. Therefore, no one specifically argued with him. Lu Ningxuang, who was quietly standing in an inconspicuous corner, secretly rolled her eyes and muttered, "I said it's fine to find anyone, there's no need to find this jerk." The jerk in Lu Ningxuang's mouth was named Yin Shubai, who was her cousin in terms of blood relationship. But compared with Lu Ningxuang, who was lively, active, and mischievous since childhood, the other party was the legendary child of someone else's family. He skipped grades all the way from childhood, mastered knowledge in several disciplines such as medicine, biology, and chemistry, and had already obtained a doctorate degree at the age of 27. He was even almost retained by the Imperial Capital University for teaching. Even if Yin Shubai rejected the suggestion of staying for teaching and chose to return to Yuanyang City to set up a private laboratory, he still received the title of honorary professor of the Imperial Capital University with the various honors he received during his university period. Because he had helped the Yuanyang City Public Security Bureau solve cases several times, he was also one of the extra bureau personnel of the Public Security Bureau. Compared with this brilliant resume, it was simply a great fortune for Lu Ningxuang to become a police officer in the eyes of the elders. And growing up in comparison with this child of someone else's family, the resentment accumulated in Lu Ningfrost's heart can be imagined. In addition, Yin Shubai's personality is indeed not easy to get along with. It seems that people with low IQ are not worthy to talk to him. Every time she stood in front of him, she always felt that every look of his was despising her IQ, which made Lu Ningxuang even more upset. Just as she was secretly complaining, Yin Shubai seemed to have heard her muttering, and his cold eyes swept over directly, making Lu Ningxuang feel the familiar king's contempt. She couldn't help but shrink her neck and quickly changed the subject. So, there's nothing wrong with this guy Li Fufeng? Then what about the hallucinations he had before? Yin Shubai frowned. You don't believe my judgment? Before Lu Ningxuang could go on, the others hurriedly spoke up. Professor Yin's judgment, how could we not believe it? Just that. Everyone's eyes turned to Li Fufeng. Li Fufeng understood their meaning, didn't say much, but insisted, what I have to say remains the same. Yin Shubai had a look on his face as if they were playing some kind of charade, and the others finally spoke out in full. It's just that this time the situation is too incredible. After Li Fufeng returned to the police station, he immediately told everyone about his experience, which immediately drew everyone's attention. Hearing that he, like the drunkard, had seen an inn at the same location, everyone's first reaction was that he had been tricked into having a hallucination. But now, Yin Shubai had already stated that his mind was clear. And Li Fufeng still insisted on his words without any change. So, there were only two possibilities in front of them. Either Li Fufeng was lying, or the thing was true. The probability of the former was extremely low, and everyone couldn't figure out why he would tell such an absurd lie. And the latter. It meant that the whole thing was quite unusual. Fortunately, Li Fufeng instinctively reached out and scraped off a bit of wall powder from the old wall of the hotel at that time, and this time he simply brought it to Yin Shubai's private laboratory. Hearing that the wall powder was going to be tested, Yin Shubai's attitude was much better than testing Li Fufeng, a living person. When the results came out, the always expressionless and overly cold Professor Yin showed an excited, even fanatical expression on his face for the first time. His eyes were shining behind his glasses. Lu Ningxuang had a creepy look on her face, and her body involuntarily backed up a few steps. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? But Yin Shubai obviously didn't notice her, but stepped forward a few steps, grabbed Li Fufeng's sleeve. Where did you get this substance? Is there any more? What? Li Fufeng felt startled. In addition to the general building wall powder components, glue powder, talcum powder, and the like, it also contains an unknown component, a substance that I could not identify before. Li Fufeng noticed that the hands pinching his sleeve were trembling, and Yin Shubai's voice was also trembling with excitement. I can assert that this is not any known substance. Whether it's in Yao country, or looking at the entire blue star, do you know what this means? He met a pair of eyes that were eager as never before. This means a new discovery. Hearing this, even the stupidest person understood. The shock on everyone's faces could no longer be concealed. Professor Yin, you're not joking, are you? Why would I joke about this? Yin Shubai, who had previously had a look of you guys are wasting my time on his face, now had a full face of hurry up. Hurry up and waste my time. He asked eagerly, so, where did this thing come from? I must go and see. Seeing his excited appearance did not seem to be fake, everyone looked at each other and realized the importance of this matter. It seems that we must report to the cabinet as soon as possible. And before they received instructions from the cabinet, none of them could leave temporarily to prevent leaks. As one of the most powerful nations on the Blue Star, Yao country itself has a long and profound history. The feudal system that had been in place for thousands of years continued until 50 years ago, when it was broken by the development of technology and the war that swept the world. The last monarch of the feudal dynasty realized that the existing system was hindering the progress of the country and would make them fall behind in competition with other countries. So, he voluntarily gave up power and learned from the Qinsheng Empire, which had the most advanced system on the Blue Star at the time. From then on, the feudal imperial system was replaced by a more advanced constitutional monarchy. Starting from this monarch, the monarchs of Yao country basically became the typical reigning but not governing. They had a noble status and the honor of a king, but they did not have the power to rule the country, and they did not receive much preferential treatment under the law. Any citizen of Yao country could enter the officialdom of Yao country through layers of exams such as college entrance exams and national exams. The cabinet, composed of 6 cabinet elders elected by the people, became the actual manager of the country. The situation reflected by the Yuanyang City Public Security Bureau was reported to the capital through a special secret channel, and it immediately attracted the attention of the cabinet, which dispatched experts overnight. And their conclusion was consistent with Yin Shubai's. In the seemingly ordinary wall powder, there really existed some substance that had never been discovered on the Blue Star before. Combining the testimonies of Han Shan and Li Fufeng, everyone realized that they might have encountered a supernatural event. The mysterious blood of unknown origin, the eerie appearance and disappearance of the hotel, and this unknown substance that could serve as evidence. All of these shattered everyone's original worldview. They had to start considering that there might really be supernatural phenomena in this world that are currently difficult to explain. Seeing that Yin Shubai had already started to dive into the laboratory with the newly arrived experts, and even started a fierce debate on the research of this unknown substance, Li Fufeng was already speechless. The focus now should be on that serial killer, right? If we find him, we can understand everything. About this point, the cabinet side of course could not fail to consider. After receiving the news sent back by the experts, the cabinet immediately issued an order to include the Yuanyang City Rainy Night murder case in the newly opened abnormal secret file library, and dispatched people from the capital to Yuanyang City, and jointly established a special case investigation team with the local Public Security Bureau of Yuanyang City to specifically investigate this case. Early in the morning of the next day, the plane of the Special Case Investigation Team landed at Huayang Airport in the new city area of Yuanyang City. As soon as a group of people got off the plane, they were reported by the reporters who received the news that the Special Case Investigation Team had arrived. This once again sparked a new round of heated discussion on the internet. Special Case Investigation Team? No way, the Yuanyang City Public Security Bureau can't even handle a case, and they have to ask for help from the capital side? I'm really disappointed in the action power of our local Public Security Bureau this time. It's been 18 days since the first murder case, and they haven't even found out who the murderer is. Now they even have to bother the capital side to help out. Isn't this making other provinces and cities laugh at us? It's good to hand it over to the Special Case Investigation Team. The people from the capital must be much more powerful. This time the Rainy Night serial murder case has shocked the whole country, and the murderer is probably not ordinary. I think the local police have done their best. Maybe with the addition of the Special Case Investigation Team, the murderer can be arrested and brought to justice. I actually hope that this serial killer will not be caught. Anyway, I think the people he killed are not good things. These scum and losers are a waste of food when they are alive, and they will cause harm to others. It's not too much to say that they deserve to be killed. The above statement is too extreme. No matter what, private execution is wrong. If the murderer cannot be arrested and punished, everyone will feel insecure. No, I feel very secure now. I walk straight and sit straight. The one who should feel insecure is not me. Unconsciously, the topic began to go off track again, and everyone began to discuss whether the killer's action should be or not. In the end, the supporters, opponents, and neutrals fought evenly, and countless keyboard warriors were fighting fiercely on the internet. So much so that the topic of the Special Case Investigation Team was unconsciously forgotten by people. Even if there were a few sporadic comments, curious about whether the Special Case Investigation Team would have any hidden purposes, they were quickly brushed down by the debate. Invisible forces controlled the direction of public opinion. No one knew that while they were arguing about the old topic of justice on the internet, the members of the Special Case Investigation Team from the capital had already arrived at the Yuanyang City Public Security Bureau and had taken all the files related to this case. And Li Fufeng, Lu Ningxuan, and several local police officers, along with Yin Shubai and others who could provide technical support, were temporarily incorporated into the Special Case Investigation Team. At noon that day, the alley where the back door of the Tianhai Bar was located and a nearby area were all isolated. It was said that the government was going to demolish and rebuild this area, and the few residents nearby were relocated after receiving some compensation. The Tianhai Bar was also notified by the above to move. The once bustling Maple Leaf Street suddenly lost 3 points of prosperity. That night, the rain was pouring. In the mood of countless people's fear, worry, or expectation, the rainy night came again, and the ghost that haunted the rainy night finally appeared and disappeared again. What was different from the past was that there were 3 cases that night, and the locations spanned the east and west of Yuanyang City. According to the normal vehicle journey, even if the process of killing was not calculated, the time spent on the road between the 3 places alone would be more than an hour. But the autopsy results showed that the interval between the 3 cases was a quarter of an hour. The 3 victims died one after another, and the interval was only a quarter of an hour. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabYVMvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,237 words. This gave the Special Case Investigation Team, which had just arrived and was ready to do a big job, a blow. Now we can determine that the murderer definitely has some way of traveling that surpasses ordinary transportation tools. This is likely to be one of the important reasons why we can't find out his route in and out of the murder scene. Unless, the murderer is not a person, but a gang if we rule out supernatural factors. Is it likely that the murderer is a gang? Is this your conclusion? The reporter who came to the news asked. The Special Case Investigation Team had just arrived, and there was another murder, and it was even more serious than the previous ones. How could this not cause a sensation? How could it not let reporters come to chase? The Special Case Investigation Team, which was chased by reporters, had no intention of answering their questions. After all, this was not official media, but some reporters who followed the trend and hyped up hot news. The latter, however, was not so easy to get rid of. Not only did they persist in entangling, but their words seemed to suspect that the Special Case Investigation Team might return without success, and it seemed that the murderer was omnipotent. The youngest member of the investigation team couldn't help himself and blurted out, "It's just a sneaky gang." That so-called serial killer is probably just a nameless pawn pushed out to deceive and scare the public. It's only a matter of time before we catch him. The reporter quickly snapped a few photos, excitedly recording his words, and couldn't help but repeat to confirm, "The murderer is likely to be a gang." Is this your conclusion? So you already have confidence in solving the case? The impulsive young man knew he had misspoken, frowned at the reporter, and seemed to find it hard to change his words due to face, so he had to maintain an arrogant posture and nodded, "Of course." Lu Ningxuang was dumbfounded in the back. She didn't come to her senses until the reporters dispersed. Li Fufeng patted her on the shoulder, and Lu Ningxuang finally came back to her senses. Her gaze kept darting towards the guy who had just spoken, and she couldn't help but blurt out a curse in a low voice. Where the hell did this idiot come from? Li Fufeng shook his head, took advantage of the others not paying attention to them, and lowered his voice. "His surname is Chu, and his name is Xingrui." Lu Ningxuan looked puzzled. "So what?" "The current monarch's name is Chu Xingbang." Lu Ningxuan subconsciously wanted to say something, but quickly covered her mouth. Her eyes that were exposed outside turned around, showing a look of sudden realization. No wonder, he came here through the back door to Guild. Li Fufeng didn't say anything more. He didn't think that the top would specifically stuff someone into the Special Case Investigation Team to Guild if they really wanted to Guild. This was obviously not the best place. Besides, now that the real power is in the hands of the cabinet, even a monarch cannot send his own people here without the permission of the cabinet. Is the cabinet going to play with such an important case? The delicate-minded him observed for a moment and found that the other members of the Special Case Investigation Team had a lukewarm relationship with Chu Xingrui, but no one stopped him from boasting just now. It seemed to have an attitude of letting him provoke and test. Thinking of the possible supernatural event, the always delicate-minded Li Fufeng had a guess. If the existence of supernatural power is really discovered, it is undoubtedly a new weapon that can affect the current social order. Whether it is the cabinet or the royal family, they will definitely want to grasp it in their hands for the first time, rather than being excluded, leading to a step behind, and falling behind step by step. Just as when the industrial age came, Yao country was the first country to make changes and take control of its own destiny. So this Chu Xingrui, who seems to have come in through the back door to Guild, is likely to be a representative sent by the royal family. And the cabinet, in view of the face of the monarch, also turned a blind eye to this and tacitly approved his joining. In that case, Chu Xingrui is definitely not a blockhead. Even if he doesn't know how to solve the case, he wouldn't be so reckless. So was the provocation just now deliberate? Did he want to take the initiative to provoke the murderer to act in an irrational way, so as to find more flaws and clues? Considering the arrogant self-personality model of the murderer that was written out before, this approach seems reckless, but it is not without hope. What if it succeeds? But for some reason, Li Fufeng had a premonition that this was mostly going to fail. It's not that the murderer won't be provoked, but he thinks that the so-called flaws and clues are not so easy to get. Li Fufeng's premonition was soon confirmed. Just a few days later, on another rainy night, 6 victims appeared in Yuanyang City overnight. Compared with the last time, the number of people doubled, and the direction was spread across the east, south, west, and north. What was different from before was that this time, there were survivors. 6 victims, and 6 survivors. They all had a face-to-face encounter with the murderer at the time of the crime. Their descriptions were exactly the same as those of the mother and son. Black long coat, black umbrella, and that special light golden half-length hair, and the emerald green pupils that were different from the people of Yao country. The murderer's appearance and dress have not changed for thousands of years. Even if he has been wanted by the police, he was still so arrogant and high-profile, without a trace of disguise. And among these 6 survivors, one was special. The others were not the targets of the murderer, and were purely innocent. But he should have been one of the targets of the murderer, but he survived after another target was killed. This person initially wanted to push the death of the victim onto the serial killer, but the police of course could not be so easily deceived, and quickly determined the truth through the wounds on the victim, and arrested this person as a suspect. Even though he was already in the police station, this man was still shivering, his heart full of fear. He stuttered and recalled the scenes that had happened not long ago. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the victim you invited you to his house as a guest. After dinner, because it was raining outside, you were worried about encountering danger on the road, so you stayed in the guest room overnight, right? Yes. What happened after that? After that. The man's voice was vague, and the sound of raindrops outside the police station window that had not yet stopped seemed to take him back to the night not long ago. That night, I had too much to drink. As soon as I entered the guest room, I wanted to fall asleep. I suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. I thought it was Yufeng looking for me, so I went to open the door, only to find that there was another person besides Yufeng. Good evening, sir. The blond man who appeared at the door gave him a slight smile, his demeanor elegant. And Yufeng, with a look of horror and stiffness on his face, stood motionless in front of that man, like a rabbit hanging in a tiger's mouth. At that time, his head was dizzy and he hadn't reacted to what had happened. Instead, he staggered forward. Yufeng, are you looking for me? Why don't you come in? And this one? He was about to reach out to pull Yufeng, but his whole body suddenly stiffened. He saw the black muzzle behind the other man. The muzzle slowly moved up, aiming at him. At that time, my head exploded all of a sudden. It really felt like I was thrown into ice water, and I woke up from the state of drunkenness. At this time, looking at that person's dress, how could I not guess who he was? In the police station, the man's voice was somewhat weak. His gaze once again fell into a trance. Ah, have you recognized me? Noticing his gaze, Kay sighed lightly. This is really distressing. Although he said so, the weapon in his hand kept moving between the 2 people, aiming at this one for a while, and that one for a while, making the other 2 people stand stiffly on the spot, not daring to make any movements. Even though there were 2 of them, but with their understanding of the speed of bullets, if anyone tried to rush, they would definitely be hit before they could even touch the other's clothes. This might create a little time for the other person to escape or counterattack, but what use would it be for the person who had already fallen? They obviously didn't want to be the one to sacrifice for their companions. In the police station, the man's trance-like voice continued. At that time, we all dared not act rashly. We could only beg that person. We were willing to give up all our property. We were willing to do anything, as long as we could save our lives. And then? Then? The man gritted his teeth, that devil. He said, he was only prepared to kill one person. The bright light in the guest room couldn't dispel the darkness around. In the eyes of the two stiff people, the shadow under the feet of this uninvited guest seemed to be constantly spreading, covering everything in front of them. Kay, with his elegant demeanor, smiled slightly. I came here, just prepared to kill one person. Since there was only one target, it could only be the owner here, not the occasional overnight guest. The expressions of the two people who were originally stiff changed in unison. Just one showed horror, and the other relaxed. Kay's gaze circled around the two people, seeming to find it extremely interesting, and finally landed on the man who had breathed a sigh of relief. It's a pity that the accident of fate made you appear here tonight, which perfectly fits my aesthetics. This time, the expressions on the faces of the two people exchanged. And Kay once again changed his tone, making the two people show fear again. Two choices, but tonight I have already visited 5 guests, now I only need to make up 6, who should I choose? It's really distressing. His gaze was moving back and forth on the two people, and when it fell on someone, it made that person's heart beat faster. Why not the old way? Kay suddenly took out a strange coin from his pocket, looked at Yufeng near the door. Do you like the front or the back? Front, no, back? Kay looked at the other person. Then you are the front. The coin was thrown high into the air, and then fell into his palm. His smile was perfectly curved. I only need one dead person. 3 minutes later, if there are still 2 living people here, then let fate decide who lives and who dies. As he said this, he slowly retreated a few steps, leaving enough space for the other 2 people. He elegantly stretched out his hand forward, as if to say, the stage is temporarily given to you, next it's your turn to perform. In the pouring rain outside the window, there was a flash of lightning, illuminating 2 faces mixed with horror, embarrassment, and ferocity. They were reflected in each other's eyes. With a flash of lightning, there was a thunderous roar between heaven and earth. The man's weak and embarrassed face was illuminated by the lightning. Huff, huff, huff. He was panting hard, as if trying to dispel the fear accumulated in his heart. I didn't mean it, I really didn't mean it, it was that person who forced me, it was him who forced me. If I didn't kill Yufeng, I would die. I didn't mean it. Watching the man's emotions gradually collapse, with both real fear and afterthought, and deliberately disguised to gain sympathy, the police officer in charge of the interrogation temporarily stopped recording and put down the pen in his hand. When the man's emotions were calmed down and he was a bit calmer, he continued to ask, what happened next? Do you have anything else to add? The man tried hard to remember. Suddenly his eyes lit up, hesitated and said, I remember. Before he left, he wanted me to help bring a message to the police. The policeman's expression became serious. What message? Thank you for your hospitality, it's an honor. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 3,310 words. A gracious guest? A gracious guest? He really does sound like a polite guest. In the conference room, the key members of the Special Case Investigation Team sat together, with Chu Xingrui wearing a strange expression. Is he saying that he knows our intentions yet willingly accepts our invitation, even considering it as hospitality? This is truly calm and composed to the extreme. And also arrogant and defiant to the extreme. At this moment, he didn't appear as impulsive as he had been in front of the reporters, but rather seemed very composed. Lu Ningxuan's impression of him changed dramatically. After returning last time, Lu Ningxuan made good use of search engines and soon learned of Chu Xingrui's identity, which was indeed astonishingly prominent. The youngest brother of the current monarch of Yao country, who was also the most favored by him, had received the title of King of Chu upon reaching adulthood. Although in today's society, all titles of kings and dukes were only honorary titles given to royal family members to highlight their honor, without any real power. But the title Chu, as the national title of the most prosperous Great Chu dynasty in the thousands of years of feudal history of Yao country, and also the national title of the most famous emperor in the history of Yao country, still held special sentiment and significance in the hearts of the people of Yao country, even though the feudal imperial system had been abolished today. The fact that he could receive this title showed Chu Xingrui's status. Hearing his analysis, the others also nodded in agreement. No matter what, this at least proves that our personality analysis of him was not wrong. This is indeed a person with a strong desire to perform, arrogant and conceited by nature, with emotion prevailing over reason. Such a person, even if they know the danger, will not back down, but the more stimulated, the more excited they become. In the words popular among young people today, it's keen on courting death. And Yuansheng, the oldest member of the Special Case Investigation Team, pondered and spoke, as the old saying goes, good swimmers often drown. For people who like to seek thrills and walk on a tightrope, it's fine once or twice, but it's impossible to succeed every time with more attempts. We just need to be patient, and we will always catch an opportunity. The heavy atmosphere in the conference room eased slightly. Following that, someone turned on the projector. This was a member from the Yuanyang City Police Department. As early as a day ago, we had already installed special cameras in all the blind spots of the city's surveillance as per the requirements, and set up checkpoints on several important traffic arteries that run through the north, south, east, and west. We can confirm that absolutely no motor vehicles passed through without inspection that night, and the suspect's figure was not captured in any of the surveillance. The projected images were divided into several sections on the screen, showing various streets and houses. In the drizzling night rain, the images were devoid of people. This person kindly explained, "These are the surveillance videos near the crime scene that were urgently mobilized after the crime. All of them are intersections that the murderer must pass through to reach the crime scene, without any omissions. Based on the testimony of the witnesses, at the time when the murderer entered the crime scene, it can be seen that no one appeared at these intersections. That is to say, he did not go in from any direction. The only logical explanation is that he bypassed all the intersections and appeared at the crime scene out of thin air. And the murderer seen by the 6 witnesses on that night has been confirmed to be the same person, with the shortest interval being only 10 minutes. This also corroborates the above judgment." The others were watching the projection intently, while flipping through the files in their hands. Finally, and Yuansheng concluded. So, the speculation of supernatural events can basically be confirmed as true. The suspicion of gang crimes can be ruled out, the murderer should be a single person, and there is a high probability that he possesses some kind of special teleportation ability or tool. Considering that all the cases occurred on rainy nights, it is suspected that the murderer's supernatural ability is related to rainy weather, or that the tool he possesses can only be used on rainy days. In the conference room, everyone's thoughts clashed intensely. They pieced together the truth through their discussions. That umbrella that can be used as both a sword and a gun is very suspicious and needs to be focused on. What we need to consider now is whether the murderer is a strange person who inherently possesses supernatural powers, or an ordinary person who suddenly gained an adventure and became inflated. In addition, if supernatural powers really exist, is he an exception? Are there more supernatural powers that we don't know about? As soon as these words came out, everyone showed a solemn color. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chu Xingrui, who had spoken these words. The meaning of King Chu is... Hey, don't call me King Chu, this ancient title always gives me the illusion of having traveled to ancient times. It makes me doubt whether I am an antique. Chu Xingrui waved his hand with a laugh, looking casual. Perhaps in not many years, these ancient titles of kings will be abolished. As the youngest member of the Special Case Investigation Team, you can just call me Xiao Chu. He then explained the meaning of his previous words. What I want to say is that if the murderer really has the special ability to move from one place to another in a short time, then it would be very difficult for us to deal with him. Because we simply can't catch him, this is probably the reason why he is fearless. Yao country is indeed very powerful, we have the world's top military power, we have the courage to go to war with any country in the world, but if we can't aim at the target, it's useless. His face became serious, so, why don't we find professionals? You mean, look for other strange people? Although Chu Xingrui looked unpretentious, the others obviously couldn't really be so casual, so they vaguely used a respectful term, but their attention was focused on his proposal. Everyone's eyes flickered, seeming to think it made a lot of sense. We can try, while dealing with the murderer, continue to stimulate him to expose more clues. we can also look for the existence of other supernatural powers. It would be great if there are. If not, it further illustrates the preciousness of this sole possessor of supernatural powers. This may be an opportunity for our Yao country. Just like when the industrial age came, we were the first to seize the opportunity. Having determined the next plan, everyone acted separately. The members responsible for information directly began to retrieve a wide range of strange incidents that occurred in various places on the internet. In this era of the internet, countless messages were spread on the internet every day, and it was difficult to distinguish between true and false. Many absurd and bizarre things were even treated as jokes by netizens. But if there really were supernatural powers in this world, then among these absurd and bizarre stories, there might be a few that were true. What they have to do is to distinguish them from the rest. Things that happened too long ago were difficult to investigate for authenticity in a short time, so the information technology team started screening from the most recent events. Soon, more than a dozen special events with the most rumors were placed in front of them. The first one on the list was the non-existent flower shop. During this period, apart from the Yuanyang City Rainy Night murder case, the most widely circulated on the internet was the legend of this mysterious flower shop. The netizens who promoted the related stories came from all walks of life and were spread all over Yao country. Their tones did not seem to be false. There were roughly two versions of the story on the internet. In the first version, the most popular one was this: I saw a ghost. Today, on my way home from work, I stumbled into a flower shop. Unexpectedly, the owner was a babbling fortune teller who didn't sell flowers but claimed to be able to fulfill the wishes of customers. I retorted on the spot. It looked like a new type of scam, thinking I would fall for it? The result was that the owner was quite tough, saying on the spot that it seemed that the customer and I were not destined, with an attitude of profound mystery and take it or leave it. Damn, it was too pretentious. Who could stand this? I stormed out of the flower shop and immediately made a report call. Guess what? When the relevant department's people came, they couldn't find where the flower shop was no matter what. I was dumbfounded on the spot. Where was that big flower shop? It was still there just now. Now, not only was I suspected of lying and fooling the relevant department, but also a lot of education and criticism made me embarrassed. Most importantly, I am doubting my life now. The more I think about it now, the more regretful I am. Did I really encounter an adventure? The golden finger that was at hand was thrown away by me. I used to envy the protagonist of the novel all the time, but when it came to my turn, I couldn't grasp it. Shop owner, I was wrong. I am a country bumpkin. Can you give me another chance? Just once is enough. Dong dong dong, I am kowtowing to you. Ors. TL, in Chinese internet slang, ors is an emoticon that represents a person kneeling or bowing down in frustration, defeat, admiration, or apology. The letters visually depict a person. The O represents the head. The R represents the arms and body bent over. The Z represents the legs kneeling or prostrated. As for the second version, it was basically the same. I seem to have met an immortal. A few days ago, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness by the hospital, and it was said that the chances of recovery were very low. I have been feeling down recently. Today, I accidentally entered a flower shop, and the owner was so gentle and healing. The most special thing is that this shop does not sell flowers but only sells flower seeds. It is said that the flower seeds will only grow and bloom if they are watered with sincere intentions, which will bring me good luck and fulfill my wish. And the owner does not charge money, saying that he has already taken my misfortune. Such a gentle and healing statement. Isn't this just a disguised gift of flower seeds, blessing me to stay away from misfortune and be happy from now on? Woo, I was healed on the spot. There are indeed many good people in the world. Although I know that there can't be such magical flowers, I still feel much better. I was still blowing the shop owner's descent from the immortal in my heart, but as soon as I walked out of the flower shop happily, I found that the flower shop was gone. I was shocked on the spot, and couldn't help but hold my little flower seed tightly. It turns out that the shop owner is really an immortal descending to earth. It must be so, there is no doubt. Confidence JPG. Summarizing the several versions of netizen statements, it was probably a flower shop that did not exist in reality, and only those who have encountered misfortune and want to fulfill their wishes have a chance to enter. In addition, there were some strange events circulating on the internet, such as mountain ghosts, bleeding wells, cats walking upside down, teleportation mirrors in toilets, etc. After cooperating with the local police station for investigation, it was confirmed that some of them were rumors fabricated by humans, and some were not lies by the parties involved, but in the end, they were found to be just misunderstandings. As for the non-existent flower shop, it did not exist in reality, and ordinary people simply couldn't find it, so naturally, they couldn't distinguish between true and false. The Special Case Investigation Team found those netizens who claimed to have received seeds through online posts, and found that most of the seeds had not yet sprouted. The only exception was the girl who claimed to have been diagnosed with a terminal illness in her online post. From planting to now, it's less than 10 days, and the flower seed she planted by herself has already grown a bud. She just went to the hospital for a checkup yesterday, and the doctor found that her condition has improved somewhat. It is said that if this state continues, there is a high probability of successful surgery in the future, and she also has a great hope of recovery. The member of the investigation team who reported the situation handed a copy of the medical record along with a stack of X-ray films to In Shu Bai. This is all her medical records from the first time she was diagnosed with a terminal illness to now, and the films taken. Professor In is a professional in this area. He should be able to judge the situation represented by this medical record, right? In Shu Bai flipped through it from beginning to end, and the expression on his face changed bit by bit, finally showing a look of astonishment. According to her original disease, the hope of recovery is absolutely less than half. But now, the possibility has risen to 60%. This is an incredible miracle. No, if it continues to improve like this, the hope of recovery in the future is 100%. That doctor was still conservative. Others couldn't help but show a look of surprise. So, the rumors about the flower shop could very well be true? All I can say is, if there are no external factors involved, with the current level of medical science, her chances of recovery are close to zero. With a clear target in mind, everyone gave up the approach of casting a wide net on the internet and began to figure out how to find the non-existent flower shop and meet the mysterious shop owner who seemed quite communicative in the rumors. Meanwhile, the Rainy Night serial murder case in Yuanyang City was getting bigger and bigger. 6 victims appeared overnight, and the murderer even left such an arrogant provocation. The Special Case Investigation Team couldn't possibly not respond. All major hotels and inns began to strictly check the ID cards of guests, including some small guesthouses with no ID, which were warned by the police station not to allow unidentified people to come and go. All police forces were mobilized, going deep into every street and every community, cooperating with local community workers to strictly check everyone's identity. This carpet-style search severely disrupted the normal operation of Yuanyang City, making the atmosphere extremely tense, but also step by step squeezing the activity space of the hidden murderer, seemingly making the hidden murderer about to have nowhere to escape. And places like train stations and airports were not controlled too strictly. Local people who wanted to leave temporarily could travel freely, which also relieved the pressure on the police. After all, if the murderer wanted to leave, he would have to go through security first. In the eyes of any ordinary person who didn't know the inside story, under such high pressure, the murderer's space of existence was being compressed step by step, and sooner or later he would fall into the net of the law. But the members of the investigation team who had guessed that the murderer might have some kind of teleportation ability were not optimistic about this. They mainly used this attitude to numb the murderer. If it could be done, it would be best. If it couldn't be done, they still had the flower shop owner as a backup. While they were frantically searching for the murderer on the surface, they were trying to find the non-existent flower shop in secret and give the murderer a surprise. Using supernatural powers to deal with supernatural powers, it seems that the odds of winning are much higher than their carpet-style search. However, good things come when least expected. Despite such high-intensity search, they didn't find any trace of the murderer, but in the process, quite a few monsters were pulled out. Fugitives on the run, hit-and-run suspects who were caught red-handed trying to commit indecent acts, all kinds of things, too numerous to mention. It also indirectly cleaned up the garbage in Yuanyang City and contributed to environmental protection. What the special case investigation team didn't know was that their pressing attitude didn't put pressure on the real murderer, but instead created opportunities for another group of people hiding in the dark. In a factory warehouse in the suburbs of Yuanyang City, 5 people gathered together, their faces excited and eager. On the wall in front of them, a photo was pinned. The person in the photo was Gong Fong, the well-known local tycoon and head of Gong Group in Yuanyang City. It was rumored that his fortune was at least 7 billion, plus many hidden assets. We brothers finally got the opportunity. This old guy Gong Fong, he's always holed up in his turtle shell-like villa every day, with 3 layers of security inside and 3 layers outside, not even a fly can get in. I've been watching for so long that I almost wanted to give up, but I didn't expect such a golden opportunity. We have to thank that serial killer, who scared Gong Fong so much that he's guilty. I received news that he's planning to take a plane and leave tomorrow. He's also going to take his only 10-year-old precious son with him. Isn't this a golden opportunity? We'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. But now Yuanyang City is under such strict control. Stupid, who said we have to make a big fuss? As long as the old guy comes out of the turtle shell, there are plenty of opportunities to start. Especially that 10-year-old kid, just create some accidents and get him in hand. For the sake of his only precious son not being torn up, would he dare to call the police? Besides, while the police's attention is all attracted by the serial killer, maybe we can fish in troubled waters. I've been given guidance by a wise man. Just as these people were letting their imaginations run wild and talking animatedly, the tightly closed warehouse door behind them was suddenly opened, and a figure appeared in their line of sight. This idea is not bad, how about adding me? The people in the warehouse had already stood up in unison, looking warily at this unexpected visitor. Who are you? The young man with black hair and black eyes smiled slightly. A name is just a code. Please feel free to call me, just call me, K. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabYVMVU. Glorious God Throne. 2,577 words. Huayang Airport was in chaos. The plane Gong Fong was about to board was about to take off, but his only 10-year-old son had disappeared, causing an uproar. His roar echoed through the crowd. Where is he? How can a living person just disappear? What use are you all? The several bodyguards and assistants who were scolded were all downcast, but they dared not retort. They also didn't expect that just going to the airport restroom for a few minutes, a 10-year-old child would just disappear like this. At this time, the crowd did not realize the seriousness of the problem, thinking that it was just a temporary separation due to the large number of people at the airport. After all, it wasn't some important royal relative, always worrying about terrorist organizations or foreign forces that do not submit to Yao country's rule. Gong Fong roared a few times, vented a lot of anger, and seeing that the check-in time had passed, he had to reluctantly wave his hand. Forget it, this flight is destined to be delayed. Hurry up and find the airport staff to announce the missing person notice. As he spoke, he snorted and said angrily, this kid is getting more and more rebellious. This time I must teach him a good lesson. Let's see if he dares to run around in the future. Others agreed on the surface, but they didn't think so in their hearts. Who doesn't know that Gong, who was only 40 years old, had such a precious son, and the child's mother thus jumped from one of his many lovers to become the legitimate missus with such a lifeblood? Where would he dare to touch a single hair? In the airport, the broadcast for the missing person began. The broadcast sound echoed again and again in the airport, reaching everyone's ears, and also reached a shop located in a secluded corner on the first floor of the airport. This shop had been closed for many days, and there was a for lease sign on the door. Inside the shop, in the basement. Come on, cheers! Listening to the faint broadcast sound in their ears, a few people raised their glasses with a sense of accomplishment and let out a triumphant laugh. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. This time it's really thanks to your plan, kid, and finding such a good place. Don't worry, you won't be left out of the benefits afterwards. 10%. When the money comes in, I'll give you 10%. The speaker slapped the shoulder of the young man who called himself K, with a hearty laugh, even belching, looking like a boss rewarding his little brother. At this point, the few people had long lost their initial vigilance and caution, their faces showing an expression of absolute trust in him. Seeing the few people being so generous, the quiet young man from beginning to end smiled slightly. Indeed, it's very good. Seeing him so understanding, the few people were even more satisfied. Not bad, you young man have a future. If it weren't for you, our plan might not have been successful. Such a big kid, how easy is it to not be discovered? When they find out the child has been kidnapped, they must think we took him to some remote mountain to hide. Who would think that this little devil has been hidden by us in the airport and never left? As they spoke, someone was already rubbing their hands excitedly. The hostage is also in hand. Is it time to knock him for a sum? Gong Fong, that old fellow, is rich. As they spoke, the eyes of several people involuntarily fell on the young man sitting on the side, as if they wanted to hear his opinion. From meeting to now, less than a day, they already had such trust in him. Perhaps, the easiest thing to bring people closer and enhance trust is to participate in a common crime? The young man who called himself K nodded. Indeed, it's time to start the next step of the plan. He stood up and snapped his fingers lightly. Before that, you all can exit first. The faces of the few people changed in unison. What do you mean? Simply put, you have already played your value. Good boy. Are you trying to black eat black? TL, of a villain, to do the dirty on another villain, describes conflict, betrayal, or competition among people who are already engaging in illegal or unethical activities. This statement couldn't be clearer. The few people were both shocked and angry. They slammed the table and got up, ready to teach this guy a good lesson. But the moment they got up, their heads suddenly felt dizzy. A strong sense of vertigo surged in their heads. Everything in front of them became blurred. The world was spinning. Obviously, they had been hit. The wine bottle on the table fell to the ground with a crash. Several heavy bodies also fell down. I originally wanted to give you guys important supporting roles, but you guys are just not useful. The young man with black hair and black eyes spread his hands in a helpless manner, then bent down and casually picked up one of their phones, typing out a number he had memorized long ago. One by one, the words appeared on the phone screen. As the broadcast sounded again and again, and the person was still not found, Gong Fong's heart gradually rose. Just like an apple eroded by wormholes, his heart was also gnawed and eroded by growing panic. Just as Gong Fong was considering whether to call the police, the phone in his trouser pocket suddenly rang. Gong Fong had a bad feeling in his heart. He opened his phone, and the first thing he saw was a photo. The boy in the photo was too familiar to him. Xiao Tian! Gong Fong exclaimed, his face turning pale. Without saying a word, he dialed back the number. As soon as the call was connected, Gong Fong couldn't wait to speak. Who are you? What do you want to do? As long as you don't hurt my son, everything is negotiable, no matter how much money you want. With a click, the call was directly hung up. Gong Fong didn't have time to redial. The phone rang again, receiving the first text message besides the photo. Let's play a game. A game that decides whether you can have a son to take care of you in your old age. What do you want? Gong Fong was still typing. The person on the other side seemed to guess his thoughts. Several more messages appeared, directly interrupting his action. You can choose to refuse, and from then on, lose your only son. Lose the inheritor of your bloodline in your heart, the treasure of carrying on the family line, the sole heir to your vast family business. Or, choose to accept. Then abide by the game rules, do everything according to the rules. Don't waste each other's time, asking me boring questions that won't get an answer. Seeing this, Gong Fong was already burning with anger, but thinking of his son, he had to temporarily suppress all his emotions. Now, the game begins. Within 1 minute, walk out of the airport alone, representing that you choose to accept this game. Looking at the cold words on the phone screen, Gong Fong's face was gloomy, and he waved his hand to the assistants and bodyguards who came up. You go first, I have something to do alone. The moment he turned around, taking advantage of the blind spot, he lit up his phone and made a call the police gesture to the always astute assistant. Just at this moment, another message was added. Oh, I almost forgot to say, I don't care if you call the police. However, this game must be completed by you alone from beginning to end. I believe you don't want to know the result of violating the game rules. Dongfang's expression stiffened, he stopped talking, and ran quickly towards the exit of the airport, looking somewhat embarrassed. When he left the airport, he indeed received another message. You chose to accept the game, the journey of an old father saving his precious son is about to unfold. Whether this choice is right or wrong, perhaps you will be able to make a judgment soon. Next, please accept your first task, arrive at Shangliu village before noon today. Dongfang's face was slightly stunned. Shangliu village? Signal tracking failed, the kidnapper's hacking skills should be quite brilliant, no trace of the kidnapper has been found for the time being. Dongfang's emergency call attracted the attention of the Yuanyang City Police Department. Due to the Rainy Night serial murder case, most of the police force had been dispatched, and excellent police officers such as Li Fufeng had also been transferred to the Special Case Investigation Team. At this time, the Yuanyang City Police Department was severely understaffed, and suddenly received such a kidnapping case, they had to quickly divert manpower, and the Special Case Investigation Team naturally also learned of this news. But a few short hours were obviously not enough to find out anything. Dongfang was also afraid of angering the kidnapper, affecting his son's safety. The police then turned their attention to the location of Shangliu village. This was where Dongfang was born. No matter how one checked, it's just an ordinary small mountain village. Although it belonged to Yuanyang City on the map, it was far behind the outside city due to many years of closure and isolation. More than 10 years ago, Dongfang, in order to repay his hometown, specifically brought a group of children to the city to sponsor their education. Unfortunately, children were naturally playful, and in the end, they didn't achieve anything. Most of the children still followed the old path of their ancestors. At 11:50 in the morning, Dongfang drove to Shangliu village. Because he dared not violate the game rules, he was alone, but he carried some equipment in hidden places on his body, including an earpiece for contacting the police. Shangliu village was located in the mountains, the mountain road was steep, the terrain was remote, a luxury car that only appeared on TV suddenly appeared at the entrance of the village, immediately attracting the attention of a group of old people and children. Out of curiosity, the villagers flocked over. There were also children peering into the car. Their faces were still covered with mud from playing, their clothes were wiped with snot and saliva, their fingers left a fingerprint on the car as soon as they touched it, which was disgusting to look at. Dongfang sat in the car, his brows couldn't help but frown. The phone rang, and finally a message came. Very good, punctual people are qualified to continue. Dongfang couldn't help it anymore, thinking of his son made him anxious, he quickly replied, "What should I do? This place must be very familiar to you, as the place where you were born, as the place where you grew up, as your hometown that you haven't seen for more than 10 years. The villagers here undoubtedly know you well. After all, as an orphan who was able to grow up successfully and achieve what you have today, each of them has undoubtedly contributed to your life. But after achieving success and fame, you were ashamed of this. You repaid them in your own way." Dongfang was somewhat irritable. "What are you trying to say?" That was an interview for a program about local entrepreneurs in Yuanyang City. A month before the start of the interview, you got the news in advance. In order to show your benevolent, kind, and hometown repaying entrepreneur image, you, who had never returned after leaving, chose to bring 33 children to the city to sponsor their education. The parents of the children were overjoyed and grateful. A month later, when the reporter came to understand you, a local entrepreneur, and went deep into Shangliu village, the villagers spoke highly of you during the interview. The children who had been taken to the city for a month also admired you immensely. When interviewed, they treated you more affectionately than their biological parents in front of the camera. When the program was broadcast, you got the good reputation you had always dreamed of, becoming a model of gratitude. However, those children whom you used your connections to send to the city to study, because they did not abide by the discipline in school, indulged in play, socialized with social figures, and developed various bad habits such as playing online games, were eventually persuaded to drop out by the teacher and return to the small mountain village. 3 months of golden dreams passed, their lives returned to the past, but they could no longer accept it as calmly as before. Among them, 12 children went astray in their later lives, and the other 21 also had a hard life. That dream, apart from achieving your brilliant reputation, seems to have not improved anyone's life. Knowing this, you sighed hypocritically, who told them not to cherish the opportunity. The parents of the children sighed in disappointment, only blaming their children for being too incompetent. But is this really the case? Dongfang's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously wanted to block the phone screen, but the information appeared faster than his hand. It seems you know very well. In fact, in order for the children to show their close admiration for you during the interview, and for them to show their happiness after their lives changed in front of the camera, you did not send them to school at the first time, but took them to play in the city for a month first, exposing them to too many things they shouldn't have seen. This month of crazy play opened the children's eyes. Their good feelings for you were unparalleled, but your unrestrained indulgence also let them experience the taste of indulging in pleasure before their minds were mature, and they completely lost themselves in the huge contrast between the past and the present life. They should have worked harder to keep up with the progress of the schoolwork in the city, but they are no longer willing to suffer. When they returned to their original mountain village, the huge gap and the shattered dream destroyed them. You, who created all this with your own hands, enjoyed all the flowers and applause, and were regarded as a benefactor by all the villagers. Shangliu Village made you, you destroyed the future of Shangliu Village. What if they knew the truth? Dongfang's face had completely sunk. At this moment, he wanted to turn the steering wheel and leave directly. But the safety of his precious son was like an invisible rope that tripped him, making him hesitate, his face changing. The information on the phone didn't give him more time to hesitate. Please open the car door, and then get out of the car. Forgiveness or judgment, I look forward to this answer. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2058 words. The luxury car that had been parked at the entrance of Shangliu Village finally stirred. A man, trembling hands, opened the car door and stepped out. After a few steps, his familiar face was exposed to all the elders who knew him. The villagers' gaze quickly shifted from initial curiosity and confusion to undisguised anger and hatred, a rage that could burn a living person alive. Under such gazes, Dongfang was uncomfortable all over. He, who had never taken these country bumpkins seriously, seemed to feel unease and fear from the bottom of his heart for the first time. Fellow villagers, I came to see you, he forced a smile, trying to use rhetoric to diffuse the situation. You conscienceless thing. You still have the face to come back. A roar interrupted his words. Accompanied by the roar was a lean old man who looked hale and hearty. Watch me beat you to death. The old man picked up a thick wooden stick from the ground and pounced on him with a fierce momentum, smashing it down on him. Others also quickly reacted. Those who could pick up tools did so, those who could pick up stones did so, and there was a group of children who followed suit, urinating on the spot and mixing it with mud, pinching up freshly made mud balls, and throwing them at his face. Such a violent reaction was completely beyond Dongfang's expectations, and he was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until the pain from his body and the stench of urine on his face woke him up that he hurriedly raised his hand to block. Stop, let me explain. Get the hell out. Everyone hit him. If he dies, it's on me. The village chief, still quite vigorous despite being over 70, roared like thunder, accompanied by the cheering voices of the children. Then came a rain of various objects. Dongfang, who had been living a life of luxury in the city for many years, was no match for these people. He could only choose to dodge frantically and flee in embarrassment. By the time Dongfang finally managed to open the car door and hide inside amidst the villagers' pursuit, he found that even this luxury car was surrounded by the villagers. The dense crowd made it impossible for him to drive away. Bang! 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 The transparent car window glass was hit by stones, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across it, making Dongfang shiver all over. Fortunately, the car glass was sturdy and didn't break. Bumpkins, a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. He muttered fearfully, desperately calling for help from the police on the other end of the car camera. You see, these people are crazy. Come and save me, come and save me. The police have already arrived nearby, at most 10 minutes. Dongfang was first overjoyed, then his face suddenly changed. Don't come over. All of you back off, don't come over. Even at this point, he was still thinking about his beloved son, and quickly changed his mind. I must complete the challenge myself. Perhaps it was his beloved son that gave Gong Fong an idea. Isn't it just for the future of a bunch of kids? He gritted his teeth and opened the window to shout outside. More than 10 minutes later, after personally promising everyone that he would build roads, bridges, and schools for Shangliu village, and even writing a guarantee letter that the villagers thought had legal effect, Gong Fong finally got away and quickly fled Shangliu village. A text message alert sounded on his phone. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first round of the game. Are you ready for the second round? At this point, Gong Fong was utterly exhausted, and the pain on his body and the nauseating smell made him extremely angry. He dialed back the number again, his tone was furious. What the hell do you want? This time, the person on the other end of the phone didn't hang up. A young and clear male voice sighed with regret. Ah, that's really rude. Even though the name is just a code, at least it can prevent rude people like you from calling me with rude words. As a punishment, please allow me to postpone the announcement of the start of the second round of the game. His tone was leisurely, with a hint of light laughter. Finally, I repeat, I don't mind if you call the police, I don't mind if you make a fuss about it. As long as you follow the rules of the game, complete the next game on your own. As his words fell, the call ended. Damn! Gong Fong was so angry that he threw his phone directly on the floor of the car, and then hurriedly picked it up to see if it was broken. His heart was full of frustration and anger, but there was nowhere to vent. All this pressure naturally had to be transferred to the police. While waiting for the notification of the second round of the game, the police station had already started a full investigation of this case, and Li Fufeng and others also joined in, and everyone started to analyze based on the existing clues. This guy didn't kill anyone, but it feels like his danger level is no less than that of the serial killer. From the means he has shown so far, his hacking skills are extremely high. He has some means to monitor Gong Fong's actions throughout, and he can also fully calculate the weaknesses of human heart and human nature. What is the purpose of this guy going to such great lengths? Don't forget, his punishment is to postpone the start of the second round of the game. It sounds like this is not a punishment at all. What does it matter when it starts? Does he want to do something to Gong Tian during this time? No, about the start time of the game, our understanding may be different. Just like the first round of the game, it was to arrive at Shangliu village before 12 o'clock, but he announced the start of the game at 8:50 in the morning. If the second round of the game also needs to be done before a certain point in time, and he postponed the announcement of the start, the time left in the middle will be very tight. I think this is what it means. He doesn't mind calling the police, he doesn't mind making a fuss? This guy is really arrogant. Damn it. More than just not minding, he should hope to make a fuss. What does he want to do? Does he just want to cause a sensation, harvest a lot of eyeballs? Or does he want to publicly judge Gong Fong, exposing his past misdeeds to everyone? If so, the two are likely to have a grudge. In that case, let's fulfill him. If he wants to play, let's play with him. Now the hostage is in his hands, don't force him to do anything too extreme. In any case, the safety of the hostage's life is the most important. Let's see what this guy wants to do. The more he does, the more flaws. I suspect that there will likely be situations like Shangliu village in the future, where other innocent people will inadvertently participate in the game and be used by him. If we persuade the public in advance, we can also prevent everyone from being used by him. As everyone's thoughts continued to collide, the police also caught the traces left by the 5 kidnappers. After all, they were just cannon fodder like roles. Even if they had a perfect plan, they couldn't execute it flawlessly with their execution power. Under the full pursuit of the police, they finally exposed their traces. Li Fufeng and others immediately took action. In the airport, the shop door that had been closed for many days and had a transfer lease sign on it was opened, and the police quickly rushed in. Their actions were agile and flexible, and they didn't make a sound as they moved, showing strong execution power. There's no one on the first floor. There's no one on the second floor either. There's a basement here, there are people. After a long time of shouting without a response, as the door of the basement was opened, the figures of 5 people lying haphazardly on the ground came into the cautious eyes of the police. There's still breath, they're not dead, just unconscious. The ambulance arrived quickly, and the 5 people who had fainted underground were lifted out one by everyone. The police started searching the entire shop, and everyone's figures shuttled up and down. Large shadows fell from the window, completely enveloping the interior of the shop in a gloomy and dark gray. This shop was located in the direction of the corner facing away from the sun. It was originally a milk tea shop, but because the location was not good and the business was always losing money and there was no improvement, the shop owner finally lost heart and decided to transfer or rent the entire shop. After everyone searched, they packed all the suspicious items in evidence bags, and were about to leave here and temporarily seal off the scene to prevent damage. Li Fufeng, who was coming down from the second floor, suddenly stopped and looked back at the back. The steps spread upwards, revealing a small platform that the shop owner had set up on his own. The neat and exquisite tables and chairs were shrouded in shadows, silently waiting for their owner. "What's wrong?" Lu Ningxuan, who was walking in front, asked. "Nothing." Li Fufeng shook his head in confusion. "Just now, I felt like someone was watching me." Lu Ningxuan took a cold breath. "You're giving me goosebumps. There's not even a ghost shadow up there, you must have felt wrong." "Maybe?" Li Fufeng also started to doubt himself. He followed Lu Ningxuan out of the shop door, sealed off the entire milk tea shop from the outside, and then left. On the second floor of the milk tea shop, a young man who had been sitting at the table from beginning to end, but no one saw him, picked up the coffee cup in front of him, took a sip of coffee, and slowly stood up. He walked to the window and looked at Li Fufeng's departing figure. Such a strong intuition, that person last time was him, right? A naive and tender voice of a little boy came from behind. "Big brother, is this the hide and seek you were talking about? It's really fun. We're right here, I even talked to them, but they can't see or hear. They're all fools." The boy sitting in the chair across the table clapped his hands and laughed. He, who had just turned 10, seemed to be more naive than children of the same age. This was a child who had grown up under excessive pampering and strict protection. His curious eyes were as bright as stars. "It's really amazing, big brother, how did you do it?" The young man at the window turned around, smiled slightly, and said something he didn't understand. "Because under the shadow is my domain." The Shadow Council, hidden in the city's reflection, had already arrived here. How can mortals who can't fish the moon out of the water see the world in the reflection? As his words fell, the shadow enveloping the second floor gradually faded away, as if a layer of the dark black canvas of heavy ink and color was wiped away, and the color became much lighter. It seemed that an invisible and illusory world was rapidly dissipating, and the surrounding space returned to reality. The two seemed to walk out of a barrier and return to the real world. The Shadow Council scene was temporarily withdrawn. After all, the consumption of nightmare crystals is extremely fast, use it sparingly. And the young man sat down at the table again, smiling and looking at the little boy. "Let's continue playing the game. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,554 words. Not long after the 5 unconscious bandits were taken away, today's breaking news swept the headlines. The 10-year-old only son of a local well-known group director, Gong, was kidnapped. 5 members of the criminal gang were arrested, 1 is missing. The hostages' whereabouts are unknown. According to the 5 suspects who have been arrested, they only knew the other man for 1 day and knew nothing about his real identity. After he took the initiative to find them and provide them with a criminal plan, the 5 suspects gladly agreed and took action. The last known suspect is in his early 20s, about 1.78 meters tall, and claims his codename is K. What followed was an announcement from the Yuanyang City Police Department. This suspect is extremely dangerous, using hostages as bait to force family members to participate in the game. We hope everyone will actively provide clues. If anyone accidentally participates in the game, please do not fall into the trap of criminals because of personal grudges and do irreversible things. The child is innocent. There are laws in the world. If there is really injustice, believe that the government will give you justice. Netizens who were shocked by this news were all stunned. Speechless, what's going on with Yuanyang City? I was so scared that I quickly opened the app to buy train tickets and wanted to leave Yuanyang City overnight, but the tickets for the next half month were sold out? This is outrageous. This K is really 999, 100%, super awesome. Why do I feel more arrogant than the previous serial killer? I have a sense of anime supervillain, where is the superhero? To tell the truth, I feel that this Gong, whoever it is, we won't name it, those who understand will understand, deserves it. Retribution for ingratitude, no wonder he was chased and blocked by villagers. Don't look at his good reputation outside, people in the circle know how dark this guy's hands are. Just say one thing, Gong's group was Yuan's group 10 years ago. Those who understand will understand, those who don't understand won't understand even if you say it, the water here is too deep. The interests involved are too big, hide, Doge. No matter what, children are innocent. What did the little friend do wrong? Although this Gong's character is not good, as a father, he is quite competent. If it weren't for his own son, he probably wouldn't be willing to publicize the game process and let others know his dark history. Competent as a father? Does the person above want to laugh me to death and inherit my bank card with a debt of 100,000? Laughing to death, I bet many people don't know that Gong has a daughter too? She is the child of his first wife. On one hand, he showers his beloved son with paternal love like a mountain, on the other hand, his legitimate daughter was kicked out to fend for herself before she even came of age. Wow, I smell fresh gossip. It's not fresh, it's an old gossip. It's nothing more than a Phoenix man marrying a rich and beautiful woman to rise to the top, kicking out his wife and daughter after getting the original company in his hands, and then suffering retribution that all his lovers couldn't have children, until he finally had a son to carry on his lineage at the age of 40, and then treasured him. The bloody depiction above successfully made me lose interest in eating melons. This melon is hard to eat, spit. At the entrance of the first floor of the Old City District Apartment, Xiaojia, who was originally excited to eat melons, fell down, showing an extremely disappointed expression. As expected, fake melons are not delicious, let's eat real melons. She moved out a big and round watermelon, showed off the watermelon knife and started to cut it, then turned her head and greeted the window on the second floor. Bye. Are you coming down to eat melon? This melon is super sweet. The young man in a hoodie heard the sound and came down from upstairs, his messy and slightly curly hair flicked up on top of his head. Xiaojia handed over a piece of cut melon, somewhat curious. What have you been doing upstairs these past 2 days? Since the last time she successfully shared the joy of eating melons with Bai, during these days of vacation, the two of them had happily formed a two-person melon eating group. No matter who was eating melons, they would share it with the other little friend, and the relationship between upstairs and downstairs was extremely harmonious. What else can I do besides playing games? Bai, with dark circles under his eyes, yawned, looking like a young man addicted to the internet. Is it still the previous game? What game hasn't bored you for so long? Not this time, it's a small game I designed myself. Well, I'm bored, so I'm entertaining myself. Second floor of the milk tea shop at the airport. The little boy sitting in front of the table stared at the mobile phone screen on the table without blinking, looking eager to try. Across from him, the young man's fingers were clicking rapidly on the cartoon map spread out on the screen. This was clearly a single-player game applet. The style was very cute, but the design was very casual. In the game, the cartoon character representing the protagonist kept jumping up and down under the chase of a group of elephants, avoiding attacks. There were long elephant trunks sweeping like sticks, water ball attacks, elephant trunks rolling up rocks to attack. The attack methods were numerous, and the directions came from all sides, making it difficult to completely avoid. The health bar above the protagonist's head began to drop rapidly. Until the protagonist opened the backpack, chose gold coins, and began to attack the elephant group. The attack method was throwing gold coins. Once hit by a gold coin, each elephant would have a dizzy status icon above its head, and the chase speed would slow down. After being hit 3 times, it would directly faint on the spot. The cartoon character representing the protagonist took this opportunity to escape from the chase of the elephant group, all the way to the end, and finally succeeded in breaking through. During this process, the boy watched with great concentration, his eyes not blinking, until the end he let out a gasp of admiration. The young man withdrew his hand. Ding ding ding, breakthrough successful. He seemed to be acting as a game commentator, using a passionate voice to narrate the series of operations just now. The protagonist Fong Fong successfully passed the first level, and continues on the treasure hunt. Let's see what the next level is. Ding ding ding, the second round of the game task has started. Please arrive at Beishan Cemetery alone before 1500 hours today. The specific location has been sent. When Gong Fong received the message from the kidnapper, again, the time on his mobile phone had already pointed to 14:30. From where he was to Beishan Cemetery, it would take at least 30 minutes at normal driving speed, and now he only had half an hour left, not a minute or a second to waste. Gong Fong didn't say a word, and set off in a hurry. As the largest cemetery in Yuanyang City, Gong was of course very familiar with Beishan Cemetery. But he didn't know why EK wanted him to come here, until he arrived at the location indicated by the coordinates deep in Beishan Cemetery and saw that standing tombstone. And the young woman standing in front of the tombstone with her head bowed. She was a girl in her early 20s, wearing a light blue long skirt, but she looked very capable. She turned her head when she heard the footsteps, and the features that were revealed made Gong feel extremely familiar, and he was stunned on the spot. After hesitating for a full 5 seconds, Gong recalled his daughter's face from deep in his memory. You are Xiaoyao? He looked at the tombstone again, and it was indeed his ex-wife's photo on it. He never knew when she had died, and where she was buried after her death. But the young woman frowned in disgust because of his address. Don't call me like that. How did you come here? As soon as she finished asking this question, she realized it herself. Who let the news on the internet spread like wildfire? Oh, is it for your precious son? How could I forget, he is your lifeblood for carrying on your lineage. Gong's expression became a bit awkward. He forced a loving expression. He is also your brother. The next moment, his mobile phone made a familiar sound. Long-lost reunion, is it family or enemy? The person in front of you must be very familiar, right? You once moved her mother with your excellent education, moving rhetoric, and a fairly good-looking face, the gentle and innocent young lady who was about the same age as her now, thus becoming her only reliance after her father's death, obtaining the power of Yuan's group, and changing its ownership within a few years. When that woman lost the inheritance lawsuit and was driven out of the house by you with her sick body and young daughter, you probably didn't think that more than 10 years later, you would see her tombstone. The person standing in front of you is your biological daughter by blood, and also your enemy who hates you to the bone. And the clue to your heir, the precious son who will carry on your lineage, is in her hands. Seeing this, Gong's expression moved, as if he finally understood what was going on. You know Kay? No, your brother was kidnapped by you? Yes, it must be you. He excitedly took a step forward, his face full of regret. I was wrong to your mother and daughter back then, I have regretted it over the years, and Dad has always wanted to find you back. Xiaoyao, you must not go astray for revenge. Yuan Yao was full of question marks, and snorted coldly, are you crazy? What does that kid being kidnapped have to do with me? If I had that ability, I would have taken action against you a long time ago. Fortunately, a new text message appeared on the phone at this time. Gong lowered his head to look at the phone. Oh, by the way, don't misunderstand. The clue I'm talking about is where the last round of the game is. You can get the answer from her, if she is willing to say. On her 18th birthday, which is also the last birthday she spent with her mother, where was it? That is the location of the last round of the game. Please arrive on time before 1900 hours tonight. Otherwise, you will lose your precious son who will carry on your lineage forever. At the end of the message, there was a very familiar sentence. Forgiveness or judgment, I look forward to this answer. Looking at the changing expression on Gong's face, Yuan Yao seemed to guess something, and a mocking smile appeared on her face. It seems that it is indeed a game proposed by the kidnapper. I won't be the key to whether you can pass the level, right? Gong's awkward and ugly face confirmed everything. This made her laugh out loud in front of her mother's grave, very freely. So, surnamed Gong, you have your day too. Xiao, I know I owe you and your mother. Dad will definitely compensate you in the future. You can take revenge in any way you want. But your brother is innocent, he didn't do anything wrong to you. He's still so young, you can't just watch your brother die. Enough, first tell me what you want me to do? 18. Where did you spend your 18th birthday? Seeing Yuan Yao's loosening tone, Gong immediately seized the opportunity and asked this question urgently. With the time limit of arriving before 7 o'clock, and not knowing how far it was from here, he dared not waste a single moment. But this sentence was like touching a fish scale, making Yuan Yao's loosened face quickly darken, and directly froze. Her voice was as cold as ice. At that time, my mother was already very sick. She didn't want to continue to stay in the hospital and waste money. She took me to the place that meant the most to her in this life. While speaking, she silently observed Gong's face, but found that he seemed to be completely unable to remember what the most meaningful place was, so she snorted and stopped talking. Gong was listening attentively, but found that the key point was suddenly missing, which was tens of thousands of times more anxious than facing the author's broken chapter. Where is it exactly? Yuan Yao suddenly stepped aside, pointed at the silently standing tombstone, and put forward a condition. First, kowtow 100 times to my mother. Sincerely, this is what you owe her. What did you say? Gong's face was incredulous. But Yuan Yao was unmoved. After you finish, I will tell you the answer. Whenever you finish, I will tell you. Don't you want to see your son sooner? For such a small degree, you are not willing to do it for your son? In the future, never say that you are a good father. Her sarcastic remarks made Gong's face turn red with anger. You're very good. I'll kowtow. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of kowtowing echoed in the cemetery, sounding a bit scary, but Yuan Yao hummed a cheerful tune in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her who had become an enemy, and after the pleasure of revenge dissipated, what surged in her heart was a heavy sadness. Since you have finished kowtowing, then I will tell you, the place we went to that year was the Xingfu orphanage. Gong's face changed slightly. That was the orphanage that my grandfather started funding from the year my mother was born, and my mother would go to the orphanage every year until you drove us out of the house. That year, she accidentally saw a man volunteering there, thought he was diligent and kind, so when this man pursued her high profile in school, she agreed so quickly. Reality proves that what you see may not necessarily be true. She took me there not for a certain man, but for the last time to say goodbye to those little friends who regarded her as an angel. She didn't want my heart to be filled with only hatred, she wanted me to see more meaning in life, and pass on the happiness she got after helping others to me. Unfortunately, 2 years later, the Xingfu orphanage unexpectedly caught fire and was burned to ruins. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 1985 words. It took nearly 3 hours to travel from Beishan Cemetery to the eastern suburbs of the city where the Xingfu orphanage was located. By the time Gong Fong arrived at the wasteland near the old site of the orphanage, the sun had completely set, and night had fallen. It was the 15th of July, a full moon hung high in the sky like a bright pearl, its diffuse rays of light casting a layer of hazy and blurred radiance on the curtain of night. It was as if specks of white frost were sprinkled on the exposed pebbles and clods on the surface of the dark wilderness, on the twisted and strange tree shadows that looked like the claws and tentacles of beasts, and on the corner of a gray-white building that was faintly visible deep in the forest. The continuous rain in recent days had turned the leaf-covered path into a muddy mess. Gong Fong walked along the forest path, his steps alternating between deep and shallow, each step making a slight noise on the ground. In the quiet night, this sound was particularly noticeable. This damn place! He, who almost slipped and fell, quickly steadied himself by holding onto a tree next to him, and couldn't help but curse. For this remote place that he had hardly ever visited and had already become blurred in his memory, if it weren't for accurate positioning and navigation, Gong Fong might never have come here in his life. He squinted his eyes to look at the vague gray-white wall at the end of his line of sight, and rummaged through the few memories in his mind. Is it there? Woo! Suddenly, a strange sound floated out from the gray-white wall, as if someone was crying. Immediately following was another eerie sound, as if someone was laughing. These cries and laughter mixed together, were picked up by the drifting night wind from the end of the path, passed through the dense forest, mixed with the sobbing sound of the night wind, and circled around Gong Fong's ears. Gong Fong shivered from head to toe. He remembered what this place was. That's the 7th hospital of Yuanyang City. Also known as the rumored mental hospital. It was said that the Xingfu orphanage and the 7th hospital next door were originally one entity. More than 60 years ago, this place belonged to a very prosperous large hospital, covering a very wide area. But that war which swept across the world destroyed everything. When the war subsided, and Yao country was back on track, this area had become completely desolate and was designated as a suburb. Since there were already more and better hospitals in other areas, it seemed unnecessary to rebuild a hospital in the suburbs. The Yuanyang city government simply used the original hospital garden as a boundary and completely separated it into two parts. The buildings to the west of the garden were converted into the 7th hospital, specifically for patients with severe mental abnormalities. The remaining small part of the buildings to the east of the garden became a place to shelter war orphans, which was later renamed the Xingfu Orphanage. The distance between the two was only 400 meters. Thinking of this, the image of the only time he had visited the orphanage and was frightened by a madman who ran out of the mental hospital next door resurfaced in his mind after many years, and Gong Fong's face turned paler than the moonlight. Back then, she accidentally saw a man volunteering there, thought he was diligent and kind, so when this man pursued her high profile at school, she agreed so quickly. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Yuan Yao had said before. Gong Fong didn't understand at first, but at this moment, returning to the old place, an experience from more than 20 years ago suddenly surfaced from the depths of his memory, making him realize with a start. Back then, Gong Fong's target was just a girl in his department with a good family background. He heard that she was very kind-hearted and would volunteer at the orphanage on weekends. In order to win the girl's heart, he joined them to volunteer. However, this only volunteering experience gave him a deep lesson, a little madman who suddenly ran out of the mental hospital next door. Even now, Gong Fong dared not admit that he was quite scared by a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old. This fear even made him give up his original pursuit plan and never set foot in the southern suburbs again. It was shortly after he returned to school after volunteering that he suddenly noticed that the girl with the most outstanding family background in the school seemed to look at him differently and had a few good feelings for him. Even if this good feeling was not much, and he was not clear about the origin of this good feeling, it did not prevent Gong Fong from firmly grasping this opportunity and seizing this pie that fell from the sky. So that's how it is. It was not until this moment that he understood the cause of all this. The gentle and beautiful face in his memory flashed by. How silly! Woo woo hee hee roar. The terrifying and eerie strange sounds echoed in the night, and Gong Fong, who was immersed in his memories, was startled back to reality. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang. As you wish, the third round of the game officially begins. Please reach the Xingfu orphanage on foot within 10 minutes. Through the muddy path between the trees, the fork at the end of the path pointed to two directions. The right side was the gray-white building group hidden in the night, and the left side was a ruin that had been burned down for the most part, which was also the old site of the Xingfu orphanage. Collapsed buildings, wall roots completely blackened by smoke, residues of unknown burned objects between collapsed bricks and stones, a large area of scorched earth without a single weed. When Gong Fong crossed the position where the original gate was, this was the scene in his line of sight. Perhaps the only thing that was still relatively intact was a few small buildings on the far west side. Although it seemed to have been burned half, and was blackened, it seemed to have retained some existence due to the special building materials. Welcome to the Xingfu orphanage. Our short but meaningful journey has finally come to an end. A passionate voice, like a tour guide's commentary, suddenly came from behind Gong Fong, startling him. Who is it? He turned around and found that on the side of the gate pillar that had been burned down to only a section, not far from the corner of the ruins, and even further away on half of the wall, someone had installed one after another loudspeakers at some point. The passionate voice was coming from the loudspeakers, echoing in all directions. The other party was like a dutiful tour guide, introducing everything here to a first-time visitor. The Xingfu Orphanage has an ordinary yet happy name. 50 years ago, the chairman of the Yuan Group was blessed with a daughter. In order to do good deeds and accumulate blessings for his newborn daughter, he sponsored 100 orphanages across the country in one go. The Xingfu Orphanage, with its ordinary and happy name, stood out among several local orphanages and won the only sponsorship quota in Yuanyang City. His daughter did not let him down, growing into a gentle and kind person. After growing up, she actively participated in her parents' charity work, always paying close attention to the development of these 100 orphanages. Especially the local Xingfu Orphanage, she would visit once a year, having intimate and open conversations with the children, fulfilling each of their wishes. The Xingfu Orphanage became a truly happy orphanage. The angel in the fairy tale books had a face in the children's hearts. This place was their heaven. TL, Xingfu equals happiness, well-being, bliss, felicity, etc. Although the sound quality of the loudspeaker and the mobile phone microphone was slightly different, with a little discernment, this voice obviously belonged to the man who called himself K. This voice was initially low and gentle, with a dreamy and bewitching breath, as if one was about to unconsciously sink into the sweet dream he wove, but just as you were about to completely sink, his tone suddenly changed. The more gentle and dreamy the feeling he gave people before, the more eerie and strange this voice sounded now. But a fire 5 years ago turned heaven into hell. They wailed and screamed, swallowed by the ruthless fire, and from then on became wandering ghosts in hell. They linger here, unwilling to leave. They are waiting for someone. Now, this person has finally arrived. Thump! Accompanied by a sound like the background music of a horror movie, a cold wind blew, brushing against Gong Fong's skin exposed outside his sleeves. The faint chill seemed to crawl all over his body with his skin, making him shiver. Hee, it's you. It seemed like a voice was blowing over his scalp with the cold wind. Gong Fong shivered and turned around on the spot. His gaze suddenly swept behind him, but there was nothing behind him. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely. He finally exploded. Stop playing tricks. I've already done what you said, what else do you want from me? This has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. At this moment, Gong Fong should have been full of anger, like a bull ready to gore someone at any time, but combined with his sweaty reaction at this time, he seemed indescribably guilty. He looked around blankly on the ruins full of scorched earth, as if he was talking to a ghost wandering nearby. Are you going to give Xiao Tian back to me? Where is Xiao Tian? You didn't do anything to him, did you? I want to see Xiao Tian. Oh, finally can't help but start worrying about your son? The young man's melancholic voice drifted from around. Let me guess why you would react like this. Because you know very well what you have done. You don't have the confidence to be forgiven again. You start to worry that everything you've done will be retaliated against your son in the same way. You're finally scared. Enough. Stop talking. Gong Fong surrendered with a bitter smile. What exactly do you want me to do? As long as you don't hurt my son. Within 5 minutes, enter the building 200 meters to the northwest, and you will see your son. As soon as these words came out, Gong Fong didn't say another word, took a glance at the charred building not far away, and ran straight towards it. Huff. His body, already in its 50s and accustomed to a life of luxury, was panting heavily under such torment. He was catching his breath while pushing open the deformed iron gate. Inside the house that had been burned to the ground, a projection screen suddenly appeared on the wall, which was particularly eye-catching. The young man's voice came out from it. 5 years ago, this was the warehouse where the Xingfu Orphanage stored food, and it was also the origin of that fire. Gong Fong was suddenly startled and instinctively wanted to turn around and leave. Like a rabbit that had fallen into a trap and was fleeing in panic. Dad! A tender call suddenly came from behind him, making Gong Fong freeze on the spot. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,375 words. Dongfang turned around with difficulty, his steps incredibly heavy. His expression was like that of a criminal about to be executed. The projection screen behind him had already quietly lit up. He thought he would see a picture of his crying son, but in fact, a picture of the boy did appear on the screen, but it was just a background image. Line after line of cold text emerged on the background. More than a decade ago, when Yuan Corporation became Gong Corporation, everything had already changed. For the sake of reputation, you did not abandon the charitable projects under Yuan Corporation, including the support for the orphanage. But the gap between sincerity and perfunctory will also lead to the gap formed after everything falls into place. Miss Yuan's year after year of concern made Xingfu Orphanage worthy of its name. Your year after year of perfunctory made everything go downhill. You began to be unwilling to bear the cost of supporting a large group of burdens, but you were also unwilling to give up the prestige it brought you. You, who prided yourself on being smart, quickly came up with a good idea. Gong Corporation's huge industry provided you with help. The financial support given to the orphanage was all replaced with more practical various materials, and a large number of water armies publicized and touted Gong Corporation's down-to-earth charitable way. Cheap clothing that looks exquisite but can't be worn a few times before it breaks, food that seems delicious but has actually expired and couldn't be sold out, toys that were defective during production and couldn't flow into the market. The orphanage has become a place for you to dump defective products and garbage. Originally, this was nothing. Even if the treatment has dropped a lot compared to the past, the children have nothing to complain about. Being fed and clothed is enough to make them grateful. But they didn't know that the lower limit of people is constantly decreasing. You quietly stretched out the first hand, the people below will stretch out the second hand, the third hand, until one day 5 years ago, the children of Xingfu Orphanage made the news because of collective food poisoning, and you who were worried about attracting police investigation and exposing everything finally panicked. Temporarily attracting public opinion to the chef who was responsible for the cafeteria food that day, you decided to destroy the evidence, including the food stored in the orphanage warehouse that had not been eaten yet. Including the procurement list of the orphanage all along. The dean who had been bought by you long ago began to act that night. He drove all the children to bed early, and in order to avoid naughty children coming out in the middle of the night and breaking his actions, he locked all the room doors from the outside. And just in the process of him destroying the evidence, maybe because he was too panicked, maybe because of an accident, maybe he was the one who set fire to destroy the evidence. In short, a big fire spread from the warehouse to the entire orphanage. The children who were choked awake in their sleep were panicked, they beat the door, shouted, cried, wailed. But the dean and his helpers had already been trapped by the big fire in the warehouse one step ahead. They couldn't even save themselves, and others had been temporarily sent out of the orphanage with an excuse that night. When the rescue arrived, it was already too late. They were burned alive in the fire. This fire was finally defined as an accidental fire, and all people and things were destroyed by the sea of fire. You breathed a sigh of relief. You were worried that everything would not be exposed, and it was even less likely that anyone would stand up and accuse you. You even got rid of a group of burdens because of this, and you shed a few fake tears in front of people inside a few times, which could also earn you a lot of praise. No matter how you think about it, you made a big profit. Dongfang's pupils contracted bit by bit, and he heard the sound of his teeth clenching tightly, and the words that floated out of his teeth. "Kay, you misunderstood. I don't know anything. I didn't expect that those people below would pocket so much, and then push it on me." He opened his mouth with great pain. "It's all my fault for trusting them too much. I didn't expect that in the end it would harm these children." Dongfang was very clear that there was a device installed by the police on his body. Once he admitted anything here, what awaited him was at best ruin and disgrace, and at worst imprisonment. At the police station, they had been watching all this from a distance, while not forgetting to collect clues to track down case people, and of course, they also judged the truth from his reaction. Lu Ningxuan, who had the most fiery temper, slapped the table. "This scum!" she said angrily. "Why didn't the serial killer target this guy before?" After saying this, she realized her slip of the tongue. With her status, she really shouldn't say such a biased statement, and quickly covered her mouth. But her eyes, wide with anger, were still fixed on the computer screen. The faces of the others were also not good, but they were much more rational than her. The person who has been arranged to follow Gongfang should be guarding the suburbs now, right? Keep an eye on the situation at all times. The game rules only allowed him to play alone, but the police station couldn't possibly do nothing. They had always arranged for someone to follow at a sufficient distance, so that they could appear in time in case of any emergencies. Li Fufeng comforted. Don't worry, as long as he really breaks the law, even if we can't find evidence for the time being, we will never allow him to escape the law. In any case, after this matter is over, he must be investigated. Just then, in the warehouse of the orphanage, a new picture appeared on the bright projection screen. So everyone's attention was drawn back. Clap, clap, clap. With the crisp and rhythmic clapping sound, the figure of a young man slowly appeared in the gradually brightening screen. He smiled and exclaimed, "Your acting skills really opened my eyes, Mr. Gong." "But it doesn't matter." The young man slightly lowered his eyes, his tone a bit mocking. "Pursuing truth or justice, that's not my duty." In Gongfang's bright eyes, he smiled slightly. "All I want to do is find the right target, and then play a little game with them." He looked up at Gongfang at the other end of the screen, his black eyes like condensed mist, a large shadow spreading in his eyes. "Ding ding ding, now I announce, the clearance failed." He playfully raised both hands and made a cross. Then, he calmly announced the game punishment. "Those children lost their lives here, and you will lose your son here forever." Gongfang suddenly stood up. "You killed Xiao Tian? Ah, how could you think that? Do I look like such a cruel person? Is this the so-called judging others by oneself?" The young man suddenly leaned back, showing an exaggerated, surprised expression. The screen moved back with his action, revealing a child playing with toys in front of another table behind him, as if he couldn't see what was happening here at all. "The milk tea shop. It's that milk tea shop." In the police station, Li Fufeng, who saw the environment where the young man at the other end of the projection was located, suddenly woke up. "Quick! Go! He must be there." In the warehouse of the orphanage, Gongfang, who saw the little boy playing with toys at the other end of the screen, breathed a sigh of relief. The young man who noticed this bent his eyes in a very bad taste, sat up straight again, and stabbed seriously. "More importantly, this is not your biological son at all. Gongfang? You lost a son, but gained valuable truth. Are you surprised? Are you moved?" A thoughtful paternity test report appeared on the screen. This is impossible. Gongfang was already in a mess. Just a few hours ago, he had completely severed the last tie with his biological daughter for the son, pushing away the daughter who could have been redeemed, and a few hours later, he was told that this was not his son? He had come all this way, risking losing everything and even going to jail, just for a bastard? He was childless? Gongfang's body swayed, and he fell to the ground. On the other side of the screen, the young man chuckled. "Oh my, are old people so osteoporotic?" He reached out his hand, seemingly ready to turn off the projection. The next moment, he withdrew his hand, his head suddenly tilted to the side, and a shadow flashed past his face. Looking closely, one would find that it was a long black umbrella, which, when thrust at him, was like a sword suddenly unsheathed. Following the tip of the umbrella upward, the black handle was held in a slender palm. A man who had suddenly appeared was dressed in a long black trench coat, his light golden hair falling over his eyelids, making his eyes seem devoid of warmth. It had started to rain outside the window. The young man sitting at the table didn't move, just stretched out two fingers to take the tip of the umbrella from both sides, smiled and raised his head. "Oh my, it's really rude to come uninvited without the owner's permission." The blond man who suddenly appeared looked down at him, suddenly curled his lips, and gentle ripples stirred in his drooping eyes. Using someone else's name without permission seems to be even more rude behavior. And, if I'm not mistaken, I shouldn't be considered uninvited, should I? His tone was gentle and elegant, his palm gently rotating the umbrella handle. His aura immediately became dangerous. "What do you think, Mr. K?" The two of them were chatting like old friends. And not far from the projection, Gongfang, who was at the other end of the projection, was like a piece of garbage that no longer had any use value. and was directly forgotten by the two in the corner. Cough, cough, cough. The young man, known as Mr. K, coughed lightly, acknowledging the meaning in the other's words. It's just a little test. Testing whether I have the capacity to be used? It seems you've figured it out. Indeed, deliberately provoking the police is to cause trouble for both of us at the expense of others, isn't it? You're worthy of being the new member I've taken a liking to. I'm sorry, but you don't meet my aesthetic. The blond man's tone was elegant, but his actions were sharp and ruthless. His posture with the black umbrella seemed to be dancing. You came to this world one step ahead of me, seem to understand everything about me, and can guide my aesthetics the moment I appear. I'm really curious about your identity. The black umbrella drew a sharp arc in midair, but it seemed to cut through another layer of void space, and the young man shrouded in shadow didn't even make a dodge posture. He still had the leisure to remind, Hey, if you delay for another minute, the police will come, Mr. Wanted. In the background, you manipulated everything, used me to clear your target, and also completed a small test. The blond man heavily recited the last 4 words. In such a short time, you've done so much, you're not in a hurry to leave, why should I be? The dense footsteps sounded downstairs, although faint, but for them, it was very obvious. The blond man looked at the ripples of shadow drawn by the tip of the umbrella, and suddenly smiled. So it's the shadow of Dawn City. Hey, we're kind of like fellow townspeople, and soon we'll be accomplices, so it's not good to expose me like this. Accomplice? The blond man was slightly taken aback. Anyway, there's still a vacancy here. If it's the position of the Shadow Council president, I might consider it. With the footsteps getting closer and closer, he didn't stay any longer, leaped out of the window, and disappeared into the rain in an instant, leaving the young man sitting in place, and Li Fufeng and others who rushed in, face to face. I was ruthlessly betrayed. Facing the gun pointed at him, he sighed, obediently raised his hands, without any intention of resisting. Today is another day of having to work on the front line because I couldn't recruit new members. He suddenly remembered something and looked at Li Fufeng. By the way, your qualifications are not bad, you can be listed as a target for investigation. In Li Fufeng's puzzled gaze, he cooperatively stretched out his hand to let the other party handcuff him, smiled and asked, Can you tell me your name? There was nothing wrong with saying that. Li Fufeng smiled freely, and clicked the handcuffs tightly. Li Fufeng. I remember. Li Fufeng shook his head, about to take the man away, but found that he was standing still, seemingly not so cooperative. He looked at him in astonishment. Just a moment ago, the young man who had been talking and laughing blinked his eyes, the shadow in the depths of his pupils quickly receded, his eyes became a bit confused, and then gradually woke up from the confusion. Looking at the police in front of him and the handcuffs on his wrist, he opened his mouth in panic and confusion. What happened? We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,556 words. Are we sure he's just an ordinary person? We can basically confirm that. Fang Ji, male, 24 years old, a local from Yuanyang City. All his records from childhood to adulthood are here, nothing unusual. Moreover, he doesn't know any of the people involved in this case, there's no connection between them. According to his statement, he went out for a walk as usual after dinner last night, and then he doesn't remember anything. The next thing he knew, he was a suspect. That is to say, from about 8 o'clock last night to 8 o'clock tonight, almost 24 hours, his memory is blank. He lost a day's memory without knowing it. And just during this day, he committed a major crime that shocked the whole Yuanyang city? Although this sounds like a clumsy lie, all the clues point to this. Several experienced old detectives can determine that he is not lying. There are also many experts in psychology who can testify for him. There are many possibilities now. 1. He is a criminal with superb acting skills and a master of psychology, deceiving everyone with his performance. This is not impossible. 2. He is not lying, but was hypnotized, his memory was modified by someone, and the modifier's technique is extremely sophisticated, far beyond the general sense of hypnosis. 3. In the past 24 hours, the one controlling this body was not him, he was just an unlucky guy picked at random. There's another possibility, he knows the person behind the scenes. Then continue the investigation according to these speculations. Before we can fully confirm, he cannot be let go. If he is indeed innocent, this is also a form of protection. I will apply for a special arrest warrant from above. At the Yuanyang City Police Station, after an overnight interrogation, the people who were full of fatigue walked into the conference room, their faces solemn. We originally thought it was just an ordinary kidnapping case. Even if the kidnapper was a bit vicious, we didn't expect it to be linked to the serial murder case on the rainy night a while ago. Xu Xingrui and other members of the Special Case Investigation Team, who were eager to catch the serial killer on the rainy night and did not participate in the investigation of the kidnapping case, rushed back after receiving the news and met with Li Fufeng and others. Xu Xingrui immediately grabbed Li Fufeng, who was passing by, and asked eagerly, "I heard that the serial killer appeared, is it true?" Li Fufeng nodded, "It's true, there's also video footage." During the conversation, all the personnel had already gathered, the door of the conference room was closed, and the video that Li Fufeng and others had watched several times was played on the projection screen in the conference room, and the first to appear was the kidnapper Fang Ji. However, at the moment, everyone's attention was only partially focused on this person who was already staying obediently in the police station, and more thoughts were on the serial killer who had run away. When that black umbrella suddenly appeared in the lens, the people in the conference room who were prepared couldn't help but concentrate. In the next moment, the blonde man in a black trench coat officially entered the scene, appearing in front of everyone for the first time. Although it wasn't captured in the video, but from that direction, we can guess that he should have entered from the window. The member of the Special Case Investigation Team who was watching this video for the first time speculated. Li Fufeng, who had been to the scene at the time, gave a definite answer, "That should be correct," and later he left by jumping directly out of the window. Speaking of this, Lu Ningxuang was full of regret. I had guessed long ago that he was not an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to let him escape in the end. Out of caution, the police who arrived at the scene were divided into two groups. Li Fufeng and his group entered the milk tea shop, while Lu Ningxuang, who was more agile, was left behind with another group of colleagues to block the surroundings to prevent the suspect from escaping. In fact, their blockade was very tight. All possible escape routes, like the back door and windows, were within the blockade range. If anyone came out, they would be surrounded immediately. But their target was not an ordinary person at all. They clearly remembered that the moment the blonde man jumped out of the window, they were ready to move forward, but in the blink of an eye, the person was gone. Can you imagine? A living person just disappeared under my eyelids. Speaking of the scene at the time, Lu Ningxuang was still incredulous. She gestured dramatically with both hands, her tone filled with shock. "Really? It's like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. He just came out of the window, and it was as if someone had erased him directly from mid-air with an eraser. If it hadn't happened right in front of me, I would have doubted if I was dreaming." We were all dumbfounded on the spot. How could we possibly catch a person with such abilities? The atmosphere in the conference room had become somewhat depressed, and everyone fell silent. Even among them, there were experienced old detectives who had been fighting wits and courage with criminals for many years. At this time, they couldn't help but feel a faint sense of powerlessness. After all, this time, they were not facing ordinary people, but truly extraordinary beings. If the previous speculation about supernatural powers was just a guess, then now the guess has obviously become a fact. How should they, who have no special powers themselves, respond? At this moment, they felt somewhat at a loss. And Yuansheng, the oldest and most stable member of the Special Case Investigation Team, spoke up, "This matter is no longer something we can handle. On the way here, I have already reported to the cabinet, and all the videos and other materials have been uploaded to the capital. If nothing unexpected happens, the capital will specially dispatch personnel to establish a new department to deal with supernatural-related events. This also includes the supernatural events that occurred in Yuanyang City." Hearing him say this, the others reacted, "So this matter will soon be taken over by a new department?" For a moment, they didn't know what to feel. They felt both shame and relief, relaxation and a bit of unwillingness. Probably guessing the thoughts of the crowd, and Yuansheng continued, "But before that, this is our task. No matter what, we have to do our best. If we can analyze some key intelligence, even if it has to be handed over to others in the end, it's still a contribution. Everyone nodded in agreement, showing a look of deep understanding. In the conference room projection, the short 10-minute video had already finished playing, and then it was the second time, the third time, the fourth time. Everyone watched the video over and over again, wishing they could focus on every detail with a magnifying glass. The conversation between the blonde man and Feng Zhi was the most important part, and they analyzed it word by word. The more they analyzed, the more they felt, this information is so huge. First of all, we can determine the identities of these two people. Yin Shubai almost understood everything after watching it once. The guy who claimed to be K was just using a pseudonym. The serial killer we've been chasing all along is K. As for the other person, he should belong to an organization called the Shadow Council, and is an important member of it, most likely the so-called president. Previously in their conversation, they mentioned Dawn City, and mentioned that the two of them came to this world one after another. So, to speculate boldly, outside our real world, there should be another world where the extraordinary live. Isn't this the setting in web novels? Chu Xingrui took over. In the extraordinary world, there might also be countries, regions, cities, and the president of the Shadow Council comes from Dawn City. Yes, if we follow this line of thought, this series of events should actually be these two people fighting across space. In the brightly lit conference room of the police station late at night, everyone was brainstorming, starting to make reasonable guesses based on clues. In the old city area late at night, Bai Yi, who had staged a I Tear Myself drama, lazily opened the puppet master's diary. At this time, the people in the conference room had pieced together the whole picture of the incident. Assuming that there is another extraordinary world that we don't know about, long before this, the president of the Shadow Council came to the real world for some unknown reason, and for unknown reasons, other members of the council probably did not descend. At the same time, Bai Yi was writing with his pen. Beyond the blue star, there exist countless foreign dimensions. Whenever different dimensions overlap due to unknown reasons, abnormal spacetime nodes appear. A few years ago, the appearance of an abnormal spacetime node brought the uncrowned king of Dawn City to this world. In the conference room, everyone continued. Because he appeared in the real world earlier, the president of the Shadow Council had ample time to redevelop his power and collect information in the real world. The victims of the serial murder case on the rainy night a while ago, and Gong Feng this time, were probably already on his target list. The puppet master, who adheres to the concept of embodying the greatest evil and devouring all evil, despite losing all his foundation in Dawn City, did not get discouraged. Instead, he silently hid himself, redeveloped in this brand new world, and started his old business again. He hid in the shadows of the city, contributing to the city's environmental protection. Shush 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 shush. Smooth handwriting was being written on the notebook. Just at this time, Kay also came to the real world for unknown reasons. Not knowing that the president of the Shadow Council was also here, he just arrived and touched the other party's intelligence network, was discovered by the president of the Shadow Council, and moved to recruit him. This shows that Kay in the extraordinary world should be an unorganized individual. The puppet master, who originally wanted to quietly clean up all the target garbage, discovered Kay's arrival and immediately had more choices. He decided to include this person under his command and strengthen the council. Then, it's the guidance mentioned by Kay, and the test mentioned by the president of the Shadow Council. Yin Shubai added, if I'm not guessing wrong, Kay, the serial killer on the rainy night, killing the so-called people who fit his aesthetics, should give him some benefits, perhaps related to his supernatural powers. So, the president of the Shadow Council secretly used some means to guide him, allowing him, who had just arrived in Yuanyang City and was unfamiliar with life, to quickly find the target that fits his aesthetics. And in fact, these people are probably already on the president of the Shadow Council's list. Just like Gong Feng. In this way, the president of the Shadow Council completed the test of K, and by the way, solved the people he wanted to solve. As the former uncrowned king of Dawn City, the puppet master understands K's abilities, such as his extraordinary equipment. When the black umbrella transforms into a gun, its bullets are condensed from the turbid soul energy. The more turbid the soul of each person who dies under K's hand, the stronger the extraordinary bullet condensed. So, the puppet master guided K to find the garbage that should be on his cleaning list, cleaned it up, and completed the test of K. By the way, which can be described as a win-win. As for K, he probably didn't notice at first, but later he probably found something wrong, so he suddenly started killing wildly. We thought this was because of your provocation, King Chu. This is his provocation to us. The name Chu Xingrui smiled embarrassingly, and listened to others continue to analyze, but now it seems that he probably provoked both sides at the same time. We are just incidental. Maybe our carpet-style search and citywide martial law is exactly what K wants. He might want to force the person behind the scenes to show up. The puppet master accurately received K's provocation. He realized that the other party had discovered the artificial guidance, which made the puppet master happy. It's worthy of being a member he values. The smart IQ in his head occupies the high ground. So, the puppet master decided to give his own response. Then, there was the kidnapping incident. This should be the response given by the president of the Shadow Council. He committed the kidnapping case under the name of K, causing a worldwide sensation, probably wanting K to come to him actively? The puppet master actively hooked K in a high-profile manner. Finally, it's what we saw in the video. The only thing the president of the Shadow Council probably didn't expect was that K not only did not agree to the recruitment, but even deliberately exposed the existence of the Shadow Council at the expense of others? Inside the police station, everyone closed all the clues and finally formed a logical chain that seemed to have no loopholes. But, did he really not expect it? The atmosphere in the conference room stagnated for a moment, and everyone took a long breath. Anyway, at least we are no longer in the dark now. If I'm not guessing wrong, this time is mostly just a tentative fight between the two of them, and they didn't even take it seriously knowing that the milk tea shop has been exposed. They definitely can't stay there for long, let alone expose their whole cards in front of us. K found the person behind him who was using him, and the president of the Shadow Council also conveyed the intention of recruitment, and both sides achieved their goals. In Shubai, the smartest person, guessed, maybe now we are studying their identities here. These two people have already started a deeper confrontation in a place we don't know. The others suddenly felt that he made a lot of sense. Yeah, maybe they're fighting now. They all showed a solemn expression on their faces. On the second floor of the apartment in the Old City area, the puppet master's diary had already been included in the Shadow Council interface, and the light in the bedroom went out with a snap. Bai Yi got into bed, yawning sleepily. While Lin Shubai and others were still staying up late and going bald, the puppet master and the man behind K, who were said to be in a fierce fight, had already fallen asleep peacefully, smiley face. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,490 words. July 16, 9 a.m. Yuanyang City. Upon waking up, everyone noticed the change in the city, as if it had returned to a month ago overnight. The topic of the Rainy Night serial murder case on the internet, after nearly a month of continuous discussion, had gradually cooled down. The previous carpet-style search and wide-range investigation only lasted for 2 days and then disappeared. What replaced it was a sensational kidnapping case. All sorts of negative information about Gongfang were dug up overnight, directly occupying the top 6 spots of the local hot search. What happened? Wasn't he supposed to be a well-known philanthropic entrepreneur? Abandoned his wife and daughter, embezzled, bribed, evaded taxes, even murder and arson came out? The fire at the Xingfu orphanage was a big deal locally back then. I heard that none of the 63 children escaped. At that time, everyone thought it was an accident, but now you're telling me this might have been man-made? My God, he harmed so many children. Hasn't Gong had nightmares over these years? I didn't expect that a kidnapping case would reveal so many secrets. I originally wanted to say that the kidnapper was heartless, even able to harm such small children, and even played games? What the hell? I just want to say, well done, boss. If it weren't for this boss exposing it, who would know that Gongfang is such a scumbag under his human skin? Strongly request imprisonment. Latest news, Gongfang has been taken away by the police for investigation. If there are no accidents, he should be going to jail soon. Ahaha, satisfying. Let him get more sentences. Am I the only one who wants to know if the Rainy Night serial murderer has been caught? Now that the kidnapping case has been solved, what about the Rainy Night serial murder case? Isn't this a greater threat? You upstairs, didn't you see that the patrolling police have already withdrawn? There's also no carpet-style search. The attitude of the police clearly indicates that the Rainy Night serial murder case has been solved. Either the criminal has been caught, or it is confirmed that he has left the city. Anyway, there is no danger in Yuanyang City. Some special cases, the police will definitely not disclose the inside story to the public. This time is mostly like this. I also think so. The Rainy Night serial murder case made such a big fuss, the whole country was alarmed. The inside story must be astonishing. Now the police do not announce it, mostly because it is inconvenient. Maybe when the time comes, they will announce the inside story? Anyway, I haven't done anything guilty, so I'm not afraid. Now I'm more curious about what will happen to Gong's group after Gong Fong is arrested. It should be handed over to his daughter to inherit, right? Isn't it said that his son has no blood relationship with him? Anyway, the stock of Gong's group has been falling all the way. It is said that part of the industry will also be investigated. After the investigation, it should be handed over to the young lady. Even if the industry of Gong's group shrinks a circle, it should be enough for her to live without worry for a lifetime, right? Thinking about it this way, I'm satisfied. The wheel of fortune turns, who can escape the heavens? The scumbag father abandoned his wife and daughter and monopolized the family business, and in the end, he went to jail. The young lady was self-reliant and finally regained her family property. From the perspective of the young lady, this is a satisfying female lead. Rich lady, look at me. I have a bad stomach. Am I the only one still worried about the protagonist of this kidnapping case? I heard he's only 10 years old, just got kidnapped and was frightened, then his beloved father is going to jail, and it was also found out that he's not his father's biological son. How miserable. My aunt works as a maid in the Gong family. I heard that his mother only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. As soon as she heard that Gong Fong was in trouble, she packed up her jewelry and left directly before dawn this morning, without caring that her son was still at the police station and hadn't come home. Is this legal blindness? Can she choose not to raise her biological son if he's underage? Does she want to be charged with abandonment and go to jail with Gong Fong? Latest news, the young lady expressed her willingness to keep the little guy in the Gong family until he turns 18. But his biological mother must bear the necessary child support. Wow, the young lady is really beautiful and kind-hearted. This is also good. I always feel that it's unreliable to follow such a mother. At present, the public opinion on the Rainy Night serial murder case has been suppressed, and the inside story of the kidnapping case has successfully diverted other people's attention. This has bought us some time. Before more supernatural events occur and attract widespread attention, we can still control the news within a certain range. Here are the details of this matter. Please open the file. In a secret base conference room in the imperial capital, someone stood on the stage, with a lit projection screen behind him. Those sitting below, without exception, were important personnel of the upper echelons of Yao country, many of whom had appeared on TV news. On the most special observer seat on the side, was the nominal but powerless monarch Chu Xingbang and several elders. On June 23, the first Rainy Night murder case occurred in Yuanyang City, and the victim's body was found at noon the next day. With this person's voice, the corresponding files and photos appeared on the projection screen behind him. On June 26, the second victim appeared. Until July 7, the murderer killed 11 people in half a month. On July 10, the Special Case Investigation Team arrived in Yuanyang City, and 3 more victims appeared that night. King Chu deliberately said some inappropriate words to solve the case, and 2 days later, on July 12, the murderer killed 6 more people, and the Special Case Investigation Team began a carpet-style search. This person retraced the events that had happened in less than a month in detail. After all, many people in the conference room might only know the general idea and not the specific details. Then it was July 15, which was yesterday, when the kidnapping case occurred, and supernatural events surfaced for the first time. The 3 supernatural events that can be confirmed at present. First is the most sensational Rainy Night serial murder case. The person on the stage signaled everyone to open the file, and the projection behind him also appeared. The confirmed information is as follows. On the projection screen, lines of text appeared. Name, K, suspected code. Identity, unorganized, extraordinary individual. Appearance: appears to be a mature male around 27 years old, with light golden hair, almost shoulder length, deep emerald eyes, suspected to have the bloodline of the Holy Federation or the Qingqing Empire. Behavioral habits: likes to wear a black trench coat, carries a black umbrella, suspected to be a weapon with supernatural powers, likes to appear on rainy nights, likes to enter residents' homes uninvited, self-proclaimed as a traveler, likes to use honorifics, acts elegantly, suspected to have received good etiquette training. Extraordinary ability: disappears on the spot, suspected teleportation. It is speculated that the condition for activating this ability is a rainy night, or it must be in the rain. It may also be unrestricted, appearing on rainy nights is his personal hobby. Uses a black umbrella to attack. Can transform into firearms, can be used as a sword for close combat. Personality simulation: likes to kill, arrogant and high profile, conceited, has a strong desire to perform. Does not purely pursue the result of killing, enjoys playing and torturing others more, pursues excitement, will let people go/release people due to a whim, dine with the victims' families, even if it may bring him adverse effects. Supplement: on June 17, a drunkard accidentally stumbled upon the scene of this person's killing but was spared. Afterward, it was discovered that the crime scene had disappeared. Upon analysis, it was very likely the time and place where the perpetrator first descended into the real world, which had been sealed off. This person is extremely arrogant and conceited, without a sense of good and evil. He may have a certain care for children, perhaps related to his experiences. While killing, he enjoys getting feedback from others, just like a performance must have an audience. If he is not subdued by the president of the Shadow Council in the future, he will definitely continue to commit crimes, but the target may not be limited to Yuanyang City. The people below all frown slightly, flipping over a new page of the file, while listening to the person on the stage continue to speak. The second case is related to the Shadow Council. At present, we only know that this should be a supernatural organization hidden in the dark. The leader of the organization is likely a lone individual who came to the real world and secretly developed the Shadow Council. The person on the stage switched the screen. It's worth mentioning that a police officer from the Yuanyang City Police Department pointed out to us that on June 17, a car accident occurred in Yuanyang City. There were factors behind the scenes that were induced by someone. All clues point to an existence on the internet with the codename Doctor, whose style of action is very suspicious. He suspects that he may be a member of the Shadow Council. We will re-examine all the cases that have occurred in Yuanyang City over the past few years based on this clue. Perhaps there are traces of the Shadow Council among them. The information currently known is roughly. New lines of text appeared on the projection screen. Name, unknown. Identity, President of the Shadow Council. Appearance, unknown. Behavioral habits, suspected to hide behind the scenes and mainly control others' actions. Accustomed to layering layouts, good at capturing human weaknesses, and guiding others' actions. Loki, cautious, meticulous thinking, does not like to show off. Secretly and silently developed the Shadow Council, without leaving traces for many years. This time, he suddenly violated his character and took high-profile actions. In addition to recruiting people, it is suspected that some unknown event suddenly occurred that made it impossible to continue to develop quietly in an orderly manner, such as an unknown change in the supernatural world. This unknown change may also be the reason why K came to the real world. Extraordinary ability, suspected to be related to shadows, can negate attacks in the shadows, can remotely control other people's bodies. The specific strength and range are temporarily unknown. Personality simulation, overly radical justice has become evil, has a set of self-justifying moral norms and judgment standards. For the scum of humanity recognized by universal values, whether they have violated the law or not, they will be judged. Under normal circumstances, he will not take action himself, but will guide others to willingly take action. He is suspected of considering himself as the shadow behind the light, a dark enforcer with ideals, beliefs, goals, and is very difficult to shake. Supplement: the Shadow Council under his command is likely a dark law enforcement organization hidden in the dark, which cleans up the cleaning targets defined by them as scum through guiding other people's actions, while they themselves hide in the shadows. At present, it seems that the Shadow Council, as an organization, may have a wider range than K as an individual, but because of their style of hiding in the shadows, the impact they cause in front of the public is very slight. The person on the stage switched the screen, so we can investigate slowly, without having to make a big fuss and alarm the public. The last supernatural event only exists in legend. As this person's voice fell, many pictures and text materials appeared on the projection screen. It's a flower shop that exists in legend, said to be able to fulfill the wishes of its customers. Only those who have suffered misfortune and have a strong desire have a chance to see this magical flower shop. And every customer who enters the flower shop will eventually receive a seed from the shop owner. When the seed blooms in the sincere wish, it will bring blessings and good luck to its owner. So far, the only evidence we have is a girl who was suffering from a terminal illness but successfully recovered. We originally wanted to take the flower for testing, but apart from the owner of the flower, no one could touch the petals. And the other seeds brought out from the flower shop, according to the test, are just ordinary seeds, no special features were found. The people below were whispering to each other, discussing, and the sound of flipping files kept ringing. Because this matter has now spread very widely, we have also consciously done some publicity. Many people have heard about the mysterious flower shop. All major hospitals have terminally ill patients and their families who firmly believe it, as well as other groups, such as the disabled, families of mentally retarded children, etc. Many people believe this legend. From those who are most likely to become customers, we are closely watching. Once the mysterious flower shop reappears, we will receive the news at the first time. In summary, we have reason to suspect that there will be more and more supernatural events, which may mean the beginning of a new era. Just like in the industrial age, our Yao country was the first to seize the opportunity, so we could lead step by step. The Qinsheng Empire implemented political reforms earlier than us, constitutional monarchy, but we surpassed them with a more complete and advanced system. The emergence of supernatural events also means new opportunities we must not miss. This may be our chance to completely surpass other countries. We believe it is necessary to establish a special department to deal specifically with supernatural events, which may be the beginning of a new era. This meeting lasted for a long time. Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau, this special department that will lead Yao country forward in the new era, was thus born. And Bai Yi, who had a good sleep and didn't get up until the sun was high at noon, was preparing today's lunch. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,453 words. La la la. Happiness is such an easy thing. Humming this song that he had heard so many times in his childhood that it left a deep impression, Bai Yi suddenly scooped up a fish from the basin, swinging it by its tail in the air for several circles. The fish was so dizzy that it saw stars. Then, with a plop, he threw it onto the cutting board. For a moment, water droplets splashed everywhere. And the next instant, the surrounding space seemed like a movie scene slowed down countless times. Those splashed water droplets traced slow trajectories in Bai Yi's vision, scattering in midair like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Then, they formed a series of transparent, blurry words. The nightmare game system suddenly came online. Your card, Ghost in the Rainy Night, has collected 100 legend degrees, successfully materialized from virtual to real. From now on, equipping this card will no longer consume any nightmare crystals. The card character has completely broken through the restrictions of the nightmare, becoming a part of the player as easy to use as one's own arm. The situation after each card completely materializes not only depends on the initial characteristic setting but also on the impression made on the world during the process of collecting legend degrees. From fake to real, from virtual to actual. The depth of the world's belief in the false content will determine the content that becomes real. Do you want to view the details of the materialized card? From fake to real, from virtual to actual? Bai Yi stared at the line of text in front of him, no longer in a hurry to deal with the fish. So the essence of the legend degree is similar to human willpower, the power of fantasy, the power of faith. From the beginning, when he learned that the card needed a legend degree to exist for a long time, Bai Yi had some guesses. The card itself is a fictitious creation from the nightmare. When the legend degree is sufficient, it can directly materialize and exist in reality for a long time. In a sense, isn't this equivalent to a god born from human fantasy? If he made everyone believe that K really existed and believed that he possessed some extraordinary abilities, then, at the moment when the card completely materialized into reality, would it become a real extraordinary? One should know that up until now, the Nightmare fragment copies that Bai Yi had passed through were just ordinary copies without any special powers, whether it was K, or Puppet Master Su Dong, or even the florist who preached in the flower shop. They did not possess extraordinary powers within the copies. If only a few ordinary people were materialized, it would be of no use to his goal of transforming the world and making everyone extraordinary. But if his guess was correct, he could make the cards pretend to be extraordinary, make everyone believe that they were truly extraordinary, and finally materialize several cards into real extraordinary beings. Then, the effect would be much greater. So, Bai Yi began his own cunning operation. He first used his ability to deploy character cards at any time and retrieve character cards at any time to create an elusive image for several cards, even making people mistakenly believe that the ghost in the rainy night could teleport at any time during a rainy night. Then there was the Puppet Master card. Originally, it was a behind-the-scenes Black Hand who controlled others' lives with his brain, wisdom, and the huge power of the Shadow Council, and did not possess any extraordinary powers himself. But Bai Yi first forged for it the ability to hide in the shadows. In fact, this was the temporary materialization effect of the Shadow Council template. Then through two vests playing a scene against each other, deepened and strengthened its invincible image in the shadow domain. In addition, he also forged for this card the ability to control others remotely. The first few points were easy to disguise, but the last illusion of remotely controlling others was not simple. This had to mention the day the Nightmare game system went online, the only transcendent skill Bai Yi obtained appraise of the blind LV1. This skill had a total of 4 additional effects, including passive goodwill aura, active reduction of presence, and temporary enhancement of strength at the cost of reduced vision. The last and most special effect was Adam's Soul Praise. Adam's Soul Praise can only be used once, unique consumable. After using this skill, it will summon a soul phantom that obeys your commands 100%, and will go through fire and water for you until it completely dissipates. Note, this is a praise for the blind. You played with the enemy whose strength far exceeded yours in the identity of the blind, completed the identity swap of the hunter and the prey, ignited the nightmare with the flame of revenge, and obtained the special soul praise of regret. At that time, Bai Yi noticed the unusualness of this special effect. A soul phantom that obeys commands 100%? Does it mean that I can inhabit it with my consciousness? Bai Yi's thoughts suddenly opened up. Since his own skills could be used when he equipped any card, Bai Yi first equipped the Puppet Master card, then used Adam's Soul Praise, and summoned a soul phantom, Adams. Since this was a soul phantom that obeyed commands 100% and would not resist, it was reasonable and logical to let it give up its own control of the soul and let the consciousness of the Puppet Master control its soul phantom, right? Then came the most critical step. As a phantom of the soul, being able to possess a living person and control their body was even more reasonable, right? So, Puppet Master Bai Yi casually chose a poor guy, controlled Adam's soul phantom, possessed this guy, and gained control of his body. In other words, Bai Yi controlled the Puppet Master, who controlled Adams, who controlled the poor guy's body. In this way, in the eyes of the unknowing, it became the Puppet Master possessing the extraordinary ability to remotely control others' bodies. But in fact, when you peel off the first layer of the poor guy, Fangji, the second layer, Soul Remnant Adams, appears. When you peel off the second layer, Soul Remnant Adams, the mysterious Puppet Master, appears. When you peel off the third layer Puppet Master, you will find that everything is Bai Yi messing around. Fang, Adam, Puppet, Bai Yi, Master, C.G. This is the legendary nesting doll, right? After all these cunning operations, he had completely fooled people. But whether this method of misleading people into thinking that character cards have extraordinary powers through deception could ultimately allow character cards to truly materialize extraordinary powers, Bai Yi couldn't be 100% sure. And now, it was time to test whether his cunning operation was indeed feasible. Do you want to view the details of the materialized card? Staring at the line of text in front of him, Bai Yi decisively chose yes. A phantom card slowly emerged from mid-air, solidified into substance, and directly rushed towards Bai Yi's forehead. Bai Yi immediately had a feeling in his heart that in the future, he wouldn't have to summon cards through the system anymore. As long as he had a thought, he could directly split a piece of his mind into a vest avatar. Lines of text refreshed in his pupils. Ghost in the rainy night. One rainy night teleportation LV10. Description: when night falls, all places covered by rain are within your teleportation range. You can teleport from one rainy place to another at any time. Even from the eastern hemisphere to the western hemisphere, from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere. Note, this skill comes from the characteristic of the ghost that appears in the rainy night at any time. Through the player's multiple times of instant deployment and instant withdrawal of cards, the public is misled to believe that the character has teleportation skills, which are widely recognized and spread, and become real from virtual. 2 Gunfighting LV3. Description: gunfighting level that surpasses human limits. Note, through the Rainy Night serial murder case, your combat ability has been widely recognized and spread. In the legend, the black umbrella in your hand is an extraordinary weapon that can switch between firearms and swords. Due to the deep belief of the world, after the legend degree reaches 100, your gunfighting skill that surpasses human limits is materialized with the card. The card has been materialized. If the player wants to upgrade this card, please collect more legend degrees on this basis, or use higher level nightmare crystals. Indeed. The extraordinary ability has indeed materialized. Bai Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, waving the kitchen knife joyfully. La 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 la, it's a success. A stream of blood spurted out. The fish, which had been lying on the chopping board for a while, no longer dizzy but began to have difficulty breathing, was immediately killed. Bai Yi, in a good mood, prepared a sumptuous meal for himself. Of course, fish was indispensable. He ate while thinking about the next plan. Before, in addition to the ghost in the rainy night K, and the puppet master, he also had some arrangements for the flower speaker character card. Using the characteristic of the ordinary flower shop, scene template itself being illusory and not belonging to reality, he forged a mysterious flower shop that exists in another space and can only be entered by destined people, making every customer firmly believe in it. But in fact, apart from the fact that this scene template is indeed magical, the flower speaker itself has no special abilities. What wish fulfillment? It doesn't exist. It's just a pyramid scheme leader with max affinity. The flower speaker has a hammer's ability to fulfill wishes. All the flower seeds given to customers are of course just ordinary flower seeds, and no one can check out any abnormalities. If the Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau, who checks those flower seeds one by one and stays up all night, knew this fact, they would definitely doubt life and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with this world? Can't there be a little trust between people? The reason Bai Yi did this, of course, was based on his guess that the legend degree is similar to the power of will. As long as there are enough people who believe, or the power of will is pure and devout, the character cards can turn falsehood into truth, and virtual into reality. If so, when those customers truly believe that a sincere wish can make the seeds bloom and help them fulfill their wishes, who's to say that the wish won't really come true? This is equivalent to the customers first providing the Yi flower speaker with the legend degree, allowing the Yi flower speaker to truly possess the extraordinary ability to fulfill others' wishes. Wouldn't the fake become real? Does this method sound familiar? Doesn't it resemble a pyramid scheme leader who first uses a shell company and a grandiose plan to swindle a large amount of money from customers, then uses the money to create products, and then gives back to the customers, only that the money is replaced by the power of will/legend degree? Previously, because he was not sure whether the guess could become true, Bai Yi didn't use the Yi flower speaker card too many times. After all, fooling people like this, the conscience would also hurt. In fact, he was too lazy to spend too much time on something uncertain, lest he develop a large number of downlines and then find out that he can't produce any products at all. Wouldn't that be a waste? Now that the plan is confirmed to be feasible, Bai Yi decided to equip the Yi flower speaker card more often when he has nothing to do, and fill up the legend degree as soon as possible. Because the flower shop didn't reveal any miracles, the current progress of the legend degree was only 37, which was the result of the legend of the mysterious flower shop spreading all over the internet. As for the Yi puppet master, Bai Yi opened it and looked at the legend degree. It was already 69? He interestingly curved his eyes. Oh yeah, it seems that the puppet master has completely exposed to the upper echelons of Yao country. At present, netizens' understanding of this card is limited to the information released by the police, the leader of a criminal organization, Shadow Council. As for the special power to control others, and even the identity of the extraordinary, none of it was revealed. Even though everyone knows the existence of such a person, but the understanding of its detailed information is so scarce, logically speaking, the progress of the legend degree should not be so fast. And now the legend degree of 69 is still slowly rising. The only explanation is, from the upper echelons of Yao country. Ordinary people know almost nothing about the puppet master. Most of the upper echelons of Yao country have already figured out the information that Bai Yi deliberately revealed, and the related information is still spreading among the upper echelons. This is the reason why the legend degree of this card is constantly rising. Analyzing this through the changes in the legend degree, Bai Yi slowly stood up and stretched lazily. Humming a tune, he strolled over to the window in 3 or 2 steps, his curious gaze cast in the direction of the imperial capital. Having discovered a special power that is completely unknown and not under control, how will those people respond? Establish relevant institutions, investigate the traces of possible extraordinary powers over the years? Look for folk oddities and eccentrics, especially those religious organizations that were once regarded as feudal superstitions by the public? Or, among the extraordinary beings that have already appeared, try to connect with the most likely cooperative extraordinary being? By the end, the corners of Bai Yi's mouth slowly curved up. He coughed lightly, and suddenly spoke seriously. Well then, it's decided that it's you. Bai Yi suddenly stretched out his hand, and with a swipe of his fingertip, he threw out a card. The card slowly rotated in midair, revealing a scene full of flowers and a young man with a gentle smile amidst the flowers. Go, Pikachu. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2098 words. Please don't worry. I have already received enough compensation. May your wishes come true. Pink, white, purple, blue, red, the flowers bloomed wildly, forming a sea of flowers, decorating the entire flower shop. The young man on the rattan chair smiled like a spring breeze, sending off another customer. He had an ordinary young face, eyes that were more transparent and inclusive than the most knowledgeable elder, and when he smiled, it was purer and more beautiful than the most innocent child, making people unconsciously feel close to him. With this spring-like smile, he looked outside. The back of the customer, the moment they stepped over the threshold of the flower shop, was like crossing an invisible ripple, coming out of the water. The entire flower shop was like an illusion in the water, a palace under the sea, with a water-like membrane separating it from the surrounding world. Through the transparent glass wall of the flower shop, he saw a twisted and chaotic world. Low and dilapidated buildings, walls and roofs still carrying the style of a castle from decades ago, bars and convenience stores with signs covered in thick dust, employees at the door listlessly soliciting business, streets where sewage flowed and garbage was dumped at will, gang members fighting fiercely on the street, passers-by who were innocently killed and lay in a pool of blood because they couldn't dodge in time, and children with backpacks who ran past the fighting crowd, sticking to the wall of the street with an expression of indifference. The roar of firearms, the friction sound of wheels in the road during emergency braking, screams, curses, angry roars, and the usual laughter in the distance. The flower shop stood silently at the end of this street. All of this was presented before his eyes without reservation. No wonder it's the most chaotic royal district in Xing country. Xing country, officially known as the Qinqing Empire. As one of the few major countries on the Blue Star with comparable national strength to Yao country, the social environment of Xing country was far less stable than that of Yao country. More precisely, the environment of Xing country was the most dangerous and chaotic among the major countries. In the final analysis, it was related to the political system of the Qinqing Empire. Although the Qinqing Empire was the first country to end the feudal system and implement a constitutional monarchy, the last monarch under the feudal system did not voluntarily choose to give up his rights, he was overthrown by the wave of times. With the advent of the industrial age, the liberation of people's thoughts, the pursuit of human rights, freedom, and equality, more and more people found it difficult to accept that there was a king who had the power of life and death above their heads, and even more difficult to accept the situation where one person was served by a country and one person commanded a country. The initial outcry was not loud, but like a wildfire, it gradually turned into a torrential trend, sweeping up from the bottom of the Morning Star Empire. Even the supreme throne of the king was placed on the burning firewood and scorching fire rack. In the end, the last monarch of the feudal era reluctantly handed over most of the power in his hands, thus he was able to retreat from the surging public opinion, preserving the dignity of the king. However, compared with the later Yao country, the constitutional reform of the Qinsheng Empire was not completely thorough. The emperor was not powerless, merely a seal of honor, but still held a part of the military power, which was also the confidence of the royal family. The power of the Qinsheng Empire was completely divided into three. The emperor himself, the excellent people from the noble class of the empire formed the cabinet, and the members of the parliament elected by the people from the common people. The three stood separately. During the war that swept the world 50 years ago, it was the most united time for all classes of the Qinsheng Empire, and since then, the struggle has been constant for the past 50 years. The three high-level factions were not satisfied with the power they held, trying to get more power from the other two factions, and the lower-class people were also dissatisfied with the status quo, thinking that the current empire did not achieve what they sought when they overthrew the imperial system. In addition, the Qinsheng Empire did not ban firearms. The bureaucratic system belonging to the three factions was intriguing. The area near the imperial capital was fine, but the remote places were very chaotic. At this moment, the King district where the flower shop was located was the area with the most gangs, the highest crime rate, and the most chaotic management in the Qinsheng Empire. If it was divided by the concentration of misfortune, it could rank at the forefront of the entire Blue Star. Bai randomly placed the flower shop every day based on the concentration of misfortune, and had already made a round in various countries, and it was not surprising that it was finally the turn of the Qinsheng Empire today. In the sea of flowers, all the flowers seemed to have received sufficient fertilization, and they stretched their posture wantonly. Sniffing the increasingly strong fragrance of the flowers in the shop, his gaze fell on the chaotic street not far away, and the young shopkeeper was thoughtful. Cultivating too much soil of misfortune is indeed beneficial to the development of the flower shop, but what is most needed here is not my kind of superficial solution, but a more intense solution. He gently stroked the petals, murmured, suddenly thought of something. The smile on his lips seemed to gently open in the spring breeze. I think someone will definitely like it here. As his voice fell, at the door of the shop, a figure slowly emerged in midair. As if it was sketched out by invisible ink on a blank piece of paper. Black clothes and black umbrella, the light golden hair was shining in the sun, his deep green eyes like jade looked in the direction of the young shopkeeper, the corners of his mouth raised a perfect arc. Good afternoon, it's a rare and splendid day. This is the first time for me. The shopkeeper stretched out his hand. Then, please enjoy it. The suddenly appearing man smiled slightly, his gaze casually swept around, fell back on the shopkeeper, and spoke in a polite tone. It seems that a new journey has begun. Is this the place you recommended for me? It is indeed very, very, very in line with my aesthetics. The young shopkeeper stood up, also smiled and walked towards the door. Yes, I guess you will like it here. He pushed open the door, letting the sunlight pour in, and with it came the turbid and agitated breath. Well then, I wish you a pleasant journey. I will, I think I definitely will. Kay sniffed lightly with a fascinated expression. Even the air is floating with an exciting scent, I can't wait. He returned a salute, opened the black umbrella and walked out of the shop. The scorching sun was firmly blocked outside by the black umbrella, his face was shrouded in the shadow of the umbrella, only a pair of deep green pupils rippled. The young shopkeeper smiled and watched him leave, turned around and walked back into the shop, just sat down on the rattan chair again, and heard a scream. He looked up. On the dirty street, there were still many people who had just fought fiercely lying across. The man stepped on a wrist without mercy, and just passed through the crowd like this. Bang bang bang. Before long, on the street, the gunfire that had just stopped soon rang again, and everything returned to chaos. No one saw that at the end of the street, the flower shop, just as it suddenly arrived, disappeared again. On another continent, the Holy Federation. A flower shop appeared silently on a street, and as the customer pushed the door in, the shopkeeper on the rattan chair raised his head. Welcome! Above the South Sea, a group of islands composed of many island countries. An ordinary flower shop suddenly appeared silently on the beach of a small island. Welcome! West Sea, the largest island country, Sang country. Near a shopping mall in the capital, in the suddenly appearing flower shop, the shopkeeper recited that familiar line. Welcome! Then, it was the various provinces and cities of Yao country. Flower language expert. Legend degree, 81. Due to changing locations every day, making its presence felt in various places on the Blue Star, the legend degree of the flower language expert was rising rapidly. On this day, Bai Yi continued to make his presence felt as usual. This time he chose a second-tier city in the mainland of Yao country. Feeling the fluctuation of the scene template barrier, the young man who had been lazily sleeping on the rattan chair opened his eyes. Welcome, what can I do for you? His first reaction was to recite this line with a smile, and then, he slowly turned his gaze to the door of the shop. This time, an elderly person appeared. Her clothes were not worn out, but they seemed to have rolled on the ground and were covered with a lot of dust. Her full head of silver hair was also very messy, and she looked dazed. Where is this? The old woman who seemed to have stumbled and looked around in panic. I'm looking for my little granddaughter, how did I get here? She finally saw the young man standing up in the sea of flowers, and a look of desperation appeared on her bewildered face. Young man, have you seen my little granddaughter? She's about this tall, the old woman gestured with her hand, wearing a red skirt. I tied 2 little pigtails for her. She loves the little pigtails I tie for her the most. As she said this, she cried and laughed, and her expression became dazed again. Where is my little granddaughter? It's all my fault, it's all my fault, it's all Grandma's fault for losing you. The young man in the flower bush looked at this scene, his expression thoughtful. His light brown pupils showed a faint sadness, and the warm and soft color of his eyes seemed to melt. Don't worry, your granddaughter will be back by your side soon. He just said this with a faint smile. The originally frantic old woman seemed to suddenly sober up, and without hesitation, she believed his words. It was as if someone had cast some kind of magical and incredible magic on her. The young man handed a transparent glass bottle containing flower seeds to the old woman. This is a seed watered by longing. On the day the flower blooms, the person you miss will reappear in front of you with the blessing of the flower. Really? My little granddaughter is coming back. The old woman clutched the bottle in her hand as if it were a treasure. Just then, she suddenly remembered something and took out a small package the size of a palm from her pocket in a trembling manner. Right, I remembered, if you meet a young man who runs a flower shop, you have to give this thing to him. In the capital, the newly established Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau, for convenience, also has an ancient name, Detective Department. As a department specifically for investigating and managing supernatural affairs, as soon as it was established, the first batch of people who had come into contact with supernatural objects were transferred here. And Yuan Shine, the oldest and most experienced, became the head of this department, and Li Fufeng, Lu Ningxuan, Chu Xingrui and others also became members of this department. Yin Xiubai, a special scientific research talent, was even more so. Together with the scientific research personnel specially transferred from various places in Yao country by the cabinet, they formed the research group of the Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau. In addition, there were those responsible for public opinion, logistics, fieldwork, everything was well arranged. At this moment, everyone was discussing the matter of the mysterious flower shop. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabYVMvu. Glorious God Throne. 1828 words. All the information about the mysterious flower shop in the past month is here. Its appearance time is irregular, and it has been found in various provinces and cities in Yao country. Moreover, we have also found news about the mysterious flower shop on foreign networks. It is preliminarily judged that the flower shop is in a special space, and as long as the customer meets the requirements, no matter where they are on the Blue Star, they have the opportunity to enter the flower shop. These are the surveillance videos collected from various places during this period. It is obvious that the target suddenly disappeared in the surveillance video, and then suddenly appeared in the original place after a period of time. It should have entered the special space where the flower shop is located. According to the big data analysis and screening, among those who are most likely to become customers of the flower shop, 4 people have been confirmed in this period of time, but when they encountered that flower shop, they did not notify us as agreed. Afterwards, they said that at that time, they were like being hypnotized, uncontrollably wanting to go into the flower shop to take a look, and completely forgot to notify us. But their minds were clear. At present, we have equipped all the remaining targets with USB drives, videotapes, recording pens, etc., to ensure that they can convey our intentions to the shopkeeper when they suddenly enter the flower shop. Just at this time, someone rushed into the meeting room. Good news, just 1 minute ago, one of the devices we sent out, number 7231, suddenly lost its signal and disconnected. It is suspected that it may have been carried into the special space where the mysterious flower shop is located. The others immediately showed a look of surprise. Quick, bring out the target information of number 7231. Soon, rows of detailed information appeared on the screen. Su Fengyi, 55 years old, 3 years ago, when she took her 6-year-old granddaughter out for a walk, the granddaughter was lost. For the past 3 years, she has been looking for her granddaughter everywhere. Because of self-blame and the blame of her whole family, she has some mental abnormalities. We persuaded her to carry those little things she didn't understand with her, on the condition that we would do our best to mobilize all resources to help her find her lost granddaughter. After reading the detailed information of this old woman, everyone present couldn't help but sigh for her, and Lu Ningxuan even sincerely said, "I hope that flower shop is really as magical as the legend says, at least it can reunite this old woman's family. We, the police, will also do our best to find people." Although he had already left the original Yuanyang City police station, Li Fufeng, who couldn't change his habits for a while, spoke up next. The others also nodded in agreement. Anyway, this time we finally have a breakthrough in the supernatural event of the mysterious flower shop. As soon as people come out of the flower shop, we must invite them over as soon as possible. This might be our first time dealing with an extraordinary being in a proper manner, even if it's just a remote communication. At least it's a good start. Because they were worried about leaks, the USB drives and other items they asked the targets to hand over to the flower shop owner did not mention any supernatural events, just a normal video. A video conveying friendly information from the Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau. They probably praised the shop owner's good deeds, and at the end of the video, this diplomat, who was selected from many colleagues, was said to be proficient in psychology, micro-expressions, and had a high affinity, speaking as if he was a spring breeze. You have been of great help to the people of Yao country, and we are truly grateful. If possible, we hope to have the opportunity to meet you in person and express our thanks to you. In addition, they also included a special bank card with the USB drive, which the other party could withdraw money from any bank in Yao country at any time, as a small token of sincerity. Of course, Yao country would not deliberately monitor the flow of funds from this bank card, such a thing would only be annoying if discovered. For them, as long as this bank card is used by someone afterwards, it means that the mysterious shop owner has at least material needs in reality, and is not without desires or demands. Then they have a breakthrough in cooperating with the other party. After such a self-proclaimed sincere operation, all they had to do was wait. Wait for the response of the mysterious flower shop owner, and then decide what to do next based on his response. If the attitude is friendly, willing to meet, establish a cooperative relationship with each other, and exchange information and resources for mutual benefit, that would be the best. However, according to the personality simulation we have built for the flower shop owner, he has a bit of a game world mentality. He is very likely to maintain a friendly attitude towards our goodwill, but he may not be willing to get too involved in reality and establish too close a relationship with the official. A group of experts in psychology who had planned this long ago spoke up, and it was all very well thought out. So, we just need to simply express our friendliness. Even if the possibility of the other party cooperating with the official is extremely low, with his personality, after we take the initiative to show goodwill, he is likely to choose to use some not important supernatural world information to express to us a friendly attitude of not disturbing each other. And this information, which is not important to him, is just to convey a friendly attitude, is very important to us. This is our first step in understanding the supernatural world. It has to be said that these people's analysis was very accurate. Not long after, Mrs. Su came out of the flower shop and indeed brought good news to the people of the Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau. According to her, after the mysterious shop owner watched the USB drive-in video, he just smiled and said, "So that's it. Is it because of the recent anomaly in Yuanyang City? Please tell them not to worry." The young man's gentle and calm voice came out of the recorder, with a hint of indescribable rhythm. Now the world is changing, the spiritual machine is reviving, this kind of space-time turbulence, alien visitors will only become more and more, but order and reason have their own people to maintain. Everything that should happen will happen. Everything that should not happen will never happen. At least for now, there is absolutely no possibility of major turbulence. In fact, this is everyone's opportunity. Flower language expert. Legend degree, 87. In midair, a phantom card turned into light spots and dissipated, and Bai Yi threw it back into the panel card slot. Done, off work. Those people should have received my message by now, right? Bai Yi stretched lazily. With their intelligence, they must understand my meaning. Smart people are easy to think divergently. If it's a straightforward fool, then he would really have a headache. Thinking this way, Bai Yi's mood suddenly brightened. Ignoring the incessant chatter in his ear, ignoring the countless noises that kept drilling into his head, this level of harassment was already a daily routine for Bai Yi, and he could fall asleep in a second. In that familiar quiet deep sea, among countless star fragments, his consciousness slowly awakened. Let me see what new game there will be today? Pooh, pooh, pooh. The moment Bai Yi woke up in the game, he spat out the dirt that had choked his mouth, and he was not feeling well. He slowly sat up from a pile of weeds, silently looking at the sky. The setting sun was like blood, the woods were desolate. A thatched house with a leaky roof, a half-acre messy vegetable garden, and the wilted vegetables in the garden. And finally, a weak chicken character who climbed up to the roof to fix the house and ended up falling flat on his face? Touching his grumbling stomach, Bai Yi sat in a pile of thatch, beginning to doubt life. Is this a farming game or a survival game? The next moment, the system's narration revealed the truth. You are the first under heaven. Bai Yi? The first under heaven? Just this? Just this? I'm afraid it's the last, right? You dominated the martial arts world, suppressed Jianghu for 20 years. Swept through the current generation, the previous generation, the generation before that, you are a rare talent in 100 years, the highest master under heaven. You are a legend of an era. Bai Yi had even more question marks over his head. Life as the invincible under heaven is lonely as snow. After picking on each major sect, using the martial arts of each major sect to pad the table legs and bed legs, you decided to retire from Jianghu. Everyone cheered and celebrated your departure. But just a year later, your place of seclusion was discovered, and enemies from all over Jianghu came to kill you. You looked down on this group of weak chickens, but found that you were the weakest weak chicken? The former defeated generals easily defeated you. It turns out that during the time you were in seclusion, this world sneakily upgraded itself. The martial arts world has become a Xianxiu world. Everyone has received the baptism of spiritual energy, successfully lying down and winning during the world upgrade. Their strength has made great progress. And you, once a martial arts genius, are actually a cultivation waste who is immune to spiritual energy. You have been eliminated by the new era. But you are not willing. It's not me who's wrong, it's this world. It must be this world deliberately targeting me. With this in mind, you decide to change the world. Task: knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a virtue. Help the world to correct its evil ways. Don't mess around because of jealousy of genius. Oh no. During the process of the system's narration, Bai Yi's expression also changed with the narration. He was chewing on a straw, and from time to time he uttered a tone word. The changes were very rich. Until he saw this bizarre task. So that's what heaven is jealous of genius means? Are you the modern idiom master? We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,276 words. This was a world where the dynasty was declining, yet Jianghu held great power. Numerous martial arts sects, big and small, were spread across the world, each controlling their own territory. The top sects were comparable to feudal lords, standing in the state capitals and being supported by the people of a province. The less influential sects were rooted in rural areas, earning the respect of the villagers. These martial arts sects, like the various warlord forces in chaotic times, often engage in battles for territory and resources, and every disciple may find themselves stepping onto the battlefield. The spirit of martial arts was strong here. Almost every child, from a young age, aspires to join a top martial arts sect, mastering extraordinary martial arts skills and becoming a force to be reckoned with in the world. This could be said to be the dream of countless young people in this world. However, very few people actually realize this dream. The character Pei Hufeng controlled by Bai Yi now happened to be one of those few who have realized the dream, and among that small group, he could be called a winner in life. Coming from a poor family, he lived in a village that suffered during conflicts between two martial arts sections. He was the only one fortunate enough to escape the calamity and was noticed by an innate grandmaster due to his outstanding talent. He was taken as a disciple and taught everything the grandmaster knew. Before reaching adulthood, he challenged the younger generation of martial artists in the martial world, winning and studying the secret techniques of various sections. Just as the sects were beginning to target and suppress him, he comprehended and integrated the secrets of various sects during his secluded cultivation, making rapid progress in strength and surpassing the previous generation's experts. After intense battles came further enlightenment, and his strength soared again. With breakthroughs as easy as drinking water and enlightenment as simple as eating, he unconsciously became invincible in the world. This kind of overpowered life, even novels dare not write it like this. It's like holding the script of the protagonist Dragon Aotian in hand, truly the biological son of the heavens. However, he has only played half of the drama, and the heavens suddenly want to change the protagonist? This turned the script from Dragon Aotian to true and false young master script. Did he, this wicked and villainous supporting role, this fake young master who steals the limelight, really lose the love of the heavenly Tao Father? After roughly understanding the situation of this character, Bai Yi couldn't help but complain in his mind and then showed a thoughtful expression. So, this wave is about slapping the scum father? No, according to this character's mindset, it's about teaching the scum father a lesson, letting him know who's the father and who's the son. Really seriously ill. Shaking his head and coming to this conclusion, Bai Yi fell silent. The problem is, you've let go of all your harsh words and now you're calling for foreign aid? You brag, I'll take care of making it a reality? There was a moment when he really wanted to let this guy who kept shouting, "It's not me who's wrong, it's this world," properly endure a wave of beatings from this world, accept his status as a cultivation waste, and stop blaming the world. Unfortunately, this character now belonged to him. Goo 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 goo. The protest from his stomach brought Bai Yi back to reality a bit, and he rubbed his belly, saying, "I'm hungry." No, he's hungry. Need to get something to eat first. He got up and looked at his beginner's birth village. It was a dilapidated thatched house with a leaking roof, surrounded by sparse fences. Next to the thatched house was a half-acre vegetable garden, where besides a bunch of wilted vegetables, there were only footprints scattered all over. These were traces left by his enemies throughout Jianghu. This place was originally chosen by Pei Hufeng as his secluded residence after retiring from the martial world. Far from the crowds, nestled in the valley, a thatched house, a half-acre vegetable garden, a small pond, enjoying the wind, listening to the moon, and fishing leisurely, what a pleasant life it could be. However, just 10 days ago, his hiding place was exposed by someone, and enemies from all over Jianghu stormed in. A group of former subordinates who had turned the tables on him, beating him up until his face was bruised and swollen, looking extremely miserable. But considering what this guy had done before, today, he randomly picked on a martial arts sect, using their secret recipe to cushion the table legs, when he was full, he would pick on another sect, treating their centenarian grandmaster like walking a dog, and then claiming to help the elderly stay healthy. 2 days later, bored to death, he would squat in corners of major sects, exposing their little secrets to the public, causing a certain righteous sect leader's favorite yellow book to sell out, and the sect leader directly becoming the spokesperson for that yellow book. Was this really what a person should do? No wonder so many people came for revenge. A group of enemies attacked fiercely, awakening Pei Huffing, who was completely unaware of the changes in the world due to his inability to sense spiritual energy, and mercilessly told him, "Darren, the times have changed." They found out that this martial arts prodigy couldn't even absorb spiritual energy into his body. Instead of killing him, they stopped. Killing him would be too easy, turning the world's #1 into a waste person. That's the deepest pain in this world. And then, they came back every now and then to witness his misery, which was even more enjoyable. Pei Huffing was deeply shaken. After trying for 10 days and failing to sense any spiritual energy, he became mentally confused due to exhaustion of his internal energy. When he fell while repairing the roof, he finally understood the essence of the situation. It must be this world intentionally targeting me. Damn it, eat shit. Then, Bai, the foreign aid divine soldier, descended from the sky. Wait a minute, something feels off. After thinking for a moment and not finding anything wrong, Bai disdainfully picked out a couple of fresh-looking vegetables from the wilted ones, and found a handful of rice and clean pots and pans in the thatched house, starting to cook in a primitive way. There was no option but to do it this way, as this nightmare game was so hardcore that there was no function for cooking or eating with a single click. As the smoke rose from the thatched roof and a faint fragrance wafted around, several sparrows chirped outside, their agile black eyes showing a sense of enjoyment. Bai had a string of question marks above his head? This doesn't seem like my cooking style. He placed the food on a small stone table in the courtyard, full of doubts. He tasted a bite first and then nodded. Indeed, my cooking skills haven't changed. Could this strong fragrance be coming from the spiritual energy within the ingredients? It's normal for plants and animals to absorb spiritual energy if it has returned. His thoughts wandered a bit. So, if this body can't absorb spiritual energy normally but can absorb it from food and then use internal cultivation methods to operate the spiritual energy within the body, it seems like a feasible path too. Bai's lips curved upwards, his eyes shining. Fish nourished by spiritual energy must be even more delicious. Thinking like this, these few dishes were too simple. How could they be worthy of his status as the world's #1? Thinking this way, Bai decisively got up, casually picking up the world-renowned Hangguang sword that belonged to his original body, and headed towards the small pond outside the thatched house. His gaze inadvertently swept past something nearby. Just as Bai took a few steps, a figure resembling a giant bat hanging upside down floated down from a tree nearby, landing as light as a feather without making a sound throughout. Tsk tisk. Watching the departing figure, he couldn't help but shake his head. It's a good thing I came to check today. Despite not being able to cultivate, he actually thought of this dietary supplementation method. Truly deserving of being the former world's #1. Thinking that if he hadn't discovered this, if Pei Huffing really embarked on the path of cultivating immortality, and after becoming powerful, they would all be unlucky, the old man felt a wave of relief. His expression turned serious. I can't let you succeed. It seems I have to eradicate you today. These dishes look quite decent, so I'll let you have a full meal before you die. He glanced at the steaming food on the table and made a decision. Perhaps the appearance and aroma of the food were too enticing. The old man couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he waited. This world's #1 cooking, I never had the chance to taste it before, and I probably won't have the chance in the future. If anyone asks, I can say I'm the only one who did. With that thought, the old man couldn't help but reach out his hand. Near the thatched house, a small pond shimmered under the sunlight, which was personally excavated by the original body during his seclusion. He deliberately raised many fish and shrimps in it. This secluded valley was so remote that not only was there no human activity, but there were also few small animals around, and had to be self-sufficient in this way. As Bai approached, the clear water surface reflected a figure of recklessness and unruliness. Dressed in coarse clothes, with disheveled long hair, faintly visible aggressive eyebrows and a straight nose. He exuded a sense of decadence, carelessness, yet also freedom. Soon, the fish and shrimp swimming around directly disturbed the human figure in the water, making it look lively. The ancients said, "It is better to eat without meat than without fish." Bai Yi stood up against the wind, with a sword in his hand, and let out a carefree chant. "Fish, come." In an instant, the long sword was unsheathed, like a rainbow across the sky. A cold light flashed, breaking through the water, and when it returned to Bai Yi's hand, the sword tip was already skewered with a fat and large fish. Bai Yi returned to the courtyard humming happily, only to find a person lying on the ground where there should have been no one. The food that should have been placed on the table was also swept onto the ground, creating a mess. "Oh, this." Bai Yi was dumbfounded. The fish in his hand suddenly didn't smell fragrant anymore. "I thought you were here to kill, but it turns out you're here to steal food? You don't even want to let me have a full meal before I die, shrimp and pork heart, not worthy of being a human being." Indeed, he had sensed the presence of an NPC through the lively spiritual fluctuations, and Bai Yi had been planning to initiate a plot through this NPC. Unexpectedly, this guy came up and ate the dishes he had painstakingly prepared, leaving him with a growling stomach. Bai Yi was filled with grief and anger. "Are you still human?" The person convulsing on the ground barely opened his eyes and then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This question should have been asked by him. Who is the real inhuman one after all? You. The old man on the ground trembled as he raised a finger weakly. "Actually poisoned. Despicable." With these last words uttered, his head tilted, and his breath ceased, ending his life with a final breath. Bai Yi? How can you falsely accuse someone out of thin air? Bai Yi was quite angry, so he kicked the old man and wanted to continue confronting him. But he found that the man was motionless, already dead. He couldn't help but raise the sword skewered with fish, looking at the fish with wide eyes, muttering to himself, "It seems that only this soul fish can prove my innocence, that I always act with integrity and never do such crazy things as poisoning." Then, he turned his fish proof into a pot of fish congee and gulped it all down. Finally, satisfied with a full burp, he patted his stomach. Look, isn't he himself perfectly fine? Having eaten and drunk his fill, crossed it off, proving his innocence, Bai Yi then had the mind to assess the body in the courtyard. Basic information about the person quickly appeared before his eyes. An Fushan sect leader, 75 years old. What a perfunctory introduction, Bai Yi commented, but, from the appearance, you can't tell he's 75 years old at all. Could this be the effect of tempering the body with spiritual energy? He suddenly realized, wait a minute, to complete the task, I first need to understand the martial arts and cultivation system of this world. Pei Huffing's body is a waste in cultivation, but the person in front of me is excellent material for cultivation, right? Bai Yi's mood suddenly became cheerful. Could this be the legendary Beginner's Village starter pack? Love it, love it. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2020 words. Confirmed, the internal body still follows the path of a martial artist, but due to the tempering of spiritual energy, it has become younger and more vibrant, even verging on the realm of cultivating immortality. After indulging in a frenzy of hands-on with the NPC material that came knocking on his door, Bai Yi finally arrived at a conclusion. He couldn't help but sigh aloud, disappointment. However, upon a moment's reflection, it was easy to guess that this ancient Xianghu setting had no concept of spiritual energy revival. These NPCs knew nothing about the revival of spiritual energy. Perhaps initially, they only felt the air becoming fresher, with new substances appearing in the world. Their bodies underwent a transformation after absorbing these substances, but what the next step should be, who knew? These people were probably just groping forward in the dark. If placed in the later generations of this world, this batch of people would undoubtedly be the pioneers of the era of cultivating immortality. Someone had to be the first to discover the existence of spiritual energy, create the method of breathing in spiritual energy, and pioneer the realm of cultivating immortality, leading everyone on this path from scratch to establish the path of cultivating immortality. In a sense, they were the chosen ones of this era of spiritual energy revival, bearing the mission of opening a new era. Meanwhile, the original Pei Huffing and others, lacking the qualifications and talent for cultivating immortality, were nothing but relics of the past, to be surpassed and left behind by the new era and its chosen ones. According to the system, it's been a year since the revival of spiritual energy. There should be quite a few individuals with exceptional talent and aptitude who have figured out the method of cultivating immortality and stepped onto the threshold of cultivation. To verify this idea is simple. Bai Yi summoned his game interface. System, save and restart. Whoosh! Like ripples suddenly appearing on the water's surface, everything before his eyes began to distort, shatter, blur, and melt. The setting sun on the horizon melted like a pool of vibrant red paint, blending the colors of distant mountains and forests together. The dilapidated thatched hut, the crooked fence, and the body lying on the ground all shattered like fragile bubbles. As the fragmented pieces reassembled, like scattered puzzle pieces being put back together, everything refreshed and restarted. Bai Yi sat on a heap of thatch, opened his eyes, and began anew. Gulu gulu gulu. He cooked as energetically as he did in the first playthrough. But unlike the first playthrough, this time, Bai Yi only displayed 30% of his cooking skills. Moreover, before taking the food to the courtyard, he secretly snacked in the kitchen, eating until he was 70% full, before bringing out the rest and then going fishing as before. When Bai Yi returned with the skewered fish, what he saw was an old man lying on the ground, barely alive but not dead. The old man on the ground raised a trembling finger. Actually. No, I didn't poison it this time, Bai Yi interrupted him before he could finish speaking. You, after all, are the respected sect leader. How can you speak nonsense and falsely accuse others? Put. The old man spat out blood once again. With him in such a state, living evidence right here, how could he falsely accuse others? Who was really speaking nonsense? Seeing the old man stubbornly trying to argue, Bai Yi couldn't let him waste any more precious time. Who knew how long this guy could hold on? He took a step forward, and his sharp sword was at the old man's neck. The struggling fishtail still stuck on the tip of the sword flailed, splashing drops of blood-mixed water onto the old man's face. The struggling fishtail slapped against his back neck, bringing a cold and slippery moistness. The close smell of blood and fish made him feel uneasy. The damage was minimal, but the insult was extremely strong. Slap, 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 slap. The struggling fishtail beat repeatedly, and Bai Yi unconsciously followed the beat with a rhythm. Surprisingly, it had quite a sense of rhythm. Could it be that he was an ordinary music genius? Until a gaze mixed with anger and sorrow, almost burning a hole through him, fell upon him, Bai Yi snapped out of it and coughed. Forgot about the main business. He looked down at the old man, whose face flushed red as if he might fart at any moment, and the smile that appeared on his face was particularly harmless. Before you speak, don't rush to spit blood. I ask, you answer, got it? With that said, he tapped the man's face with the sword, and the half-dead fish also took the opportunity to land a slap. Bai Yi's eyes unconsciously showed a hint of disdain. Looks like this fish cannot be eaten anymore. Good thing I already ate it in the previous playthrough. With this thought, by great wisdom he calmed down. He let out a sigh of lamentation, with a few traces of vicissitudes in his expression. With the great changes in the world today, do you know how many geniuses and heroes have emerged in the Jianhu? Has anyone outside of martial arts created a new path? And where have they reached? Worldview unlocked, current exploration progress too. You have activated the special life skill negotiation and learned some information about this world from the NPC. With the great changes in the world, the master of Baishue Mountain, after 10 days of enlightenment at the peak of the snowy mountain, without eating or sleeping, awakened and claimed to have received a divine revelation. The world has changed, with the emergence of a strange energy that I do not know its name. It is called spiritual energy. It is the spiritual energy nurtured by heaven and earth, capable of transforming all living beings, rejuvenating them. A month later, the junior master of the North Sea Sword sect, gifted with extraordinary talent, unparalleled in intelligence, based on the internal martial arts of the North Sea Sword sect, modified and created a basic breathing technique that allows more efficient absorption of spiritual energy into the body, refining oneself, successfully breaking through the first step of cultivating immortality. After another half a year, the elder of the Qiangshan sect, knowledgeable and experienced in martial arts, sensing the will of heaven, deduced the first 3 steps of cultivating immortality, and then widely spread it throughout the world, benefiting countless martial artists, and opening the door to immortality for all beings. One genius after another emerged, using their wisdom and fortune to stir up the craze of cultivating immortality. Ignoring the system's narration, Bai Yi looked down at the old man who had finished explaining everything and breathed his last. So, my approach wasn't wrong. What's wrong is this stupid NPC. Standing at the forefront of the era, even pigs can fly, yet he hasn't even touched the threshold of cultivating immortality? In theory, at such a time of great change in the world, anyone with some talent and luck should have taken off smoothly. This guy still hadn't started cultivating immortality to this day, only relying on instinct to absorb spiritual energy to temper his physique. His talent might not be much stronger than the original body's, right? However, regardless, having talent was having talent. His physical structure should be different from that of a cultivation waste. Since he can absorb spiritual energy, could it be the legendary spiritual root? If a widespread epidemic virus were to ruin everyone's spiritual roots, would that produce a batch of cultivation wastes in bulk? Bai Yi once again started interacting with the NPC. Finally, he realized that he wasn't cut out for researching the human body. He couldn't find anything special that resembled a spiritual root. He couldn't help but ponder, it seems that for cultivating immortality, one has to find a professional. Coincidentally, he knew a very professional person. A veteran cultivator dedicated to cultivating immortality for 20 years. Eastern outskirts of the city, 7th Hospital of Yuanyang City. Hello, I'm here to visit the patient in Ward 309 in Building E. When the visitor entered the office, the doctor on duty immediately noticed him and the permit with the hospital director's stamp that he handed over. I have a special permit. While the doctor checked the permit, he couldn't help but size up the person in front of him, who was actually just a teenager. The visitor appeared to be 16 or 17, dressed in a simple black hoodie and casual jeans. His exceptionally long legs made him look tall and thin. Due to the backlighting, most of the young man's face was in shadow, but his overly pale complexion and a pair of dark, deep eyes were still visible. His eyes seemed to contain an abyss. Being stared at by those eyes gave a fleeting sensation as if one's soul were about to be drawn into the deep sea, leading to a suffocating illusion. However, this illusion quickly dissipated. Upon closer inspection, one would notice faint dark circles around the young man's eyes. Looks like another young person who enjoys staying up late. The doctor chuckled inwardly. The momentary illusion just now quickly vanished. He thought to himself that staying too long in a psychiatric hospital had made him a bit jumpy. He then pulled up the patient's information. Ward 309 in Building E, Li Daotian, male, 41 years old, severe delusional disorder, self-identifies as a cultivator, has attempted 103 methods of cultivation since admission, non-aggressive, visitation approved, not to exceed 3 hours. He glanced at the young man and called for a nurse. Ah, Nurse Xiaopang, please guide this visitor. Also, brief him on the patient's current condition. A young nurse agreed and led the teenager out of the office. Please follow me. She was about to give directions when she realized that the teenager confidently walked down the corridor, appearing much more familiar with the layout of the 7th hospital than her, even though she had been working here for 6 months. Perplexed, she noticed several doctors and nurses along the way, all pleasantly surprised in greeting the young man. Xiao Yi is back. Are you here to visit the director? The director is not here at the moment, he'll probably be back in a while. I heard you're now attending high school in the old city area. How are your studies going? Do you get along well with your teachers and classmates? The teenager smiled and responded calmly to each question. Yes, I'm back. That's right, I'm in high school now. The teachers and classmates at school are all easy to get along with. Recently, one of the teachers had a car accident, and everyone is mourning for him. I'll visit her when the director comes back. I need to see Li Xianke about a minor matter. How's he been lately? He greeted people along the way, chatting with mildly mentally ill patients who were out for some fresh air. Surprisingly, he effortlessly joined in their conversations. His demeanor was so relaxed, as if he were returning to his own home. Wait a minute, did they just say back twice? Who refers to themselves as coming back to a psychiatric hospital? The nearby nurse looked bewildered, and her gaze towards the teenager gradually turned strange. Sensing her gaze, the teenager glanced at her casually, as if he could read her thoughts with just one look. He raised a finger and shook it gently, smiling as he explained, "Don't worry, I'm not a patient here." The curvature of Bai Yi's lips slowly increased. "But this place does feel like home to me. Everyone here is talented, and they speak so nicely. I really like it here. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,185 words. Before they even reached room 309, they heard a series of wails and lamentations from inside. Alas, alas! The Great Way is difficult, more difficult than ascending to the blue sky. The voice was sorrowful, aged, and deep, as if the speaker had experienced the most tragic blow in the world, finally turning into a long, mournful sigh. "My path is cut off, my path is cut off." Peering through the window, they saw a man with long hair and a beard, draped in a bedsheet, standing on the bed, looking up to the sky in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. It seemed as if he was not standing on a hospital bed but at the edge of a towering cliff, about to leap off and end his life. "Alas, go! My path to immortality is severed in this life. When I am reborn, I must return to the path of immortality." He gazed deeply at the ground, stepping forward with an air of unparalleled elegance. With a thud, the man fell flat on the floor. Due to the soft carpet covering the ground, he didn't even get a bump, completely unscathed. He sat on the ground, lifted his head dazedly, and covered his face, crying, "How merciless is the heavenly Tao! You cut off my path to immortality and won't let me die. The heavenly Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao is heartless." While crying and cursing, the man climbed back onto the bed and started repeating his cliff-jumping behavior, but no matter what, he couldn't die. Nurse Xiaopang's mouth twitched, and she tried to explain to Bai Yi in the calmest tone possible, half a month ago, he had an appendectomy. After returning, he cried and said his spiritual root was ruined and he couldn't cultivate anymore, and then, it became like this. Seeing her utterly exhausted expression, Bai Yi suddenly spoke in a leisurely tone, "I bet he didn't want the surgery in the first place. When his appendicitis flared up, he was probably quite happy. That's the sign of being at the peak of foundation building, ready to form the golden core if he succeeded in his tribulation." "How do you know that?" Nurse Xiaopang was dumbfounded and couldn't help but murmur, "Yes, he refused the surgery at the time, saying he was undergoing tribulation and about to form his golden core." Bai Yi nodded seriously. This time, not only did he fail his tribulation, but he also lost his golden core and ruined his spiritual root. With such a huge disparity before and after, think about it, wouldn't you break down too? Nurse Xiaopang subconsciously nodded along, "Yes, if it were me, I'd also, wait, something's off." It wasn't a real failed cultivation, why was she empathizing with a psychiatric patient? Also, being able to guess a mentally ill person's thoughts so accurately, don't you think there's something wrong with yourself? So, the fact that he can be so strong now, just jumping off a cliff in his room without causing a bigger issue, is already quite well behaved. Bai Yi finally comforted, thinking about it this way, doesn't it feel much better? Nurse Xiaopang? Thank you, I feel comforted. You win, I surrender. Watching the young man who had already walked into the ward by himself, she subconsciously wanted to reach out to stop him. Then she realized that this patient wasn't aggressive and could be classified as harmless, so she immediately withdrew her hand and silently waited outside. In the ward, Li Daotian, who called himself Li Shenke and was addressed as Li Shenke by many other mental patients, was still lamenting and sighing, repeatedly jumping off cliffs but not dying, and then began to curse the Heaven Tao for being unkind. At this moment, a voice sounded. "It's not you who is wrong, it's this world." The man who was wailing and howling stopped his actions. "It must be this world deliberately targeting you." The man quickly raised his head and looked towards the door. Bai Yi directly used Pei Huffing's words. Seeing that the effect was excellent, he continued speaking while walking in. Isn't it normal for a genius in cultivating immortality to be envied by the heavens? This might be your destined tribulation. Li Xianke, it's been a long time. I didn't expect not only that your cultivation didn't advance, but your mindset has also regressed. He sighed and shook his head. Can't you even overcome such a small obstacle? Exactly. The heavens envy talents. This is my tribulation. Li Daotian exclaimed, his whole spirit revived. He suddenly stood up, beaming with joy, clapping his hands. It turns out fellow cultivator has returned. Thanks to your timely reminder, I can see through the illusion and eliminate the inner demons. I have a premonition. After overcoming this tribulation, my cultivation will greatly advance, and I will have hope of ascending in the future. Bai Yi immediately showed a look of approval. By the way, didn't you already break through the shackles of this world and ascend to the higher realm? At this moment, Li Daotian looked around the snow-white ward and voiced his doubt. Higher realm? Bai Yi sneered. What's so good about the higher realm? If you knew, Li Xianke, you probably wouldn't want to go. Besides, your chances are slim anyway. Huh? What happened in the higher realm? Li Daotian got anxious. Why are my chances slim? Seeing him scratching his head, Bai Yi shook his head and sighed in a semi-literary, semi-colloquial tone. You don't know, the higher realm is not a land of immortals, but rather occupied by many unworthy individuals. These people, although descendants of immortals, are mediocre mortals with low aptitude. Yet, they recklessly enjoy the rare treasures of the immortals, absorbing a large amount of the world's spiritual energy, causing the higher realm to be lacking in spiritual energy and gradually closing the path to ascension. Even a genius in cultivating immortality like you will find it extremely difficult to ascend. Upon hearing this, Li Daotian pounded the bed and shouted, Damn it! Such things exist. How hateful! I came precisely for this reason. It's truly a pity that you have diligently cultivated for 20 years yet cannot ascend. Bai Yi spoke again, now in a serious tone, as Li Daotian's anxiety grew. You, a peerless genius in the path of immortality, have always been deeply immersed in cultivation. Do you have any method to deal with such people, to destroy their spiritual roots, sever their paths, and prevent the depletion of spiritual energy in the world? In the hallway, Nurse Xiaopang, watching the two people having a lively conversation in the ward from a distance, had an expression on her face that screamed, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Did she just bring a relative to visit a patient, or did she bring another patient to be admitted? As she was questioning her life choices, she suddenly noticed someone beside her. Turning her head, she immediately composed herself and respectfully greeted, Director. The director, who had arrived unexpectedly, nodded, adjusted her reading glasses on the bridge of her nose, and cast her gaze toward Ward 309. A gentle smile appeared on his face. This child has come here, huh? He used to love chatting with Shaoli the most. If I remember correctly, he even tricked Shaoli many times. She shook her head and laughed, so mischievous. As she spoke, a faint expression of reminiscence and nostalgia appeared on the director's face, and her gaze towards the ward softened even more. Seeing this, Nurse Xiaopang's eyes filled with curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, Director, do you know this child? Of course I know him. Apart from the doctors, nurses, and patients who have joined in the past 2 years, there's no one here who doesn't know him, the director replied with a smile, like an elder boasting about a well-behaved youngster in the family. Strictly speaking, this child was actually born in our hospital. Born in our hospital? Nurse Xiaopang's curiosity was instantly piqued. She wanted to ask more, but then saw the door of the ward open, and the young man walked out while talking to the person inside. This is my meticulously researched manual on cultivating immortality. Study it well when you get back. The secrets of immortality, the wonders of spiritual roots, are all in there. Li Daotian's voice came from the open door. At this moment, he seemed much more lucid and normal compared to before. He handed a tattered notebook directly to Bai Yi and couldn't help but shake his head, muttering, attacking spiritual roots is treating the symptoms, not the root cause, and it's easy for some to slip through the cracks. I think you should choose my second method and make those losers give up on immortality on their own. The path of immortality is difficult, how could they reach for it? A cultivator needs great perseverance, great determination, to face great terror. Face great terror? Bai Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Make them give up immortality on their own? He smiled and thanked him, turned, and left the ward, the corners of his mouth gradually lifting. As expected, mental patients have a broad perspective. Just chatting with him has really opened my mind. At this moment, he noticed the two people in the hallway. The nurse beside her was just a passing background. His gaze focused mainly on the other person. It was an elderly woman, dressed in a white lab coat, wearing reading glasses, with a head full of silver hair, and a kind expression. Director Grandma! Bai Yi's face lit up with a standard, well-behaved smile. You've returned. You! The old director smiled and pointed at him, leading him towards the director's office. You're still the same, loving to chat with them so much. Be careful not to be led astray. They're all old friends. It's rare for me to come back and visit. Bai Yi's demeanor was relaxed and casual. In the entire mental hospital, the chaotic mental fluctuations from all directions felt like countless hands lifting his skull and crawling inside. As a result, his mind became a whirlpool of chaos. Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged, quite accustomed to it. You still say that? The old director laughed at the memory. You probably don't remember, but when you were a few years old, you behaved strangely, often repeating the mad words of those patients and asking bizarre questions. You scared me half to death. I almost diagnosed you with a mental disorder. Later, I realized it was a misunderstanding. It turned out that children naturally love to imitate adults. If someone said that a square was round, you'd think a square was round too. I don't know when you were led astray by those patients. At this point, her voice carried a hint of puzzlement, as if facing an unsolved mystery. I distinctly remember that the residential area and this side were separated, and I always kept an eye on it. Except for visiting your mother, you were not allowed to come to this inpatient department. I really don't know when you sneaked over and interacted with the patients, getting led astray. Hearing you confidently talk about cultivating immortality, I was both angry and amused. Luckily, when you grew older and had basic cognitive abilities, I corrected you. She looked at the young man beside her with eyes full of affection and teased, otherwise, we'd have to keep an extra room in our hospital. The chaotic mental fluctuations from all directions, along with the old director's laughing voice, crashed into Bai Yi's mind. Laughter, crying, screaming, red, black, yellow, white, chaotic waves rippled through this world. Bai Yi seemed to tread on the edge of chaos, navigating through a world of disorder and noise with clarity. He smiled slightly and whispered, Yes, I have always been very grateful to you. All these years, it has always been this way. Author's note, the protagonist's worldview was shaped by both the mental patients and the director. Without interacting with patients, he was bombarded by mental impacts every day. So when he didn't understand anything, he mistook the mental patient's thoughts as the real world. It wasn't until he grew older that he could distinguish between reality and delusion. The former gave him a blurred line between falsehood and reality, right and wrong, with no absolute definitions. Hence, he feels detached from the morals and laws that most people adhere to and doesn't see the necessity to follow them. The latter taught him a normal worldview, universal values, and how a normal person should live in this world, allowing the protagonist to maintain certain principles and boundaries, enabling him to be an ordinary person. In chaos, there is absolute clarity. Perhaps he can be considered part of the chaos faction? We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,864 words. The familiar sunset, the familiar woods, the familiar courtyard, and the familiar person lying unconscious in the courtyard. Having dinner with the old director at the 7th hospital, Bai Yi returned to the old city district. By this time, the sky had turned dark. That night, after falling asleep, he entered the nightmare game again. However, this time Bai Yi also brought along the Immortal Cultivation Manual from Li Daotian. To be precise, it was the Puppet Master's journal with all the contents of the Immortal Cultivation Manual added to it. As an item stored in the system, Bai Yi could extract it any time during the game. In fact, this manual didn't help Bai Yi much. He had already figured out a way to complete the mission. The reason he brought the manual was purely out of curiosity. Li Daotian had been devoted to cultivation for 20 years, obsessively delving into immortal cultivation. Were these so-called immortal cultivation postures he researched just the wild fantasies of a mentally ill person with no logic, or did they have some truth to them, but the barren world couldn't support his fantasies becoming reality? Was he a complete lunatic detached from reality, or a genius born in the wrong era and world? Bai Yi had been curious about this question for a long time. And now, this instance would undoubtedly help him find the answer. For example, the issue of spiritual roots. It seemed there were readily available materials at hand for him to make use of. He glanced at the old man barely clinging to life at his feet. With experience from several playthroughs, Bai Yi knew very well how long this NPC could survive. He turned and headed to the kitchen. There's probably only 20 minutes left, he needs to hurry up. Soon, Bai Yi came out holding a kitchen knife that had been cleaned to a shine, gleaming with cold light. The old man, who had been spitting blood and accusing him of despicably poisoning him, suddenly changed his complexion entirely, feeling an ominous premonition. But he couldn't do anything, only stare wide-eyed. The person in front of him slowly bent down, the gleaming blade of the kitchen knife getting closer and closer. He heard a helpless sigh. Without a surgical knife, I can only make do with this. Sect leader of Fushan, unnamed an. Ah, don't come any closer. In just 5 minutes, Bai Yi completed the appendectomy. If this kind of operation that only involved cutting off the appendix without caring about infections or worrying about excessive bleeding from the wound could be called surgery, and set aside the blood-stained kitchen knife. Then, he suddenly realized, I was too hasty earlier, only learned to distinguish the appendix's existence, but haven't learned how to finish the surgery after removing the appendix. Bai Yi slapped his palm in regret, looking at the NPC with an open wound on his belly that hadn't been stitched up yet, and spoke with the most sincere and innocent tone, "Looks like I'll have to ask for your understanding. Sorry, as a newbie, lacking experience is inevitable." The NPC forced to understand? The old man lying on the ground began to gasp heavily, his chest heaving. It was unclear if it was due to anger or if his life force was reaching its end, seemingly about to pass away on the spot. Bai Yi hurriedly applied pressure to stop his bleeding. "Don't be in a hurry to die, I think you can survive for another 3 minutes. Oh, you might not understand what 3 minutes means, but that's not important. Anyway, tell me if you can still absorb spiritual energy?" "You, huff," the old man's eyes bulged like a frog's, angrily spitting out blood on the spot, his neck stiffened, his body trembling violently, unable to utter a single word. "Bai Yi? Fine, if you don't want to talk, why get so worked up?" Anyway, he could figure out the answer through his own observation, smiley face. Bai Yi waved his hand, and silently, a pitch-black notebook appeared in his hand, along with a pen. Swish, swish, swish. 3 minutes after the appendectomy, observation still reveals that the wound healing speed is several times faster than an ordinary person's, and the body is still absorbing special energy, maintaining flesh freshness. Conclusion drawn: the appendix has nothing to do with spiritual roots. Not surprising, eliminating one wrong answer. Bai Yi unsurprisingly put away the journal, realizing the NPC on the ground was dead beyond resurrection, so he simply took out a sword and dug a hole right there, burying him on the spot. It was also a way to let this great pioneer, who had made a significant contribution to countless cultivators, rest in peace, dying where he belonged. Looking at the Fushan sect leader token he found on the NPC, he immediately knew where to go next. The spiritual energy had revived, yet these clueless NPCs who hadn't even crossed the threshold of cultivation could still sit firmly as sect leaders without being overthrown, indicating that the other people in the sect were even more clueless. At least with his strength, he could easily suppress these weaklings. For now, those who had only tempered their bodies with spiritual energy without understanding how to cultivate didn't have much improvement in strength. They were far from surpassing him, the former first in the world. Bai Yi squinted at the sunset in the sky, tossed the sect leader token in his hand, and set off in a certain direction. At this moment, the system's narration appeared timely. You successfully defeated the Fushan sect leader using the dark cuisine skill and obtained the Fushan sect leader token. From Fushan sect leader you learned that many elders and disciples of the Fushan sect are stationed outside their secluded location in Wind Valley, 2 miles to the west. Due to being the weakest in strength, they were tasked with monitoring your movements and reporting to others periodically. Your enemies scattered across Jianghu have never stopped, even though you are no longer worth mentioning in their eyes. If you continue to decline day by day, they will be happy to see it, deriving pleasure from your pain. But once you show the slightest sign of a comeback, they will mercilessly suppress you. You are well aware that at this stage, you cannot easily expose yourself to them, otherwise, you will not be able to accomplish anything and will only face constant pursuit. Therefore, subduing the Fushan sect and using it as a shield to block your enemy's sight and deceive them seems to be the best choice for you at the moment. You decide to set off. On the way, Bai Yi naturally put the game on autopilot. Half an hour later, at a temporary camp set up in the woods, several elders gathered at the summons of the Fushan sect's eldest elder, who sat dignifiedly with a hint of worry and imperceptible tension on his face. Seeing this, the other elders couldn't help but feel worried as well. Great Elder! What happened? Why isn't the sect leader here? Cough, cough. The eldest elder lightly coughed twice. That's exactly why I called you all here. As you know, with the recent appearance of spiritual energy in the world, we are all just groping around blindly. The sect leader was too hasty today and made a mistake. He needs at least 3 months of seclusion to recuperate properly. At this point, he raised his hand, showing a familiar sect leader token to the others. To prevent leaks of information and avoid being targeted by those enemies, the sect leader has secretly sequestered himself and temporarily entrusted the sect's affairs to me. Ah! How could this be? The sect leader, sigh. Several elders sighed immediately. No one doubted that there was any issue here. After all, the eldest elder and the sect leader had no enmity, and he was highly respected within the sect. With him temporarily managing the Fushan sect, no one had any objections. But what about the Immortal Spiritual Conference in half a month? Yes, with the rapid changes in the world today, we are falling behind. With the appearance of spiritual energy in the world and the emergence of talents who can absorb it, what martial prodigies? They are nothing. Unfortunately, our Fushan sect lacks such talents, and only the sect leader can attend the Immortal Spiritual Conference. But now even the sect leader. What are we going to do? The eldest elder smiled mysteriously, waving his hand. No need to worry, the sect leader has made arrangements for this matter and has an excellent candidate in mind. Upon hearing this, others began to suspect if the sect leader had secretly hidden a genius disciple who had extraordinary skills in cultivation, waiting to unveil them at this crucial moment. Surprised and curious, they let their guard down. All right, you can go now. As usual, don't show anything unusual to arouse suspicion. The eldest elder waved his hand again. As for that side, he pointed in the direction of Pei Huffing's secluded thatched house. Since the sect leader is temporarily absent, I will personally go to investigate in the future. After a few elders left the tent, the eldest elder suddenly sat up from his seat, looking tense. At the same time, a figure appeared out of nowhere, gently descending from above. He had been there above everyone's heads from start to finish, and not a single person had noticed his presence. Wearing coarse linen clothes with disheveled hair, this man, who looked no older than 30, took the sect leader token handed to him respectfully by the eldest elder and casually stuffed it into his pocket. He then casually played with the long sword in his hand, smiling lightly at him. Don't worry, I always keep my promises. The eldest elder forced a bitter smile, unable to say anything. The man chuckled lightly again, his gaze playful as he stared at him. The look in his eyes was hard to describe, like someone eyeing a piece of pork on a cutting board, trying to figure out where to make the cut. The eldest elder sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of someone who once wreaked havoc on the entire martial world, truly the first in the world. Those who thought he was finished clearly underestimated him by far. It won't be long before those people regret it. Recalling how the other person had silently infiltrated and held a sword to his neck, then forced him to swallow strange poisons. The eldest elder quickly restrained his thoughts, lowered his head, and became even more respectful in expression. The character of the owner of the Hanguang sword is certainly trustworthy. Bai Yi didn't say anything else, just raised the long sword in his hand and lightly tapped the other person's shoulder with the hilt. That's good then. He walked away. As long as you behave yourself during this time, the antidote will be given immediately after the Immortal Spiritual Conference. The so-called Immortal Spiritual Conference was a renamed martial arts conference, but a group of individuals who considered themselves higher than martial artists would naturally not use such a low-profile name. The Immortal Spiritual Conference was organized by top sects such as the Baishua Mountain Villa, the North Sea Sword Sect, and the Qiangshan Sect. In theory, it called on all individuals with the potential to absorb spiritual energy, namely seedlings of cultivators, to participate together. The purpose was to gather ideas and wisdom from all beings, creating a new cultivation system distinct from martial arts. One had to admit that the person who proposed this idea was admirable, both in vision and scope, quite extraordinary. One could imagine that once it was truly achieved, countless contemporary geniuses would exchange ideas, and even mediocre talents might have moments of enlightenment, proposing dazzling suggestions. Looking back in thousands of years, this might be the beginning of the cultivation wave, the initial sprout of the entire world's cultivation system. Using a bit of ash scraped from the stove as poison frightened the eldest elder, Bai casually picked up a straw hat from the tent, covering his face with it before taking his sword and swaggering out. The system timely activated map navigation. Looking at the clearly marked location of the Immortal Spiritual Conference on the illusionary map, Bai walked while plucking a leaf and casually blowing a cheerful tune. This was Pei Hofeng's innate talent. It was indeed very compatible with his ordinary music genius talent. A gathering for cultivating immortality? Under the straw hat, the man's lips curled up as a pitch-black notebook appeared in his hand. Perfect, I have many insights to share with everyone. This is the culmination of 20 years of effort by an old cultivator. Highly recommended. Bold and capitalized. Bai certainly couldn't wait half a month in the game, so he chose to go on autopilot again and logged in on time. On this day, the entire Immortal Spiritual Conference was stirred up because of him. On this day, it should have been a moment for countless chosen ones to shine. The Villa Master of Baishua Mountain Villa, the Junior Sect Master of North Sea Sword Sect, the Elder of Qiangshan Sect. One after another, renowned martial prodigies and respected elders of the martial world had their limelight stolen by the unknown man in the straw hat. Under his logically tight yet wildly imaginative ideas, under his mature and complete cultivation system, their thoughts appeared shallow, immature, and full of loopholes. It was as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had just appeared, but he had already seen the future thousands of years later, bringing the essence of the flourishing era to the present, while the thoughts of everyone else were like newly fired clay next to beautifully patterned ceramics, revealing a stark contrast. Hiss. Looking at the man standing on the platform, waving the so-called cultivation notebook that supposedly condensed all his friendly Xianka's hard work, and envisioning the future era of cultivation with an extremely infectious tone to countless people. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp in awe, realizing that there were people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. And they all remembered in their hearts the secluded and reclusive Li Xianka, their senior. Li Xianka's immense talent is terrifying. For a moment, countless people under the guidance of the man in the straw hat suddenly understood, shouting, I understand, I understand. You used the Bewitch skill, successfully persuaded NPC +1. You used the Bewitch skill, successfully persuaded NPC +1. You used the Bewitch skill, recruited fervent disciples +1. You used the Bewitch skill, recruited fervent disciples +1. You introduced the concept of cultivating immortality, and everyone suddenly understood. You introduced the cultivation system of immortality, and everyone was shocked. You presented various possible visions of cultivating immortality, with profound vision and creativity, stunning everyone. You have gained the trust of all NPCs present, with 80% showing respect and 20% being fervent admirers. You will be recognized by all cultivators as the teacher, making an indelible contribution as the ancestor of one path of this cultivation system in this world. As Bai continued to preach, the atmosphere at the Immortal Spiritual Conference turned into a large-scale cult gathering. Amidst the fervor, someone deeply bowed and said, Elder's words are like the sound of great bells, worthy of being called the teacher of generations. Do you want to save temporarily? This instance has been saved and can be continued at any time. Achievement system has been refreshed. You have achieved the Teacher of 100 Generations achievement. You have achieved the leading the cultivating immortality trend achievement. If this instance world continues to develop, you will become an indelible guide in the history of the cultivation world. The system kindly reminds the player that if they continue from this point in the next load, it will cause irreversible distortions to the main storyline and player character. Please complete the main storyline first. The system's meaning was clear. The previous task about Su Dong had also been distorted by Bai Yi's cunning moves. However, he had completed the main storyline task Kill Anyone at Will, and then distorted the Nightmare Fragment, equivalent to uncovering a hidden task subplot on top of completing the main storyline. But this time, the main storyline task had not been completed yet. Clearly meant to change the world and sever cultivation, yet here he was aiming to become the ancestor of cultivators. It was simply a reverse operation. Lines of text floated before Bai Yi's eyes as he lay in bed, waving them away. All right, don't worry. Of course, I will complete the main storyline task. However, with the system's intelligence, it naturally can't grasp my thoughts, so it's understandable to have such concerns. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 3,224 words. Idle mode has been turned off. The Nightmare Fragment instance time has been advanced to 6 months later. When Bai Yi logged into the Nightmare game again, he found himself sitting in a tavern hall, still dressed in hemp clothes, with a bamboo hat covering most of his face. The once world-renowned Han Guang sword lay quietly on the table. Accompanying it was a table full of fine wine and delicacies. The sounds of patrons drinking and chatting constantly filled the air around him. Their excited and chaotic mental waves were like a ball of yarn that had been rolled around by a cat on the floor and tangled into knots, all rushing into Bai Yi's mind. Countless streams of information were gathered together by him. Bai Yi pulled open the invisible game panel before his eyes, and line after line of historical information from the idle period scrolled past. At the Immortal Spiritual Conference, the appearance of the nameless person in a bamboo had opened up ideas for everyone, allowing a group of NPCs to witness an unprecedented prospect for immortal cultivation. Frenzy +1+1+1. Your character Pei Huffing was awarded glorious titles such as Guide to Immortal Cultivation, Teacher of 100 Generations, Ancestor of the Way, and so on. Under your influence, your character Pei Huffing opened the door to a new world, self-taught strange characteristics such as bewitching people, thought induction, talking nonsense, convincing with reason, and developed a strong interest in deceiving and misleading people. Character fate progression in progress. In the first month of being left to his own devices, your character Pei Huffing's speech at the Immortal Spiritual Conference was widely spread, expanding to 3 nearby counties, with the number of followers constantly growing. In the second month of being left to his own devices, your character Pei Huffing was invited to participate in perfecting the basic breathing technique of the Immortal Cultivation System, gaining the favor of the master of Baishue Mountain Villa, and becoming an honored guest there. Your character Pei Huffing attempted to practice the basic breathing technique without success, but through dietary supplements, he absorbed spiritual energy to refine his physical body, pretending to have succeeded in cultivation, and successfully refined his body. In the third month of being left to his own devices, at the earnest and repeated invitation of the Supreme Elder of Xiangshan sect, your character Pei Huffing participated in a private small immortal spiritual meeting held by a group of special NPCs. With his identity as a cultivation failure, he guided the world, instructing a group of cultivation geniuses, and jointly created the initial version of the immortal cultivation system suitable for this world. In the third month of being left to his own devices, your character Pei Huffing had successfully infiltrated the enemy's inner circle, becoming an undercover boss, viewed as a close friend and reliable mentor by the top batch of cultivation geniuses, a selfless guide, and a mysterious pathfinder. Under the guidance of your character Pei Huffing, they strived upwards, breaking through the threshold of immortal cultivation one after another, advancing towards higher realms. In the fifth month of being left to his own devices, your character Pei Huffing, under the alias Pei Qiuxian, had thoroughly become famous throughout the world, sparking a cultivation frenzy across the land, known to all within the 4 seas. The popularized immortal cultivation system and basic breathing technique were highly praised in the martial world. Apart from those immune to spiritual energy, people all over the world abandoned martial arts for immortal cultivation. In the 6th month of being left to his own devices, your character was invited to the northern seashore to witness the young sect master of the North Sea Sword sect break through the stage of chi refining and body tempering, entering a brand new realm of cultivation. The noise in the tavern was incessant. Outside, the streets were also crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder. These were all cultivators who had traveled from far and wide upon hearing the news that the young master of the North Sea Sword sect was about to break through. Of course, given their level, if they were to call themselves cultivators in a real world of immortal cultivation, it would be laughable. As the sun rose in the sky, people began to move towards the towering, endless snow-capped mountains outside the city. The entrance to the North Sea Sword sect lay deep within those majestic snow mountains. At the peak of the highest snow mountain, a figure had been sitting for a long time. He had white clothes and black hair, with a young and handsome face, exuding an aura of serenity and indifference. Figures flitted between the continuous snow mountains, coming from all directions towards the peak. The seated young man seemed unaware of everything around him, eyes closed, his aura gradually merging with the surrounding environment. The moment his aura completely harmonized, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright. He recited in a casual tone. "For 20 years I've been in confusion. Today I finally know who I am." As his words fell, a powerful aura burst from him, as if some invisible shackle had been broken. The look in his eyes became increasingly detached and ethereal, as if his entire soul had left his body and floated up to the high heavens. All the onlookers were stunned. "Is this what a true immortal cultivator is like?" someone exclaimed in shock and admiration. "Enlightenment and breakthrough, seeking immortality?" Yes. This must be the legendary enlightenment and sudden realization. They say the biggest difference between immortal cultivation and martial arts is that, besides tempering the body, cultivators must constantly comprehend the great principles of heaven and earth to break through realms, someone sighed. "I fear I have no hope in this lifetime." Young Master Chiu is truly a rare talent in the world. He actually succeeded. This aptitude and comprehension ability is unparalleled in the current age. The spectators' feelings of amazement and envy need not be mentioned. A trace of longing appeared in their eyes, fantasizing that in the near future, they too could be like this, with a chance to become immortals. Just then, someone called out, "Wait, something's not right. Everyone, quick, look at young Master Chiu's face." Startled by this voice, everyone looked. They saw that the originally serene and handsome face now showed signs of distortion. Amidst the flying snow, various emotions flashed through the young man's once detached and pure eyes: anger, sorrow, resentment, wild joy, fear, struggle, finally turning into a chaotic and crazy deep black, like the gates of an abyss opening, with countless demons about to crawl out from his eyes. "Stop it, stop it, stop it, get out of my head," he suddenly started pounding his head violently. "Get out, get out, get out." To everyone's astonishment, he lost control and shouted, his aura instantly falling into chaos. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The wind howled, and cries of alarm rose around. The young man clutched his head, rolling on the ground in agony. "What's happening? What's going on? Is it a failed breakthrough? Did something go wrong? Ah, help! Young Master Chiu has gone into chi deviation." Violent sword chi surged around, accompanied by screams and shouts. The young man in white had drawn his sword at some point and began killing indiscriminately. Fortunately, many experts were present among those invited. After the initial surprise, they acted quickly, working together to restrain him, finally calming the situation. Alas, how could this happen? These top experts who intervened were also among those with the strongest aptitude for immortal cultivation in this world. They had all contributed to the current basic breathing technique and cultivation system. They had come to witness the North Sea Sword sect's young master's successful breakthrough, to validate their path of immortal cultivation. They never expected such an incident and were at a loss for what to do. "Let me take a look." A figure emerged from the crowd, approaching the young man who was restrained but still in a state of chaotic madness. He was immediately recognized. "When did fellow cultivator Pei arrive? We didn't even notice." Upon seeing him, the perplexed crowd showed signs of delight. "Do you have a way to quell his chi deviation?" This is likely not ordinary chi deviation, but rather a mishap while comprehending the heavenly Tao. Bai Yi spoke softly from under his bamboo hat. After some examination, he muttered in a puzzled tone. How could this be? If it were an error in the internal meridian pathways while absorbing spiritual energy, it would be understandable. With the magnificent heavenly Tao above, one either comprehends or doesn't. Even a failed comprehension shouldn't lead to demonic deviation. Unless there's a problem with the Tao itself. He mumbled almost inaudibly, then suddenly seemed to snap out of his contemplation, quickly shaking his head. No, I must be overthinking. But the highly skilled individuals around him, all with keen senses, caught the barely perceptible sentence. And in an instant, they understood its implications. For a moment, everyone seemed to be struck by a great terror, their breathing faltering. No, that's impossible. They too shook their heads internally, completely dispelling that absurd notion. Everyone's attention returned to the young master of the North Sea Sword sect. The urgent matter at hand was to escort him back to the North Sea Sword sect and find a way to help him recover quickly. The events on the snow mountain left everyone terrified and shocked. Bai Yi, however, was quite cheerful. He started humming a tune again. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly refreshed. The earlier incident was, of course, Bai Yi's mischief. As for how he accomplished it, it was related to the fragment of the principle of all things in his possession. According to the information Bai Yi obtained from the game system, the fragment of the principle of all things could upgrade any skill, card, talent, or item, and could also be exchanged for nightmare crystals. It was essentially omnipotent within the game system. So, he made a reasonable guess. Isn't this just like a universal modifier in online games? It can freely add attribute points, modify skills, items, and so on. It's truly a game-breaking equipment beyond the ordinary. At that time, when he tried to use the fragment of the principle of all things to upgrade his talent Rhythm of All Things, the system refused, saying it couldn't be done. So, what if instead of an upgrade, he made some small modifications? Bai Yi proposed his request to the system. Rhythm of all things can only passively receive the life rhythms from all things in the world. If we integrate a fragment of the principle of all things, could we build an invisible web of thoughts connecting all things in the world based on rhythm of all things? At this point, the color in his pupils deepened. Previously, those people input to me one way, now, I want to make this web of thoughts bidirectional. After evaluation, the player's idea is feasible. Do you confirm using the fragment of the principle of all things to modify rhythm of all things and derive web of thoughts? It really can be done? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise, then lifted the corners of his mouth high. Do you need to ask? Of course I confirm. Fierce winds swept across the snow mountain peak, snowflakes flying everywhere. A cheerful tune drifted through the air as a figure walked through the wind and snow, his snow-white hemp clothes seeming to merge with the blizzard. Under the inconspicuous bamboo hat, his lips curled into a wild grin. At this moment, an invisible web of thoughts permeated between heaven and earth, constantly expanding outward with him at its center. The mental waves of countless people around him converged towards him, and with a single thought, he could spread them out again through this invisible web of thoughts. On this invisible network, one thread was particularly tight, with the other end connected to the young master of the North Sea Sword sect. At the moment of his breakthrough, Bai Yi had stuffed a large amount of chaotic thoughts onto this line. As a result, that guy's CPU overloaded and he became confused. Tisk, Bai Yi expressed great disappointment at this, weakling. Over the years, the mental waves input into his head one way were far more than this, and wasn't he still fine? Bai Yi stopped the continuous flow of mental waves into that line, lest he really burst that weakling's brain. What was already in his head now was enough to keep him confused for a while. At least let others understand what happened. A full half-month passed before the young master of the North Sea Sword sect gradually recovered from his previous chaotic and crazy state. When others came to visit, he fearfully described the situation during his breakthrough. At that time, I emptied my mind, sinking into a state of no thought, feeling my spirit infinitely elevated, my soul thoroughly merging with heaven and earth. I was initially joyful. Who knew that next, it would be like sinking into a quagmire? In this world, there seemed to be endless demonic sounds, boundless delusions, infinite sorrows and hatreds, as if transformed into countless faces, filling all directions of heaven and earth. And his emptied mind was like a naked person stripped of outer clothing, suddenly plunged into endless mire, disturbed by countless random thoughts, as if thousands of people were talking in his mind. How could he not break down? Others who heard this exclaimed, "This immortal cultivation is truly inconceivable, and comprehending the Tao is fraught with difficulties." However, failing the first breakthrough attempt wasn't a big deal. With experience, perhaps the next time would be smooth. They were encouraging him to keep trying when the young master of the North Sea Sword sect waved his hands. No, forget it. I think I might have some misunderstanding about the path of immortal cultivation. I'm not a cultivation genius. My talent is in martial arts. The subsequent conversation among the crowd became, "Believe in yourself, you can do it." No, I really can't. After this exchange, the crowd could only leave in disappointment. The pale-faced young master of the North Sea Sword sect heaved a long sigh of relief. Even now, he hadn't fully recovered. He still felt like there was a lot of sludge in his head that hadn't been poured out, his mind in complete chaos. If this happened again, it might cost him his life. I never expected young Master Chiu to be so cowardly. Someone cursed disappointedly after leaving the North Sea Sword sect. Cultivating immortality and seeking the Tao should be about facing challenges head-on. To give up after one failure, how can one achieve great things? Don't you agree, fellow cultivator Pei? I.e., being addressed, let out an ah and replied, "Your words are most correct. I wonder if you would like to be the pioneer in this path." Cough, this old man's aptitude is dull. The person laughed it off. I.e. immediately let out a long sigh of disappointment. What happened to facing challenges head-on? He now just hoped that everyone in the world would quickly start cultivating and actively connect to his web of thoughts. It would be perfect to thoroughly pour out all the black sludge accumulated in his head over these 17 years, like a big clean-up. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. On the 7th day of the 2nd month, the young master of the North Sea Sword sect, having perfected chi refining and body tempering, attempted to comprehend the heavenly Tao on the North Sea snow peak, aiming to break through chi refining and directly reach foundation building. However, he fell into chi deviation and went mad on the spot. All observers were shocked and terrified, hesitation growing in their hearts. On the 14th day of the 4th month, the master of Taishu's sect went into closed-door cultivation to break through, but fell into chi deviation in the secret chamber. When discovered, he had already taken his own life, the chamber in disarray. The news spread, causing an uproar in the martial world. On the 27th day of the 4th month, Elder Li of the Tsunlong sect, seeing his lifespan nearing its end, attempted to break through chi refining to extend his life. However, he fell into chi deviation while comprehending the Tao, went mad, and seriously injured 7 disciples. He passed away in confusion shortly after, when his time came. On the 8th day of the 6th month. Starting with the young master of the North Sea Sword sect, all cultivators who perfected chi refining and attempted to break through to the next realm invariably fell into chi deviation and lost control while comprehending the Tao. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, this group of fastest progressing cultivators were precisely those bearing the great luck of this world's immortal path, the most outstanding cultivation prodigies. They should have been exploring the path of immortal cultivation, laying the foundation for tens of thousands of generations to come, becoming the pioneers for future cultivators. Now, however, their Tao hearts were completely destroyed, and they avoided the path of immortal cultivation like the plague. You have successfully altered this world's predetermined fate, changing the history of the Nightmare Fragment instance from its source. Mad, they've all gone mad. Under Baiyi's mischief, these horrifying tragedies made the entire martial world tremble. Who would still want to cultivate immortality? The more they cultivated, the madder they became. It was life-threatening. He then subtly spread the concept of outer realm demons. He let people know that such entities existed, supposedly found in records from some ancient texts. Before long, the NPCs of this world lived up to his expectations and reasonably filled in the blanks. This must be the legendary Outer Realm demons at work. What heavenly spiritual energy! It's clearly demonic energy. The Outer Realm demons must be deliberately spreading demonic energy, attempting to infiltrate this world and turn everyone into their slaves. It must be so without a doubt. This world has never heard of any immortal spiritual energy since ancient times. The martial way is the righteous path passed down for generations. What immortal cultivation? Nonsense, heresy. It's the way of the Outer Realm demons. That being the case, those who cultivate immortality must face heavenly punishment. This is the heavenly Tao's intolerance. The martial way is favored by the heavenly Tao. I will abandon immortal cultivation and practice martial arts. Some even quoted the classic words of the young master of the North Sea Sword sect, making such declarations. What immortal cultivation genius! I'm not an immortal cultivation genius. My talent is in martial arts. I will forever love the martial way. The martial way is eternal. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,376 words. When the theory of Outer Realm demons became popular, countless cultivators in the entire Nightmare game fragment feared for their lives. The cultivation system that had just emerged was immediately labeled as an evil cult. Even the legendary Peiqiu Xian, who had amazed the world, became the subject of varying degrees of suspicion. When people tried to find his whereabouts, they discovered he had vanished without a trace, adding another layer of mystery to his persona. Many suspected he was the incarnation or spokesperson of Outer Realm demons in the mortal world, aiming to guide people onto a path disguised as cultivation but actually serving the Outer Realm demons. They believed that once people went astray, the Outer Realm demons could invade their minds and become the demons in everyone's hearts, enslaving all living beings. Some suspected that this pioneer of the cultivation system had already died after going astray in his exploration of cultivation. As for certain small sects claiming this person was actually the former world's number one, Pei Hofeng, it was simply ridiculous. Everyone knew Pei Hofeng had no aptitude for cultivation, so how could he understand the cultivation system so well? It was as absurd as a monk understanding Taoist scriptures and single-handedly creating the Taoist system. Such an outrageous rumor was not believed by anyone with a brain. At this time, when Pei Hofeng was mentioned, people's attitudes had changed dramatically. When he dominated the martial world and suppressed all under heaven, they feared, hated, respected, and were in awe of him. When the immortal spiritual energy appeared, they thought he had been abandoned by the times, no different from dry bones in a grave. But now, they wondered if this once-in-a-century martial arts genius was actually the true chosen one? The more people speculated, the more reasonable it seemed. The so-called path of cultivation was nothing but an evil way. Cultivators would surely face divine punishment and go astray. Only martial arts had been the righteous path in this world since ancient times. Then, wasn't the person with the greatest martial arts talent favored by heaven and earth, the true chosen one? He had survived numerous enemies seeking him out and later mysteriously disappeared. Now, a group of cultivators had gone astray. All of this seemed to confirm this speculation. At this point, the talented cultivators who had gone astray finally realized, could this be the difference between a false chosen one and the true chosen one? The era of cultivation had just begun, only to come to an end. This was a terrible conspiracy. This was revenge launched against this world, against this brand new era, by those abandoned by the old era. You created demons in the hearts of countless cultivators, completely cutting off the path of immortality in everyone's hearts. You single-handedly destroyed the possibilities of the new era, dragging the entire world back into the dead end of the old era. You buried the future of countless people, you changed history. You completed your revenge on this world, at the cost of leaving the entire world with no future and losing hope for ascension. You are the sage who opened the path of cultivation for the world, and also the demon of demons who destroyed it all. Main quest completed. Do you want to exit the instance? Seeing this series of evaluations from the game system, Bai Yi, who was about to exit the instance, became dissatisfied. Hey, system, are you saying that I hindered the progress of the entire world? You were the one who issued the quest for me to transform the world, and now you're the one being sarcastic, TSK. He shook his head and let out a meaningful sigh. Besides, how do you know that cultivation is the only correct path? Forget it, I should have known you wouldn't think of that. I'll reluctantly teach you a lesson. Saying this, Bai Yi crossed his arms and made a big X, so, of course, we can't end it like this. Otherwise, you'd be too pleased with yourself. He chose to stay in the instance, but not as Pei Qiuxian. Instead, he appeared before the world as Pei Hofeng, in the identity of the world's #1 in martial arts. There had been an immortal spiritual conference to discuss the path of cultivation before, so wouldn't it be natural to hold a martial arts conference to discuss the future of martial arts? Wouldn't it be even more reasonable to summon martial artists from all over the world in the name of the world's #1, gather the wisdom of many, integrate various martial arts, and revise a martial arts classic suitable for the current era, opening up a new path of martial arts for the world? Since this world now had spirit energy, as long as one could utilize it, what difference did it make which path one took? Whether directly absorbing spirit energy or consuming spiritual objects to obtain their power, it was evident that people's physical constitution in this world would become stronger, and their vitality would increase. If specialized martial arts techniques were created to refine the body with spiritual energy and expand meridians, even the existing martial arts moves would be vastly different from before when used. If one couldn't follow the path of cultivation, they could follow the path of advanced martial arts. From shattering rocks with a palm to splitting mountains, from walking on water to crossing rivers on a single reed. Wouldn't such a style be interesting too? Successfully cleared the nightmare fragment. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Instance level. Clearance rating, S. Points earned, 25. Achievements unlocked, teacher of 100 generations, leading the immortal cultivation trend, explanations omitted. Source of all evil. Description: by single-handedly becoming the heart demon of countless cultivators in the entire world, you are the source of all evil. Hidden instance unlocked, world ascension. Instance level. Clearance rating, S. Points earned, 20. Achievement unlocked, ancestor of martial arts. Description: you found a brand new path for world ascension, you opened up a new future for martial arts. God? Demon? Description: you buried the immortal path, you pioneered new martial arts. You are the incarnation of the heart demon feared by all cultivators, and also the sage worshipped by countless martial artists. You are the biggest behind-the-scenes manipulator of this world. You are both God and demon. Bai Yi slowly opened his eyes, and the system narration appeared. Beginning special reward draw. You have obtained a special drop, Nightmare Crystal, green, X5. Description: higher quality than Nightmare Crystal, white, can be used to support higher level scene templates or character card manifestations. You have obtained a character card. Along with the narration, an illusory card slowly appeared in mid-air and gently fell into Bai Yi's palm. Looking at the text that appeared before him, Bai Yi's eyes widened slightly. Oh my, this seems interesting. I can't wait to try it out. When Bai Yi went downstairs, he found Xia Jiajia, who lived downstairs, dragging a suitcase out the door. He was momentarily stunned before realizing, "Are you returning to school?" Xia Jiajia locked her door, then turned around with her suitcase, her tone dejected. Isn't it obvious? August isn't even over yet, and the universities in our Yuanyang are already starting. If I had known, I would have gone to the imperial capital. She had a moment of frustration, then seemed to remember something and said earnestly, "Oh right, Bai Yi, you're entering your senior year of high school, so you'll be going to university next year, right? Remember my lesson, don't choose locally in Yuanyang, absolutely not. Short holidays, heavy coursework, difficult to get into graduate school, and the supervisors are particularly inhumane. Most importantly, the cafeteria food is terrible. These are the hard-learned lessons I've summarized as someone who's been through it. Oh, do you have any other experiences to share? Have you figured out which school has the easiest coursework, longest holidays, and best cafeteria food?" Bai Yi squinted his eyes and smiled, looking curious. I actually have a summary for that. First is the Imperial Capital University. The cafeteria chefs there are like culinary gods descended to earth. I'd been there once before. Xia Jejia suddenly became energetic, sitting down on her suitcase and vividly describing the unforgettable food she longed for. In her words, it was something that should only exist in heaven, rarely seen in the mortal world. Eating it makes you feel like you're ascending to heaven. Definitely not food that ordinary people can make. It must be something only immortals can achieve. Bai Yi pondered. I feel like you're praising me. Isn't it just food that ordinary mortals can't make? He couldn't send people to heaven, but he could send them to the underworld. Aren't the deities of the underworld still deities? In conclusion, all the adjectives Xia Jejia used could be applied to him, no problem. Well, this is quite embarrassing. Seeing Xia Jejia's drooling expression, still wanting to taste the food made by immortals again, Bai Yi, being a good neighbor from upstairs, generously offered, I haven't had lunch yet, I can treat you and fulfill your wish. Xia Jejia? No, no, no. She waved her hands in horror, shaking her head frantically, I'm not worthy of your heavenly culinary skills. Don't think she didn't know, ever since this good neighbor moved upstairs, the stray cats and dogs in the old town no longer came to the garbage bins around here. It made her have to walk several streets away to find cats to feed like before. The first dog that was harmed, she was the first to discover and sent it to the pet hospital in time, barely saving its life. The doctor almost reported it as a case of poisoning. Thinking of these things, Xia Jejia's face turned green. At this moment, she caught sight of a figure approaching from the other end of the street. Xia Jejia, as if finding a lifeline, quickly waved her hand in that direction. Tianyin, Tianyin. The person she called seemed to be stunned for a moment, hesitating for several seconds before slowly walking towards the apartment building. Under the sunlight, she wore a light green long dress that looked fresh and natural. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, giving off a quiet and elegant aura. Perhaps the only thing that seemed a bit strange was the small flower pot she was holding. The pot only contained soil and a tiny sprout, not particularly attractive. Yet she was holding this strange flower pot as if it were a treasure, her careful protection clearly visible. Xia Jejia's curiosity was piqued. She had originally called out just to change the subject, but now she asked, What's that? A flower you're growing? What kind of flower is it that you're carrying it around? Why didn't you leave it at home? Tianyin looked down at the flower pot and the small sprout, instinctively holding the pot closer before answering, It's a sunflower someone gave me. I've terminated my adoption relationship with the Gu family and moved out, so of course I had to take my own things with me. Eh? Xia Jejia was stunned. She never expected that just trying to find a topic would lead to such big news. Terminated the adoption relationship? In her shock, she blurted out, Wasn't it said that old Mr. Gu and his wife were hospitalized? As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt it was inappropriate. It sounded like she was accusing Tianyin of not taking care of the elderly and instead taking the opportunity to sever ties. Xia Jejia quickly waved her hands, No, that's not what I meant. They recovered and were discharged last week. Tianyin interrupted her apology, not taking offense. We all felt that it wasn't suitable to maintain our current relationship, so we went through the procedure to terminate it. It's good timing as I've come of age and been admitted to university. Perhaps leaving will be a new beginning. She gazed deeply in the direction she came from and smiled. Bai Yi suddenly spoke up. So, you're taking this potted plant to university. Is this your luggage? Xia Jejia only just realized this point, her expression cracking. Yes. Tianyin's smile became even brighter, looking almost blissful. Everything else belongs to the Gu family. Only this sunflower is completely mine. It's a lucky flower symbolizing the fulfillment of wishes. Xia Jejia? Since when does a sunflower represent wish fulfillment? Watching Tianyin's receding figure, Xia Jejia was utterly confused. She was about to say something else when she suddenly jumped up from her suitcase. Oh no, I forgot about the time. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she hastily grabbed her suitcase. She didn't forget to wave at Bai Yi. I still have to catch the train. See you next holiday, Bai. Both had walked away, but Bai still stood in place, one hand lightly touching his chin, maintaining a thinker's pose. After a long while, he pushed his non-existent glasses on his nose bridge and let out an "Oh. That potted sunflower must be from the flower seeds I gave out." Recalling Tianyin's treasuring gesture, Bai's non-existent conscience suddenly felt a tiny bit guilty. This is really, unexpectedly persistent. It was like casually tricking a child that it would rain lollipops from the sky, thinking the child would forget about it in a couple of days, only to find the child constantly looking up at the sky waiting for the lollipop rain. In comparison, the liar who casually deceived the child seemed utterly conscienceless. Bai took out the flower speaker and puppet master cards, looking at the slowly increasing legend degree, maintaining a profound posture as he nodded slowly. His non-existent glasses seemed to flash with a dark light. It seems, it's time to make arrangements. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,186 words. Qinqing Empire, King District. Ink splattered across the sky, as night chased away the waning moon. Old but orderly buildings looked like toy models made from the same mold, neatly arranged together. From the heavens above, it resembled a prank by the gods. In the streets running between the buildings, sewage flowed freely, and pedestrians hurried by with numb and cold expressions. In street corners, people furtively traded some kind of stimulant. At intersections, heavy motorcycles roared past, splashing dirty water onto pedestrians' trouser legs, followed by shouts, curses, and yells. Then, a burst of intense gunfire drowned out everything else. Hearing the gunshots, no one cried out, no one wept, no one ran around shouting. They routinely took temporary shelter in the nearest building, perhaps a convenience store, their own home, or maybe a bar or hotel. When everything calmed down, they emerged as if nothing had happened, continuing what they were doing before. Hurried pedestrians continued rushing home, convenience store owners counting the day's earnings resumed tallying accounts, strangers who had completed their transactions left without looking back, each with bulging wallets and stimulants, only to be dragged away shortly after. In the depths of unlit alleys, young couples disturbed by gunfire continued their passionate kisses. The world remained as it always had been. In the King District, such occurrences were commonplace. Every few days, nameless bodies would be found in dark corners, possibly due to territorial disputes, a wrong word spoken, a few fragrant imperial banknotes, or even just a loaf of bread. These executioners, who exchanged fire in the night, piercing others' bodies with cold bullets and reaping lives as if they were mere weeds, might return home to become obedient sons, simple husbands, or reliable fathers. Of course, they might also be even more terrible abusers. Everyone had grown accustomed to such role changes. This was the way of survival in the King District. It had been this way for generations. Since everyone had long grown accustomed to the environment here, naturally, no one noticed that. Over the past month or so, the gunfire had become more frequent and orderly than before. The conflicts that used to erupt anytime, anywhere now seemed to concentrate in the deep night or at certain special times, as if by agreement. The addicts who were once seen everywhere had vanished without a trace. Gang leaders and arms dealers who used to be at odds now frequented the same places, as if some authority compelled them to converge. As for those excluded from this circle, with each round of nighttime gunfire, they were gradually eliminated, devoured, and consumed by this new small group. It was as if an invisible hand controlled everyone, establishing a brand new order within this seemingly chaotic disorder, and setting up a new set of rules. Sigh. Josiah exhaled a smoke ring filled with the scent of blood and gunpowder, tossed his cheap cigarette to the ground, and crushed it under his foot before placing his hand on the doorknob in front of him. As the leader of Cleaners, one of the largest gangs in the King District, a man who specialized in doing dirty work for the upper-class elites, in fact, under the indulgence of the big shots in the Qinqing Empire, there were many like him in the King District, all mere tools in the hands of the powerful. Few would believe he would live in such an ordinary, dilapidated, and inconspicuous old house. Those who tried to follow him and capture his weaknesses and vulnerabilities would always be confused by his careful movements and various tricks. No one had been fortunate enough to see his residence. But Josiah liked it here. Every night, when he saw the lights on in this house and opened the door to receive hugs from his wife and daughter, all his fatigue would vanish, replaced by a sense of complete satisfaction. This was what he would fight to protect at all costs. The cruelty of taking others' lives disappeared from him, and Josiah's face showed a tender smile. He opened the front door and walked in. Thud! As he pushed the door open, a sound rang out, as if someone had heavily pressed a piano key, and music poured forth. Low, elegant, gentle, sacred. Like a hymn in a church, a holy song at a wedding. The night seemed to turn into dawn, with golden morning light piercing through the clouds, falling into the room. Angels descended to earth amid the divine music. Josiah's face broke into a delighted smile. He knew his wife loved the piano and had even bought her one after they married, which she cherished, but he never knew her skills had improved to this level. Clap, clap, clap. Yay, yay. His daughter's childish cheers rang out in the living room. She excitedly clapped her hands, grabbed a bouquet of roses from the table, and ran towards the wall where the piano was, eagerly presenting the flowers to the performer. Her little face was flushed with excitement. So much so that she didn't even notice her father's return. Josiah's doting gaze followed his daughter's direction, and the delighted smile on his face slowly froze. A tall figure slowly rose from the piano, accepted the bouquet from the little girl, and gracefully bowed like a performer about to leave the stage. Moonlight shone in from outside, and the man's pale golden hair seemed to glow. His deep green eyes were gentler than the moonlight. As he took the flowers, one hand held the little girl's hand, performing a no-contact hand kiss. "Thank you, dear little miss." The little girl smiled even more happily. The moment the man reached out to hold the little girl's hand, Josiah's pupils suddenly revealed undisguisable panic, anger, and fear, as if he had seen the kiss of a venomous snake. He stood frozen, not daring to breathe. As if the slightest carelessness would startle the snake before him, sending his daughter's young life to its doom under the snake's kiss. Seeming to notice his gaze, the man in the moonlight looked up at him, slowly curling his lips into an arc, as exquisite and perfect as a doll in a shop window, lacking warmth. The thick night spread behind him, his shadow completely enveloping the little girl in front of him, yet it seemed to envelop the entire house, including Josiah himself, plunging everything into a deep, viscous, terrifying shadow. "Joe, you're back." His wife's delighted voice sounded behind Josiah, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. She came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, placing steaming dishes on the table. "Perfect timing. Kay came to visit today, so I prepared a hearty dinner for you all." Saying this, she smiled at the man by the window. "Mr. Kay, I apologize for not being able to properly entertain you. I hope this little one didn't cause you any trouble." "Not at all. The little miss is very charming." The little girl pouted angrily, then raised her head again at his compliment. The tall man and the small child walked past Josiah, who stood frozen like a statue in the living room, and headed to the dining table to sit down. The hostess glanced at her husband, who was standing still like a sculpture, and called out in dissatisfaction, "Joe, what are you doing standing there? It's so rude." The man called Mr. Kay smiled and said, "No, I should be the one apologizing for visiting without the host's permission, though I thought Josiah and I had developed quite a deep friendship during this time." As he said this, he let out a soft sigh. "No." Josiah finally reacted, realizing his rudeness, and quickly forced a smile. I'm just too surprised. I never expected you to visit, it's such a pleasant surprise." He rambled a bit, but moved quickly, almost rushing to the dining table. Without thinking, he sat down next to Kay before the three could be seated, subtly separating him from his wife and daughter on either side. The dinner was filled with joy and warmth. The hostess was very enthusiastic about this elegant, gentle, and charming guest who had an upper-class air so different from the King District. Compared to her husband's former unsavory friends, the difference was like night and day. Therefore, when this guest came to visit, she brought out her best manners, even generously lending out her precious piano that she usually treasured. This woman, who grew up in the King District, could tell at a glance with her intelligence and acumen that such a distinguished guest, far above their current social class, might be the only chance in their lifetime to associate with someone of such high status. It could also be their family's opportunity to escape the King District. She couldn't allow her daughter to spend her whole life in this place like she had, either ending up as a factory worker, a streetwalker, or gambling on finding a reliable man to marry when she came of age. She couldn't allow it. Now it seemed that this Mr. K had a rare good nature, apparently quite appreciative of her husband, and also had a good impression of their daughter. Her smile became even warmer. The little girl beside her obviously liked this guest as well. Perhaps the only one not enthusiastic enough was Josiah himself. He seemed overly nervous. Thinking this must truly be a guest of noble status, the hostess glanced at her useless husband a few times, feeling she had to make up for his part as well. Amid the enthusiastic hospitality of mother and daughter, Kay responded with ease. Even faced with the little girl's innocent childish words, he could reply with gentle humor, keeping the dining table filled with laughter and a very harmonious atmosphere. Throughout this, Josiah, who remained tense, seemed out of place. His wife had frowned at him several times, and a pair of gentle, concerned deep green eyes occasionally fell on him, forcing him to squeeze out a smile. When the enjoyable dinner finally ended, Josiah quickly made an excuse about having something to discuss and sent his wife and daughter back to their rooms. He locked the door and angrily walked towards the living room. All the fear, worry, panic, and anger that had accumulated throughout the evening seemed to explode at this moment. He couldn't tolerate anyone threatening his family. Even if that person was a devil. A figure was sitting on the sofa, with its back to him. The man's light golden shoulder-length hair was draped over his shoulders. His long legs were crossed, and he was casually playing with a rose, a gift from a little girl. Seeing this scene, Josiah's entire aura deflated like a punctured balloon. His anger-clouded mind suddenly cleared. How could I forget? This is an absolute devil. In just over a month, how many people in the King District lost their lives silently because of this devil in front of him? They fell into trash cans, into stinking gutters, more worthless than stray dogs. As one of the chosen executors, he survived by timely surrendering and becoming a lapdog. He knew better than anyone else. Their lives, the treasures in their hearts more precious than life itself, and those secrets that, if leaked, would bring great trouble to their families, were now all in the hands of this devil. As for resistance? Anyone who had seen this person appear and disappear like a ghost, who had seen the fate of those who resisted or ambushed, would not entertain such foolish thoughts. His feet felt glued to the spot as he stood there in silence for a long time, his chest heaving violently. Then, he slowly walked to the other side of the sofa, as if enveloped by the shadow that covered the entire room. He bowed his head respectfully. "Kay, please give your orders." In a distant country, a pen was swiftly writing. After some unknown communication and probing, Kay reached an undisclosed agreement with the president of the Shadow Council. He then left the now boring Yuanyang City and came to this planet, to another country across the ocean. He quickly found a place that matched his aesthetic and decided to replenish some ammunition for his weapons. Well-versed in human weaknesses and unmatched in understanding human nature, the Puppet Master, who controlled the Shadow Council's intelligence network, provided significant help in this process. This compensated for Kay's lack of patience and tendency to act impulsively and passionately. The entire King District became his hunting ground. Kay's powerful execution ability and his cold heart, unbound by any moral laws, ensured the smooth implementation of the plan, allowing the Puppet Master to receive his due reward. The Shadow Council's influence is expanding. Losing one Dawn City, there will always be another Dawn City. This country is just one of the choices. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2092 words. Joseph, I heard things have been a bit chaotic in the King District recently. You should really get it under control. Indeed, it's ultimately in your jurisdiction. You need to put more thought into it. I think you've been spending too much time and energy on participating in the Cold Island project, leaving no time for your main job. There have always been many people vying to participate. If you don't have the energy, you could give up your spot to someone who needs it. At the semi-formal, semi-private cocktail party, well-dressed members of high society mingled, moving back and forth through the crowd with polite smiles on their faces. As one figure after another approached and then walked away, leaving behind comments either sarcastic or gloating, Joseph Houston, a member of the Chinching Empire's parliament and administrator of the King District, gradually grew darker in expression. The veins on his hand gripping the wine glass bulged. At this moment, a middle-aged man of medium build, slightly overweight with a balding forehead, walked over with a wine glass and consoled him. "Joseph, don't be angry. This time, for the Cold Island project, we in Parliament have swallowed the biggest piece of the pie. The cabinet also got quite a few benefits. Those pedantic royalists only got a few scraps. It's normal for them to be unhappy, but we're the ones who've profited anyway." "I understand," Joseph took a deep breath and sneered, "they can only bark a few times to vent their dissatisfaction." He was well aware of who had really profited greatly, and wouldn't normally lose his composure over a few sour comments. What truly upset him was King District really had a mishap. He cursed inwardly, slamming his wine glass down on a nearby table. Those mad dogs are starting to get out of control. Joseph's gaze swept over the balding middle-aged man in front of him, then toward the crowd mingling at the lively party, his thoughts sinking slightly. Everyone probably thought there was just a bit of small unrest in the King District, but no one took it seriously. In such a chaotic place, every so often some hotheads would emerge, but after being dealt with, they would obediently follow the rules and no longer attempt to challenge the system. In the Chinching Empire, the line between black and white had never been so clear-cut. Otherwise, incidents like an innocent parliamentarian accidentally caught in a gang shootout while passing by, an arrogant and domineering royal family member gunned down by a civilian vigilante, or a well-respected cabinet elder caught up in a drug trafficking gang sweep and exposed for buying and using drugs, all of these would just be accidents. Therefore, for the big shots, a place like the King District, a city of sin and chaos that ordinary people would instinctively avoid, was nothing more than a kennel for raising hunting dogs. Usually, these hunting dogs could tear at each other in the kennel or prey on innocent lambs that strayed into their territory. When the crucial moment came, the big shots would pull on the leash, and the hunting dogs would obediently pounce on their enemies. After all, there were always things that the glamorous big shots wouldn't do themselves, always some dirty work that needed to be done. Although the commotion in the King District was larger this time, the big shots merely thought these hunting dogs were tearing at each other too fiercely. A few strikes as warning would suffice. At worst, if a few dogs died, they could always be replaced with new ones. But Joseph knew it wasn't like that. This was merely the result of his efforts to suppress the news. The real situation now was that things had spiraled out of control. The hunting dogs were no longer obedient, and even the kennel had slipped from his grasp. The people he sent to discipline those hunting dogs disappeared into the kennel, their fates unknown. It was as if the place had become someone's independent kingdom, and he himself was being blackmailed with leverage against him. God knows how it felt when he woke up at 3 a.m. in his mistress's bed with a gun pressed to the back of his head. He didn't even see what the person looked like. This could happen a second time, a third time. As long as he didn't give a clear answer, choosing to submit, he would have to live in constant fear. After all, he wouldn't be let off so easily every time. Who wouldn't be nervous with someone elusive, constantly threatening your life, hiding in the shadows? The agitated Joseph no longer had the mood to drink and chat, and was about to go up to the terrace for some fresh air. At that moment, an elegant and soothing piano melody sounded behind him. It was as if soft moonlight was spilling onto a tranquil lake, with flocks of white swans flapping their wings in the night, ripples spread across the azure waters, just like the music rippling through the air, unconsciously relaxing one's mind. Joseph couldn't help but turn his head, and saw that a piano had appeared near the corridor at some point. A slender figure sat at the piano, fingers beautifully brushing the keys. From his angle, he could see the person's light golden, shoulder-length hair, half of the side profile visible beneath the hair strands, eyes as clear as lake water, and the perfect curve at the corner of their lips. Seeming to sense someone watching, as the piece ended, the man at the piano elegantly stood up, placed one hand on his chest, and gave a slight bow in this direction. His gaze fell on Joseph, the corner of his lips lifting. Joseph read his lips. "We meet again, Mr. Joseph." Joseph's pupils constricted. The next second, gunshots rang out. The lights of the party suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. In the instant the lights went out, the ornate chandelier on the ceiling plummeted, sending shards flying everywhere. Many people cried out in the darkness. Then, another gunshot. This was followed by even more piercing screams. The next moment, light returned to the hall. A large group of security personnel had rushed in, all within just 3 seconds. The chaotic crowd quickly regained composure. After all, they were all important figures, and at least maintained outward calm once they settled down. Everyone began moving like clockwork. No trace of the perpetrator's whereabouts. No other clues found. Several gentlemen and ladies have cuts on their arms from the shards. Sir Leonardo has been shot in the chest, needs immediate medical attention. Other than that, no other casualties. A bullet of unusual material has been found at the scene. Where's the pianist? The pianist who was just playing has disappeared. He couldn't have escaped in such a short time. Lock down this building, don't let anyone get away. A person was found locked in a bathroom on the first floor. He claims to be the pianist for this party. Someone rushed in, speaking urgently. He was knocked unconscious from behind just half an hour ago. My God, I can't believe it. How did your security let a criminal waltz in here posing as the pianist? Angry rebukes, timid responses, authoritative commands. Countless chaotic voices swirled around Joseph, seeming both near and far, as if separated by a barrier. He stood rigidly in place, his expression dazed. Fortunately, there were others more distraught than him at this moment, so his reaction didn't draw any attention. It's that person. Joseph clenched his teeth tightly, the muscles in his face tensing. Although he hadn't seen the person's face when he awoke in his mistress's bed last time, he clearly remembered the first words that person said. Nice to meet you, Mr. Joseph. He remembered even more clearly what that person said before leaving. 3rd time's the charm. Next time we meet, you'll make the right choice, Mr. Joseph. It's him, it must be him, he screamed inwardly. His body trembled slightly, whether from excitement or fear. He heard voices drifting over from the hall again. This is a terrorist attack. We absolutely cannot let the culprit escape. This is a plot against the royal family, someone shouted angrily, raising their arm. Unforgivable, unforgivable. Simultaneously with this voice, Joseph's violently trembling inner voice cried out. This is a warning for me. Using a human life to warn him, and the life of a noble sir with blood ties to the royal family at that. He leaned against the pillar behind him, his body slowly slumping. The Shadow Council. Joseph's head slowly lowered, completely hidden in the shadow of the pillar, while a deeper shadow silently enveloped his heart, thoroughly consuming him. At an unknown distance from here, under some eaves, a figure slowly materialized. He wore a long black trench coat, holding a long black umbrella like a cane planted on the ground, his composed posture like that of an old-school aristocratic gentleman from the last century. Ah, I seem to have accidentally made quite a commotion. My apologies, I was just a bit excited. When I encounter a rare stage, I always can't resist wanting to perform. The light golden hair strands fluttered gently in the night breeze as Kay smiled slightly. So I just picked an unlucky fellow with the most turbid spiritual fluctuations. But, although the commotion was a bit big, I suppose I've fulfilled your request, haven't I? He gazed with amusement towards the distant streets filled with blaring sirens. The Shadow Council has expanded smoothly, hasn't it? Yes, it has expanded smoothly. Another voice echoed from the deep shadows. And as you wished, it has become a terrorist organization in the eyes of certain people, quite conspicuously. Kay's smile didn't waver. You should have been prepared for this from the moment you chose to cooperate with me. The voice in the shadows didn't argue, only sighing lightly. This world is undergoing drastic changes. The coming era no longer allows me the luxury of 10 or 20 years to weave a large web imperceptibly. To leverage enough power in a short time, we may have to resort to some extraordinary measures, the voice from the shadows calmly stated. That's why I sought you out. Then, let's continue. I'll always be ready to appreciate your performance, my one of the 4 pillars. If you need, I can help you set up the perfect stage. Kay smiled and asked in return. Oh, Does that include the stage for ascending to the position of the Shadow Council's president? If you can manage it, yes. Bright lights illuminated the second floor of the apartment. At the desk, Bai slowly closed the notebook, his fingertip spinning the pen quickly twice before putting it down. La 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 la. He stood up, humming a cheerful tune with completely meaningless lyrics. At the same time, he extended both hands, index and middle fingers pointing straight down, tapping merrily on the desktop. The tapping frequency of his fingers perfectly merged with the rhythm of the tune. At a glance, it looked like two long-legged little people were dancing happily on the desktop to the beat. Occasionally they would dance together, with the right hand's middle finger parallel to the desktop, as if one little person was bending forward being embraced, one leg raised behind, performing a difficult ballet move. Finally, Bai made the two little people bow and exit the stage. The performance slowly came to an end. He clapped papa, with a face full of admiration, praising himself without the slightest shame. A perfect performance. You think so too, don't you? Bai slightly raised his head, his gaze falling outside the window. A small fluffy black furball had somehow perched on the second-floor windowsill. Its round big eyes met Bai's through the glass window, as if in thought. It seems I haven't seen a stray cat since I moved here. Bai opened the screen window and pinched the cat's ears. Are you new around here? Looking at it from all angles, it seemed particularly similar to the cat he had petted bald in the instance. Bai vigorously petted it, quite righteously. Consider this the ticket for watching the performance. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,382 words. Everyone must have heard about the assassination that took place at Baiyuan Building in the Qinqing Empire last night, right? I heard the victim was a titled nobleman, and the assassin infiltrated the party to kill him. Wow, that assassin was really brave. The Qinqing Empire must be in chaos now. Although they're trying to keep it under wraps and we don't know the specifics, knowing their nature, the royal family, nobility, cabinet, and parliament are probably at each other's throats. I bet they'll pin the blame on the parliament, who'll then blame it on their domestic terrorist groups. In the end, it'll just be a bunch of power exchanges. As a mere commoner, I'm well versed in international affairs. I can strategize from within my home and win battles 1,000 miles away, smiley face. Fight. Fight. I bet a dog's head that the royal family will win. I bet a duck's head. It's a human life, doesn't it deserve at least a pig's head? I bet an imported feed-raised pig's head. You guys are too much. A sir died, and you're all gloating. You have no spirit of international friendship. I'd say this was beautifully executed, ha. The 40-meter blade can't be retracted now. Let's give our fallen comrade a grand burial. In this era of advanced internet, even across oceans, such a sensational event spread globally overnight. Early in the morning, everyone in Yao country became a spectator to the drama. Due to the war that swept the world years ago, there was already some old grudge between Yao country and the Qinqing Empire. Moreover, Yao country was currently the most thorough constitutional monarchy on Blue Star, while the empire was somewhat hypocritical. The two sides often exchanged sarcasm and mockery over this point. Yao country people ridiculed the empire as feudal, corrupt, with a dark society and backward system. The empire, in turn, cursed Yao country's emperor as useless and incompetent, with the cabinet holding all power, just a disguised dictatorship. They boasted that in the empire, the three forces balanced each other, and every class had a voice, promoting the empire as free and open, although everyone in the world knew that the empire's media and most mouthpieces were controlled by the upper elite, including the parliament that claimed to represent public opinion. When those members were elected from the common people to become part of the parliament, they became another elite class, just as dragon slayers eventually become evil dragons themselves. Thus, when the empire was in trouble, except for a very few, most people in Yao country became overly excited spectators. The reason we called everyone here early this morning is because of the assassination at Baiyuan Building in the Qinqing Empire. Yao Country Imperial Capital, Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau Headquarters Base. The familiar conference room was still the same, with An Yuancheng, dressed formally, sitting at the head of the table and turning on the projector. Originally, this incident had nothing to do with our department, but just now, the International Intelligence Department sent us a message. They obtained surveillance footage from the party that night. Amidst the confused or surprised looks of everyone, he slowly brought up an image on the screen. It was the interior of a luxurious and intoxicating hotel, with hazy lights casting a misty glow on everyone's faces. In one corner of the photo was a black and white piano, like a solitary swan perched to the side, sacred and elegant. Someone was sitting at the piano, immersed in playing. How can it be him? When that familiar profile appeared on the screen, someone in the conference room stood up in shock. No wonder everyone was so shocked. Wasn't this the culprit of the Yuanyang City Rainy Night serial killings, K? This guy actually went to the Qinsheng Empire and got involved in this assassination case? And Yuancheng shook his head. No, he should be the assassin. Due to the angle of the surveillance camera and his cleverly chosen position, the camera only captured him playing the piano. The process from him turning around to firing the gun wasn't recorded. But he was the only one who mysteriously disappeared that night, and it was discovered that he had knocked out the pianist to infiltrate. It's obvious he's suspicious. The Qinsheng Empire government will certainly take corresponding measures. However, that's not our concern. Our Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau is only responsible for supernatural matters, so we only need to discuss on this level. Others agreed deeply. Someone spoke up. First, through our covert investigation during this period, we haven't discovered any further movements of the Shadow Council President and K. Since the kidnapping case, these two have vanished without a trace, and no incidents seem to be related to them. We previously suspected that these two had reached a private reconciliation, or even cooperation, and had shifted their focus away from Yuanyang City. From the current situation, this guess is likely true. Secondly, we currently don't have any means to deal with teleportation or long-distance control, these kinds of supernatural powers. Even investigating their whereabouts requires big data screening, while these two exposed supernatural ability users can act against ordinary people at any time. So rashly taking action or excessively pressuring them would be unwise and could lead to results none of us want to see. This is also why we've chosen to investigate covertly during this period. If their focus has indeed shifted to the Empire, before we find a way to counter their supernatural powers, this is undoubtedly a good thing for Yao Country. At this point, everyone's expressions became solemn. Chu Xingrui asked impatiently, speaking of this, didn't we say we'd search for supernatural events and extraordinary people with supernatural abilities nationwide? How's the progress? The person responsible for this aspect shook his head and said, there's no progress for now. Whether it's the villages said to have practiced poison and witchcraft for generations, families with long histories, or prosperous temples and Taoist shrines with supposedly powerful monks and Taoists, we've searched almost everywhere. None of these people have any real substance. Oh, we've already sent more people to find temples and Taoist shrines hidden in deep mountains and old forests. Maybe we'll have some results. Aren't high-level practitioners said to be in deep mountains? The diverted topic quickly returned to its original course. The previous speaker continued, besides the temporary departure of uncontrolled extraordinaries reducing some potential dangers, we must also consider the aspects that are unfavorable to us. Now that such a major incident has occurred in Qing Country, with an impact even greater than the Rainy Night serial killings, the Qing Country government won't let it go easily. We need to consider the possibility of K being caught, or even if not caught, some things might be exposed during this process. Qing Country might then gain intelligence about the supernatural, and we will no longer have any informational advantage. Worse still, if they obtain more intelligence from K, we might end up at an informational disadvantage. Therefore, we need to plan ahead. Should we secretly send people to find K before Qing Country does? Or should we let nature take its course and prepare for all possible scenarios? I don't think we need to worry about this point, Lu Ningxuang spoke up casually, immediately attracting everyone's attention. She spread her hands. Have you forgotten the message brought to us by the mysterious flower speaker? As for the title Flower Speaker, it was, of course, something they learned from the person himself during their last remote communication. Saying this, Lu Ningxuan stood up, coughed twice, and lowered her voice, imitating in a casual tone. As the world experiences anomalies and spiritual energies revive, incidents of spacetime disturbances and visitors from other realms will only increase. However, the order of human logic has its own guardians. Everything that should happen will happen. Everything that shouldn't happen absolutely won't. At least for now, major disturbances are impossible. While repeating these words, her expression was particularly casual, composed, and detached. The tense atmosphere was immediately dispelled by her playfulness. However, as a newly established special department, with most of its members being young people with active minds who had long been at the forefront of the internet, the atmosphere in the Supernatural Affairs Management Bureau was indeed much more relaxed compared to other departments. No one would think her behavior was inappropriate. World anomalies, revival of spiritual energies, spacetime disturbances, visitors from other realms. TSK, that's a lot of information. Lu Ningxuan put on a serious expression. We analyzed this last time. If he wasn't intentionally misleading us, the message clearly implies that our world might undergo a transformation. It might be like the spiritual energy revival described in novels, where everyone could gain supernatural powers. As for the Shadow Council President and K, we initially thought there was another supernatural world beyond the real world, and they were extraordinaries from that world. But according to the Flower Speaker, they should be visitors from another realm. The Flower Speaker might be a local extraordinary. From the conversation between the Shadow Council President and K last time, we know they came one after another and knew each other, indicating they came from the same alternate world. The fact that one arrived without subordinates and the other was immediately outmaneuvered by the Shadow Council President upon arrival shows they had no prior preparation and came suddenly. So the two worlds might have suddenly intersected, and the people from the other realm had no prior precautions before coming here. At this point, Lu Ningxuan spread her hands. Since they were completely unprepared, K himself might not even know how he ended up here and knows nothing about the spacetime anomalies. Having just arrived in this world such a short time ago, it's even more impossible for him to understand the situation of our local extraordinary. Even if he reached some cooperation with the Shadow Council President, the latter certainly wouldn't share all the intelligence with him. So, he can't reveal much information. In comparison, it's clear that the Flower Speaker, being a local extraordinary, has the most intelligence. Therefore, there's no need to worry about Xing country having any intelligence advantage. Seeing everyone deep in thought, she continued seriously. Moreover, I think the Flower Speaker revealed another very important piece of information. This might be the key of keys. The order of human logic has its own guardians. She repeated this sentence before saying, doesn't this suggest that there's a set of rules in the supernatural world that constrains everyone? Even visitors from other realms are no exception. If their actions exceed certain limits, they'll face rule-based sanctions. It's very likely that there exists some kind of enforcer role. Is it possible that beyond the reality we perceive, there exists another force, possibly human enforcers or some rule for extraordinaries, that restricts and regulates the actions of extraordinaries? That's why for so many years, we haven't discovered any traces of extraordinaries. And now that the world is experiencing anomalies, the constraints of this set of rules have lessened, or the range of elasticity has increased, which is why we have the Rainy Night serial killings and traces of the Flower Speaker appearing. But if any extraordinaries try to cause bigger incidents, that set of rules will restrain them again. That's why the Flower Speaker said we don't need to worry about major disturbances for now. Given this, what we need to do is, before the anomalies become greater and the rules loosen further, before extraordinaries can cause bigger incidents, we must gain enough intelligence and power, preferably acquiring our own supernatural abilities. Only then will we have a chance to deal with greater disturbances in the future. Therefore, Xing country isn't important, and neither is K, an otherworldly visitor who clearly can't cooperate and is difficult to capture. We should focus on finding local extraordinaries, strengthening our connection with the Flower Speaker, and improving population management and monitoring. Ideally, we should be able to detect the next otherworldly visitor as soon as they appear. This speech greatly shocked everyone. In fact, they had already interpreted the flower speaker's words many times before and could guess most of the meanings. After all, they could summon experts from various fields to assist them at any time, and analyzing a passage wasn't a particularly difficult task. But none of the previous interpretations had been as thorough, straightforward, and precise as Lu Ningxuan's explanation today. It might also be because some people didn't have the clearance to know all the information about extraordinaries, and thus couldn't make a thorough interpretation. Instead, they overinterpreted, analyzing too many possibilities. Clap, clap, clap. Logical and convincing. Li Fufeng was the first to applaud, giving a thumbs up to Lu Ningxuan beside him. Such clear and structured thoughts don't seem like your style at all. Shouldn't you be rushing in headfirst according to your usual style? Well, of course I got a little guidance from my cousin, Lu Ningxuan said, feeling a bit guilty. She glanced at Yin Shubai and told the truth. Okay, it was 80% guidance, but I contributed 20% too. Last time, she had sacrificed herself as a shield against her cousin's marriage pressure in exchange for his guidance without holding grudges. Otherwise, if she had just asked him directly like before, she would have only received a contemptuous look from the genius scholar. Thinking about this, Lu Ningxuan became more confident. After all, she had paid a big price for this. Just then, an urgent message came into the conference room. The voice from the other end of the phone was hurried and tense, revealing strong disbelief and fear amidst the shock. It was as if they had discovered something beyond comprehension. This is an urgent message from Yuanyang City. The Tianhai Bar, the alley behind Tianhai Bar. The area we cordoned off under the name of government construction, just a few minutes ago. A strange and suddenly appeared out of thin air. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabYVMvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,266 words. This was an inn that looked quite old. The aged gray-white walls were peeling in places, and the half-open door had started to lose its paint. A warm yellow light seeped through the door crack, blending with the midday sunlight. In what should have been a remote and narrow alley, this abruptly appearing inn was wedged into the wall in an unnatural way, like an elephant stuffed into a snake's belly without bursting it open, presenting a visually absurd and eerie sense of spatial disorder. When the Special Case Investigation Team arrived at their destination after a nearly 3-hour flight, this was the scene that defied reality and common sense that presented itself before their eyes. It's here. It's this hotel. Before they could react, someone had already cried out. He pointed a trembling finger at the half-open door of the hotel in front of them, his expression a mixture of excitement, agitation, unease, fear, and shock. His gaze towards this door was like that of a mortal seeing the gates of heaven or hell thrown open. Finally, he swung his fist and cursed loudly, "I told you I wasn't mistaken, I'll never forget this place in my entire ing life. It's here. That night, that demon terrified me right here." This overly emotional man was named Han Shan. For over 30 years of his life, he had always played the role of an insignificant person. He was the wastrel in the eyes of his friends and family, a drunkard, a gambler, and above all, a coward. Without any unexpected events, he would have continued to play this role. The only unexpected event in his life occurred on that rainy night 3 months ago, when he stepped into this alley in the pouring rain and pushed open the door of a hotel. This allowed him to experience unprecedented fear for the first time. It was the first time he had contact with the police not as a suspect, the first time he met visitors from another world, and now he was creating another first for the Special Case Investigation Team since its establishment. This was the first time they had invited an ordinary person who wasn't a member of the Special Case Investigation Team to face a supernatural event as a witness from the very beginning. However, they got the answer they already knew from Han's reaction. This wasn't the first time Kay had appeared here. Li Fufeng, standing nearby, further corroborated his statement. What he said is correct, this is indeed the inn I saw with my own eyes at that time, even if it was just for a fleeting moment. Hiss. Except for Han Shan, who was still confused, everyone else inevitably drew in a sharp breath, making an unintentional contribution to global warming on Blue Star. If they weren't mistaken, this ancient inn was likely a part of another world. At the moment when that spacetime experienced a distortion and an anomalous note appeared, not only Kay himself, but the entire hotel had come to this spacetime. As for why the inn disappeared and reappeared later, they didn't have a completely correct answer, only referring to explanations like spacetime instability. Compared to the last time when Li Fufeng came and it only appeared for an instant, today this inn had been visible for over 3 hours since its discovery, which could be considered quite long. But as for whether it might disappear again, one only needed to recall the situation from that rainy night when it first appeared and disappeared without a trace the next day to see that this was clearly possible. After all, it was spacetime instability. No one could guarantee that this magical inn would stay here permanently from now on. Therefore, they needed to make the most of their time and explore this magical inn thoroughly before it disappeared again. And this obviously involved taking certain risks. If another spacetime fluctuation occurred just as they were exploring, the explorers might disappear along with the hotel. After this analysis, the members of the Special Case Investigation Team finally understood the risks involved, but they were even clearer that this was a rare opportunity to understand supernatural beings and the other world. Li Fufeng was the first to push open that door. Even though he didn't know what dangers might be hidden inside, he truly couldn't resist the curiosity welling up from deep within him. The mysterious Shadow Council president had directly stated that he possessed qualifications, which made Li Fufeng even more eager, unwilling to miss any opportunity to glimpse supernatural phenomena. The others felt the same way. They pushed open the half-closed door, and everything on the first floor of the inn was instantly exposed to everyone's eyes without reservation. The brilliant midday sunlight shone directly in, illuminating the blood-stained floor and the 2 corpses lying in the blood. They were more careful than at a protected crime scene, not causing even the slightest damage as they entered the inn. Outdated decor, an old TV of an unknown brand, an old-fashioned sofa of a style never seen before, wooden floors leading directly to the second floor, along with guest rooms on the second floor decorated in a style vastly different from Blue Star, and beyond that, the owner's rooms and various living items. The elite investigators sent out didn't miss a single detail, not even an old newspaper in the bathroom. All these details left everyone amazed. The building materials of the hotel, the style of construction and decoration, sleeping pills different from any on the market, the external design and internal structure of various household appliances, various unknown trademarks and brands, and the news on the old newspapers. Every detail told everyone that they truly came from a world similar yet different from Blue Star. Even if it was just an outdated inn, it could provide the Special Case Investigation Team with an enormous amount of valuable intelligence. Or rather, everything related to the other world was of unimaginable value to the current Yao country. The accompanying researchers' eyes were gleaming with excitement. Materials science, architecture, chemistry, human history. There were so many aspects for them to research. The Special Case Investigation Team immediately dispatched experts and scholars from various fields, covering all aspects. They wanted to analyze this other world, of which only the tip of the iceberg had been revealed, as if unraveling a cocoon. And these analyses were obviously not the work of a single day. At present, almost everyone's attention was drawn to the 2 corpses in the lobby on the first floor. Based on my experience, the time of death for these 2 corpses is definitely not more than 3 hours ago. Yin Shubai crouched on the ground, his gaze fixed on the 2 corpses as if looking at the most beautiful lover, full of infatuation and fervor. Incredible, incredible. He repeated twice. Everyone understood what Yin Shubai meant by incredible. According to the current clues to link the timeline, on the night of June 17, when Han Shan accidentally entered the inn, he saw Kay and the 2 corpses in the inn. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be the time point when Kay arrived in this world. So these 2 corpses were already dead at that time. Yet 3 months later, they were still so fresh, as if untouched. Yin Shubai's judgment that the time of death was not more than 3 hours ago, no one doubted he would make an incorrect judgment. Even the most foolish person would know that a body truly dead for 3 months could not be preserved so perfectly. How could this not be shocking? Yin Shubai continued. Not only is the time of death of the corpses within 3 hours, but the bloodstains around the corpses, along with those traces that are clearly left by rainwater, including the complete absence of dust around here, and the traces of life in the owner's rooms upstairs. I can guarantee that even if we brought in the most professional forensic experts to examine, they would all conclude that this is not a house that has been uninhabited for 3 months. In fact, it's as if someone has been living here all along, as if the owner was even active here until yesterday.
You mean, time has frozen here?
The others reacted quickly, with Li Fufeng speaking first.
At least for these 3 months, yes, Yin Shubai nodded. How it was 3 months ago is how it is now.
Saying this, he stood up, looked around, and spoke with a confident tone. The water traces on the floor, the rain-soaked marks on the windows that haven't dried, combined with the scene Han Shan saw that night, and the style and manner of K, this rainy night serial killer, it's not hard to deduce. On a rainy night in the other world, this serial killer entered this inn and, for unknown reasons, killed the inn owners. At this moment, a space-time disturbance occurred, and the entire inn came to our world. Coincidentally, it was also a rainy night in our world, and a drunk pushed open the inn door. Then, this series of events unfolded. After laying out his deductions based on all the traces, his tone became even more excited, just like when he had discovered the unknown substance in the wall powder that Li Fufeng had given him earlier. All of this is beyond the scope of any scientific explanation. I request to be the first to research it. Especially these 2 corpses, what special effects did the spacetime anomaly have on them? Are there any structural differences between people from the other world and us? Are they ordinary people, or do they possess extraordinary abilities? I can't wait to know all of this. Yes, don't worry, you'll have the chance, the others said, torn between laughter and tears, but they could fully understand his feelings because they were equally excited. Not to mention how much inspiration even this glimpse of an other world with similar yet different development could provide them. Moreover, if they gained supernatural insights, the benefits for Yao country would be incalculable. Just considering that if they learned enough about this other world, it might prove crucial in future encounters with K, and if they could discover his background or weaknesses, that would be an even greater gain. After all, since ancient times, the importance of intelligence and information has always been paramount. Thus, the entire special case investigation team plunged into an unprecedented busy work schedule. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Bai Yi had already taken in everything that had happened through the unseen template. They really are leaving no stone unturned, he commented, all of this is consuming my nightmare crystals. All scene templates were inherently illusory, and each manifestation consumed nightmare crystals. To make every brick, tile, blade of grass, and tree in the scene template real, not only did it consume nightmare crystals, but it also required sufficient legend degree. If the Ghost in the Rainy Night card hadn't achieved over 100% legend degree, there would have been no way to materialize the blood-colored in scene template that came with it. Even so, materializing the entire inn as a physical entity had consumed more than half of the nightmare crystals Bai Yi had accumulated. The most costly part was those 2 corpses.
Bai Yi checked his status panel. Name, Bai Yi. Age, 17. Talent, Rhythm of All Things LV10, 10% awakened. Life skills, LV1 and below not shown. Bewitch LV3. Dark Cuisine LV3. Iron Stomach LV3. Personality Mask LV2. Transcendental Skills. Blind Man's Praise LV1. Web of Thoughts LV10.
Note, special skill related to the Rhythm of All Things talent, which level increases as the talent awakens.
Points, 135.
Card slots, Ghost in the Rainy Night, Flower Speaker, Puppet Master. Inventory, Nightmare Crystal, green, times 5, Nightmare Crystal, white, times 10, Puppet Master's Diary. He was surprised to see that among his life skills, except for the Bewitch skill which had already reached its limit and couldn't be improved further, the other skills had all imperceptibly increased by 1 level.
As for game points and nightmare crystals,
let's put it this way, since the nightmare game system opened, Bai Yi hadn't counted how many instances he had cleared. Apart from those special ones that awarded card rewards, most were ordinary instances that only symbolically rewarded a few points or nightmare crystals after clearing. Plus, creating alternate identities had also consumed quite a few nightmare crystals.
What was shown on the status panel was the current balance. And game points? It seemed they hadn't had any use so far, always just being a decoration on the status panel.
This was practically a criminal waste. Realizing this, Bai quickly poked the system, and the system's explanation was: game points have two uses. 1. To purchase certain special items produced in instances. 2. When game points accumulate to a certain level, players can choose to upgrade versions. Reaching a certain level completes the game entirely. Version upgrade? Bai's interest was piqued. Does this mean upgrading from beta mode to public test mode? Before the system could answer, an unexpected change occurred. In the card slot, a card suddenly emitted a faint glow, rapidly materializing before Bai's eyes. Flower Speaker, Legend Degree 100%. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 1865 words. Atoms. Atoms. Deep within the soul, some voice was echoing repeatedly. Atoms. Who was that? He seemed to have forgotten many things. Atoms. No, I remember now, this is my name. Who's calling me? As this bit of lingering consciousness awakened from the obscure darkness, more memories were gradually aroused. He finally remembered everything about himself. He had already died, as it should have been. On that night drenched by heavy rain, the whole family was together. It was the arrival of another person that gave fate a different direction, and also awakened his lingering consciousness from obscurity. The fire of revenge burned fiercely. He willingly entrusted everything of himself to this person. He praised him with the last remaining of his soul. He was the God in his heart who redeemed everything. When this trace of lingering consciousness awakened again in the new world, it was summoned by the holder in the form of a soul shadow. He helped the holder realize the judgment he wanted. Then, he gained freedom. He roamed freely in this world, gradually being crushed and extinguished by the tight physical laws of the world. Familiar darkness descended again, and he was about to fall into eternal slumber. This world with zero mysteriousness temporarily could not allow his existence. Complete dissipation was his destined fate. Until a familiar and intimate aura suddenly appeared. That aura called to him from afar, attracting him. This trace of consciousness, so weak it was almost about to be destroyed the next second, moved by the attraction in its instinct. At the end of the alley stood the dim inn, its yellow light illuminating the indelible blood red on the ground. As if suddenly entering an independent space, the tight physical laws of the non-magic world were blocked outside. This last remaining soul no longer felt the crushing and extinguishing of the world's great laws, but instead felt the warmth and comfort of a fish entering the sea. He felt the familiar aura of home. Similarly, he also sensed the aura of the holder. He seemed to have stepped into the realm of God. This made this trace of consciousness, covered by bloody memories, calm down from the madness that was about to go out of control, becoming quiet and docile. Oh my, look what I've found. A small attempt, and there's an unexpected harvest? It seemed an invisible hand caught him and turned him over to examine. He sensed the gaze of God, which made this trace of consciousness tremble with excitement from within. Nightmares, indeed not as simple as they seem on the surface. Then, that invisible hand gently flicked him. Like flicking a wisp of breeze, a marble. Go, do what you want to do, and also what I want you to do. Little guy, you understand. It seemed as if a wind passed through the inn. The light overhead suddenly flickered once. Li Fufeng, who was taking photos, abruptly looked up. But he didn't notice anything. Li Fufeng's eyes were filled with intense confusion and bewilderment. What's wrong? Lu Ningxuang beside him was startled by his sudden movement, and also looked around. No, nothing, maybe I'm overthinking. Just as he said this, Li Fufeng's words stopped. He felt this dialogue was somewhat familiar, as if it had happened not long ago. Quickly, he searched out the corresponding memory in his mind. It was when the kidnapping case happened. They were searching the milk tea shop at the airport together. At that time, he also had a strange feeling, always feeling like someone in the shop was watching him, but later he just thought he was overthinking. Later events proved that his premonition at that time was real. Thinking of this, Li Fufeng couldn't simply say it's nothing, just a momentary illusion like before. Perhaps he really had some special aptitude? He frowned and spoke. I feel something's not right. Lu Ningxuang had also experienced the milk tea shop incident last time, and was inwardly amazed at Li Fufeng's intuition. Hearing him say this, her heart immediately started racing, and she looked around more frequently. Surely there isn't really something wrong with this place? It's from another world after all, it's normal to have supernatural powers. Especially since 2 people died here. To be precise, it should be 3, Yin Shubai suddenly corrected seriously. According to the information we've gathered from the traces we just examined, there should have been a family of 3 living here. Besides this couple, there was also a child, a boy no more than 10 years old. His emotionless narration inexplicably made people's hearts go cold. According to the diary page fragments I found in the storage room, this little boy's name was Adams. Judging from the living traces, he had been living here for a long time, with no signs of leaving. And if the murders happened on a rainy night, such a young child wouldn't have been playing outside, logically deducing, he should have been in the inn at that time. But there are only 2 adult corpses in the hotel. There are no traces of this little boy at all. No corpse, and no traces of him escaping either. It's as if he vanished into thin air that day. Stop, stop. Lu Ningxuang quickly interrupted him. Heaven knows she had always been fearless since childhood, seemingly afraid of nothing, but particularly feared these ghostly things. Report these findings later, it's not my responsibility, and I don't want to know anything about a little boy. Although she had stopped Yin Shubai from continuing, the words she had already heard were beyond Lu Ningxuang's control, repeatedly replaying in her ears. For a moment, scenes from various horror movies she had watched before flashed through her mind. Lu Ningxuang felt very uneasy. She glanced at the 2 corpses not far away, and Yin Shubai crouching in front of them with a fanatical expression, quickly averting her gaze and shifting her attention elsewhere. At this moment, she noticed a palm-sized black rectangular object in a long crack split in the wooden reception desk. It seemed as if someone had casually thrown it on the reception desk, and it had happened to get stuck in this crack. Curious, Lu Ningxuang reached out with her gloved hand, intending to take out this rectangular object. Accidentally, her finger pressed a little too hard, seeming to hit a soft key on it. With a click, a faint light lit up on the opposite wall. The old TV they had taken for decoration suddenly lit up, its screen filled with static. Oh, it's a TV remote, Lu Ningxuang realized. Just as she was about to press the button again to turn it off, a clear, articulate voice suddenly came from behind her. On the static-filled TV screen, a scene had appeared at some point. A host with a dignified and delicate appearance stood in front of a backdrop, speaking in a clear, articulate voice. Once again, we remind all citizens to be cautious. The serial killer K, responsible for 13 lives, is highly likely to have infiltrated our city. We hope all citizens will protect themselves, and report immediately if they notice anything. Everyone in the inn had now gathered in the lobby, looking at the TV screen with puzzled and confused gazes. An intangible chill surged in their hearts. There shouldn't be any signal here. The young host seriously gazed at everyone in front of the screen, and everyone in front of the screen stood in shock. The characteristics of the serial killer K are medium build leaning towards thin, about 1.82 meters tall, likes to appear on rainy nights, carrying a special weapon disguised as a black umbrella. Could this be an after effect of the space-time distortion? Looking at this TV that was actually broadcasting news from another world, everyone felt both horrified and absurd, but couldn't help making some guesses, and became excited. It's actually information about K, quickly write it down. On the screen, the host's voice continued, fond of seeking lodging in the name of a traveler, then cruelly murdering the hosts. As she spoke on, the smile on her face became more and more obvious. As she uttered each word, the host's body unconsciously leaned forward more and more, until finally, her face was pressed against the screen. Everyone, have you remembered clearly? This voice was as gentle as a whisper. Remembered clearly, Lu Ningxuang, who was lowering her head to record, responded instinctively. In the next second, she suddenly realized who this clear, articulate voice belonged to. Lu Ningxuang froze completely. The others around her had the same reaction. They stood like a group of motionless puppets, raising their heads in unison with dazed looks. On the old TV screen, a face pressed so tightly against the screen it was almost distorted slowly broke into a smile at them, its lips as red as if smeared with fresh blood. It's. That mouth, seemingly stained red with blood, slowly widened. Find him. Find him. Find him. Everyone was startled. Li Fufeng lunged forward, but before he could act, the screen emitted a burst of static noise and returned to flickering snow, as if everything just now had been their imagination. The atmosphere in the inn almost froze. The flickering light from the snowy TV screen illuminated the rigid faces, like a row of cold wax figures. Until a bang sound woke everyone from this suffocating atmosphere. A vase on the windowsill in the corner crashed heavily to the ground. Just now, someone standing near this window, examining clues, had been startled and made too violent a movement, sweeping the entire vase down. Broken porcelain scattered everywhere, along with deep red roses, their petals still bearing water droplets. This scattered deep red seemed to blend with the blood red on the floor, dyeing the entire inn red. Everyone heard a long exhale. The scattered deep red roses on the ground were like a spread of blood red. Suddenly, a hand appeared, gently caressing the roses. Each rose petal seemed to vie to kiss his fingertips. The owner of the hand gathered the scattered roses bunch by bunch, returning them to the clumsy girl opposite. Thank you, thank you. The girl, hurrying on her way, took the flowers and finally looked up at this kind person, repeatedly expressing her thanks. You're welcome. The young man who had returned the flowers smiled slightly, his flaxen hair soft and relaxed, revealing a pair of eyes as gentle as spring water. His smile was more charming than the spring breeze. Flowers have consciousness too, you should take good care of them. Yes, the girl was momentarily stunned, completely immersed in those eyes more clear and encompassing than the sky. By the time she came to her senses, that figure had already disappeared. Only the red roses in her arms seemed to have become 3 times more vibrant. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 1936 words. Location, Holy Federation, Steel Capital. He woke up amidst a faint floral fragrance. The scent was extremely unique. During the days when his consciousness had sunk into darkness for an unknown period, he had almost thought he would sink forever, but was suddenly attracted by a distant fragrance. He instinctively followed this aroma. Thus, the eternal darkness receded, and he struggled to open his eyes. The bright light in the hospital room shone on his eyelids. It was as if he had had an incredibly long dream. Upon waking, the first thing that greeted him was the teary-eyed, joyful gaze of his fiancée who had been waiting by his bedside for a long time, and the urgent ringing of bells in the hospital room. Then came a series of physical examinations and inquiries. The patient has just awakened from a vegetative state, his body still needs some time for rehabilitation. Brain tissue is normal, no obvious sequelae found, may need further detailed examination. A miracle. It's simply a miracle. A person who had been lying down for 8 years and was almost diagnosed as brain dead not long ago, actually managed to wake up again, and his health condition looks far better than usual. Miss Via, last time you refused to accept the brain death diagnosis, claiming that the patient would definitely wake up. Did you discover something we didn't? The buzzing voices made his newly awakened mind feel like a computer that hadn't been turned on for years, unable to process everything. He could only keep rolling his eyes around, surveying his surroundings. In the clean and snow-white hospital room, his gaze was quickly drawn to a small potted plant on the windowsill. It was an exceptionally exquisite little flower pot, clearly the style his fiancée liked. In the pot was a large cluster of snow-white unknown flowers. Looking closely, it was a group of delicate little white flowers clustered together. The faint fragrance lingering in his nose was coming from there. It seems you like these flowers too. His fiancée had somehow come to his bedside, her palm gently holding his powerless hand, a smile full of joy on her lips. He opened his mouth, his voice barely audible. I think I smelled flower fragrance in my dream. Hearing this, his fiancée, who had to bring her ear close to his lips to barely hear what he said, smiled even more brightly. She murmured, "Yes. Indeed, it was these flowers, these blessed lucky flowers that protected you." He was completely puzzled. What? The snow-white flowers on the windowsill expanded like clouds and mist. His fiancée's joyful and devout face was even brighter and more radiant than the flowers. She gently pressed a finger to the man's lips. "You only need to know that in the most desperate moment, a God saved me. He pulled you back from the edge of hell, bringing you back to me. I will forever and ever be grateful to him. O glorious Sun God, please forgive me, I have abandoned my faith and become his follower." Meeting his fiancée's tear-filled eyes, the confusion on the man's face dissipated, turning into a gentle smile like water. He no longer tried to explore whether all this was true or false, but solemnly said, "Then, I am also sincerely grateful to him. If the sun god punishes us, please let me bear it together with you. Not just for my awakening at this moment, but more for the joyful smile on your face that is no longer sad." A breeze blew in from outside the window, and the snow-white petals danced lightly. A snow-white petal swirled, floating in the air with the rising breeze, and landed in the palm of a hand. The young man strolling down the street lowered his head to gently smell the snow-white petal in his palm. The transparent shop window reflected his soft flaxen hair and clear, gentle eyes. Long-awaited tenderness, the pain of struggling between hope and despair, the ecstasy and sweetness of final fulfillment, heartfelt faith and gratitude. As he lowered his head to sniff the petal, it was as if he could discern the emotions poured into it throughout the flower's growth process until the petal fell. The young man smiled leisurely. "This is truly a faith that exceeds the sweetness limit. I'll accept it without hesitation." He turned and pushed open an invisible, non-existent door. Pink, white, red, purple, as if a palette had been overturned, vast fields of flowers adorned the entire flower shop. Countless flowers bloomed eagerly, welcoming their master. At the deepest part of the flower shop was a vine-decorated counter. On the counter were distributed delicate little glass bottles. Each glass bottle on the left contained a seed, while each glass bottle on the right held petals of various colors. He placed the snow-white petal from his palm into a transparent glass bottle on the right side of the counter, gently attaching a handwritten label to it, "Lover's Prayer." Just then, another breeze blew in from outside, and a pale yellow petal floated in with it. The young man, turning away from the counter, reached out his hand, catching it perfectly, like catching a lightly falling snowflake. Is this another blessing and faith transformed from misfortune? The moment he caught the petal, the young man looked up, his gaze seeming to penetrate spatial barriers, seeing everything he wanted to see. Location: Yao Country, Bin City train station. My little granddaughter, oh my little granddaughter. The white-haired, seemingly deranged old woman ran out with a speed unimaginable for young people, embracing the little girl tightly in her arms. Her cloudy eyes were filled with joyful tears. "You're back, you're really back." Behind the intimate embrace of grandmother and granddaughter was a chaotic and noisy crowd, with two people surrounded by a group of people being beaten. Along with the beating came the voices of others egging them on. "Serves them right. Child traffickers deserve to be beaten. This old lady is really lucky to coincidentally encounter her kidnapped granddaughter like this. Poor thing, kidnapped at such a young age." Accompanying this cacophonous symphony was the old lady's vigorous voice. "I told you, when the flowers bloomed today, my little granddaughter would surely return. You all didn't believe me, insisting on taking me to the big city to see a doctor. I'm not sick, I'm fine. My little granddaughter is back." Her children, while grabbing the child traffickers, smiled at their old mother and nodded repeatedly. "We were all confused, we just thought you had been deceived, mother." The old lady got angry again when she heard this. That was a real divine figure. How could they deceive a lonely old woman like me? Do you think I'm that stupid and easily fooled? Her children nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's indeed an extremely efficacious great God. But look, didn't our coming to Bin City also align with the God's will? How else could we have found your precious granddaughter as soon as we arrived? The old lady was indeed pacified. She held her granddaughter tightly and said proudly, "What do you know? This is divine calculation. The flowers bloomed, and my little granddaughter indeed returned. Saying this, she was about to leave with her granddaughter. Let's go burn incense for the god as soon as we get back. Her children didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not to mention that this matter still needed to wait for the local police station to send someone to resolve it, but burning incense? For a living person, it was uncertain whether they would even want incense burned for them. The pain of loss, the disappointment and despair of a long fruitless search, madness and lucidity, the bitterness of self-deception, the ecstasy of regaining what was lost, heartfelt gratitude, devout faith viewing someone as a deity, this faith is slightly off in its bitterness. As usual, after tasting the petal-carrying faith, the flower speaker carefully stored it in another glass bottle. This was a family's longing. Outside the window, another gentle breeze blew by. Amidst the vast sea of colorful flowers, a subtle fragrance arrived with it. It was a petal redder than fresh blood. It emitted a rich fragrance tinged with blood. Location: Sang Country, Jeojin Island. The setting sun dyed half the sky red, its blood-like radiance illuminating the cemetery below. In front of a bare tombstone, there were no offerings, no paper money, only large swaths of swaying blood-red flowers, each petal as deep red as blood. The man standing before the tombstone was gaunt, the prominent bridge of his nose casting shadows over his sunken eye sockets. He lowered his eyes, a pleased smile appearing on his paper-white face. You asked me before why I bought an empty burial plot and planted flowers here, didn't you? The man's gaze fixed on the tombstone as he burst into laughter. This was all prepared for you. My dear stepfather, you finally. I've been waiting for this day since my mother died. A sudden heart attack after drinking, completely unexpected. Even I didn't think my wish would come true in this way. The man crouched down, his fingers gently touching the blood-red petals, excitement burning in the depths of his eyes. The taste of revenge is truly wonderful. He recalled that magical twilight, that magical flower shop, and the shop owner who seemed to have already understood everything. Clearly as gentle and merciful as a god, yet he didn't advise him to be tolerant and magnanimous, but merely gave him a blessing. When the man who had borne the title of his father for years convulsed and fell before him, he seemed to see the cold, merciless judgment of a lofty god. Thinking of this, he trembled with excitement. In his deep-set eye sockets, his eyes emitted an intense light. He knelt before the tombstone, prostrating himself before the large patch of blood-red flowers, like a devout believer prostrating at the feet of a god. Oh great God, please accept my insignificant faith. I am willing to offer you more sacrifices. The rich fragrance swept past his nose. The young man in the sea of flowers raised an eyebrow, murmuring, hatred suppressed for years, fanaticism twisted by hatred, extremely distorted devout faith, the flavor of this faith seems too spicy. He sealed this blood-red petal in a glass bottle, attaching a new label, Enemy's Curse. Just as he put it away and turned around, his expression changed. The young man in the sea of flowers looked leisurely in a certain direction, as if sensing strong emotions from afar through invisible threads of faith. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise. What's with the more sacrifices? Don't randomly distort others' meanings. After all, I'm not some evil god. A breeze swept through the sea of flowers, and petals flew in from all directions. Chinching Empire, Island Alliance, from various places on Blue Star, more and more faith and blessings converged. In an apartment in some old city district, a card was constantly glowing in mid-air, displaying a brilliantly blooming sea of flowers. The young man in the sea of flowers smiled slightly, countless beliefs lifting him, making him rise, and rise again. You fool the world, and also redeem the world. You are a god existing in people's hearts. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 3,296 words. Your card has been upgraded, please check. Flower speaker. A seemingly ordinary flower shop owner. Unfortunate one, I hear your heart's voice and come. What is your wish? Click to expand details and view card skills. Description: every flower will become your eyes and ears. You see the whole world through them. Note, all things have spirits, and flowers have hearts. From the moment they sprout, they record this world in their own way, turning themselves into unique journals. You have a special way of communicating with flowers. When in close contact, each flower will open up everything to you. For every seed you cultivate yourself, even without close contact, you can automatically sense everything they experience after leaving the flower shop. Description: using self-cultivated flower seeds as a medium, with misfortune absorbed as fertilizer, intense misfortune and strong wishes will cause the flower seeds to bloom at the fastest speed, giving blessings of good luck to the flower's owner. Through seemingly natural coincidences, there's a certain probability of fulfilling their wishes. This probability is directly proportional to the skill level, the depth of misfortune, and the urgency of realizing the wish. Meanwhile, wishes beyond the skill level cannot be realized temporarily. Note, wish power/faith power is the core of your ability, a type of energy only you can use. This is a seemingly unequal exchange. Others offer you sincere wish power/faith power, you extract part of it to strengthen yourself, and use another part to fulfill their wishes. Description: you can hear the voice of faith, receiving faith power from believers, regardless of when and where they are. On this great web woven by faith, countless believers prostrate below, while you are at the pinnacle of everything. If you wish, you can consume faith power to convey divine will to them. Note, gods are born from mortal faith, shaped into gods by belief. When everyone believes you can fulfill their wishes, you naturally become able to do so. When everyone believes you are a god, you become a god. In midair, the golden cards slowly radiated light. In the invisible interdimensional flower shop, the young man in the sea of flowers leaned back relaxedly in a wicker chair. He folded his hands on his knees and smiled as he opened his eyes. At this moment, his consciousness kept rising, as if ascending to a height ordinary people could hardly reach. Threads of consciousness, some deep and some shallow, connected with him from extreme distances, emitting soul radiances of varying brightness. Some were warm and pure white, some were scorching and deep red, some were icy and pitch black, but without exception, what they conveyed to him was pure and devout belief. The most fanatical ones even seemed to be burning in his perception. He also felt that if he wished, he could transmit his thoughts to any of these consciousness threads. Just like a god issuing divine decrees to their believers. Voice of faith, he murmured this skill name again, his gaze full of curiosity. Is this the invisible web woven by faith power? Then, Bai drew a conclusion. If listening to the voice of faith counts as a god skill, then I, who was born with the ability to hear the rhythm of all things, haven't I already stepped into the threshold of divinity? Saying this, Bai's own consciousness, for the first time, no longer tried to suppress his spiritual fluctuations, but instead actively and unscrupulously spread outward, like a signal tower constantly receiving external signals. 2-story apartment, Old Town District, Yuanyang City, Yao Country. Neighbors next door, passers-by a street away, visitors outside the community, a drunk who just woke up in a bar in the new district far away, and even tourists at the airport about to fly to another province. From near to far, countless chaotic and noisy voices rushed towards Bai all at once. At this moment, his head felt like it was about to explode. Web of thoughts. The next instant, an invisible network spread out. The signal tower that originally only received signals suddenly gained the ability to broadcast outward. The thought channel between Bai and the multitude of people in this world changed from a one-way channel to a two-way channel. All the sludge and garbage pouring into his mind flowed back through the channel. At this moment, the world presented before Bai's eyes was countless densely packed small dots. The spiritual fluctuations constantly escaping outward made these small dots unpredictable, which was also the state of most ordinary people. Only a very small number of people were at two extremes. Either pure and calm, with little fluctuation, or chaotic and turbid, constantly emitting the stench of garbage. Bai marked them as dots of different colors to distinguish them, and soon spread them out on this web of thoughts. He not only marked them in his mind, but also opened his laptop and immediately created a small program to record it. He ignored those ordinary people and only recorded the two types of people at the extremes. Dots representing these people in different colors appeared in different areas on the map. To the uninformed, at first glance, it might look like some online game map, marking friendly and enemy factions. Oh my, there are quite a lot of them. It looks like there will be new targets on the puppet master's log, Bai said, propping his chin with some distress. There's too much garbage to clean up, one person can't handle it all. Perhaps I should have expanded the scale of the Shadow Council earlier to recruit some tools? Speaking of this, he immediately thought of a prime candidate for a tool. That was the most special business since the flower shop opened. Perhaps now was the opportunity to fulfill that wish? Through the flower seed given out back then, with the Yi flower speaker's ability to listen to flower language, it was effortless to sense that person's movements over this period of time. You just want to meet the puppet master? Let's arrange it. I'll find myself to fulfill your dream, there's nothing wrong with that. It can successfully recruit a tool person to share the puppet master's work, and also indirectly fulfill the other party's wish, not ruining the flower shop's reputation, but making it even more famous. Excited about his brilliant idea, Bai immediately picked up a pen and began writing in the puppet master's diary. Tianyin, as a one-time tool used by the puppet master while cleaning up some trash, the puppet master completed a non-existent murder by remotely controlling her actions. And she, in turn, framed and eliminated her enemy. Everything ended perfectly, with the puppet master hidden behind the curtain of shadows from beginning to end. These two conspirators should have had no further contact, like ships passing in the night. But the one-time tool person seemingly didn't think so. Having finally vented her long-suppressed hatred, she was able to step out of her twisted, repressed world and return to a normal one. But her heart couldn't return to its former simplicity and purity. Instead, she fell into greater confusion and emptiness, losing her purpose in life. She fanatically worshipped the person who had single-handedly changed her fate. She wanted to thank them in person, hoping to change from a one-time tool to a permanent one. She wanted to become someone like them. Although she didn't know if that person was male or female, good or evil. For this, she made a wish to another mysterious entity. Although she only received a mysterious flower seed, her desire to achieve her goal undoubtedly became stronger. The encouragement from the mysterious entity gave her the courage to take action. She inquired about that person's news in various ways. She even found like-minded individuals online and formed an immature secret society. She began to pay close attention to everyone and everything around her, trying to find potential targets. Just like how that person had discovered her, found her, and helped her. She has made ample preparations. And now, it's the 90th day after making the wish. The puppet master in the shadows finally turned their gaze towards her. The thick hardcover notebook fell to the ground with a thud, along with more than 10 books of varying thickness. A pile of books crashed down, scattering dust everywhere. Sorry. I'm sorry. The two people who bumped into each other were stunned for a moment before reacting, apologizing in unison, and then simultaneously crouching down to pick up their respective books from the ground. The tree-lined path at Imperial Capital University was clean and spacious. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the lush foliage, falling on the faces of this young man and woman, creating patches of light and shadow. This was a small path leading from the library to the dormitories, always quiet. In the nearly 1 month since starting school, Tianyin would walk this path back and forth several times every weekend, usually returning to the dormitory as night fell. Today, she was unusually early in returning to the dormitory, but unexpectedly bumped into someone. She felt a little frustrated, but this frustration couldn't cover her excitement. Because today, the sunflower she had planted and waited for so long had finally bloomed. It was as if an unattainable goal had finally shown a glimmer of hope. Upon receiving a call from her roommate, she hastily packed up her things and rushed back, not minding today's reading assignment. Perhaps it was because of her haste that she bumped into someone, which made Tianyin even more embarrassed. As she picked up her books one by one back into her arms, she apologized to the other person again. I'm sorry, I was too happy today and forgot to watch where I was going. It's alright, I'm a bit excited today too, the other person said, standing up with his neatly arranged books, his voice clear and gentle. I just received an interview invitation I've been looking forward to for a long time. It's really a pleasant surprise. Only after the young man stood up did Tianyin notice something was a bit off about him. He was tall and slender, with a handsome face that lacked any aggression. His legs didn't appear to be obviously uneven, but after standing up, he seemed to have a slight limp. But the expression on his face was very composed. The words Tianyin was about to say got stuck in her throat. She suddenly felt that saying anything wouldn't be appropriate, so she simply smiled and congratulated him. "Then I wish you success in getting accepted, senior." "Thank you. Congratulations to you too." This unfamiliar senior accepted her blessing with a smile. "It seems you'll have something good happen today as well." After exchanging these few words, they went their separate ways. Tianyin was still thinking about the sunflower she was growing in her dorm room, so she quickened her pace and hurried into the dormitory building. But she couldn't help thinking about that senior she had just met. It wasn't that she had developed any romantic notions about him, but subconsciously, she had a strange feeling of familiarity, as if she had heard about this person before. Just as she reached the door of her dorm room and pushed it open, Tianyin's vague memory suddenly became clear. "I remember now." She was quite excited. "I heard senior students mention this person when we first entered school. In high school, he was stabbed dozens of times by some delinquents, struggled back from the brink of death, and after being left with a limp in one leg, he worked hard to repeat a year and got into Imperial Capital University's law school with the third highest score in the country. He seems to be from the same place as you, Yuanyang City." Once she had this trigger, all the things that senior had said back then flooded back into her mind. Then, there were certain rumors about the Rainy Night serial killer case. Even now, thinking back, it was still very clear. That murdered minor? He wasn't a good person, a juvenile offender who had just gotten out. He stabbed a classmate dozens of times out of jealousy, nearly killed him. Luckily the victim escaped death, but I heard he was left with a limp in one leg. For someone like that, his death doesn't deserve any sympathy. I even think it's good that he was killed." As the memories and clues connected, Tianyin felt as if she had suddenly broken through a fog before her eyes, having an epiphany. She still remembered the thoughts that genuinely arose in her heart when she heard about these things. How admirable, this guy. What this guy, what that guy, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to some handsome senior, Tian. A girl's joking voice broke Tianyin's train of thought. In the dorm room, a girl who had been lying on the bed playing a game heard the door being pushed open. She put down her phone and jumped off the bed, poking her head out to look at Tianyin standing at the door. "Look, your flower is on the balcony." She pointed at the flower pot on the balcony, exclaiming with an exaggerated tone. "Earlier you insisted on telling us to let you know immediately if anyone saw the flower bloom. I thought you were making a big deal out of nothing, that you'd gone crazy about flowers." At this point, her tone became even more exaggerated. "I never expected your flower to be truly magical. Just half an hour ago it was still sulking in the soil, but just now, in the time it took me to finish one game, I looked up and, wow, what's this patch of golden yellow?" I was completely stunned. It's like it launched a surprise attack on me. Tianyin automatically tuned out her roommate's lively voice, which sounded like a comedy skit. Her gaze was intensely focused on the golden flower pot on the balcony. It was as if it wasn't just an ordinary sunflower, but some magical plant with mysterious powers. Tianyin dumped the pile of books in her arms onto the desk and was about to go look at the flower when a light piece of paper fell out from among the books. She instinctively reached out to catch it. It was a palm-sized folded card. It looked somewhat like the birthday cards that were popular 10 years ago. Interview invitation. On the snow-white paper, several large black characters were neatly written. Each character seemed to be rendered with shadows, giving a blurry and distorted illusion upon closer inspection. Is this that senior's thing? Tianyin suddenly realized, pushing the illusion to the back of her mind. I need to return it to him quickly, so it doesn't delay today's interview. However, she didn't know his class or contact information, and even his name hadn't been mentioned in the news or in that senior student's chat. But might the interview invitation mention it? Thinking this, Tianyin had no choice but to open the folded invitation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. Upon opening the invitation, Tianyin discovered that this interview invitation didn't conform to the normal format at all, containing only a few short sentences. Line after line of black text, though perfectly neat, appeared strangely twisted and eerie to her eyes. The few short sentences were like a strange little poem. Only greater evil can punish evil. What devours darkness is not light, but shadow. I await you in the reflection of dawn. After these cryptic sentences, the line that appeared below made Tian Yin's heart skip a beat in shock. It clearly stated: Invitee, Tian Yin. Interview position, shadow middleman, intern temporary worker. Recommender's message: when the heart is sick, cut out the lesion. You have the quality to heal more people. Tian Yin's heart pounded. At this moment, she didn't even have time to wonder why this invitation was for her, what role that senior played in this, whether he knew about it or not. She only knew that the doctor she had been searching for so long had finally appeared. Her gaze was fixed on the recommender's message column, and she couldn't help but recall the conversation when the doctor first approached her. Father is sick, this world is sick, and I'm sick too. Doctor, you say you're a doctor. So I ask you, when the body is sick it can be treated, but what to do when the heart is sick? It's simple, cut out the lesion, that person answered this way. The source of your illness is the lesion that needs to be cut out. Then, she cut out her foster father. Indeed, the world returned to normal, and her heart recovered too. The corners of Tian Yin's lips slowly curved upward. She tightly gripped the invitation, murmuring, Doctor, is this your invitation? Do I also have the chance to become another doctor? At the bottom of the invitation was another line of black text. Tearing up the invitation means accepting it. Please make your decision within 24 hours. After accepting the invitation, completing the internship task means passing the interview. The task content will appear in any form within 24 hours. Please stay alert. No response within 24 hours will be considered as rejection. How could I possibly reject? This day, I've been looking forward to it for so long, so very long. Without hesitation, Tian Yin raised her hand and tore the invitation. As the paper was torn in half, the black text on it quickly disappeared, fading like shadows and merging into a greater shadow. As if finally resolving a concern, Tian Yin now had the mind to think about the matter she had temporarily ignored earlier. That is, did that senior know about this invitation? Could it be that he was also someone who received a similar invitation? Or even, had that senior already become a shadow middleman before her, and this invitation was delivered by him? The 24 hours seemed so long, Tian Yin couldn't wait. She managed to find a senior student she knew before and finally learned the general situation of that senior. Song Qi? Third year in the law department? Tian Yin went to look for him based on the information from the senior student, but couldn't find Song Qi, his roommate. Surprised to see a junior female student coming to their door, casually said, "You're too late, junior. Old Song left school this afternoon. He has an interview with a company tomorrow morning. It's a bit far, so he went to stay at a hotel there in advance." Do you know which company it is? I don't know that. It's surely a big company, related to his major. With Old Song's abilities, it should be a piece of cake. Tian Yin thanked him and left, lost in thought. Could it really just be a coincidence? She was unsure, when suddenly her phone vibrated in her pocket. Tian Yin took out her phone and found she had received a text message from an unknown number. Internship task: shadow middleman, hide within the shadows, act when the time is right, and remain unknown. For the first part of the task, please arrive at North Island Park tomorrow at 7 p.m. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,128 words. The appearance of the interview invitation letter did not bring significant changes to Tian Yin's life for the time being. On the surface, she was still the newly enrolled student at the Imperial Capital University, attending classes as usual, studying in the library, and carefully observing everyone around her. The only difference from before was that during her free time between classes, she would leave the school to wander around various parts of the imperial capital. During this process, she silently observed and recorded. Time passed unconsciously like this for a month. On this day, there was a mandatory mathematics class. Tianyin arrived neither early nor late, with some time left before the class started. Usually, the atmosphere before a math class was dull and uninteresting, but Tianyin noticed that today's atmosphere was much more lively than usual. Many classmates were huddled together with their phones, whispering and gossiping. This puzzled Tianyin as she just entered the room. Did someone really die? Hiss, how could someone drown in such shallow water as the artificial lake? It seems it was an old man. Maybe he was too old and not physically fit. Isn't it just an accident? It's not that simple. Didn't they say the old man had a shady background? I think it might be a murder to silence him. Bits and pieces of conversation reached Tianyin's ears. She vaguely realized that some kind of homicide had occurred. Just as she was trying to listen more carefully. Tian, over here, over here. Her lively roommate, Yu Xiao, stood up from the row behind, waving frantically at her. After Tianyin sat down next to her, Yu Xiao asked with a mysterious look. Did you see today's news? Without waiting for her answer, Yu Xiao continued to spill everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Last Wednesday, someone drowned in North Island Park. Because there were no people or surveillance cameras nearby at the time, the forensic conclusion after examination was drowning. Moreover, he had overdosed on drugs at the time of death, which might be why he drowned in such shallow water. After all, he must have been completely disoriented. However, this doesn't rule out the possibility of homicide. When the police investigated later, they indeed found that the dead old man was a drug addict. Through investigating his social connections, they also caught quite a few of his drug-using friends. At this point, Yu Xiao paused to take a big gulp of water before continuing. But that's not the most important part. The most important thing is that through clues found in the addict's home and contacts on his phone, the police directly found a drug dealer. From this dealer, they traced his upstream supplier and eventually busted an entire drug trafficking gang. The way this plot developed is absolutely incredible. She spoke with great animation, reminiscent of ancient storytellers. Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. North Island Park? Tianyin seemed not to have heard the latter part of Yu Xiao's words, only thoughtfully repeating the place name. An old man died last Wednesday? Yes, that's what the news said. Yu Xiao directly opened the news on her phone and placed it in front of Tianyin. Suddenly remembering something, she exclaimed in a low voice. Ah, right, Tian, weren't you often exercising in North Island Park last month? I remember you stopped going there the week before last, right? According to the news, that old man was a cleaner in North Island Park. Maybe you've even seen him there. At this moment, the old man's photo had been released in the open news article. Although crucial parts were pixelated, Tianyin still recognized the familiar face through other features. After all, it was a face she had seen for a month. For an instant, her gaze froze in shock, appearing somewhat unusual. But in the next moment, she regained her composure. Yes, I've indeed seen him, Tianyin nodded, her tone appearing surprised yet natural. He often swept the area where I exercised. However, I had no idea at all that this guy was actually a drug addict. Yu Xiao didn't doubt Tianyin's momentary shocked reaction at all, because anyone would be surprised by such a thing. Who could have imagined that an old street sweeper was a long-term drug user, and after his death, clues about drug dealers could be uncovered from him? She just said in a relieved tone. It's good that you stopped exercising in North Island Park the week before last. Falling into the lake isn't scary. Who could drown in such shallow water? What's frightening is that a drug addict was lurking there. Who knows what a person might do when they're craving drugs? If you had been there on Wednesday, Tian, you might have been in danger. Tianyin's face also showed an expression of belated fear. She explained, it's my first time in the imperial capital, I'm curious about everything. I heard North Island Park has especially beautiful scenery, so I went there every day for the past month to look. But now, even the same scenery gets boring after a while. That's right, there are so many fun and beautiful places in the imperial capital. Yu Xiao, a local of the imperial capital, proudly puffed out her chest and promised, "North Island Park is nothing. Next time you want to go somewhere to play, I can be your tour guide." "It's a deal then." As they were chatting and laughing, the broadcast announcing the start of class sounded. The previously noisy classroom fell completely silent. Even those who still wanted to chat with their classmates and friends consciously and quietly took out their phones to communicate under the desk. University professors were different from high school teachers. As long as students didn't disrupt class discipline, some professors weren't too strict. Therefore, the back few rows became prime spots for students to slack off. The place Yu Xiao had chosen was very suitable for slacking off. Tianyin quietly took out her phone under the desk. Usually, she was a very diligent student, but the news she learned today made it difficult for her to maintain that focus. She just wanted to understand the whole story from beginning to end. Although she knew that if she listened attentively to the class as usual, her performance would be more perfect and flawless. But humans are not creatures entirely governed by reason, and at this moment, impulsive emotions dominated her. She opened the news page. Indeed, everything was just as Yu Xiao had described. Under the hot news, the number of comments was still growing. What kind of ridiculous news is this? Because of an addict's accidental drowning, they managed to trace and catch an entire drug trafficking gang? Those drug traffickers must have been unable to close their eyes in death when they were caught? Drug trafficking gang, we never imagined we'd be exposed for this reason. We're tired, just end it all. Whatever the case, well done, hee hee. Speaking of which, was this incident really an accident? Could it be that this guy offended someone and was silenced? Isn't this a common plot in movies? Offending a gang boss, tied to a stone and sunk in the sea or something. Well, this is a lake, but it could count as a sea, right? So, sunk in a lake? 23,333 what the hell, sunk in a lake? The water is so shallow, they say even a 10-year-old kid couldn't drown there. I remember a kid fell in there the year before last. Adults on the shore were about to dive in to save him, but the kid just grabbed onto a rock by the shore and stood up in the lake. Someone even took a video and posted it online. It was hilarious. Then this guy's death is even more suspicious. Especially after he died, the police directly found clues about drug dealers at his place, and even rooted out the entire criminal gang. Are drug dealers so careless nowadays? I don't know why, but I feel like everything is so coincidental it seems orchestrated. Didn't they say he was confused from drug use? Then maybe someone injected him with drugs. The person above has watched too many movies? Where are there such bizarre plots in real life? That's right, I arranged it. I secretly sent out my underlings to watch his every move, investigate his social connections, then while he was cleaning in the park every day, had someone inject him with an overdose of drugs, and placed all the clues pointing to drug dealers in his home in advance. Finally, under my careful arrangement, the addict accidentally drowned, and the police successfully caught the entire gang in one fell swoop. Ha, the legendary sleeping dragon and young phoenix is none other than me. At this point, I have to tell the truth. Actually, your father had a deep grudge with him, son. All your actions were guided by me in secret. Now I have to say, son, well done. With the appearance of these joking netizens, the tone of the comments was completely derailed, heading in a strange direction. Tianyin silently exited the page, and her phone screen went dark. These netizens might just be letting their imaginations run wild, not even believing their own words. But only she knew that some people's guesses were close to the truth. In fact, as one of the participants, Tianyin herself was also confused and still unable to see the full picture of the event. But she could determine that this incident was related to the Shadow Council. In fact, it was likely the Shadow Council's doing. She now knew that the organization she had joined was called the Shadow Council. And she was still just a bottom-level intern, with all members referring to themselves as Shadow Middleman. She had lied to Yu Xiao earlier. For the past month, Tianyin hadn't gone to North Island Park for exercise, but because she had received an internship task. This task was simple, and at first left her puzzled. It was to go to North Island Park at a specific time every day, exercise at a designated spot. Now she knew it was the area that the drowned old man was responsible for cleaning, and observe everyone around her, reporting back to the Shadow Council in the form of records, including every person she encountered in North Island Park. Tianyin had thought this was just training for interns, cultivating her ability to conceal herself and observe others, so she did her utmost to carefully observe everyone. This of course included the cleaner's appearance, age, his daily work schedule, the areas he liked to clean and his habits of slacking off, as well as his habit of frequently taking out an unidentified cigarette to smoke, occasional body tremors suggesting certain illnesses, and his hobby of chatting up middle-aged women. Tianyin had written almost everyone around her in her observation records, with an attitude of devout learning. For this, she had even bought and read books on micro-expressions and psychology. But she never imagined that just a month later, today, one of her observation subjects would meet with such an accident. Clearly, this couldn't possibly be just an accident. If this guy was a target of the Shadow Council, then I might have only provided some insignificant help in this operation. After all, I'm just a novice, and such a simple observation task was at most just training for me. There should be more experienced members responsible for conducting deeper investigations, someone responsible for designing the plan, someone responsible for taking action. Tianyin thought silently, unconsciously constructing a vague outline of a massive organization in her mind. I wonder what position the doctor holds in the organization. Just then, her phone vibrated gently. On the lit-up screen appeared another text message. Internship Task 2. Tianyin skillfully deleted the message and silently turned her gaze to the window. At this moment, the daylight was perfect, with brilliant sunshine spreading across the entire university campus, causing the distant sea of green trees to ripple with a layer of golden light. The imperial capital in the morning was bathed in sunlight, appearing so vibrant and radiant. But she seemed to see a shadow descending silently, spreading under the bright light, devouring countless people's shadows until it became the shadow of the entire city. This is perfect. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,216 words. This was a global garbage pollution distribution map updated in real time by the Web of Thoughts. Based on the pollution levels across the world, BIE divided the map into light, moderate, and severe garbage pollution zones using different colors, marking the varying degrees of pollution from light red to deep red. Since the creation of this map, which was updated in real time by the Web of Thoughts and tracked every garbage distribution location, the Shadow Council's work efficiency had increased by 100%. In just a few days, from Yao Country to the Qinsheng Empire, several small dots ranging from light red to deep red disappeared in a short time, symbolizing that garbage of different pollution levels had been cleared remotely by BIE. This made him feel much more cheerful, and his whole demeanor became more spirited. Wasn't all his hard work and troublemaking just to give ordinary people a chance to complete their sublimation and control themselves, so they wouldn't output mental fluctuations to him anymore? Those who had been dumping foul-smelling garbage on him for years were originally the ones who needed sublimation and self-control the most. But after BIE had suffered persecution for so long, was he still supposed to wholeheartedly help the culprits onto the path of transcendence? Regarding this, he only had one thing to say. Eat shit. Garbage should go where garbage belongs, there's no place for them in the new world that's about to be born. Twinkle, twinkle, little trash. The screen is full of little garbage, BIE hummed happily, frantically tapping the little red dots on the garbage pollution distribution map on his phone, based on the speed at which the garbage was being cleared on the Web of Thoughts. Extinguish them one by one, environmental protection depends on me alone. While humming, BIE didn't forget to keep the beat. He kicked the ground with his toe, spinning his chair 360 degrees on the spot, and the whole person drifted out on the chair. He even managed to avoid obstacles like tables and cabinets perfectly, making an S-shaped flying chair turn in his bedroom, finally breaking steadily by the bed. Then, BIE cleared his throat leisurely. Today, we solemnly congratulate Environmental Ambassador BIE on taking a big step forward in the cause of environmental protection, starting from the local area and moving towards the nation and the world. As he spoke, he clicked the switch on the nearby wall. The familiarity and smoothness of his action was eye-catching. At this moment, all the lights in the bedroom instantly lit up, all focusing on the chair in the center of the room and Bai Yi sitting on it. It was as if bright lights were focused on the center of the award platform. Clap, 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 clap. Bai Yi applauded himself. The applause was very enthusiastic. After playing the role of host and then the appreciative audience, he finally switched roles. He relaxed, leaning back against the chair, interlacing his fingers in front of him, and putting on a serious expression. This is one small step for me, but a giant leap for world environmental protection. I will continue to dedicate my life to the cause of environmental protection. After saying this, Bai Yi once again clapped for himself. Goodness, he had performed an entire award ceremony by himself. If there had been any observers present, they would have been so embarrassed for him that they'd want to flee Blue Star overnight. But Bai Yi clearly lacked the nerve for embarrassment in his brain, and he was quite engrossed in playing by himself. Until he noticed that in the area of the web of thoughts belonging to Sang Country, the amount of garbage in the polluted areas seemed to have significantly decreased. The speed at which this garbage is disappearing doesn't seem to follow natural laws. Could someone else be cleaning up like me? As soon as this thought occurred to him, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel curious. At this moment, the flower speaker card began to glow slowly. Bai Yi's consciousness delved in, and he immediately sensed strange fluctuations surging along the lines of faith coming from all directions. "Oh great God, your faithful follower prays to you. Please accept the sacrifice I offer to you. Supreme God of redemption and revenge, I beseech your protection. I will sacrifice to you with the blood of my enemies." The young man in the sea of flowers slightly opened his eyes, and immediately heard waves of fanatical prayers coming from afar. His consciousness kept rising, following those lines of faith all the way, until he descended into a dark and stuffy underground room. In the center of the basement, a strange hexagram pattern was drawn on the ground with fresh blood. It looked exactly like the popular style in anime and novels. At each point of the hexagram lay several corpses strewn about. Their heads and feet were connected, forming a perfect circle, enclosing the blood-formed hexagram in the center. And in the very center of the hexagram was a flower as red as if dyed with fresh blood. Several figures, both male and female, wearing strange cloaks, knelt in the basement filled with lit candles, muttering. The person at the front in the middle looked particularly devout and serious. Their face, gaunt to the point where their eye sockets were sunken, displayed a kind of alarming fanaticism under the candlelight. Bai Yi, wearing the flower speaker vest? Good grief! He couldn't help but exclaim. In just a few days, this guy had already developed a cult? And what on earth was this god of redemption and revenge? Bai Yi jumped over the firewall onto Sang Country's internet. Recently, multiple victims have gone missing after being attacked late at night. Blood-colored flower petals and mysterious religious symbols were left at the scenes, suspected to be the work of a cult organization operating in secret. Based on clues left by the perpetrators, we have identified a cult organization that worships the god of redemption and revenge. Once again, I remind everyone that cults cannot be trusted, and evil gods ruin lives. The legendary evil god flower speaker? A lifetime of reputation, ruined in an instant. This wave was being forced to become an evil god. Looking at the man in the basement who was earnestly deceiving others to believe in the god of redemption and revenge, and preparing to develop more followers, he was already dumbfounded. Bai Yi felt like saying from the bottom of his heart, "You're so brazen." Ahem, scratch that, what he meant to say was, "Change jobs, the Shadow Council needs talented people like you." So, Bai Yi, who had been caught off guard by this brazen move, made a brazen move of his own. He directly conveyed a divine oracle, or rather, a divine revelation for fanatical believers. In the name of the flower speaker, you have plunged into darkness, the shadows are your true home. Translated, it meant, we can't afford talent like you here. I'm recommending a more suitable place for you to stay. With such a divine revelation, and after waiting for a while, the puppet master would appear, and they could coincidentally recruit the person into the Shadow Council, willing on both sides, to contribute to the Shadow Council's expansion in Yao Country. Bai Yi couldn't help but give himself 666 likes for his cleverness. After arranging this matter, he entered today's game. During this period, Bai Yi had cleared many low-level instances, and today he just entered a new nightmare game fragment. His consciousness sank into that familiar, suffocating deep sea. Countless star fragments shone brightly in the ocean. When one of the star fragments gently touched Bai Yi's arm, he opened his eyes in a moment of dizziness and confusion. Something flew up in the air, and Bai Yi instinctively reached out to catch it, spinning it once around his wrist. It was a heavy cleaver. At this moment, the system's narration slowly appeared. 100 years ago, the unknown, Daonan painter Miaowin fell into madness after the death of his wife and daughter. He painted a family portrait called The Sabbath that shocked the world, and then committed suicide. It must have been a god or devil that descended upon him at that moment, painting through his hand. People praised this sacred scripture with such words. Once seen, no one could resist being fascinated by this painting. They went from eagerly passing it around to fighting over it. Each owner of the painting viewed it as their life, even preferring to die rather than give up the scroll. Every change of ownership was accompanied by bloodshed. Each of its owners died unnaturally in madness, and the scroll was dyed red with the blood of one owner after another. This painting became an object of ominous curse. Everyone who had seen this painting, without exception, descended into madness, sooner or later. This was the original source of chaos in this world. From then on, this world began to change. It seemed as if some chaotic and insane virus had invaded the entire world. Various bizarre events occurred one after another, and human mental willpower was constantly tested, falling into the abyss of madness. Until someone discovered that sublime art could infect people's spirits, providing comfort and solace to insane minds. So, what does this have to do with the cleaver in my hand? Bai Yi twirled the cleaver a couple of times, then chopped it down on the cutting board with a thud, slicing a dark shadow in half. An extremely shrill and eerie sound emanated from the shadow. The system's narration continued. This is a chaotic and unique world. This is an artist's paradise. Music, painting, calligraphy, and even cuisine, every form of art is revered by the people, and artists hold the highest status. They represent hope in this chaotic world. Art can convey happiness, heal wounds, comfort the soul, and connect people's spirits. The highest honor pursued by every artist in their lifetime is to claim the title of God in their respective fields. That is, to advance through world competitions, becoming the undisputed champion, the one everyone looks up to. At this point, Bai Yi had an ominous feeling. Sure enough, the system's narration suddenly changed its tone. You are an absolute artistic failure. From the beginning, you were determined to have no artistic talent whatsoever, unable to engage in any artistic field. You have no sense of rhythm, sing off-key, and can single-handedly throw off the pitch of an entire class of children. You're severely colorblind, can't distinguish between paint colors, and every picture you draw looks like brain matter mixed with ink. Every time you try to sculpt, you only end up cutting your own fingers. After 20 years of practicing calligraphy, you're still worse than a third grader. You've gone bankrupt from debt due to too many kitchen explosions while cooking. But you've always had a dream of being an artist. Not only that, you also want to obtain the title of God. Task: obtain the title of God in at least 3 artistic fields. Given the complexity of this instance world's task, the system will provide special guidance to the player. As long as the player follows the split subtasks one by one, there's a high probability of completing the final main task. Subtask 1: get along well with your roommate. Room-mate? Bai Yi repeated word by word. If the information he received was correct, the character he was playing now was renting alone on the second floor of an old building, not sharing with anyone. And the reason this guy who could blow up the kitchen every time he cooked came to the kitchen to get a cleaver was not to make a midnight snack, but because he woke up in the middle of the night and saw a ghost, so he came to get a cleaver for courage. In that case, the so-called roommate. Judging from the life rhythms Bai Yi sensed, besides himself, the other vibration in this house came from. Bai Yi slowly, very slowly, lifted the cleaver from the chopping board. The black shadow he had just chopped in half was squirming slightly on the board, about to escape. Bai Yi's grip on the cleaver changed, and almost instinctively, he quickly slapped down with the flat side of the cleaver. Thwack! The cleaver hit the chopping board heavily, and some black liquid slowly flowed out from under it. I.e., I think I reacted too quickly. He slowly moved the cleaver away, looking at the pitiful puddle of black ink on the chopping board, and was silent for a few seconds. Oh dear, my roommate has been flattened into a paste. Can we still get along well? The only one who answered him was himself. I.E. twirled the cleaver in his hand, his gaze falling on the chopping board. He displayed an incredibly sincere and friendly smile. I think you can do it, can't you, Ink Sauce? We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2089 words. In the dim kitchen late at night, under the old hanging lamp, a young man in striped pajamas held a cleaver high with one hand, his lips curled into an extremely brilliant smile. The light shone into his dark, deep eyes. The surface of the cleaver in his raised hand had a faint red tinge, like bloodstains that were difficult to wash off after years of use. In the shadow of the cleaver, the upward curve of his lips seemed to take on a mad and twisted flavor. At this moment, the young man who had just leaped out of bed due to an accidental ghost encounter and stumbled to the kitchen to find a cleaver for protection, seemed to have suddenly become a different person. The ghost who had found his panicked appearance amusing and had swayingly followed him out, only to face a double kill from the cleaver and now almost flattened into a paste like ink, QAQ help. I.E., who hadn't received an answer, frowned slightly in distress. It seems Ink Sauce, you have a different opinion. He drawled, with a hint of casualness, could it be, you think these short few minutes aren't enough for us to get to know each other and establish a friendship? Oh, I get it. As he asked and answered himself, he had a sudden realization and swung his hand heavily. The cleaver in his hand followed the motion of his arm and slashed down heavily from midair, once again chopping the barely squirming blob of ink on the chopping board. Ink? I.E. ignored it, only showing an excited and joyful smile, talking to himself. Although I think we hit it off instantly, but if you still have doubts, then let's get to know each other better, starting with you, Ink Sauce. As he spoke, he lifted the cleaver from the chopping board once again. Then, his wrist flipped. Swish, 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 swish. A series of blade flashes were so fast they seemed like afterimages. Ever since obtaining the card of Pei Huffing, the world's top martial arts expert, Bai automatically possessed the experience of using various cold weapons including knives and swords, effectively becoming a master in this field. Although these experiences didn't include cleavers, all knives in the world are pretty much the same, right? Just a bit of adjustment and it can be used. He used a speed that was almost imperceptible, slashing out 81 cuts in an extremely short time. This was the last move from the 9 stunning blades technique that Pei Huffing had once seized from a demonic sect. It could unleash 81 blade flashes at once, an ultimate move combining 9 times 9. It was said that those with profound skills could directly slice a person from head to toe into a human stick, only taking their last breath when the final cut fell, considered to be extremely cruel and cold-blooded. And now, Bai had innovatively applied this technique in a different way. By the time he put away the cleaver, the chopping board was covered with a layer of evenly fine black viscous particles, looking like finely chopped giling paste or a layer of paste spread out. This black paste stubbornly squirmed once. Bai couldn't help but pick up a particle and taste it with his tongue. Then, he frowned, his whole demeanor changing. Poo, why does it taste like ink? Non-human species has self-awareness, difficult to eliminate with physical attacks, although it doesn't taste good it's edible. Bai put down the cleaver, raising a finger for each point he made, his tone full of interest, just don't know if it can regenerate. In terms of vitality, so far, I'd call you the strongest. From the moment he picked up a jelly-like particle and ate it, the layer of ink sauce smeared on the chopping board started trembling. When he mentioned it was edible and speculated about its regenerative abilities, the paste trembled even more violently under his interested gaze. Then, it heard the devil's voice slowly rise. After such an in-depth exchange, we're not strangers anymore, right? So, let's get along well, roommate. Saying this, Bai extended a hand with a smile. In this short moment, it had already started to coalesce, gradually turning back into a jelly-like ink-colored gelatinous substance. It tremblingly extended a small corner, slowly rising from the chopping board, like a little foot, and rested on Bai Yi's open palm. It seemed to be indicating agreement. Bai Yi, with a face full of smiles, solemnly shook this small corner, considering it a handshake with his new roommate. The two roommates thus reached a friendly consensus. The atmosphere became harmonious. 1, 2, 3. 10, Bai Yi, pinching a corner of the ink, started counting, until he suddenly asked after counting to 10, "So, the task isn't completed yet?" The task he referred to was, of course, the subtask, to get along well with his roommate. After a few seconds of silence, lines of blurry black text appeared in mid-air, burning into his retina. Task completion assessment in progress. Friendliness of Painting Spirit Inc. 0. Your subtask is not yet completed, please keep trying. Hint, Painting Spirit, a spirit related to the art of painting, unique to this world. The essence of painting in this world lies in attracting painting spirits through one's talent and skill while painting, receiving their blessing to give the artwork transcendent spirituality. The higher the talent, the stronger the spirituality. Those favored by painting spirits are geniuses in the art of painting. Those without talent, completely disconnected from the art of painting, won't attract even a bit of attention from painting spirits, even if they're nearby. Probably worried that Bai Yi might pull some strange moves again, the system directly planned out the clearance method for him. Players can cater to Painting Spirit Inc.'s preferences. Once its friendliness is raised to 100, your paintings will receive spiritual enhancement from Painting Spirit Inc., gaining a certain degree of talent boost. For example, when painting inkwash paintings, you will possess stronger talent and skill. Painting Spirit? After reading the system's explanation, Bai Yi showed understanding. Isn't this just like the elemental spirits in novels? He had read quite a few novels. In those fantasy magic novels, wasn't magic just magicians manipulating elemental powers from nature? The higher the talent, the more elements they could attract and manipulate. If one could get the blessing of a special elemental spirit, their magical energy would be almost infinite. Replacing the concept of elemental spirits with painting spirits, and magicians with painters, it became easy to understand. In other words, as long as one could get the blessing of a painting spirit, even a talentless person in painting could become a genius, because talent itself was the ability to attract painting spirits. So, was it time to start the strategy? Could this be the legendary dating sim game? The talentless me reaching life's peak by strategizing with painting spirits? Bai Yi shook his head. Gaining 100 friendliness points, it sounds troublesome. I've been so sincere, yet the friendliness is only 0. What happened to getting along well and interacting nicely? What a dishonest roommate. So, Bai Yi's gaze fell back on the chopping board, showing eagerness. Why don't I just eat this painting spirit directly? Maybe the effect would be better? Painting Spirit Inc. System? Painting Spirit Inc., friendliness +1. Painting Spirit Inc., friendliness +1. Painting Spirit Inc., friendliness +1. Painting Spirit Inc., friendliness, 100. In the blink of an eye, a flood of notifications scrolled by. The overwhelming +1 almost left after images in Bai Yi's eyes. Subtask 1 completed. Subtask 2, harmonious neighborhood relationships will help your task. Get along well with the neighbors on this floor. The system's prompts refreshed seamlessly, as if fearing that if it was even a second late, this large painting spirit would end up in Bai Yi's stomach, completely devoured. I didn't expect you to have such a good impression of me, roommate. Bai Yi stared at the trembling ink blob for a few seconds, using a friendly smile to indicate that he could never be that kind of person. This was purely the system's malicious speculation. I think you must be very willing to take me to meet our neighbors, right? Based on the previous situation, it was clear he could restrain, painting spirits, these special beings. But it wasn't clear if the reason lay in the cleaver or in himself? Bai Yi didn't have more samples to explore for now. The trembling ink blob rolled back and forth in the air several times, large patches of ink continuously spreading, as if painting on blank paper, gradually forming the shadow of a human figure. Finally, it turned into a small boy with black hair and black eyes. The little boy timidly landed on the ground, tugging at Bai Yi's sleeve, indicating for Bai Yi to follow him. Oh my, I didn't expect painting spirits to have this kind of human form. Is this perhaps a more advanced form of existence? Looking at this scene of transformation before him, Bai Yi stroked his chin, marveling. He followed the little boy out the door without any resistance, his face full of expectation. First a roommate, now neighbors. The roommate was a painting spirit, so boldly guessing, the identity of the neighbors would be. When Bai Yi knocked on the neighbor's door in the middle of the night and saw an extremely angry man who was almost on fire appear at the door, he almost thought his guess was wrong. And in the body of the character he was using, scattered fragments of memory appeared as text. That was what the landlord had said when this body moved in during the day. The residents of this building are all strange unemployed people. There's a hot-tempered boxer. A melancholic, unrecognized talented painter. A reclusive, taciturn violinist. And a child who appears and disappears like a ghost. And the door he was knocking on now was said to be that of the hot-tempered boxer. His special roommate was the child who appears and disappears like a ghost in the landlord's words. The landlord's words were actually somewhat contradictory. If these people all had special skills, how could they become unemployed? The original owner of this body, Joey, had thought everyone was a failure like him. And now, with the precedent of Painting Spirit Inc. severely mismatching the buyer's show and seller's show, he had reason to suspect that the landlord's words were greatly exaggerated, and the people in this building were probably not normal humans. What painter, boxer, violinist, they were probably just some kind of role-playing game, and their true identity was Painting Spirit Red, Friendliness, 0. The timely system prompt had revealed everything. As a veteran player of many years, Bai Yi knew very well how to run tasks next. It was nothing more than first understanding this neighbor's character setting in daily life. For example, he might have fallen to this state due to some accident as a boxer, and then provide targeted help and advice, catering to the other's personality and hobbies to increase favorability. But now Bai Yi had woken someone up in the middle of the night, and if there were negative friendliness points, it would have broken through the sky. If he still wanted to increase favorability, the difficulty would be about hell level. Of course, he didn't plan to follow the conventional strategy route either. Yo! Looking at the angry-faced man, Bai Yi raised a hand and greeted him, looking full of energy. Let me introduce myself, I'm the new resident who just moved into 203 next door. Hello neighbor, nice to meet you, hope we can get along well from now on. The angry man? Greeting is greeting, but what's with waving a cleaver? Is this a new way of greeting? Looking at the unclear ink on the cleaver, smelling the scent of his kind coming from it, and then looking at the pale-faced little boy held in Bai Yi's left hand, his anger was extinguished in a second, and a non-existent drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead. His face, which should have been fierce and angry, slowly squeezed out a smile. So it's a new neighbor. Real hardcore way of making friends. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 1934 words. Painting Spirit, green, friendliness, 100. Painting Spirit, blue, friendliness, 100. Painting Spirit, gold, friendliness, 100. Painting Spirit, white, friendliness, 100. All Painting Spirit friendliness levels have reached 100. Side Quest 3, Establish Harmony in One Building, has been completed. After dealing with the Painting Spirit Red, the system, as expected, issued Side Quest 3. From roommates to neighbors to residents of an entire building, the 3 side quests progressed in layers, with increasing difficulty. Fortunately, Bai Yi always adhered to the hardcore principle of making friends with a cleaver, and with the assistance of the bewitching skill, even though there were some minor setbacks, after experiencing 2 cycles, he still successfully completed the task in the 3rd cycle. Perhaps this was the charisma of a pyramid scheme leader? At this moment, a message suddenly refreshed on the system. Achievement system has been updated. You have achieved the Social Little Expert achievement. Description: fraud, bewitchment, violent threats, swindling and deception. You are proficient in various social skills. With a useless body that should have been incompatible with art, you gained the favor of a group of painting spirits, making you an undisputed social little expert. You have achieved the mutual love one building achievement. Description: you successfully tamed painting spirits of various forms, building a harmonious neighborhood relationship between humans and painting spirits. You have achieved the Conquest Master, King of the Sea achievement. Description: through unconventional means, you successfully conquered all attributes of painting spirits in this realm. In terms of conquest, the Nightmare game system is willing to call you the strongest. Don't all these achievements mean the same thing? Looking at the achievement information refreshed on the panel, IE shook his head. The system's language library still needs to be more diverse. Since he had already gained the favor of all attribute painting spirits, elevating him from useless to genius, logically, he only needed to practice his painting skills diligently, convert his talent into proficiency and experience, continuously upgrade and add points to his painting skills until there was nothing left to upgrade. At that point, he would naturally have the confidence to obtain the title of Painting God. With the assistance of so many painting spirits, he believed that practicing and improving painting skills would not be difficult. However, this body had another problem, which was severe color blindness. Except for black and white, he often confused other colors, making it difficult to distinguish them. Not to mention being able to mix colors to his satisfaction while painting. When Bai first entered this character, he had only heard about the color blindness but didn't have a clear sensation of it himself. But after 3 cycles, the feeling of color blindness became too obvious. If in previous worlds, in Bai's eyes possessing the rhythm of all things, everything already looked like an overturned palette, with various messy colors spreading from near to far without any pattern, making people nauseous and dizzy just by looking at it. Now, he could no longer distinguish these red, white, blue, purple, and chaotic colors. Unless he painted black and white ink paintings, trying to paint anything else would result in a scene too horrible to look at. In the words of the Nightmare game system, even with the help of painting spirits, you can only achieve this level. Your painting talent is not worth mentioning. Except for the already perfected dark cuisine skill, no other skill can surpass it. Oh ho! It even started to be sarcastic. In response, IE protested. It's not me who lacks talent, it's this colorblind character. His uselessness severely lowers my level. Could it be that you, the system, are deliberately manipulating things behind the scenes, using this peculiar character to hold me back? System. Each Nightmare Fragment instance is randomly chosen by the player. The character after entering the Nightmare Fragment instance is also chosen by the Nightmare Fragment itself. The system cannot choose the instance in advance, let alone choose the character for the player. The system has always been just an auxiliary tool for the Nightmare game. It is the player who decides how to play the game. Randomly entered Nightmare Fragment instances? IE narrowed his eyes. It's indeed as I guessed before. The system is just an auxiliary tool, it's the player who decides how to play the game. He repeated this sentence, suddenly smiling. Oh my, it feels like I've flushed out quite a few remarkable clues. He stroked his chin, saying word by word. Before the system appeared, I could randomly enter Nightmare Fragments. After the system appeared, I still randomly enter Nightmare Fragments. The only difference is that after the system appeared, I changed from being forced to being proactive. I can choose whether to enter Nightmare Fragments on my own and can gain benefits from them. Then, can we assume that Nightmare Fragments have nothing to do with the system, and the person truly related to those nightmares is me? Perhaps I inherently possess the ability to enter Nightmare Fragments, but just like the rhythm of all things, I can only passively accept it and cannot choose to refuse. System, does your appearance mean that you further developed my talent for entering dreams, adding a switch that allows me to refuse entering dreams, as well as the ability to benefit from dreams? What responded to Bai was silence. It seemed that the Nightmare game system either didn't know the answer to this question or knew but didn't intend to answer. Bai, however, didn't care about its response. Sometimes, silence already provided an answer. I see, I pretty much understand now. He seemed to have obtained an answer, just pondered for a while, stroking his chin, as if he had comprehended some astonishing secret. He no longer dwelled on this question, but instead started laughing, saying, I understand, I pretty much understand it all. If I already possessed some kind of dream entering ability, and activating the system was just an enhancement of this ability, then who's to say the system is definitely a system and not an enhanced version of my ability? I know myself better than anyone. At this point, Bai Yi's laughter had become almost reckless. He, it must be like this. In his excitement, he began to gesticulate wildly. Even without the system appearing, my control and exploration of dreams would surely strengthen gradually through daily dream entries. Undoubtedly, someday in the future, evolving from only being able to passively enter dreams to actively choosing whether to enter dreams, from only being able to loop endlessly in dreams to being able to harvest nightmares after clearing them, this would be an inevitable trend. He paced back and forth a few times, speaking with a certain tone. Now, it's just that future skills have appeared in advance in the form of a system, the only variable is myself. And you, system, should be a product of my fully developed skills in the future. If even nightmares can be turned from false to real, time travel might not be impossible. If nightmares are truly a game, you're not the creator or operator, but rather a cheat that has seized some GM privileges. After making these judgments, Bai Yi smirked again, the corners of his lips curling up high. Making a cheat to send to my past self, and almost fooling even myself, as expected of me. After a few seconds of silence, lines of text appeared floating in the air. Everything is as you wish. Your thoughts and desires will surely become reality. Oh my, I've suddenly upgraded from player to GM. Although I'm a GM who can't control the game or choose tasks, at this point, Bai Yi's excitement suddenly deflated, so, what use is this? It seemed that he still had to continue doing the tasks he was supposed to do. Bai Yi's face fell again. Especially when he thought about how the body he was currently using was colorblind, yet the final goal was to become a painting god. This was really putting him in a difficult position. Color blindness was something that even the painting spirits couldn't change. They could only provide the painter with the keenest talent, making it easier for the painter to capture that spark of inspiration while painting, but ultimately they couldn't replace the painter themselves, couldn't hold their hand to paint. Wait, replace the painter themselves? It seemed that it might not be impossible after all. Bai Yi suddenly remembered the ink from when, painting spirit ink, was shattered earlier, how it could paint a little boy with just a light stroke in the air. If he treated the painting spirits as a summoner's summons, with the summoner formulating battle plans and commanding the summons to fight. And if he drew the line draft and then commanded the painting spirits to freely apply layers of color, wouldn't that be reasonable and flawless? With the painting spirits' aesthetic sense, shouldn't they be able to easily judge how to paint a picture to achieve the best result? Perhaps, when the time came, Bai Yi wouldn't even need to think about the line draft. He could just pick up the brush and use the Xia G8 strokes skill, while the painting spirits, acting as summoned little sprites, would use their innate sensitivity to painting to help him outline in color. It would be like how traditional mages still need to hold a staff and chant to summon magical elements, while the great magician Bai Yi would just hold the staff for show, and the elemental spirits would actively help him capture the magical elements, completing the automatic release of magic, smiley face. This move was the legendary lying down to win. He. Immersed in the joy of this mental image, Bai Yi now single-mindedly wanted to find painting spirits to practice a few times, temporarily putting other matters aside. For instance, whether his guess about the system was true, and if it was true, how his future self had achieved this, and why he had decided to deploy the system to the present. If Bai Yi only needed to follow the process step by step, someday in the future his dream entering skill would inevitably improve, and he would clear nightmares with his own ability, harvesting nightmare crystals and character cards from the nightmares. Then, why did his future self traverse time and space to deliver the system? Was it merely to let him master in advance the abilities he was supposed to master in the future? Given Bai Yi's own personality, he wouldn't like such actions of cheating in advance and ruining the fun of the game. He was the kind of weirdo who, even if given the chance to be reborn at a past point in time, wouldn't want to change the past at all. Unless he had no choice but to do so. Some thoughts just flashed through his mind momentarily. Bai Yi concealed the brief ripple in his eyes and looked at the surrounding painting spirits with a smile, extending a sincere invitation to them. As harmonious and loving good neighbors, good friends, and good roommates, you surely wouldn't have the heart to refuse my small request, right? He let out a long, melancholic sigh, filled with the vicissitudes and disappointment of years of unfulfilled dream chasing. This is a young man pursuing his dream, making his last struggle on the path towards his dream. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2101 words. You have completed the corresponding prerequisite side quests, unlocking main quest 1, obtain the title of God in the field of painting. When the system's prompt suddenly appeared, IE had just finished arranging a table of delicious food in the living room. The good neighbors from the entire building, whom he had invited, were seated in a circle. After several cycles, IE had gained a certain degree of understanding of this world. This was a world with particularly special rules, originally indistinguishable from the ordinary city where Blue Star was located. But ever since the creation of the painting of Death Sabbath years ago, this world seemed to have been infected by some kind of madness factor. Without exception, people who had come into contact with Sabbath went insane, and various items passed on by their hands also became bizarre, continuously infecting more people. Like a drop of thick ink spreading in water, the meme of madness spread throughout the world. At first, no one realized that there was a problem with the Sabbath painting, until more and more contaminated individuals appeared, until everyone discovered that the contaminated could spread it to others. When the total number of contaminated reached a certain range, this matter finally caught the attention of the World Federation. After an investigation, an absurd yet undeniable truth emerged: the madness of these people was not due to physiological changes, but more like a mental contamination, and this mental contamination could spread out of thin air. And the source of everything was that painting called the Painting of Death, Sabbath. It was like a needle coated with bacteria, piercing through the originally tightly ruled protective layer of this world, plunging the entire world into mad contamination and spread. Even though the federal government sent out its most elite troops to break into the gallery of the last owner and seal off this painting, the world that had already been contaminated could not return to its original state. Fortunately, in times of crisis, the world's self-rescue mechanism would also give birth to corresponding countermeasures. From then on, all artistic fields that could transmit one's emotions to others in some way received an epic-level enhancement. The status of artists in this world was infinitely elevated. They could soothe chaotic and insane souls through paintings, music, poetry, and literary works, reducing the degree of mental contamination in the contaminated. Correspondingly, the threshold to become an artist was also infinitely raised. Technique alone was not enough, spirituality was crucial. Only those with sufficiently strong spirits and keen sensitivity to special existences like painting spirits could create artworks with spirituality. And only artworks with spirituality could spread their spiritual will and affect others. Only works possessing spirituality could be considered the work of an artist. This might sound mystical and abstruse. In fact, people in this world still hadn't understood the essence of spirituality. After all, it had only been 100 years since the world's contamination, and the concept of spirituality was only proposed 30 years ago. But IE was different. Regarding mental contamination, he had rich experience, and with bug-level talents and skills like the rhythm of all things and web of thoughts, the invisible mental fluctuations that ordinary people couldn't perceive were as clear to him as paint on a white canvas, with even the colors and properties perfectly clear. So, after several cycles, he had understood the principle of how artists in this world gave birth to spirituality in their works. The biggest difference between this world and Blue Star was the extreme activity of spiritual energy and its terrifying contamination. And artists were the rare existences among countless ordinary people who possessed special talents and qualifications. They could inject different spiritual energies into their works, making them full of spirituality, thus influencing and contaminating others. If this was an extraordinary system of the spiritual class, then artists would be the extraordinaries profession of this system. Therefore, the strength or weakness of spirituality was essentially the degree of contamination of the spiritual energy injected into the work by the artist. It was the degree of extraordinary power output by an artist. According to different spiritualities, artists' works were divided into two categories: dark art and healing art. That painting of Death, Sabbath, must have emitted a kind of insane spiritual energy with extremely strong contamination, which is why every owner was mentally contaminated. It was said that in this world, there were worshippers of Milween, the author of Sabbath, groups of painters practicing dark art, who had established various organizations in private. And if a painter created a work full of healing spirituality, it would, in turn, soothe the spirits of the contaminated. Such painters held extremely high positions in the Federation. The same principle applied to music, poetry, and other artistic fields, which explained why the status of artists was so high in this world. They were devils, and also gods. They were destroyers, and also saviors. In this situation, even the profession of chef, which shouldn't have been comparable, suddenly rose to become the most special existence among many artists. After all, delicious food could bring humans the most primitive sense of happiness, and it didn't require any aesthetic appreciation to achieve this. This was something that no other art could easily compare with. It could be said that delicious food was the work that could most easily soothe people's spirits. It was the art with the lowest threshold. When Bai Yi understood the situation of this world, especially the special nature of chefs, he immediately got excited, almost slapping his thigh. "Oh, this is something I'm familiar with." If he hadn't encountered the painting spirits right after entering the game, clearly having the opportunity to complete the painting field challenge first, Bai Yi would have been eager to become the new era's food god. Even now, while training the painting spirits to cooperate with each other every day, he didn't forget to polish his culinary skills. After all, this world was quite different from reality. Although Bai Yi was confident enough in his skills, Dark Cuisine LV3 was not easily achievable as the limit of mortals. But this world placed more emphasis on the spirituality in food. In this regard, Bai Yi was also a novice, only able to practice quietly first, waiting for the right moment to amaze everyone. As such, these warm-hearted neighbors naturally became the best food testers for Bai Yi to practice this world's special cuisine. Of course, painting spirits couldn't eat human food, but the ingredients Bai Yi chose weren't ordinary ingredients. They were chaotic spiritual energies he captured in this world's special rules using his rhythm of all things talent. In other words, while others injected spiritual energy into ingredients, he directly captured spiritual energy to serve as ingredients. It was roughly equivalent to capturing elements to feed elemental spirits. A bunch of chaotic spiritual energies were directly stirred together, skipping even the medium of ingredients. A table of painting spirit exclusive delicacies was thus produced, with spiritual fluctuations at their peak. Sensing the strong spirituality emanating from the table of food, Bai Yi felt an incomparable sense of achievement and pride. Look at how strong this spirituality is. If this doesn't qualify as the food god of the age, who else could claim this title? In terms of culinary skills, if I'm second, who dares to claim first? Everyone, please eat, don't be shy, he enthusiastically urged the motionless neighbors sitting at the table. This is my first time inviting neighbors over. A group of painting spirits tremblingly raised two colorful chopsticks drawn out of thin air. At this moment, the task in front of Bai Yi refreshed. First phase of the task, successfully complete a work and submit it to participate in the World Painting Grand Prix that opens today. Second phase of the task, successfully pass the preliminary selection and obtain the first display rights in the Death Gallery. Third phase of the task, deserve the name. Hint, please turn on the TV and watch the World Art Channel that's currently broadcasting. Bai Yi? It seemed that after uncovering the system's origin, even its prompts had become more proactive. What's this about watching TV? Despite his internal complaints, Bai Yi still turned on the living room TV. The host's provocative voice immediately came through. The annual World Art Grand Prix is about to begin, and the registration times for various art groups will be announced one by one. This month is the stage for the World Painting Grand Prix. From 8 a.m. this morning until 8 a.m. next Sunday, participants please go to the Federation's various district art centers to submit their entries. The rules for the World Painting Grand Prix are as follows. After the first round of preliminary selection, each district art center will screen out a batch of entries with spirituality, which will then be uniformly placed in the Death Gallery. The Death Gallery will rank and display all entries on its own. In midair, the system's subtitles thoughtfully explained, Death Gallery, the gallery opened by the last owner of Sabbath, which once hung Sabbath. Due to unknown reasons, it underwent contamination and mutation, and can rank the paintings in the gallery according to spiritual strength. The stronger the spirituality, the closer the position in the gallery to the depths. It has been controlled by the federal government and serves as the judge for the painting Grand Prix. The host's passionate voice came from the TV. The entry appearing in the deepest part of the gallery will be the winner of the painting Grand Prix. The participant will receive the title of painting god recognized by the Federation and enjoy all the benefits that come with the title. Until the painting Grand Prix opens again next year, everyone will have the opportunity to compete for the title of painting god again. Oh my, hearing this, I finally raised an eyebrow. This difficulty seems quite high. If he understood correctly, each year's participants not only competed among themselves but also against the previous years, the year before that, and even earlier predecessors? The so-called painting god was not only the first place of this year but also had to defeat all previous painting gods, surpassing everyone in this field to be qualified to claim the divine throne? Oh, I'm getting excited. The more Bai Yi thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He turned to look at the painting spirits sitting around the dining table. Everyone must be full of motivation too, right? But what met his gaze were painting spirits struggling to taste the dark cuisine, their eyes glazed over, overwhelmed by the strong spiritual contamination waves contained in that powerful spirituality. As the dark cuisine entered their mouths, the sour and stimulating sensation made all the painting spirits' eyes well up with tears. They met Bai Yi's gaze like this. Forced to reluctantly raise a praising thumb. Delicious. QAQ help. Why are my eyes filled with tears? Because I love this dark cuisine so deeply. Bai Yi was moved by the painting spirit's sincere and unaffected gesture. How much must they love his cooking to be moved to tears? Indeed, is this what loving and caring good neighbors are like? They understand him. The living room light shone on the table of strange food, and also on the faces of all the painting spirits filled with moved tears. At this moment, inspiration exploded in Bai Yi's mind. He wanted to paint this touching scene. Strangers who had never met before could be so loving, happy, and harmonious together, sharing the joy brought by delicious food. Was there a more heart-healing scene in the world? This would be the best entry for the competition. Especially since the painting spirits were the main characters enjoying the food, they must have particularly strong feelings. Letting them participate in creating this painting, putting their emotions into it, would surely make it more sincere and inject more spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Bai Yi exclaimed that he was indeed a genius. What should this painting be called? He was about to set off to participate in the painting Grand Prix, and might have to complete tasks in other fields afterwards. It would probably be difficult to have another chance to gather the painting spirits to share food. Since that's the case, why not call this painting The Last Supper? We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabYVMVU. Glorious God Throne. 3,874 words. Idle mode has been turned off. Nightmare fragment instance time fast forwarded by 1 month. When Bai Yi entered the nightmare game again, familiar historical records scrolled across his panel. With the help of numerous painting spirits, you successfully created the painting The Last Supper with an A-grade painting skill and SSS spiritual energy, achieving a spiritual rating of S grade. You have chosen to submit this to the art center of this division. During the idle period, as the results of the painting Grand Prix have not been announced and other group art competitions have not officially begun, your character Joey, unwilling to waste any time, continued to practice painting, culinary arts, music, literature, and other skills under the guidance of the traits you assigned, such as long sleeves excel at dancing, becoming friends at first sight, and world's genius stud. TL, long sleeves excel at dancing equals metaphor, meaning that someone who has ample resources or favorable conditions is more likely to succeed or perform well. It can also imply that a person with good connections or social skills can navigate situations more effectively. Your character Joey gained +1 experience through rigorous training. Your character Joey gained +1 experience through rigorous training. Your character Joey gained +1 experience through rigorous training. After rigorous training, your character Joey's painting skill has continuously declined, currently at C grade. After rigorous training, your character Joey's culinary skill has continuously declined, breaking through the lowest F grade of the evaluation system, currently unable to be correctly evaluated. After rigorous training, your character Joey's music skill has continuously declined, breaking through the lowest F grade of the evaluation system, currently unable to be correctly evaluated. After rigorous training, your character Joey's literary skill has continuously declined, breaking through the lowest F grade of the evaluation system, currently unable to be correctly evaluated. By E? Seeing this, Bai Yi's head was full of question marks. Rigorous training leading to declining skill levels, more experience resulting in lower skill evaluations. What kind of unparalleled talent was this? This artistically challenged individual was truly unprecedented. I miscalculated, he thought to himself. Mature game characters usually grow on their own. In the past, Bai Yi could always leave his characters to develop while idle, saving time by directly receiving characters at their peak. However, this time's character was truly exceptional. The more it was left idle, the worse it became, training itself to drop below the lowest grade of the evaluation system. Even the legendary talents probably couldn't carry this one. This was the first character that couldn't be developed through idle mode. It seemed that to pass this nightmare fragment instance, he would have to grind. The only consolation was that although the A-grade painting skill Bai Yi had painstakingly trained in the game had been reduced to C-grade by this character during idle mode, at least the painting had already been submitted. There was no second round in the painting Grand Prix, so he didn't need to level up again. At this point in time, within the Nightmare Fragment instance, it was time for the final rankings of the painting Grand Prix to be announced. He turned on the living room TV on schedule. Sitting on the sofa, with emptiness all around. Without familiar roommates and neighbors, watching TV alone is really quite boring. Bai Yi tapped his chin with a finger, letting out a sigh. As the TV screen lit up, the familiar host appeared on the familiar World Art channel. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to the World Art Grand Prix. Today, after a month-long process, the painting Grand Prix has finally concluded. The list of 125 works selected for the Grand Prix has been finalized. Let's review the competition process over the past month and look at the stories behind each work. As the host spoke, the screen quickly changed. A black and white intertwined logo resembling a giant cube rotated continuously on the screen. This was the famous Death Gallery. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary building, but upon entering, one would find themselves in a special 5x5x5 cube, each grid being an exhibition room that could hold only one painting. All paintings placed inside would be automatically selected by the Death Gallery based on their spiritual intensity and placed in different exhibition rooms. After selecting 125 works, the remaining paintings with insufficient spiritual energy would be automatically discarded by the Death Gallery like trash. Therefore, from the outermost layer of the cube inwards, the closer a painting was to the center, the stronger its spiritual energy. In theory, with such an impartial judge, there was no need for anyone to be involved in the behind-the-scenes evaluation of the painting Grand Prix, nor was it necessary to drag it out for a month. Just throwing all the paintings into the Death Gallery would settle the rankings in less than a day. And that's exactly what the organizers of the World Painting Grand Prix did. On the first day of the competition, the rankings were out. The reason for waiting a month was to verify the special abilities of these paintings. After all, in this world, paintings were not just paintings, but also extraordinary items. The Death Gallery only evaluated the 125 paintings with the strongest spiritual energy. The organizers of the Painting Grand Prix still needed to appraise these 125 works. Among these, some paintings might have low spiritual energy but could provide widespread healing effects for mental pollution, allowing almost anyone to cleanse their mind by appreciating the work. Other paintings, despite having extremely strong spiritual energy, could only be appreciated by a few individuals with strong mental willpower, as most ordinary people couldn't withstand their mental impact. The former could be publicly displayed to everyone, while the latter could only appear in private exhibitions with level restrictions. As for those paintings following the dark art style, they couldn't be casually displayed. Otherwise, wouldn't it be murder of the audience? In gaming terms, spiritual strength only represented the equipment level, but higher level equipment wasn't necessarily better than lower level equipment. It depended on the equipment's characteristics, whether it increased defense, attack, or healing, each with different focuses. Since many of the 125 paintings were noted as dark artworks, and some were labeled as healing art by their creators, but no one knew if they might cause mental pollution, or there might be dangerous works sneaked in by anti-Federation or anti-government individuals, the staff of the painting Grand Prix organizers wouldn't risk themselves. They sent death row inmates who had committed unforgivable crimes due to mental pollution to appraise the paintings. This had always been the convention of the World Art Grand Prix. Over the month, the painting Grand Prix officials gradually released hundreds of death row inmates into the death gallery. By observing the changes in their mental state after viewing the paintings in various exhibition rooms, they could identify the characteristics of these artworks. However, whether it was mental pollution or healing mental pollution, it generally happened subtly and not in a short time. Just like the previous Sabbath painting, many people who had seen it didn't immediately develop mental issues, but their mental state gradually became abnormal over time. Therefore, the officials gave a month for observation. At this moment, the TV screen was showing various scenes from the death gallery over the past month. None of the painting contents were captured on camera. What appeared on screen were the conditions of death row inmates in different exhibition rooms. Scene after scene switched by. Some people knelt on the ground, weeping and repenting from the heart. A subtitle helpfully noted, "This is the perpetrator of a brutal family massacre, insane and bloodthirsty, completely inhuman." Some stood still, their faces peaceful and happy, as if they had entered heaven. The subtitle continued, "This is a doomsday cult member who incited suicide." Some were in a state of madness, gouging out their own eyeballs to play with, others directly killed fellow inmates in the same exhibition room, writing love poems with fresh blood on the ground in a state of insanity. In the past, such scenes requiring censorship would never have appeared on television. But since this world had been polluted, people had begun to accept and adapt to this kind of imagery. After all, weren't these just a few unfortunate souls who encountered dark art pieces? The scenes from the 125 exhibition rooms switched one by one on the television, finally slowing down and focusing on an exhibition room at the outermost edge of the death gallery. On the wall, a painting slowly unrolled, showing endless waves of wheat fields surging like an ocean. A flash of golden color briefly appeared on the screen before quickly switching to the center of the exhibition room. Although this was a healing-type painting, the program still didn't give even a second more of screen time, as if extending it by 1 second would cause mental pollution to the viewers. Ever since a healing masterpiece was discovered to cause people who saw it to create non-existent gods in their minds and develop fanatical worship, the Federation had become cautious about publicly displaying all artworks. No one knew whether seemingly harmless works might have hidden dangers, or if a creator with anti-Federation tendencies might intentionally use this platform to destroy the world. This practice of only showing 1 second of the artwork's content was quite ingenious. Even dark art masterpieces like Sabbath wouldn't affect people just by looking at them for a moment. The camera cut to the center of the exhibition hall, where several death row inmates were lying on the ground with their eyes closed, their bodies seemingly melted like noodles. Their lazy expressions were like those sunbathing in a wheat field, showing extremely relaxed postures. The host produced an envelope from somewhere and began to introduce, "This painting is titled Autumn Fields, by the somewhat famous healing art master, Teacher Choyang." Let's take a look at Teacher Choyang's creative theme and mental journey during the creation process. Each participating work required the artist to write down their creative theme and mental journey during creation. This wasn't for boring reading comprehension, but to help the organizers understand the artist's positioning of their work, and then selectively send in death row inmates for appraisal. For example, if an artist claimed their painting had strong healing abilities with a theme of reconciliation, the officials would indeed send in estranged couples to appraise it. As the most authoritative competition in the painting field, all selected participants were already the most outstanding individuals in the Federation. Some of their works might have already healed many people in the past, while others might make great contributions to the Federation in the future. Therefore, the host introduced each one without omission, as they deserved such treatment. Soon, they came to the second-to-last piece. As a special portrait with a prototype in reality, Evil Ghost is undoubtedly a classic work of dark art. The protagonist in the painting is the artist's younger sister who died from abuse in childhood. Every death row inmate with a history of domestic violence suffered mental torture in this exhibition room, experiencing something akin to having their soul claimed by an evil ghost, ultimately dying of strangulation. As is well known, portraits usually have stronger spiritual energy than landscapes. The spiritual strength of this painting surpasses almost all other paintings except for the top work. However, it's also quite limited, only causing mental pollution to abusers. While it has extremely high artistic value, it lacks practical value. Concluding his evaluation with these words, the host cleared his throat. Next is the top work of this painting Grand Prix, chosen by the Death Gallery, a masterpiece with incredible, astounding spiritual energy. Its creator is neither a painting god from previous competitions nor a familiar art master. In fact, before this soon-to-be-crowned painting god had not published any works, a complete novice. Reaching the top of the painting Grand Prix with just a debut work, this is a first since the inception of the painting Grand Prix. At this point, the host suddenly paused, as if intentionally trying to keep the TV audience in suspense. She smoothly inserted an advertisement before continuing. Before announcing the top winner of the painting Grand Prix, a gentle reminder to all viewers: after the Grand Prix, according to the pre-signed contracts, the participating healing works will be added to the Artists Association's exhibition for the next month. The exhibition platform will classify the works based on their spiritual strength, and all proceeds will be proportionally distributed between the Artists Association and the creators. After a month, the paintings will be returned to the artists. Interested viewers, please stay tuned and don't miss the exhibition time. As for the dark art pieces, we request the creators to personally collect their works from the Federal Arts Center within a month. The Artists Association will classify the works based on their danger level and provide containment suggestions to the creators to prevent accidental pollution spread. Special institutions such as the Federal Adjudication Department, Dark Artists Association, and Research Institute No. 27 welcome everyone to join. The 125 artists selected in this painting Grand Prix will all receive honorary membership in the Artists Association, enjoying all the benefits of honorary members. After saying this, the host unhurriedly prepared to reveal the answer. Now, let's see who has finally topped this painting Grand Prix. The screen showed the deepest part of the Death Gallery, a room that seemed to stand apart from all other exhibition rooms. The Sabbath, which had fascinated, pursued, and driven countless people mad, had once been hung here. Now, another painting hung on the wall of this exhibition hall, a seemingly very warm and touching picture. Everyone was surprised to find that this time, the camera didn't just flash by, but lingered on the image. This was a treatment that even previous top masterpieces of the painting Grand Prix hadn't received. Unless this painting was very special. The officials believed that allowing all Federation citizens to be exposed to the painting's spiritual influence would be greatly beneficial to the entire Federation. It was a living room lit by a warm yellow light. In the room, more than 10 figures sat around a dining table piled high with delicacies. Every face was filled with grateful tears. At first glance, it looked like some kind of prayer ritual for enjoying food, with an extremely sacred radiance. This painting wasn't completely realistic. The outlines of the figures were somewhat blurred. Due to the different colors of their clothes, it looked like a rainbow with more than 7 colors circling the long dining table. The person sitting at the head of the table was neither black nor white, just an empty outline. Everyone's gaze was directed at them. It seemed as if only when they spoke would the dinner begin or end. This painting was warm and bright in color, incorporating all colors yet not appearing chaotic at all. The host pulled out an envelope and began introducing as usual. This painting is titled The Last Supper, the debut work of the new artist, Master Joey. The background of this painting's creation is very special. The artist was originally frustrated and lacked talent in painting. After moving to a new apartment building, he instantly got along with all the neighbors in the building, and they became like-minded good friends. They cared for each other like family. It was with the help of these good friends that the artist was inspired to paint this Last Supper. This is a painting full of imagination, warmth, and beauty, encouraging people to never give up hope and dreams. Most importantly, the host read word by word from the envelope. The main theme of this painting is, even strangers can become as close as family. If everyone could treat each other with kindness, then the world would be paradise.
As he finished speaking, the camera zoomed out from the painting to show the entire exhibition hall.
In the center of the hall, more than 10 people were sitting in a row, shoulder to shoulder, appreciating the painting. Each person wore a smile, and the atmosphere among them was incredibly harmonious and beautiful, looking like a gathering of friends on a beach. Here we have sworn enemies, complete strangers, people who dislike each other, antisocial individuals, terrorists, cult leaders, ordinary people. It's hard to imagine them sitting together like good friends to appreciate a painting. The host introduced their identities in a timely manner. But the viewers in front of the TV weren't paying attention to what she was saying. Their eyes were almost all drawn to the painting. Gazing at the painting in the lens, even through the screen, they felt as if they were being illuminated by warm light, as if they could smell the fragrance and steaming aroma of food. An intense feeling of goodness and warmth suddenly burst from their hearts. Without realizing it, everyone was entranced. They seemed to be guided into an endless, wonderful dream. An incredibly beautiful and harmonious atmosphere swept across the entire Federation. Everyone involuntarily felt a sense of peace, satisfaction, and happiness. Past events, arguments with parents, conflicts with neighbors, contradictions with competitors, hatred for enemies. At this moment, they all seemed to be gradually suppressed by some strange force. Arguments were unnecessary, conflicts were unnecessary, contradictions were unnecessary, hatred was unnecessary, all of this was unnecessary. Isn't a harmonious and peaceful life good? As long as everyone loves each other, this world is a beautiful paradise. Such thoughts flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously. Just then, the light in the painting seemed to flicker. In an instant, all the people sitting at the table seemed to melt. The various colors on the painting melted, each person seeming to melt like a wax figure heated by fire, flowing directly onto the dining table and melting together with the food on the table. It was like a completely overturned palette, with various colors chaotically mixing on the dining table. Only that blurred outline still sat at the table. It looked as if everyone had become ingredients on the table, ready for the outlined figure to enjoy at will. In that moment, this incredibly horrifying association made everyone in front of the TV snap back to reality, instinctively recoiling. At that moment, they discovered that the painting in the camera frame hadn't changed. It was still the living room adorned with dim yellow lights, a dining table laden with sumptuous dishes, and people sitting at the table with tears in their eyes, seemingly overwhelmed with gratitude for the delicious meal they were about to enjoy. However, at this moment, as everyone looked at this painting again, their feelings were drastically different from before. This time, they seemed to see the silent tears of despair from a group of victims before being served on the dining table. Perhaps only one person had a different reaction, and that was Bai. He also leaned back suddenly, but his expression was somewhat exaggerated. Oh my, is this an accusation against me? Or is it just whining? I just stuffed you all into the painting to make it more spirited. Doesn't this fit better with the theme of good friends loving and helping each other? Bai muttered to himself, this way of insinuating about me is too much. I'm not some man-eating monster. Although if the entire painting were viewed as a dining table, the painting spirits used as pigments were indeed the ingredients placed on the table, the victimized party. The sudden change seemed to surprise the organizers as well. The camera quickly panned away from the painting, but what appeared next brought an even greater shock to the entire Federation. After switching from the wall where the painting was, the central part of the exhibition hall instantly came into view. The group of people who had been sitting shoulder to shoulder on the ground admiring the painting earlier now showed various expressions. Some people were leaning against the wall, heads slightly lowered, with serene and peaceful smiles on their faces, as if they had fallen into a beautifully woven illusion. Others were in a state of frenzy, some were biting off their own fingers one by one as if eating cookies, some were walking towards the painting step by step like fanatics. Although blocked by an invisible force in the death gallery a few steps away, they still charged forward relentlessly. Some directly bit through the throats of their enemies. The entire scene was filled with intense bloodshed, chaos, and eeriness, resembling a large-scale evil cult ritual site. Seemingly realizing something was amiss, the TV station's feed was immediately cut off, and everything came to an abrupt halt. But the system's settlement wouldn't be interrupted because of this. Main quest completed 1/3, you've obtained the title of God in the painting field. Achievement system has been refreshed. You've achieved the blood and flesh sacrifice achievement. Note, using a painting spirit to complete an artwork involuntarily is akin to placing a victim on the dining table for consumption. You have completed a special flesh and blood sacrifice, sacrificing the painting spirit, endowing your artwork with unparalleled spirituality, thus securing the title of God. You achieve the illusion of paradise achievement. Note, goodness and beauty come from within. Only when everyone willingly does good and pursues beauty can the world become paradise. If one forcibly distorts others' true nature and suppresses their will through extraordinary means, what seems to be ultimate goodness will be twisted into the most terrifying evil. The artwork that should have depicted earthly paradise and conveyed all that is beautiful actually came from forcibly exploiting the painting spirit. Everything conveyed in the painting is just a distorted illusion. The true face of paradise is the purgatory of the sufferers. By E? Are you really created by my future self? He was speechless about this system that was indirectly criticizing him. Don't make me sound like some kind of devil. He just wanted to complete the task properly. What evil intentions did he have? If he hadn't tried for several loops, realizing that normal painting didn't provide enough spirituality and couldn't even match the second-place evil ghost, he wouldn't have suddenly thought of directly attaching the painting spirits to the scroll. He didn't believe that if all painting spirits had put in their full effort during painting, The Last Supper would have less spirituality than other artificial paintings. It could only mean they were all unwilling, not putting in real effort, and adding little spirituality to the paintings. After several loops, Bai had let them off a few times, but these painting spirits showed no awareness and still wanted to sabotage him? Well, then they couldn't blame him for directly using them as raw materials. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabybmvu. Glorious God Throne. 1955 words. The broadcasting accident on the last day of the painting Grand Prix caused a huge stir in the federal world within the entire Nightmare Fragment instance. The federal authorities almost thought they had suffered a terrorist attack, with Joey being the terrorist who deliberately packaged dark art as healing art, deceiving the world's eyes to reach the final stage, and then indiscriminately attacking the entire Federation. Fortunately, no major incidents occurred across the Federation afterwards, and there was no large-scale spread of mental pollution. After repeated authentication, The Last Supper painting indeed did not contain any mental pollution, but instead had a strong suppressive effect on most mental pollutants. If judged solely by these characteristics, classifying this painting as healing art was completely justified. The alert was lifted, and Bai, who had nearly been blacklisted as a terrorist, once again became a federal citizen. However, the audience had witnessed the anomaly that day. To avoid causing panic throughout the Federation, the painting Grand Prix organizers immediately explained to everyone after the authentication results came out. As we all know, dark art often actively creates mental pollution, while traditional healing art soothes mental pollution, like using a detergent to clean a stain. The process is gentle. The Last Supper, as a unique new work among healing arts, possesses strong spirituality. Its special quality lies in that the healing art it expresses is not gentle, but rather domineering, forcibly suppressing all mental pollution, not cleaning the stain, but directly covering the entire stain. The sense of tranquility, beauty, and harmony conveyed by this painting was like a domineering spice, able to forcibly suppress the viewer's other emotions. If other healing arts were like a psychologist's guidance, then The Last Supper was practically a hypnotist forcibly hypnotizing. Therefore, most viewers who yearned for this kind of life were easily brainwashed, truly falling into the mood expressed in the painting, as if receiving great spiritual comfort. However, those who genuinely did not pursue this kind of life, such as antisocial individuals, doomsayers, or those with deep grudges solely seeking revenge when forcibly brainwashed by the painting's mood, although unable to resist on the surface, had extremely strong aversion and resistance in their subconscious. As the degree of brainwashing deepened, this aversion also intensified. The final manifestation was a rebound effect, with madness erupting and the degree of mental pollution increasing rather than decreasing. Thus, the exhibition hall was directly turned into a large-scale evil cult ritual site by that group of people, and The Last Supper was almost treated as dark art. This wave was forced healing.
But in a sense, this perfectly matches the dual meaning expressed by this painting.
Regarding this special artwork, combined with its demonstrated forced healing ability, the organizers provided an appreciation. This is a cult classic that combines the essence of dark art with the characteristics of healing art. On the surface, the painter and the neighbors in the entire building love each other dearly, with the warm dinner further highlighting the beauty that countless people in the world yearn for. If this building represents a world, this is undoubtedly a paradise of great harmony that people long for, but this paradise is an artificially created illusion. In fact, another transformation of the artwork suggests that this world is not only not a paradise, but rather suffocating like hell. All the neighbors are actually under the absolute oppression and control of the painter. This world is just a paradise for the painter alone, while others are like ingredients on the dinner table, mere sacrifices for paradise. Therefore, when they are willing to cooperate and obey, they can enjoy all the beauty within the illusion of paradise. Just like those viewers who do not resist the painting's forced healing effect. When they choose to resist, the illusion of paradise is torn apart, and the diners at the table become the food on the table. This point is just like those death row inmates in the exhibition hall who broke free from the forced healing state, their mental pollution deepening further, ultimately self-mutilating or killing each other on the spot. Either accept brainwashing or be sacrificed directly. This is precisely the unique dual nature of this painting. Even if strangers who don't know each other can be as close as family, if everyone could give kindness to each other, then the human world would be paradise. This was the original theme attached by the painter himself, but such a paradise on earth is just an illusion. Or rather, it comes at the cost of everything. It must be said that although The Last Supper is classified as healing art, its theme, metaphor, and healing method are all more similar to dark art. We are considering perhaps coming up with a more suitable name for this new type. Although the creator Joey had no previous works, his first debut piece delivered a stunning result, and may even open up a new category in the federal painting field. We look forward to his future. This long art appreciation quickly gained praise and likes from countless netizens. As expected of professionals, the analysis is indeed thorough. To be fair, this painting is indeed very profound, not comparable to ordinary healing art. The metaphor and satire are very accurate. The painter is the one in power, and also the only one who knows the truth of the world. Many times, ordinary people indeed don't know the truth of the world, they can only see the media boasting about how wonderful the Federation and the world are. Those who truly see the truth and stand up to resist are suppressed by the Federation as terrorists, while a group of ordinary people who don't know the truth think we are destroying stability. What stability is there to speak of in this dark and desperate world? Since when did terrorist organizations dare to show up so arrogantly online? Just wait, the Federation will deal with you soon. You ignorant fools, you're just like the idiots living in the fictional paradise in the painting. This world is destined for destruction, there is no future. Is the Federation still trying to conceal the truth, struggling in vain? Back then, Nguyen was the first to see the truth, which is why he painted the Sabbath and then committed suicide. We inherit the will of our predecessors, spread despair, spread the truth, and revel wildly before the final day comes. It's better than letting these fools walk towards destruction knowing nothing, or struggling for a doomed failure all their lives, never having a moment of joy and enjoyment until death. Indeed. This painter must be one of us. The metaphor and satire towards the federal government are absolutely brilliant. A group of terrorists somehow jumped out, all singing praises for The Last Supper. Bai Yi's small head was full of big question marks. Don't associate with me randomly. What dual meaning, what special metaphor, what satire on the federal government? He just loved the harmonious atmosphere of living with his neighbors so much and wanted to leave a memento of their last meal together. What bad intentions were there? So these people understand his painting better than he, the painter himself? Are they all really know-it-alls? Bai Yi was impressed by these reading comprehension masters. What if the federal government also understands the painting this way? They might really believe these terrorists. Goodness, then life would become more and more dangerous. As for the truth of the world, it seems, this world has a hidden worldview waiting to be deciphered? Bai sat cross-legged on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, tilting his head to think for a moment. It's probably just some setting about evil gods destroying the world. Everything seems to have started with the Sabbath, which has indeed piqued my curiosity. He jumped off the sofa with nimble movements and stretched his neck. If I request to see the Sabbath at the Federal Arts Center, I wonder if I, the top winner of the painting Grand Prix with the title God, would qualify? Soon, reality told him that he didn't. That painting, said to depict Miao Yin's family of 3, had been sealed many years ago, and the number of people in the entire Federation with the authority to access it could be counted on one hand. However, Bai Yi still had the authority to learn insider information unknown to the public from the Artists Association. As the origin of all pollution in this world, a painting of death that drove successive owners mad as if cursed, the Sabbath was painted on human skin, with paint mixed with human blood, and souls of the dead sealed within the scroll. People said Miao Yin painted this work to commemorate his wife and daughter after their deaths, then committed suicide due to madness. But in fact, his wife and daughter were the raw materials for this painting. An unknown, down-and-out painter made such a mad act at the end of his life, and his only surviving painting became the source of pollution for the entire world. Those who knew the truth had many speculations about this. The most accepted view currently was that Miao Yin might have been insane for a long time. He desperately craved fame, and creating a world-shocking painting had always been his obsession. Later, he even began to believe in non-existent gods, and perhaps really encountered some unknown entity, leading to the birth of the Sabbath. You have deciphered the hidden worldview, progress 10%. The system's prompt appeared timely, surprising Bai Yi a little. Just becoming a painting god gives me the authority to know this information and decipher the worldview? Isn't this too easy? I suspect you're deliberately giving me a 10 to attract me to continue exploring. You don't really think I'd fall for that, do you? The Nightmare game doesn't force you to decipher the worldview, but deciphering the hidden worldview of the Nightmare Fragment instance to a certain degree will give you a chance to drop fragments of the principle of all things. In most cases, the essence of the fragments of the principle of all things is omnipotence, capable of evolving into any item or skill. Bai Yi immediately put on a serious face, pushing his non-existent glasses, and spoke in a low tone like a sage. Ahem, I've always had an exploratory spirit. It's not for the fragments of the principle of all things, it's to give my future self some face. If I don't fall for it, it would make you, the system, look not so smart. That's a belittlement of me as the creator. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. System. As if he wasn't the one who had been sarcastic towards the system before. Since being a painting god gives such high authority, then getting a few more god titles would surely increase the authority level. Maybe there's even a chance to become a high-ranking member of the Artists Association, given that artists were equivalent to supernatural beings. The power and influence of the Federal Artists Association could be imagined. Bai Yi became a bit excited. It's just about grinding, right? Sacrifice all the grinding, just grind it out. While Bai Yi was grinding hard, the Federation finally defined the new type of art he created, which was neither healing nor dark, but healing with darkness and darkness with healing. Achievement system has been updated. You've obtained the achievement healed, but not completely healed. Description: you've redefined healing art. You've pioneered a brand new depressing art. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2087 words. The Last Supper's tremendous success in the painting field has given you inspiration for the secret to clearing the game. No need for gentle soothing, no need to empathize with the audience. The best healing art is to forcefully infuse your emotions into every viewer's soul, overriding their original spirits. And you've become skilled at similar things. You once embodied an otherworldly demon in the eyes of countless cultivators, stirring up everyone's inner demons. Now you're just infusing all good emotions into everyone, suppressing the spread of mad pollution deep in their spirits. You've transformed from a devil that stirred up evil thoughts in people's hearts to a deity suppressing the devils deep in people's hearts. Written as healing art, read as forced healing. Achieving great success in the painting field has opened the door to a new world for you. You've set your sights on more artistic fields. The first one you targeted was the World Music Awards, which was about to begin right after the Painting Grand Prix. In this world, musicians were divided into creators and performers. Regardless of which type, they focused on conveying emotions through sound. The emotions conveyed in their music could influence and affect every listener on a spiritual level. Because of this, musicians had an even greater influence than painters. A dark art musician could make hundreds or even thousands of people go mad by performing a piece in public. Conversely, a healing art musician could also soothe the spirits of a wide range of listeners simultaneously with their own power. Generally, wherever large-scale mental pollution occurred, the Federation would often dispatch top musicians to perform wide-range healing. Even if it didn't take effect immediately, it could delay the spread of pollution. Therefore, the music awards were held in a music hall made of special soundproof materials to ensure that the contestants' performances would be confined to the hall and not affect passers-by outside. The judges participating in the selection were also top musicians themselves. Even if someone from the dark art school sneaked in to cause trouble, these judges could handle them on their own. Bai, who had just won first place in the Painting Grand Prix, signing up for the World Music Awards caused quite a stir. Given what happened at the Painting Grand Prix, the Music Awards organizers were initially worried that this guy might pull some stunt again, perhaps performing a self-composed dark art masterpiece on the spot. But they soon put their minds at ease. Because Bai had signed up for performance, not original composition, and he chose to perform the classic healing masterpiece Sacred Prayer, a piece praising the creator god of this instance world. As a religious belief that had been passed down for thousands of years in this world, its audience was already extremely wide. After the world became polluted, most ordinary people had become believers. Every healing art musician would know this piece because it indeed had miraculous effects in soothing people's hearts and dispelling mental pollution. Perhaps it was because people truly hoped for such a deity to save this gradually maddening world? Among the contestants this time, quite a few had chosen to perform Sacred Prayer. With the same score, it would be clear whose healing effect was stronger. When Bai walked into the music hall, the judges had just detached themselves from the previous contestant's performance. Coincidentally, the previous contestant had also performed Sacred Prayer. Realizing that Bai had chosen the same piece as the previous person, the musician judges showed knowing expressions and gestured to him. Please begin your performance. Bai chose the piano as his instrument. This was the instrument that the character Joey was skilled at, although its rating didn't even reach the lowest F class. When performing with this character in the game, Bai felt as if someone had stolen his musical sense. He didn't even know if he was playing the piano or cotton. He, the music prince who would let fish enjoy a concert experience before eating them, a musical genius, had been reduced to this state. The innate talent of this body was so touching, it seemed deliberately mocking him. After playing the piano a few times with this body, Bai realized that with this character's musical talent, even grinding wouldn't help. Apart from cheating, he had no choice. Bai's fingers struck the first note on the piano. All the judges' eyebrows twitched, then furrowed. You have activated the web of thoughts, connecting. You have borrowed the power of faith accumulated by the flower speaker. Inputting power of faith. Ding 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 ding. The sound of keys being struck on the piano echoed throughout the music hall. Although it was a piece strictly played according to the score, it was unimaginable why every note was out of tune. It was as if the performer had created a new piece on the spot, and it wasn't even being played on a piano, but rather sounded like frantic ding 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 hammering on iron. The judges gradually put on pained expressions. But accompanying this sound, more unpleasant than hammering iron, a holy, grand, and extremely devout emotion floated throughout the entire music hall. It seemed to transform into pure white mist, seeping through everyone's senses, penetrating their minds, and surging towards the depths of their souls. Unconsciously, they seemed to truly become devout pilgrims, with unparalleled peace and tranquility arising from the depths of their hearts. It was as if they saw the gates of the divine realm opening before their eyes, and everyone's soul floated up to heaven. But the ding-ding-ding sound would always occasionally wake them from this wonderful illusion, torturing their ears. Although it was an extremely unpleasant piece, their ears, brains, and souls seemed to each have their own set of senses, and the intense conflict between them left everyone mentally exhausted. Ears, painful mask, so awful it makes me want to cry. Brain, dumbfounded mask, what on earth is this? Soul, intoxicated mask, ah, so comfortable. And then, they started fighting. It was as if they knew the person before them was a toad, and their true hearts extremely rejected them, but their entire being was uncontrollably falling in love as if possessed, unable to resist the urge to kiss them. That feeling of being both clear-headed and confused, both addicted and suffering, made them question their entire lives. Until the last note fell from Baiyi's fingertips. The judges, who had been struggling repeatedly between pain and enjoyment, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Baiyi with a string of question marks. What on earth was that? With the same score, and with the previous contestant for comparison, Baiyi had turned the god's prayer into a devil's curse. But the soothing feeling deep in their souls told them that this suffocating piece actually had an incredibly powerful healing effect, definitely top tier in washing away mental pollution. Based on this point alone, it couldn't possibly be eliminated. This made the musicians present question their lives even more. In the short time of this piece, they felt they had forgotten how to play the original sacred prayer, and even their love for music was disappearing. Was there something wrong with all the musical knowledge they had learned in the past, or was this guy in front of them toxic? If this could also be considered a musician, it felt like the title of musician had been maliciously smeared. However, reality didn't change based on their will. After artists became a supernatural profession, whether art conformed to human aesthetics was no longer the standard for evaluating whether an artist was excellent. As long as the spiritual infection was powerful, even playing cotton or hammering iron could be included in the scope of art. You have successfully passed the preliminary selection and entered the top 100. You have cleared the selection and entered the top 32. You have cleared again and become one of the top 16 in the music awards. Facing severe mental pollution patients, you demonstrated healing art far superior to others, overwhelming everyone with your powerful musical attainment, and won first place in the music awards. After the music awards ended, except for a few original dark art pieces that weren't made public, the performances of other contestants were broadcast online. Although the effect wasn't as good as hearing it live and there was little healing effect, at least every contestant's musical skill was extremely high. Even just purely appreciating the music was enjoyable for the audience. Until they played Baiyi's performance video. This is the level of the World Music Awards champion? I could do that too. No, I couldn't. Being able to play a piece so terribly is also a kind of talent. I heard this Music Awards champion's healing art is extremely powerful. For healing mental pollution, it crushed others. As for musical skill, well, that can be ignored. I don't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. Is the Music Awards champion also called Joey? Is it the same person as the Painting Awards champion? Blind student, you've discovered the point. Are OFL indeed worthy of the legendary depressing art? I'm already depressed before finishing listening. Main quest cleared February 3rd, you obtained the title of God in painting/music fields. Achievements system updated. You obtained the achievement Music Gravedigger. Description: as the man who single-handedly lowered the average level and bottom line of all musicians in the Federation, you're winning the title of Music God made countless musical geniuses and enthusiasts in the Federation despair about the future of music. Countless people who should have become musicians turned to other arts. You obtained the achievement So Love Will Disappear, right? Description: your unique music has a powerful healing effect on mental pollution. But everyone who listened to your music and was healed lost their love for music as their mental pollution disappeared. You obtained the achievement Healed, but also Depressed. Description: your music healed countless people, but also depressed countless people. Your depressing art has spread widely. As these achievements flashed before his eyes, Baiyi widened his eyes and exclaimed, arguing eloquently, "System, how can you baselessly smear my reputation? An artist's work is based on feeling. There's no such thing as giving up music to turn to other arts. That only shows their hearts weren't firm enough about music in the first place. Even if such people had taken the path of music, they would have given up in the face of other setbacks in the future. I just helped them eliminate a path that wasn't suitable for them in advance, and screened out a bunch of people who weren't suitable for this field for the music world. Putting it this way, I'm quite considerate, aren't I? Bai raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a bright smile, his tone even sounding a bit proud. However, since the simple and crude healing art had achieved success in both painting and music fields, proving the method effective, Bai naturally wanted to use this one trick to conquer all fields. The task required obtaining the title of God in at least 3 fields. For Bai, only one remained, which was almost effortless. With his dark cuisine skills certified by the system, if he couldn't get the title of food god, would that make sense? At this moment, Bai was inexplicably confident. The mere title of food god was within easy reach, like taking something out of a bag, absolutely no difficulty at all. The only thing to be careful about was not to display his full strength. The result of displaying his full culinary skills was exemplified by what happened to that Fushan sect leader in Pei Hofeng's instance. So, for the safety of the diners, Bai felt he should seal part of his power. Just 30% of his culinary skills would be enough to sweep the culinary awards. He really is a clever little ghost. As for whether it would be dark art or healing art, Bai, who had been meticulously studying culinary skills in this instance for a long time, stated, "Only kids make choices, adults of course want it all. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 1128 words. You signed up for the World Food Awards. Your culinary skills far surpassed others, allowing you to breeze through, facing little competition. Through diligent research, combining your extraordinary talent with this world's special system, you developed 2 different types of cuisine that aligned with dark arts and healing arts. Dark arts, it retained the powerful toxicity of your dark cuisine, mainly focusing on transforming the deliciousness of food. Anyone who tasted it would become irresistibly addicted to the flavor. The toxicity gradually penetrated deep into their psyche, making them crave more and more, while increasing mental pollution. Healing arts, it retained the terrible taste of your dark cuisine, mainly focusing on transforming the toxicity of the dishes. Not only were they harmless, but they also had a healing effect on the mind. Anyone who tasted it would cry from the awful flavor, but its powerful healing effect in dispelling mental pollution was also astonishing. The more one ate, the stronger the healing effect, but also the more severe the damage to taste buds and tongue. The dark cuisine that was addictively delicious yet toxic, and the healing cuisine that tasted awful yet beneficial. These 2 types of cuisine you developed and created caused a sensation at the Food Awards, categorized as unique products of depressing art. You thus became the top winner of the Food Awards, earning the highest title of food god in this competition. One more bite, let me have one more bite. Just one. No more, I really can't eat anymore, I can't take another bite, don't come near me. Stay away. The World Food Awards came to a perfect close, with some people being dragged away while laughing and crying hysterically, and another group who, although their mental pollution was cleared, looked as if they had suffered severe mental torture in the background. Clearly, these were all victims of Bai's cuisine. As the culprit, Bai, carrying the honors he had won all the way through, showed a refreshed smile. La, with my current level, I feel I could totally open my own restaurant and be a head chef in the future. He happily imagined for a while. Main quest completed March 3rd, you have obtained the title of God in the 3 fields of painting/music/cuisine. Achievement system has been refreshed. You have obtained the achievement It's Death God, not Food God. Description: to enjoy deliciousness, one must pay the price of mental pollution or even death. To heal pollution, one must pay the price of taste bud torture. You have demonstrated through action that Food God and Death God differ by only one character. Some food gods are actually misplaced death gods, always finding ways to bring death-like experiences to diners. Having obtained the title of God in 3 art fields, meeting the basic conditions of the main quest, do you choose to complete the settlement? Bai chose to refuse. Not settling yet. This instance still has considerable room for improvement. Whether it was the other art fields that hadn't been fully explored, or the worldview that hadn't been deciphered, or his depressing art that could be further developed, clearly all of these still had room for in-depth development and exploration. However, having spent nearly a week on this instance, IE didn't plan to continue grinding. He chose to temporarily save and enter AFK mode. So far, IE had given this character sufficiently ample characteristics. The remaining art fields that hadn't been fully explored and the depressing art awaiting further development would be left for this character to complete on its own. He just needed to reap the fattened results in the end. AFK mode activated. Under AFK mode, time accelerates within the Nightmare Fragment instance. The game character will continue to grow according to the characteristics given by the player, with the system extrapolating its fate line for a period of time until it reasonably reaches its peak. The main characteristics the player has given to the game character, Joey, are socially adept, fast friends, human genius, master of depressing art, art above all, cold, obsessive, tenacious, but. Based on the worldview within the Nightmare Fragment instance, the system will extrapolate the character's future fate line accordingly. As everything in the instance temporarily came to an end, IE emerged from the deep sea filled with star fragments and woke up. At this moment, a series of blurry black words appeared floating in mid-air. Your life skill Dark Cuisine LV3 has transformed due to a special trigger, upgrading to an extraordinary skill. Click to view attribute panel. Oh my! This is unexpected. IE raised his eyebrows in surprise, his tone unconsciously lengthening. After choosing to view the attribute panel, he quickly glanced over the familiar content, focusing his gaze on the new entry that appeared in the center of the supernatural skills. Dark Cuisine LV1. Note, to elevate an ordinary life skill to this level, your talent in dark cuisine is truly astonishing. Every diner willing to taste your dark cuisine is a rare animal worth protecting. Please cherish them. Oh ho! IE's first reaction was, does this mean I can now infuse all kinds of chaotic mental waves I receive daily into my dishes? He then thought about his previous plan to open a restaurant, and made some upgrades to the original plan. If I could put all sorts of messy mental waves into different dishes, and then sell them to different customers like mystery boxes, wouldn't it be interesting to watch their reactions when they taste these dishes? Especially for those who constantly produce foul garbage, it would be even more interesting to stuff the garbage they produce back into their own stomachs, wouldn't it? Thinking about the character he had carefully cultivated in the instance, IE suddenly became very interested in the new card he was about to receive. But for now, he would let it continue to fatten up in AFK mode. There was also a card he had obtained long ago that he hadn't used yet. IE stretched out his palm, and accompanied by a faint glow, an ethereal card slowly materialized in his palm. Long hair disheveled, hemp-clothed Snow White, a long sword reflecting cold light like an autumn stream, amidst flying snow, the swordsman arrives on the wind. His snow-white clothes flutter, and the entire card turns with it. Lines of black text appear on the back of the card. The Lawless One. Ancestor of martial arts, enemy of immortal Tao. False son of destiny, true source of all evil. No Tao, no heaven, no sentient beings, the great Tao is within me. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabYVMVU. Glorious God Throne. 3,780 words. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The experiment was successful. Although we still don't fully understand the principle, the fact is that this new material can indeed improve the stability of electronic components, even if it's just a 1% improvement. It shouldn't just be the material. It's also related to the special structure and novel technical approach. I've never seen this kind of new electronic component before, not in Yao country or any other country. And the other samples sent over are all very inspirational technologically, with different approaches from our usual tech products. It's almost as if they don't belong to the same scientific system as blue stars, making one wonder if there was an unprecedented scientific civilization in history that was destroyed, and these are relics excavated from somewhere. A jumble of background noises came from the other end of the phone, with many excited voices intermingling. A voice, no calmer than the others and even more excited and enthusiastic, came clearly through the phone. Based on the experimental results, conservatively estimating, the technology level is ahead of our current level by 3 to 5 years in various aspects. To be honest, this really isn't something you guys, Shaoyin, can obtain from some special private laboratory abroad, or is it that our country has set up some secret research institute? At this point, the old man's voice rose another octave. Please, you must introduce me to such an amazing team. I'm really too curious. Another call from the laboratory? After evading the other party's questions with vague words, and as always, saying to keep it confidential, Yin Shubai hung up the phone and heard Chu Xingrui beside him ask curiously, "This is the third call this week, has there been another major breakthrough in the research project?" After the establishment of the Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau, several subgroups were set up, including the Publicity Group, Action Group, Investigation Group, Research Group, and so on. Above these groups was the Core Strategy Group, with the director of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau, and Yuan Cheng, serving as the nominal group leader. The head or leader of each group was also a member of the Strategy Group. For example, Yin Shubai was both the leader of the Research Group and an ordinary member of the Strategy Group. Li Fufeng was in charge of the Investigation Group, Lu Ningxuan was responsible for the Action Group, and Chu Xingrui, with the most special status, was in charge of the Publicity Group. The Supernatural Affairs Management Bureau only deals with supernatural events, so the Publicity Group's sole task is to guide online public opinion. Once a sensational supernatural event occurs, they need to contain it within a small scope as much as possible, or guide it towards aspects beneficial to the country. This is clearly just a preventive measure. Currently, there haven't been any sensational supernatural events in Yao country. Even the legend about the mysterious flower shop is like a fairy tale circulating on the internet, not to be taken seriously. So, the Publicity Group hasn't had much use yet, making Chu Xingrui arguably the most idle among those present. Most of the time, he rarely reported to the Supernatural Affairs Bureau, constantly enjoying the rich spiritual entertainment life of being a royal family member. Recently, probably bored from too much play, Chu Xingrui came to hang out with other members of the Strategy Group, and discovered the frequent phone calls from the Research Group's laboratory. At this moment, several people were sitting in a car. Chu Xingrui, sitting in the passenger seat, looked through the rearview mirror at Yin Shubai, who had just hung up the phone with a helpless expression, his eyes showing obvious curiosity. It seems that the samples obtained from the hotel are really extraordinary. And the team you've assembled, Professor Yin, seems to be very powerful too. In just under 2 months, you've achieved significant results. As expected of elites from all over the country. He praised sincerely. That's not wrong to say. Hearing this, Yin Shubai didn't know how to respond, momentarily stuck. The three people sitting in the back knew what was going on. Lu Ningxuan, sitting on the left, took over the conversation. That's not wrong to say, but it's not the main reason. There have indeed been research results on items from another world, but the laboratory had reported on that earlier. The reason why they keep bombarding our Professor Yin with calls isn't because of any breakthrough results in a short time. Her tone carried a hint of teasing. It's purely because those people are all coveting little Adam's assets. Chu Xingrui didn't quite understand? Seeing his confused expression, Li Fufeng on the other side shook his head and explained. This goes back to the samples we took from the inn. Because they're products from another world, technologically a few years ahead of us and with different approaches, they've been very inspiring for the members of the research group. They keep wanting to get more materials, or to meet another non-existent research team. Professor Yin is a bit troubled, unable to leak secrets while having to deal with others' passionate curiosity and exploratory intentions. It's really difficult. After the two people on his left and right explained the situation, Yin Shubai nodded and summarized. That's about it. Chu Xingrui showed an expression of eye-opening revelation, while also offering a tiny bit of sympathy to Yin Shubai, but no more than that. Being so young and already the leader of the research group of the Special Case Investigation Team, it was only right that he should shoulder a bit more responsibility. Yin Shubai had no particular reaction. In fact, he could fully understand why those researchers in the laboratory were so excited. If it had been him in the past, faced with new materials and technologies never seen before, he would have been even more excited than them. But Inshu Bai, who had already opened the door to a new world and knew more of the truth, was no longer so excited about mere new materials and technologies. It was just the tip of the iceberg from another world, scattered fragments. How could it compare to the information of an entire other world? How could it compare to more possible spacetime overlaps from other dimensions? And how could it compare to supernatural powers that went beyond what current science could explain? The latter was what he now wanted to explore. Mere technological breakthroughs of 3 to 5 years were no longer enough to satisfy the current Inshu Bai. He wanted to grasp the essence of supernatural powers. This temptation was no different from having the path to truth open up before him. If you hadn't stopped me back then, I might have already researched clues related to the supernatural through those 2 corpses, Inshu Bai couldn't help but say. In any case, there would have been some gains. Rather than in the end only being able to make small innovations and advancements in existing technology, which is completely inadequate to deal with future supernatural powers. His tone was hard and cold, as if he were reciting mathematical formulas without expression, devoid of emotion. Although he was stating facts, it sounded more like an unfounded accusation. Xu Xingrui's brows immediately furrowed. Li Fufeng, seeing his expression through the rearview mirror, spoke up before Xu Xingrui could, but we're not doing useless work now either. I think you understand too, Professor Yin, that between choosing 2 cold corpses and a ghost we might be able to communicate with, the latter is the choice with the most value. He smiled slightly and reassured, if we angered a ghost who we might have originally befriended by damaging 2 corpses, morally speaking, we Yao country people would find it hard to accept such behavior of damaging someone else's relatives' bodies without permission, even if the other party is a ghost from another world. From a benefit standpoint, this approach would also be foolish and short-sighted, don't you think? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Xu Xingrui's face, which had resumed smiling in the rearview mirror, and then looked at Lu Ningxuan. Lu Ningxuan understood and nodded repeatedly, saying, Old Li is right. I say, big cousin, you're really too heartless. The poor kid lost his parents, became a ghost himself, and then we bad guests barge into his home, moving things around, and finally want to take away his parents' bodies too. That's not good at all. We Yao country people aren't bandits. She shook her head and patted Inshu Bai's shoulder. Even though it's a house from another world, and even though the owner is dead, we should still respect the ghost's property rights. Taking a few scraps to research is one thing, but if you really dare to turn someone's parents' corpses into research materials, do you believe you'd leave there in one piece? With Lu Ningxuan's words, everyone couldn't help but recall their experience from over a month ago that could only be described as a narrow escape from death. The eerie spacetime fluctuation, the suddenly appearing mysterious inn, the automatically playing TV news in the hotel, and that scene they still couldn't forget. On the screen of the old TV, the news anchor who had been calmly reporting suddenly leaned forward, pressing her entire face against the screen. Her face, almost distorted, revealed a smile, with her lips painted as red as fresh blood. As this image flashed in their minds, it was accompanied by that ghostly voice echoing in their hearts. Find him! Find him! Find him! Phew, Lu Ningxuan slowly exhaled, wiping non-existent cold sweat from her forehead. Even though more than a month had passed, recalling the scene from that time still gave her a feeling of her scalp tingling and her heart pounding. Don't be fooled by how skillfully she could now tease about little atoms. In reality, she was just putting on a brave face. In her opinion, the bravest one was still Li Fufeng. Lu Ningxuan's thoughts couldn't help but drift back again. At that time, almost everyone was scared stiff, but Li Fufeng's reaction was different from the others. His first reaction was to rush towards that eerie television, intending to press the off button, but he found that the strange image had already disappeared, and the TV screen had returned to static. It wasn't until a vase was dropped by a startled person that the group, frightened by the recent incident, came to their senses. Their first reaction was, this place is problematic, very problematic. Should we temporarily retreat and come back when we're fully prepared to explore? Someone suggested, actually, we could try to remotely control machines to come in. It's our first time exploring a hotel from another world, we were too excited and inexperienced. Yes, we were too reckless. Everyone thought this made sense. Lu Ningxuan, who was most afraid of ghosts, wished she could immediately run out of Yuanyang City. She quietly tried to move her feet, only to find her legs had turned to jelly. "Sister Lu, what do you think?" Someone asked for her opinion. Of course she agreed. She almost wanted to move out of Blue Star overnight. Visitors from another world were one thing, but to have such spooky stuff, QAQ, it was too scary. But she couldn't say that out loud. Was Lu, the pillar of Yuanyan's martial arts world Ningxuan, someone who didn't care about face? A woman should never lose her cool. Lu Ningxuan cleared her throat lightly, carelessly brushing her hair, trying to sound nonchalant. "I don't mind. By the way, Fu Feng, what do you think?" Her peripheral vision suddenly caught Li Fufeng still standing motionless in front of the static-filled TV, his head not turning at all, showing only the silhouette of a thinker. Lu Ningxuan decisively passed the buck to him. Based on her understanding, although Li Fufeng was persistent in pursuing the truth, he wasn't a person who acted rashly. Instead, he was very thorough and considerate in his actions, and would surely agree with a more stable plan. Called out by Lu Ningxuan, the motionless Li Fufeng finally woke from his statue-like state and moved. He took a step forward, getting closer to the TV. "Atoms." In everyone's astonished gaze, Li Fufeng raised his head, looking at the TV screen on the wall, and suddenly spoke, "Atoms. Is that you?" Not getting a response, he turned around, his gaze ignoring the others around him, as if speaking to the entire inn. His voice was very low and gentle, like coaxing a kindergartner. "Are you bored staying here alone? Can I be your friend? The kind that can play hide and seek with you." Li Fufeng's voice was as gentle as a breeze, his gaze constantly sweeping around the inn, as if an invisible ghost was really floating in those places at this moment. The others were all a bit creeped out. Lu Ningxuan even discreetly felt the goosebumps on her arm, feeling that her whole being wasn't right. Everyone stared blankly as Li Fufeng went to the two corpses lying on the ground and continued talking to the invisible ghost. "The ground is cold, and the floor is hard. You don't want your mom and dad to keep lying on the ground, do you?" He slowly bent down. "I can help you settle them first, then send them back." Li Fufeng used euphemistic language to express the intention of helping with cremation and then bringing back the ashes, not knowing if the ghost could understand. A sudden gust of wind swept through the inn, the chandelier swaying precariously in the wind, the dim light overhead flickering on and off, then with a bang, it crashed to the ground. Li Fufeng's movement was halted by this. "Looks like a warning," Lu Ningxuan muttered to herself, her gaze at Li Fufeng inevitably becoming strange. "This guy, what's he up to?" After the momentary disturbance, the inn seemed to return to normal. But the others didn't dare to breathe. Except for Yin Shubai, whose gaze suddenly became incredibly bright and fervent. All right, if you don't want to, we'll let it go this time." Li Fufeng slowly withdrew his outstretched hand, then gradually straightened up, moving away from the corpses on the ground in slow motion, as if to demonstrate his harmlessness. He held out his palm to another member who was confused about the situation. "I remember you have low blood sugar and always carry candy. Can you give me some first? I'll replenish you later." That person was stunned for a second, then fumbled in his pocket for a while, finally finding a handful of candies and placing them all in Li Fufeng's hand. "Oh, here you go, it's just a few candies, no need to replenish later." Li Fufeng softly said thanks, walked a few steps towards the reception desk, then carefully placed the candies on the desk with both hands, even arranging them in a small heart shape. "We came unannounced and didn't bring anything, so let these few candies be a welcome gift for our new friend." His smile was even gentler than his voice, really like a visitor facing the child of the host family, with a bit of fondness and coaxing, in a tone that children tend to like. "Next time I come, I'll be sure to prepare gifts that kids like. I just wonder what you prefer." The inn was silent, with no response. Lu Ningxuan, observing all this, felt embarrassed and suffocated on his behalf. She felt that her partner's head wasn't quite right. Li Fufeng, however, nodded calmly, seeming understanding. "Looks like you're still a shy little one. Well then, see you next time." He said goodbye, then called to the others. "Let's go. We came uninvited this time and were bad guests. We even scared the little one, we should apologize." Faced with Li Fufeng's series of unexpected actions, what reaction could the others have? Of course, they could only mumble in agreement, then follow him out of the inn. Some even waved goodbye and said see you after walking out the main door. Perhaps the only one with a different reaction was Yin Shubai, because he still wanted to take away the two corpses. And of course, that was impossible. Not only did Li Fufeng disagree, the others wouldn't allow it either. Just looking at the recent disturbance in the inn, if this were a horror game instance, those two corpses would definitely be the items that trigger the final boss. In a game, it would be a certain death level. Seeing the atmosphere in the entire inn become oppressive again, with a feeling that the killing moment in a horror game was about to arrive, everyone hurriedly worked together to drag the uncooperative Yin Shubai out. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Even after leaving the inn entrance for some distance, Yin Shubai kept looking back, trying to protest. Those are clues to supernatural powers, if we could take them to research. Isn't a ghost we can communicate with more valuable than two corpses? Li Fufeng interrupted Yin Shubai with one sentence, successfully changing him from a state of struggle to contemplation. Of course the ghost is more valuable, Yin Shubai made his judgment in less than 3 seconds, but are you sure we can communicate? I think we can, Li Fufeng gave his answer. The others all thought of his strange behavior earlier and fell silent. The world was changing too fast, even though they had accepted the existence of supernatural powers, the sudden appearance of a dead ghost still challenged their worldviews. Is there really? Lu Ningxuang had the most intense reaction. She swallowed, not saying that word. Does this inn really have an owner? Did you see it? No, I didn't, Li Fufeng shook his head. Before Lu Ningxuang could breathe a sigh of relief, he added, but I could feel its presence. To be precise, I've had that feeling of being watched the whole time. This should be a special talent, I suppose? If it's really a ghost, it should be the child called Adams that everyone's been guessing about, Li Fufeng mused aloud. Judging from the fact that he only scared us and didn't do anything else, I think he can be communicated with. If possible, I'd like to develop him into a special member. What he didn't say was that his proposal was largely out of sympathy for this child. Even if it was a ghost, he didn't want to treat a child with malice. Li Fufeng's proposal could be said to be refreshing. Developing a ghost into a special member? It sounded absurd, but it was quite tempting. If successful, it would indeed be much more valuable than taking away those two corpses for research. On the contrary, if they followed Yin Shubai's approach, it would certainly anger the inn's ghost. Let alone whether they had the ability to confront the ghost. Even if they did, they might have to pay an unbearable price, which was unnecessary. Especially when they returned to the inn the next day and found that the candies on the reception desk had disappeared. Li Fufeng's guess that the ghost can communicate was basically confirmed to be true. The special case investigation team unanimously approved Li Fufeng's proposal. They decided to try to gain the ghost's favor as much as possible. Of course, this plan also had a time limit. If they couldn't succeed, it wouldn't go on indefinitely. From that day on, someone would go to the inn every day to approach the ghost. People often brought various gifts, including candies, snacks, children's toys, newly released comic books, and so on. Li Fufeng was the most diligent and patient visitor. He would read storybooks in the inn each time, sometimes for hours, and would ask various questions, even though he never received any response. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. The snacks, candies, and gifts they brought to the inn disappeared the next day every time, showing that the ghost had accepted the gifts. But apart from this, there was no other response. Everyone's patience was wearing thin. Among this group, Lu Ningxuang actually quite liked children, but she was truly afraid of ghosts and couldn't control herself at all. Most people were like her. Chu Xingrui had a special status and position, and had never been a patient person, even if he appeared easygoing. As for Yin Shubai, he was indeed interested in ghosts, but his interest was different from most people's. By this calculation, Li Fufeng might be the only person who sincerely wanted to befriend the ghost. This time, it was rare for everyone to visit the inn together. It was also because there had been no progress for over a month, and the special case investigation team was starting to consider trying Plan B and Plan C. Li Fufeng hoped to give it more time. He felt that he had already established a deep friendship with Adams. although the other party had never given any response. Recalling this, Lu Ningxuan couldn't help but glance at Li Fufeng, who was sitting on the far right of the back seat. "You're truly brave." Li Fufeng looked confused. But he didn't have time to ask Lu Ningxuan what she meant. Because they had arrived at the inn. Everyone got out of the car, took out their IDs, and walked towards the cordoned-off hotel. Yin Shubai's expression was the most serious. "I still stand by my previous idea." His so-called idea was, of course, to research those two corpses. This wasn't because he was inherently cold and cruel, but for Yin Shubai, human corpses were just inanimate objects, no different from other materials. If they could contribute to scientific research, it was a very natural choice. If it were his own corpse after death, he would be happy to let others research it if it was useful. Moreover, he didn't intend to conduct destructive research, he just wanted to take some samples. Li Fufeng, however, smiled slightly. "I have a feeling that we'll have a breakthrough today. The little one won't play hide-and-seek anymore." "Is that so?" Yin Shubai was the first to push open the door, remaining skeptical about this. "But we've already wasted 41 days. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 2,687 words. The empty inn was quiet and desolate. On the ceiling, the vintage chandelier, specially recreated to match the original style, emitted a soft glow, slightly dissipating the gloomy atmosphere. The floor was spotless, with no bloodstains or corpses. A month ago, at Li Fufeng's suggestion, they had moved the two bodies to the master bedroom upstairs. It was also since then that the ghost had stopped suddenly making a big commotion to scare them when they weren't paying attention. "Little Adams, we've come to stay again." Along with Lu Ningxuan's familiar greeting, Li Fufeng walked to the reception desk in the ground floor lobby and placed an exquisitely packaged box of cookies on it. Besides this, he also had the latest issue of a comic weekly in his hand. "This is everyone's lodging fee, please check and receive it." He said this in a serious tone, as if he was really paying some formal lodging fee. Then, he put down the things in his hand and said with a smile, "These are the most delicious cookies from the most popular dessert shop here. They're absolutely top-notch. I tried them and wanted to bring some to share with you. And here's the latest issue of the Comic Weekly, with a new series starting." After doing all this, Li Fufeng left the reception desk, adopting a posture of no longer disturbing the other party's enjoyment of food and comics. He looked at Lu Ningxuan, who was putting on a brave face. Just now when Li Fufeng was talking to himself, the little bit of courage Lu Ningxuan had mustered up had dissipated again. If it weren't for maintaining her cool can't-be-lost attitude and some curiosity that just wouldn't go away, she wouldn't come here again even if you killed her. "Since we're idle anyway, want to play aeroplane chess?" Li Fufeng had completely seen through her current outwardly strong but inwardly weak nature. After all, growing up together, who was it that once ran out of the house crying and screaming while watching a ghost movie and almost climbed up a tree in one go? He didn't expose her though, just held up the small box he brought, although you seem to have lost many times already. Aeroplane chess, Feishingqi, is a board game that originated in China and is also popular in other East Asian countries. It is a race game where players move their pieces, typically represented as airplanes, around a board according to dice rolls. The objective is to move all of one's pieces around the board and reach the finish line first. The bitterness of being unlucky was poked. Is being lucky something to be proud of? Lu Ningxuan instantly forgot everything else. No ghost or evil spirit could compare to the annoying lucky bastard. Bring it on, it's just good luck, right? Luck won't always favor one person. The two took out the aeroplane chess and sat down on the sofa. Yin Shubai had no interest in such childish games and walked straight to the rooms in the depths of the inn. He was going to adjust various instruments and equipment that had been gradually moved here over the past month. It was said that he had some inspirations and was researching some situations related to alternate spaces, seemingly involving something like magnetic field fluctuations. Anyway, Zhu Xingrui only listened for a few sentences before feeling a headache, and of course had no intention of going over to Yin Shubai's side to suffer. He walked towards Lu Ningxuang and Li Fufeng, who were about to start playing chess, eagerly raising his hand.
Count me in, count me in. My luck has always been pretty good too. This drew double the dissatisfaction from Lu Ningxuang. Good luck doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, watch me defeat you with skill.
The three immediately began a great battle. More than half an hour later, Lu Ningxuan lay on the sofa with lifeless eyes. She had lost so badly that she had become a dazed salted fish, only wanting to pound the ground.
Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Cursed lucky bastards.
Does being lucky mean you can do whatever you want?
Facts prove that being lucky does mean you can do whatever you want. Xu Xingrui laughed heartily, his tone very smug. Li Fufeng, lying on the other end of the sofa, only raised his arm at these words, holding up one finger, and said concisely.
+1. Lu Ningxuang.
Double critical hit. She fell back holding her head, as if she had lost her soul.
How about it? Want to play together? At this moment, Lu Ningxuan heard Li Fufeng's voice. It's fun, isn't it? With 4 people playing, it would be just right. 4 people?
My big cousin wouldn't be interested in such a childish game, Lu Ningxuan grumbled inwardly, about to speak out, when she suddenly realized something and her body froze. She maintained her position of lying slanted on the sofa, her head turning to the left side like a machine, bit by bit. She saw that Li Fufeng had somehow sat back down properly in front of the coffee table diagonally behind her, with the aeroplane chessboard in front of him. He was seriously looking at the empty space opposite him, extending an invitation. After a moment of silence, it seemed as if a gentle breeze quietly passed by, and the dice on the table rolled, finally stopping on the 6th side. Then, a chess piece wobbled and floated up. It seemed as if someone sat down on the sofa beside Lu Ningxuang, and a cold little hand brushed against her arm.
Ah!
Lu Ningxuang let out a scream that could be described as tragic, leaping up from the sofa like a rabbit, and whoosh she rushed out, so fast that she left only a blur.
Li Fufeng.
Xu Xingrui. To be honest, they weren't scared by the chess piece floating in mid-air, but were startled by Lu Ningxuang instead. Xu Xingrui was a bit scared at first, but Lu Ningxuang's reaction confused him. He looked at Lu Ningxuang, who had run out wildly, then turned to Li Fufeng.
Has she always been so afraid of, cough?
Considering a certain presence, he didn't say the word ghost.
Has she always been like this?
Actually she's usually quite brave.
Li Fufeng's mouth twitched, trying to save face for his friend. Probably, it's an overreaction because she's not familiar with the little one?
As if to verify Li Fufeng's words, in less than 2 minutes, the inn door was opened again, and Lu Ningxuang, who had just run out wildly, walked in leisurely, her demeanor elegant and composed, looking even unusually ladylike. It was as if nothing had happened earlier, and everything had just been everyone's illusion. She coughed lightly twice, moved a stool to sit across from the sofa on the other side of the coffee table, trying her best to control her eyes from drifting in a certain direction, her expression as solemn as if she was going to the battlefield.
Didn't you say we were going to play aeroplane chess?
Let's play. Perhaps her reaction amused a certain little one, making the little fellow find it interesting too. The dice rolled in mid-air again, signaling the start of the game. The other 2 people also politely ignored what had just happened, pretending nothing had occurred, although they couldn't suppress the smiles at the corners of their mouths and eyes.
The 4 people thus happily started playing chess.
No, only they were happy, while I had nothing. Lu Ningxuan was practically crying a river in her heart. To be precise, only Li Fufeng and the invisible little one were truly immersed in the joy of the game. Xu Xingrui was a bit scared, a bit novel, and a bit uncontrollably curious. As for Lu Ningxuang,
a melancholic BGM played in her heart.
But regardless, everyone had some uncontrollable excitement in their hearts. They were very clear about what everything happening now meant. It meant that the ghost was finally willing to communicate. The 4 played several rounds of flying chess before stopping. I'll go check on how my big cousin is progressing. Lu Ningxuang felt the time was right. The earlier embarrassing incident had been turned over, so she found a random excuse to slip out of the living room. Go ahead. Xu Xingrui was also starting to feel bored, so he found a place to curl up and started playing a mobile game. The only one who could still happily continue playing flying chess with the little one was Li Fufeng. While playing chess, he also talked to the little one, though it was basically just him talking to himself. It was mostly things like, "How have you been feeling lately? Did you like the chocolate I brought last time? Don't you get bored staying here alone every day without anyone else?" He sounded just like a caring elder relative who rarely gets to see a child living away from home. The speed at which the chess pieces fell in midair became slower and slower, as if the other person was distracted by listening attentively to what he was saying. "By the way, have you really not reconsidered? Mom and Dad could stay with you forever in a different form. You actually know that staying like this isn't very good, right?" At this moment, Li Fufeng suddenly spoke up, touching on the sensitive topic of cremating the bodies from before. But this time, he wasn't met with a violent gust of wind. The floating chess piece slowly stopped in midair. Seeing this, Li Fufeng's eyes lit up, and he pressed on. "If you don't believe us, you can follow us the whole time when we send Mom and Dad off." The chess piece fell heavily in midair. Li Fufeng started guessing. "Is that a yes? Can't do it? You can't leave this place?" The chess pieces on the table flew up and fell down repeatedly, and Li Fufeng finally made a judgment, tentatively saying, "You agreed, but you can't go yourself?" He suddenly reached out his hand and grasped the chess piece suspended in midair, only feeling as if a cold sensation flashed by. Li Fufeng smiled slightly. "Then, leave everything to me. Don't worry, I'll personally take them away, and I'll personally bring them back." Hey, it's settled just like that? When the others returned, they all showed expressions of surprise upon hearing about the agreement between the two from Li Fufeng. "That's amazing, my little Li!" Lu Ningxuang exclaimed in admiration. To her, ghosts were at the very top of the food chain, and Li Fufeng could even handle beings at the top of the food chain. This was simply a good job, super impressive. In any case, everyone was quite happy. This time, when they went to move those two corpses, they indeed didn't encounter any obstruction or sabotage, and smoothly brought them out of the hotel. At this point, everyone realized that according to Li Fufeng's relay, the ghost temporarily couldn't leave the hotel. So if they took the bodies out but didn't fulfill their promise, or if they took samples from the bodies for research, the ghost wouldn't know. Tisk, indeed still a child, too easy to fool. Xu Xingrui exclaimed thus, "Li Fufeng, if you were to go kidnap children, you'd succeed every single time." Despite saying this, no one intended to violate the agreement. Even though someone mentioned they could collect some blood from the bodies or something similar, even In Shubai, who had been eyeing those two corpses covetously wanting to collect some samples, didn't agree. Although he didn't think taking a few samples was excessive, once an agreement was reached, it should be kept. In this regard, In Shubai was also a very principled person. Moreover, "I'm not capable of deceiving children." With even In Shubai saying this, the others were even less likely to object. Under the special channel opened by the Special Case Investigation Team, the two corpses were sent to the crematorium that very day. That night, the inn door was opened again. Li Fufeng brought the urn containing the ashes overnight. There was actually no need to be so urgent, everyone's idea was to bring it along when they came the next day, but Li Fufeng seemed to always have a kind of ability to empathize with people's hearts and a strange sense of responsibility. He always felt that it wasn't good to let the little one stay alone in the inn separated from Mom and Dad even for just one night, and perhaps the little one had been waiting for him to bring back the ashes. As the person who proposed this agreement, he had a responsibility to fulfill it. Therefore, Li Fufeng came directly without waiting for the next day. After greeting as usual, Li Fufeng looked around, placed the urn he was holding in the cabinet behind the reception desk, carefully examined it, felt this place was appropriate, and then stepped back. He had just turned around when he heard a pop sound, and the old TV on the wall suddenly lit up. It started up directly without anyone controlling it. Li Fufeng opened his mouth in surprise. The screen flickered with static, then turned into a blank background, like a snow-white drawing paper. Lines gradually began to be drawn on the drawing paper, then another, and another. Line after line sketched out a hall with furniture on the screen. And diagonal short black lines symbolizing raindrops. Looking carefully, one would find that the gradually forming indoor structure was almost identical to the layout of this inn. This is Two little figures were sketched out in the picture, then the static image became dynamic, and the little figures started moving on the screen. A figure painted entirely black walked to the center of the screen, with horn-like protrusions on its head like a demon king. The two little figures fell down, and red lines began to spread. Another little figure came down the stairs, the black figure leisurely chasing it like a cat chasing a mouse. The little figure scurried all over the screen, then fell. The entire screen turned into large patches of red. The smile on Li Fufeng's lips gradually faded. He had already figured out what this simple animation represented. "Is this what happened that night?" he spoke softly. "Is this what you saw?" As his words fell, the screen changed again, showing the familiar news channel, with the anchor's familiar and rigid script, once again reminding all citizens to be cautious. "The serial killer K, who has taken 13 lives, is highly likely to have entered our city." Soon, the image on the TV screen switched again. This time, it showed a little boy who looked only 4 or 5 years old, standing in the hall playing with a toy car, waving his arms and legs, looking very happy. Two shadowy figures, a man and a woman whose faces couldn't be clearly seen, stood beside him, smiling as they watched him. The scene changed once more, showing the little boy slightly older, sitting on the ground covering his bleeding knee and crying, while the woman with an unclear face gently comforted him. Maintaining a frequency of changing about every 3 seconds, the images on the TV screen flashed rapidly. The main character was almost always the little boy, sometimes with the couple appearing, sometimes with some children of the same age, but except for himself, the faces of others were always blurry. Li Fufeng vaguely understood and murmured, "Are these your memories? Are these the things that left deep impressions on you? Can I consider that you already see me as a friend, little Adams?" At this point, he smiled. "This way of communication is quite special. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators/MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabyvmvu. Glorious God Throne. 1923 words. The next day, when everyone in the special case investigation team learned about what had happened the night before from Li Fufeng, they were all stunned. "Is this for real? You're not joking, are you? Are you sure you didn't confuse a dream with reality last night?" Although they knew he probably wasn't lying, everyone still found it hard to believe and exclaimed with exaggerated tones, "How could I possibly joke about something like this?" Li Fufeng laughed. "Besides, I've communicated with Adams. He's not against interacting with everyone, but he doesn't like being disturbed by too many people. If you have anything to say, we can go together later, and then you'll know whether what I'm saying is true or false." "Of course we want to go." Everyone was excited. It was a legendary ghost after all. While they were scared, the excitement of being able to communicate with it overshadowed their fear. "However, he's still just a child, so I hope you all don't expect too much," Li Fufeng specifically reminded them. The others nodded nonchalantly, not really taking his words to heart. But when they actually arrived at the place the Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau called the Ghost Inn and saw the animation on the TV screen with their own eyes, everyone finally understood why Li Fufeng had given that reminder. Looking at the flickering long segments of animation on the TV screen, everyone present was dumbfounded. If they had to communicate entirely through this kind of animation, apart from Li Fufeng, who had already maxed out his skill in interpreting images, everyone else would be completely lost. Fortunately, in addition to these doodle-like animations, there were many real-life snippets flashing, including life segments from the perspective of the little boy Adams, some TV news clips with jumbled timelines, as well as anime clips and game segments that no one had seen before. All kinds of images kept switching on the TV screen, containing an enormous amount of information. Yin Shubai had already started analyzing on his own. These should all come from his own memories, his past life, TV programs he watched, news he accidentally saw, and anime and games he usually paid attention to. Although it's very fragmented and chaotic, children themselves don't focus much on certain things, and those news clips might have been watched occasionally with his parents. We also need to consider that after death, becoming a ghost might have caused some damage to his memories, so this incomplete state is quite normal. As he spoke, he looked at Li Fufeng. "I guess he's displaying all this content in front of you to ask what you want to know. Children themselves can't judge what information is valuable, so he's simply letting you choose. Li Fufeng was stunned, his face showing surprise.
Yin Shubai calmly continued, "This is normal.
Previously, everyone brought him gifts, and you often came to play with him. This time, you even helped collect his parents' ashes. I think he might be expressing gratitude, and it's also possible that he has indeed established a bit of friendship with you. Don't be surprised, for you, this is a deserved reward. This time, we all benefited from your kindness, we should thank you." While expressing gratitude, his tone remained flat from beginning to end, feeling as if he was reading from a script. But this performance was enough to surprise Li Fufeng. Not just Li Fufeng, everyone else was surprised too. The surprising point wasn't that the ghost knew to repay kindness and understood human interactions, but Yin Shubai's reaction. "Then you previously..." Lu Ningxuang mumbled, about to say "then you previously wanted to move their parents' bodies," but swallowed the latter half of the sentence. She suddenly realized that with Yin Shubai's intelligence, it was normal for him to see through all this, he just didn't want to act on it. Because he was Yin Shubai, not Li Fufeng. It wasn't that he couldn't empathize with others, he just didn't want to. After all of this person's passion was devoted to scientific research. Yin Shubai didn't care about others' reactions. While talking, he fell into his own thinking mode and muttered softly, "It seems that ghosts indeed still have emotions from when they were alive. I wonder if this is a special case, or if all ghosts are like this." "What did you say?" Because his voice was too low, Lu Ningxuang only saw his lips move and couldn't help but ask. "Nothing." Yin Shubai pulled back his thoughts, looked around, and finally stared directly at the flickering TV screen. "If you don't mind, I'd like to know if you're aware of the situation with that Killer K? In your world, are there any other people with special abilities like him?" When this was said, the curiosity of others was also piqued, and they all nodded along, asking, yes, little one, do you know if there are any other superhumans or ability users?" I don't know what you call them, just extraordinaries?" Although there was no one in front of them, their behavior of talking to the air looked a bit silly. The TV screen flickered for a while, and scene after scene slowly appeared. First was a news report about the ghost in the rainy night, just one news item from an anchor. Then came a series of disconnected news clips, all about the situation of other ability users in that world. A world similar to our blue star, with slightly more advanced technology? Through those fragmented news clips, everyone quickly captured the key information. Most of the world consists of ordinary people, with only a few possessing special abilities. Most ability users aren't very powerful, with the most destructive unable to directly confront missiles. There was once someone who tried to create a cult and overthrow peace, but because they were too high profile and arrogant, they were publicly blown to pieces. So, ability users tend to operate in the shadows unless recruited by officials, and generally don't act too conspicuously? But ability users aren't completely disadvantaged because they hide among ordinary people and have extreme mobility. If they cause destruction in secret, the impact could be severe. So it seems the official forces and ability users in that world have reached some sort of balance, where one side won't use large-scale weapons, and the other won't cause large-scale destruction. Everything is restricted to a certain degree? There should be a set of special laws or rules, right? Unfortunately, the child doesn't know. In fact, whether it was because the child hadn't specifically watched so much news or because the ghost's memory was incomplete, the clips on the TV screen were all very fragmented. Besides this, newspaper images would appear on the screen, but they were also intermittent. Some parts that might have been forgotten in his memory were directly replaced with mosaic patterns of various candies, making everyone both amused and exasperated. Everyone watched intently, some started recording videos, some took notes on their phone memo apps, not wanting to miss any useful clue. Until suddenly, a fragmented newspaper image flashed on the screen with the headline, Global Ability User Rankings. Everyone was initially excited, but when they looked closer at the content, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because 9/10 of it was mosaic. It really showed that he was just a child, having only glanced at many things once, unable to remember them carefully. The content on it was mostly like this. North, greatest individual destructive power, user. Not only were there large patches of mosaic, but the newspaper itself was also fragmented, with pieces of newspaper scraps pieced together on the screen, not knowing which came first or last, which was above or below. At a rough glance, no more than 10 people had relatively complete information. Well, what valuable intelligence could be gathered from this? Just then, Lu Ningxuan suddenly called out, "Wait, look at the third newspaper fragment, Dawn City." Her exclamation immediately alerted everyone. They all looked over, their expressions changing. Puppet Master, Council Leader, controls Dawn City, Shadow, guides evil people towards evil, self-destructing in evil. Dawn City? That place name sounds familiar. If I remember correctly, when that mysterious Shadow Council president was talking to Kay, the latter mentioned Dawn City. Someone quickly recalled. Comparing these few key words with the remote control methods displayed by the Shadow Council president last time, they suddenly had a realization. This Puppet Master, could it be the Shadow Council president? Looking at the items here, everything matches up. Others also realized this and nodded in agreement. Yeah, at first we didn't know about other worlds and thought all extraordinaries were native to Blue Star. We even thought there was another world of extraordinaries on this planet, and those two lived in a place called Dawn City. Now we understand that these two people should be from the same other world, but only the Puppet Master is from Dawn City. That's probably the headquarters of the Shadow Council. Now everything adds up. This must be right. We've finally figured out the structure of the Shadow Council, at least we know the background of that president. I think that's it. Unless the Puppet Master, Kay, and this little boy are all working together to deceive us. As they said this, everyone laughed, but how could that be possible? Although they didn't get more clues, what they had obtained so far was already a great harvest for them. It's worth noting that before this, they knew nothing about the Puppet Master and others, but now they had figured out their background. At least they had some understanding now, which would help them come up with better plans when dealing with them in the future. Seeing that Inshu Bai's question was really answered, others became more excited and started asking questions one after another. After all, this was a communicable ghost from another world, and they had so many things they wanted to know. Fortunately, Li Fufeng stopped everyone in time. After all, Little Atoms wasn't some question-answering tool. If they kept bothering him, even a child would get upset. There was no need to pile up so many questions at once. They should have some other form of interaction. We haven't read today's storybook yet. Everyone can come back tomorrow. Li Fufeng took out his storybook. Others also realized they were too eager, and after calming down, they started trying to please the little boy. Me too, me too. I'm great at telling stories. I'll bring freshly baked cupcakes tomorrow. I have a collector's edition comic book signed by a great cartoonist. Afterwards, everything that happened was organized and reported. And Yuan Shang, the director of the Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau, made the final decision. We're just getting started in the supernatural field. We don't need to aim too high. Any gain is a gain. Moreover, our biggest gain right now isn't just this information, but Adam's friendship. This little boy is the greatest gain for our Supernatural Affairs Investigation Bureau. Saying this, he looked at Li Fufeng with satisfaction. The idea of developing him into our external staff is excellent. See what needs he has, and we'll try our best to meet them. It's best if we can help each other. Go ahead and do it. We are currently recruiting. CN/KR/JP translators /MTLers are welcome. Discord server, https://discord.gg/hgabYVMVU. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.